3 martial artists died yet again. The true essence energy arrows killed their targets even past 100 steps. Every non-high-level life destruction martial artist here could only allow themselves to be freely slaughtered. Such a disparity made a chill crawl down all the martial artists' backs. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as Lan Lanjian had the thought to kill them, their blood would splash across down the mountain slopes in the next moment. This sort of irresistible despair made them all wish to immediately flee these slaughter grounds. The entire square was dyed blood red with corpses scattered all over the grounds. In just several breaths of time, over 20 people had already died here. "You bastard!" The Snowcap sect's highest elder was outraged. He could only stare helplessly on as Lin Ming used the chain of stars to kill 7 or 8 of his Snowcap sect disciples. Every single disciple that was qualified to come to this gathering of heroes was an astounding young elite of their generation. But before they could even grow, Lin Ming had already chopped them down as if he were cutting vegetables. "Since you dare to kill my Snowcap sect's disciples, then I, Lian Xiyu, will never allow you to leave here alive." "Ha ha ha," Lin Ming sneered. To think another idiot would speak such pathetic words at this point. "If your Snowcap sect disciples didn't target me, why would I kill them?" "Lin Lanjian, your actions are far too vicious. The reason I brought these juniors here today was only to allow them to widen their eyes and see the world. None of them threatened or attacked you, and yet you killed them, even though they were all innocent." "Innocent? How ridiculous! If they really obtained clues about me, then would they not have reported it to the Azura Divine Kingdom? If they were on the destiny decree, then wouldn't they try to capture me for the bounty reward? Since they stand here today, they have already been tempted by the Azura Divine Kingdom's rewards, and all of them should have long since braced themselves for death at any time." "Good, good, good. This old man will sacrifice you to my sword today," Lian Xiu loudly shouted and then grasped a 4-foot-long thick saber as he slashed down at Lin Ming. "I'll join with Brother Lian." The 3 famous elders attacked together. At this time, they naturally couldn't bother about something like fairness. Killing Lin Ming and saving their own lives was most important right now. Facing the all-out attacks of 3 life destruction masters, Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates once again. Although his strength has dramatically risen, it was still impossible for him to block all of their attacks by himself. He waved his spear and his steps suddenly became distorted. The power of the Gate of Wonder erupted, golden rock shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Ming's figure disappeared like ghosts and gods. The 3 elders' combined attack struck the empty spot where he once stood. Bang! Energy surged outwards, smashing into the Great Hall's protective barrier and causing the entire translucent shield to vibrate. Golden light shot into the sky, but Lin Ming was actually able to rely on his strange and ephemeral movements to easily dodge the shockwaves of the explosion. Then, he suddenly appeared like a ghost behind Hall Master Situ's back. In that moment, Hall Master Situ felt goosebumps crawl up his arms. He didn't even look back as he threw himself forwards. But it was already too late. Lin Ming held his spear's end with both hands and swept it out in a killing circle. The light of the red spear formed a crescent moon, incomparably radiant. Chila, Hall Master Situ's protective true essence, was torn apart by the long spear. A long scar of blood crossed across his spine, and brutal thunderfire energy wrecked its way into Hall Master Situ's body, recklessly savaging his meridians and causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. A Destiny Decree Master had been severely wounded by Lin Ming's spear. "Ah!" Hall Master Situ crazily roared. He suppressed the unbearable pain in his meridians and rushed forward several steps, wishing to enter the protective circle of the other elders. But how could Lin Ming give him a chance for reprieve? He suddenly moved forwards, stepping on golden rock shattering the void again, chasing right behind Hall Master Situ. Thunder and fire howled in the air. Lin Ming's spear came smashing down, straight towards Hall Master Situ's neck. Lin Ming's speed was too fast. Hall Master Situ simply didn't have time to respond. This was the combat ability that came with an absolute advantage in speed. Hall Master Situ nearly went mad with horror as he thought he would perish here. But, Old Man Yen suddenly appeared at Lin Ming's side as he released a thunderous strike. Sky-split sword. A sword cut out horizontally, seeming as if space had been divided in half. If Lin Ming continued to attack, then he would be struck by the sky-split sword. Old Man Yen had attacked Lin Ming in order to protect Hall Master Situ. At this moment, all of them were in the same boat. Once Hall Master Situ died, their situation could only become worse. But facing this sword strike, Lin Ming didn't even acknowledge it. He had relied on his ghostly speed in order to create this opening. If he couldn't cause heavy damage to Hall Master Situ in this single attempt, then the next sneak attack would be far more difficult. As long as the 4 Destiny Decree Masters protected each other, it was possible for them to jointly ruin all of his attacks. Thus, Lin Ming could not give up on this attack midway. Lin Ming forcefully resisted Old Man Yan's sky-split sword and chased after Hall Master Situ with this fatal spear strike. There was not a single ounce of hesitation in his eyes as he continued to stab out. What? Old Man Yen could only stare blankly as Lin Ming continued after Hall Master Situ, actually ignoring his sword strike. Is this boy crazy? Or does he scorn my attack? As Old Man Yen thought this, anger burned in his heart. A fierce expression crossed his face and the sky-split sword in his hands became even stronger. Since you want to die, then let me help you. Puff! Lin Ming's spear thrust into Hall Master Situ's back. The azure light of the battle spirit rocketed into the deep blue skies like an immortal sword. Hall Master Situ was easily pierced through by the spear. Blood gushed out from his chest and he issued out a hoarse scream filled with pain and horror. And at the same time, Old Man Yan's sword also cut down on Lin Ming's back. Bang! Waves of energy struck him. Lin Ming gave a deafening roar as energy erupted within his entire body, and he revolved his protective true essence to the limit. Old Man Yen was a Destiny Decree Master after all. His sword easily ripped through Lin Ming's protective true essence and continued cutting into Lin Ming's body. Kacha! The 4-foot-long sword was blocked by the Demon Emperor armor. After over half of the raging energy was dispersed by the armor's protection, the rest surged into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming's body had already been tempered by the profound gold divine fruit and the 8 inner hidden gates. He was as tough as a treasure. He forcefully withstood the aftermath of Old Man Yan's sky-split sword. Blood tumbled in his body. Lin Ming grit his teeth, abruptly suppressing the chaos in his body. Then, he swiveled his with spirit jade masked face towards Old Man Yen. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes had become as cold as the 9 nether hells. The 2 black marks on his mask seemed to fill with endless killing intent. As Old Man Yen was locked on to by Lin Ming's eyes, he instantly paled to a hue whiter than paper. It was like he was looking into the eyes of the dead, without a single trace of human emotion within them. He suddenly felt as if he had returned to his days of mortality and was thrust into the field of endless ice with polar gusts buffeting him. In this icy cold, his soul nearly froze. Your attack is far too weak. The voice of a devil suddenly echoed in Old Man Yan's ears. His mind went momentarily dizzy as the world seemed to flip upside down. He heard a sharp breaking sound within him. A crack had appeared within his sword heart. His sword heart wasn't weak or fragile at all. But, after suffering such a blow and facing this Lin Longjien that seemed to be the god of death incarnate, his confidence had completely collapsed. Be careful! Lian Xiu's shout sounded out in his ears. A feeling of imminent crisis rose in Old Man Yan's heart. Without explanation, he recklessly cut his sword outwards. With only a loud explosion, Old Man Yen felt his ears go deaf and his eyes go blind. He felt a strong impact force strike him, as if his chest had been smashed by a mountain. Pong! The 4-foot-long heaven-step sword broke in half. Old Man Yan's chest was swept through by the sword light and his protective true essence shattered. His arms shook as his sword light was torn apart. Many of his ribs shattered. Old Man Yen coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards like a broken ragdoll. In a frontal collision, the spear had the advantage to begin with. Moreover, Lin Ming's explosive force and physical strength far surpassed Old Man Yan's. If it were just this, then it still wouldn't be enough to break Old Man Yan's Heaven-Step treasure sword. But Old Man Yan's sword heart had been shaken, and this caused him to not be able to display even half of his complete strength. Sovereign Yan! Lian Xiu ran up to catch Old Man Yan. Old Man Yan had still been able to block Lin Ming's last spear strike, and he had only been swept up in the spear light. Thus he had only suffered a severe wound instead of being fatally injured. But Hall Master Situ was in a much more miserable state. Lin Ming's spear had penetrated through his body. Although the spear had avoided the fatal point of his heart, it had still broken most of the meridians in his body, and most of his organs had also been destroyed by the hidden energy. At this moment, Hall Master Situ had completely lost all combat efficiency. In a single face-off and just with the exchange of several moves, out of 4 Destiny Decree powerhouses, one had been severely wounded and another stood on the precipice of death. How could the disparity be so great? As heroic young elites saw this, they completely lost any courage they had remaining. They already heard that Lin Lanjian was powerful, but even though they acknowledged this fact, none of them had actually understood this. And seeing Lin Ming today, only now did they realize that this fellow was an absolute devil. He was already stood on a completely different level from these young elites. Even the famous elders of the various sects had no ability to resist him. These young elites only cursed themselves for being attracted by the potential rewards and deciding to come to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division to participate in this damned gathering of heroes. If they hadn't been tempted then, they wouldn't have entered into this Azura hell, and they wouldn't have had to face this death god. The 4 great masters also felt their hearts quake. If they had protected each other from the very beginning then they would have been able to resist. But now 2 of them had been made useless. How could they continue fighting in this situation? Hall Master Situ continued to cough up mouthfuls of blood. As he looked at Lin Ming, his pupils were somewhat vacant. From the beginning to end, he hadn't even been able to use a single move. And the reason for all of this was Lin Ming's terrifying speed. He had used his absolute advantage in speed to launch a sneak attack behind Hall Master Situ, and then relied on his abnormally powerful defensive power to resist Old Man Yan's all-out attack. With that, he had vacillated Old Man Yan's sword heart, and his spear had then been able to severely wound him. It may have seemed as if Lin Ming had easily won, but the truth was that all of this depended on his ruthless decisiveness and ability to fully display his absolute advantage in battle to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if he had truly fought all 4 of the Destiny Decree Masters together in frontal combat, then even opening the 3rd of the 8 inner hidden gates wouldn't allow Lin Ming to win. Situ, open the array, otherwise we will all die here, Lian Xiu said to Hall Master Situ with a true essence sound transmission. His voice was filled with hysterical panic. At this time, he didn't dare to arouse Lin Ming's attention. Hall Master Situ struggled to support himself. He still couldn't understand just where had the 3 demo envoys gone. What had they done after flying outwards for 4 hours? Why had Lin Lanjian returned alone? What Hall Master Situ didn't know was that the 3 demon envoys were still flying back from 400 miles away. They had decided to ride a spirit boat in order to restore their true essence. The speed of the spirit boat certainly couldn't compare to their full flight speed. Demon 2, Lian Lanjian's energy had already gone completely missing. Do you think he might have returned before us and decided to launch a sneak attack of the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division? The 3rd demon envoy worriedly asked. He felt a foreboding premonition about everything that had happened. Demon 3, you worry too much. Although Lin Lanjian threw us off, he still consumed a massive amount of his true essence. Where would he still have the strength left over to attack Jagged Slope Mountain? And even then, there are still countless masters at Jagged Slope Mountain. Even if Lin Lanjian was in his peak condition, he still wouldn't necessarily be able to win. In the square of Jagged Slope Mountain's Great Hall, broken limbs and flesh was everywhere. The smell of blood overwhelmed the senses. Lin Ming grasped his long spear and began to take step after step towards the 4 Destiny Decree Masters. These 4 masters were all gathered together, and they were also well aware that with Lin Ming's extreme speed that was like ghosts and gods, they would encounter a surprise attack as long as they separated even a bit. And with their strength, it was simply too difficult to escape. Lin Lanjian, You dare to massacre my Azura Divine Kingdom branch division? My Azura Divine Kingdom will never rest until you are dead. My Azura Divine Kingdom has 3 great Imperial Scholars, 6 Demon Envoys, and Emperor-level powerhouses in the double digits. As long as any one of them move a finger, you will die without a grave. Hall Master Situ's heart swelled with endless fear and despair. At this time he could only try to psychologically attack Lin Ming and hope that his heart would waver. Massacre your Azura Divine Kingdom branch division? Lin Ming sneered. If your Azura Divine Kingdom thinks of me as a fish on the chopping block, then I can't counterattack? How laughable! Ever since the Azura Divine Kingdom eyed the inheritance of the Demon Emperor on me, the Azura Divine Kingdom has decided to never rest until they have caught me. Since that's the case, I will naturally have you pay the deepest price for your sins. Take good care of the Demon Emperor's Heartguard mirror for me. One day I will go and take it myself. As for the 3 great Imperial Scholars, 6 Demon Envoys, and all of those Emperor powerhouses, once I am strong enough I will kill them all one at a time. Lin Ming vehemently spoke. His heated gaze had already locked onto the 4 people in front of him. Lian Xiu and some other old man surnamed Sun that was ranked on the destiny decree had sweat streaming down their backs as they faced this perilous threat. Lin Ming's superimposed dual force field created far too strong a pressure. That ice-cold with spirit mask and those traces of black above the eyes made it seem as if they were staring into the face of the devil, suffocating them and making them gasp for breath. Let's fight! Lian Xiu finally couldn't withstand the pressure and took the initiative in the attack. Old Man Sun braced himself and followed behind. At this time they were all on the same sinking ship. If Lian Xiu attacked by himself, then he would certainly be defeated. It would be the end of the line for him after that. Neither of them dared to hold back just a tiny bit. Both of them immediately struck out with their ultimate moves. Mountain Slicing Saber. Red Flame Burning Heaven. Lian Xiu grasped his 4-foot-long thick saber and cut down, the raging energy like landslides and tsunamis. Old Man Sun spat out blood essence that then combusted into a fierce inferno of flames. Then, these flames covered his entire body. With a wave of his sword, flames tarnished the skies. His entire body had become like a scorching hot sun. The ground underneath his feet had already melted into flowing lava. No matter what, they were still Destiny Decree Masters. Even under the suppression of Lin Ming's dual force fields, they could still erupt with a terrifying combat strength. Lin Ming didn't step back. When he had faced the joint attack of 3 people, he admitted that he wouldn't have been able to resist that. But now that there were only 2, he actually wanted to give it a try. Lin Ming revolved the heretical god force's energy to the limit as well as opening the 3rd level of the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming thrust his spear forwards. The burning star flame howled, and the entire spear became a brilliant, radiant red, as if a phoenix was spreading its wings out from within the spear shaft. Bury the heavens. Ka-ka-ka. Space collapsed. The power of space rushed out from the space crack like a surging tide, forming a tyrannical and violent space storm. The wind caused the flames to burn with increased intensity. Then, the space storm fused into the burning star flame, causing its blazing heat to reach the peak. The incandescent light was blinding. It completely overshadowed Old Man Sun's fire attack. All 3 waves of energy frantically smashed into each other. At that time, sound itself seemed to be swallowed up. The conflagration of flames washed away all the clouds in the sky, engulfing the entire mountain peak. The fiery aftermath surged in all directions. Endless screams and agonized cries filled the heavens as many of the young disciples from the various sects and the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division were directly charred to ash. This energy simply wasn't on a level that they could hope to resist. Lian Xiu and Old Man Sun were both sent flying away by the uncontrollable wild energy. Lian Xiu was better off. The blood tumbled in his body and blood leaked out from the corners of his mouth. But Old Man Sun had been struck by the heretical god seed's fire counterattack. The meridians in his sword-wielding right hand had been roasted away with only 30% remaining. Even if a high-stage life-destruction martial artist's flesh and blood had been transformed several times by energy, damage to their meridians still wasn't an injury that they could recover from in a short period of time. Old Man Sun flipped the sword into his left hand and focused his eyes through the layers of flaming fog. He saw Lin Ming had only withdrawn several dozen feet back, with seemingly no injuries on him. 1 against 2. This young man hadn't sustained any injuries? Or perhaps he had suffered some internal damage from the pressure. Old Man Sun's heart trembled. If Lin Ming had been injured just a tiny bit, even if this was a minor wound that didn't affect his combat effectiveness, that was still enough for him to regain some of his confidence. Lin Ming's attack had simply been too strong. If he could gain the advantage even in a 1 against 2 situation, then if any of them were to face Lin Ming alone, 3 moves was more than enough to severely wound them, and killing them in 5 moves was not a problem at all. How could this be possible? A month ago he had only been slightly stronger than Corpsemancer. After such a short period of time, his cultivation was still at the late revolving core and didn't seem as if it had risen by much. So how could he have become this much stronger? Old Man Sun's palms became wet with sweat. Lin Ming grasped his long spear and pointed it towards the ground. A moment ago he had faced the attacks of 2 enemies, and although he had occupied the upper hand in the end, the truth was that some of the violent energy had sunk into his body. It was just that Lin Ming's physical bodily defensive power far surpassed even a Divine Sea Supreme Elder's, and in addition to the heretical God Seed guarding his body and his incomparably tough meridians, he had been able to forcibly suppress that energy so that it appeared as if he wasn't harmed at all. At this time, a rumbling sound resounded in the square. The great mountain ceiling array began to shake and the translucent barrier became increasingly pale and light. It would completely vanish any time now. Hall Master Situ took advantage of Lin Ming being occupied in battle and began to open the great mountain ceiling array. Opening the array from within was simple as long as he had the requisite array opening token and cut off the supply of energy. Run! Less than half of the young martial artists had survived. As they saw the great mountain ceiling array about to open, all of them frantically launched their movement techniques to escape. At this time, all of them hated that they couldn't grow more legs to get out of this hell faster. Quickly request reinforcements. Inform the 3 demon envoys. They are definitely nearby. Many of the martial artists were thinking these thoughts. The great mountain ceiling array had isolated all flow of information, including even sound transmitting talismans. But now that it had been lifted, they could send out messages and seek rescue. The Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists were especially hurried in sending messages to the 3 demon envoys. They already hoped that the 3 demon envoys would return soon. They figured that they were close to Jagged Slope Mountain but had no idea why they hadn't hurried back yet. As long as the 3 demon envoys returned, there was no way for Lin Longjin to be so rampant here. As for the martial artists from the other 3 large sects here, they all began informing their sect headquarters about what happened today. Some sects had more than 1 Destiny Decree Master. For instance, the Misty Stream sect had an even stronger highest elder that was guarding their sect. For a time, the light of sound transmitting talismans gleamed all over the land. As Lin Ming looked at these ignited flames, his eyes revealed an icy killing intent. He turned the spear in his hands and energy erupted outwards. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. The power of space condensed into fragments, mixing with the howling power of annihilating flames. These star-like fragments fired towards all the martial artists that were sending out sound-transmitting talismans. The star fragments had wisps of a battle spirit attached to them. Their sharpness was in no way inferior to heaven-step treasures. With a whistling sound, countless flowers of blood appeared in the square. Some star fragments penetrated through 3 or 4 martial artists without stopping at all. Lin Ming had completely turned into a god of death, recklessly harvesting the lives of everyone around him. Miserable screams filled the air. The young martial artists became even more delirious in their desire to escape. Take advantage of this time and escape separately. As Lin Ming was dealing with the other martial artists, Lian Xiu rapidly sent a true essence sound transmission to the other 3 Destiny Decree Masters. At the same time, he activated the flight treasure on his body and flew away. Old Man Sun's response was only half a breath slower. He quickly fled in the opposite direction. They could only take advantage of the moment when Lin Ming was distracted to escape. If they didn't run away now, then they would never have another chance. Lian Xiu and Old Man Sun had only been slightly injured. Their speed was nearly unaffected. In the blink of an eye, they had already fled 1,000 feet away. But Old Man Yen and Hall Master Situ were in a much more pathetic situation. Especially Hall Master Situ. His chest had a big hole with blood leaking out of it, extending from both the front and the back. And most of his meridians and organs had been destroyed by Lin Ming's true essence. Now, his escape speed was probably even lower than that of the fleeing young disciples. As he saw Lian Xiu and Old Man Sun rapidly soar away, he cursed them even as gloom filled his heart. He could only try his best to escape too. Lin Ming's energy had already locked onto those 4 Destiny Decree Masters. When they moved, Lin Ming also moved. Towards these enemies that wanted to take advantage of him, Lin Ming had no intention of letting any of them leave here alive, not to mention that they were also carrying a great deal of wealth on them. The gate of wonder opened. His speed rapidly rose to the limit as his feet stepped upon the void. Golden rock shattering the void. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Ming already overtook the limping Hall Master Situ. Hall Master Situ was overcome with anguish. Out of the 4, he was the weakest one, and he had also been severely wounded, sent to the very edge of death. His combat strength wasn't even 10% of his peak condition. If Lin Ming caught up to him, then he would undoubtedly die. Ah! Hall Master Situ crazily shouted out and turned to meet the enemy. Bang! A turbulent flow of energy broke through Hall Master Situ's body, sending him flying into the air. He could only watch on helplessly as Lin Ming's long spear turned into an azure beam of light that pierced through his throat. At the same time, he felt his right hand go cold as it was cut off by Lin Ming, taken away along with his spatial ring. Pong! Hall Master Situ bounced on the floor like a rubber ball and tumbled over several hundred feet before sprawling out on the floor. His eyes stared up into the sky, perfectly round and filled with an unwilling hopelessness. He had died with nothing but injustices filling his mind. And Lin Ming didn't even glance back at him. He only removed Hall Master Situ's spatial ring and then tossed away the hand. With another blink, he had shot forward several miles. The reason he had dealt with Hall Master Situ first was because Lin Ming guessed that the God-transforming pill was on his body and wanted to prevent him from hiding or ruining the pill in his desperation. Then, Lin Ming decided to chase after the fastest one, who was that surnamed Lian Old Man. Lian Xiu had an excellent flight treasure on him. He had told everyone to flee with a true essence sound transmission in order to create an opportunity to escape. He expected that Lin Ming would kill the slower ones first, giving him a chance to catch his breath and make it out of here. Lian Xiu completely poured all of his true essence into the flight treasure. In his entire life, he had never flown so quickly before. Lian Xiu certainly wouldn't think that he was faster than Lin Ming, but relatively speaking, chasing him would be the most strenuous and tasking choice. If he were Lin Ming, then he would prioritize killing those other 3 old men. Otherwise, he would waste too much time and give those 3 the chance to escape. As long as Lin Ming decided not to chase him, then after some more time passed, the 3 demon envoys would definitely arrive. Then he would be safe. This was his only chance of survival. As Lian Xiu thought this, he pushed himself to the limit to escape. But at this time, he suddenly heard the whistling of true essence blasting out from behind him. A thick and overwhelming killing intent shrouded down on him. No! Lian Xiu's heart filled with despair. He never thought that the speed he was so proud of would be overtaken in a mere 5 breaths of time by Lin Ming. In front of Lin Ming, his so-called speed was just a joke. Lin Ming had chased after him, the fastest of the 4. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had decided to wipe out all 4 of them. Filled with despair, on the verge of death, when one's life became a flickering candle, that was the time when a person could often erupt with their life's greatest potential. When Lin Ming's killing intent covered him, Lian Xiu suddenly turned around. He spat out blood essence on his saber, turning the entire blade a deep blood red. Fierce bursts of wind howled through the air as true essence roared out. Lian Xiu shouted like a madman, crazily cutting his saber down at Lin Ming. Slaughter Soul Saber. To use his own blood essence to stir the Slaughter Soul Saber. The saber became not only a material attack but one that could extinguish a person's divine soul. This was a cultivation method of harming oneself to harm the enemy. Even if he managed to cut down the enemy, he would still severely damage his own divine soul, unable to recover for a long time. And the reason that Lian Xiu used this attack now was because he had been forced to his limits. He had discovered that Lin Ming's defensive power was simply too freakish. With his protective true essence, Demon Emperor armor, and Lin Ming's own terrifying physical bodily defense, all general material attacks against him were simply rendered useless. Even Old Man Yan's Sky-Split Saber had only lightly injured Lin Ming. Since material attacks didn't work, then Lian Xiu could only use the Slaughter Soul Saber. This saber was only offensive without a single ounce of defense. Lian Xiu was aware that if he fought with Lin Ming, he would sooner or later be defeated. He could only use this suicidal method to show Lin Ming he was a bone that would hurt to chew, forcing Lin Ming to give up on him and chase the other three. As Lin Ming faced this menacing saber attack, his mind stirred. A divine soul attack? He could feel the strength behind this saber. It was impossible to dodge. He could only block it. But once he blocked it, his speed would definitely slow for a period of time. And Lian Xiu would use the repelling force to open up the distance between them. Then, chasing him would take several more breaths of time. At this moment he was pressed for time. If he wanted to settle these battles quickly, then he couldn't back down. If he delayed for too long, then it would be much more difficult once others caught up to him. After all, this was still the land of his enemies. Once reinforcements rushed in, then the situation would become increasingly troublesome. With his long spear in hand, Lin Ming directly faced Lian Xiu's Slaughter Soul Saber. On the spear shaft, the concept of fire and the space laws wove together. He poured his battle spirit into it. Bury the heavens. A spear stabbed towards the defenseless Lian Xiu, completely disregarding his attack. What? Lian Xiu was shocked. He never imagined Lin Ming would completely ignore the threat of his suicidal attack and continue launching an attack towards him as before. When martial artists fought, they particularly feared fighting ruthless individuals that didn't care a whit for their lives. Especially when that ruthless individual was himself a powerful freak of nature. It was already too late to take back his own attack. Lian Xiu gave a loud shout and gathered all of his energy onto the saber point. His eyes shined with a maddeningly red light. Let's die together. He had complete confidence in his Slaughter Soul Saber's divine soul attack. 500 years ago, when Lian Xiu was at the third stage of life destruction, he had relied on this attack to cut down a fourth stage life destruction master. The spear and Slaughter Soul Saber crossed each other. Lin Ming's spear stabbed towards Lian Xiu's chest, and the Slaughter Soul Saber cut towards Lin Ming's waist, as if it would cut him in half. Pong! Pong! Both of their bodily protective true essence simultaneously exploded into pieces. Lian Xiu's body was easily pierced through by Lin Ming, blood raining to the ground. Although Lian Xiu had managed to avoid having his vital heart point pierced at the final moment, true essence still surged into his body, violently destroying his insides and meridians. His wounds were no lighter than Hall Master Situ's. Lin Ming felt a burst of pain at his waist and a great energy transmitted into him. His body shook and he nearly spat out blood. At the same time, the violent flux of energy broke into his spiritual sea, turning into a blood-red saber that wanted to cut Lin Ming's spiritual sea in two. Lian Xiu was a destiny decree master. He damaged his own soul and combusted his blood essence as the price in order to send out this incomparably terrifying divine soul attack. Moreover, Lin Ming had taken the strike without dodging or blocking at all. The entire divine soul attack had struck him. Lin Ming's eyes exploded with a sharp light. The samsara martial intent revolved. A massive black vortex began spinning atop his spiritual sea. It joined together with the azure battle spirit there and shot towards the blood-red saber. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The black vortex and the blood-red saber collided. Wild energies unceasingly melted against each other. This brat really decided to take my Slaughter Soul Saber? As Lien Xiu saw Lin Ming stiffen for a moment, his distorted face curved up in a vicious smile. Even though he was severely wounded, he believed that Lin Ming's current situation was even worse than his. He knew just how powerful his Slaughter Soul Saber was. Even if Lin Ming were to withstand the Slaughter Soul Saber's physical attack, he wouldn't be able to fend off the Divine Soul attack. When masters exchanged moves, the moment of dazed absent-mindedness that occurred when the soul was damaged could often result in fatal consequences. While he was frozen, take his life. Lien Xiu suppressed the excruciating pain in his chest and ignored the damage to his meridians to forcefully revolve his true essence. He prepared a second saber attack that would cut off Lin Ming's neck. Even if Lin Ming was wearing the Demon Emperor armor, his neck wouldn't be protected. With Lin Ming's mind having fallen to illusion, his protective true essence would also reach the very depths of frailty. As long as the saber hit, it would definitely be able to decapitate Lin Ming. I've won! Saber light rose up. Lien Xiu lifted the saber above him with both hands and was prepared to cut it down. When at this moment a cold light suddenly shot out from Lin Ming's eyes, like a bolt of lightning crossing through the dark night sky. What? When Lien Xiu was locked on to by this light, he felt as if the flow of time around him instantly slowed down. He lost all strength to move his body. An azure light flared out. The spear in Lin Ming's hands shot forth like a viper, thrusting straight into Lien Xiu's chest. Puff! Protective true essence tore like wet paper. The heart ruptured and blood shot into the wind. Lin Ming's spear had mangled Lien Xiu's heart to shreds. At this time, Lien Xiu's saber hung in the air, incapable of cutting down. Lien Xiu vomited a mouthful of blood. His pained chest only felt empty now. Lin Ming's spear had erupted from his back, creating a massive hole through him. When this overlapped with the previous wound, Lien Xiu's vision began to slowly blur. Lien Xiu couldn't believe that after his Slaughter Soul Saber solidly struck his enemy's body, it actually hadn't been able to cause any substantial damage. Just how could this be? Lien Xiu blankly looked at Lin Ming. Gradually, his pupils began to dim. Sorry, but I am similarly confident in my soul defensive ability. These were the last words that Lien Xiu ever heard. In the next moment his head shot into the air, and his ruined body crashed into the ground like a dead dog. Lien Xiu had perished. Lin Ming took Lien Xiu's spatial ring, and without any pause at all, he stepped onto golden rock shattering the void, chasing straight after Old Man Sun. At this time, Old Man Sun had already flown almost 100 miles away. He was ecstatic that the one Lin Ming had chosen to chase was not him. As long as he hadn't been chosen, he had confidence he would be able to safely escape. Now, after flying for such a long distance, his mind was much more calm and stable than it was before. I'll fly out a few dozen more miles and the change direction. I'll fall down and hide in the mountains, restraining all of my energy. There's no way he should be able to find me then. This thought had just crossed Old Man Sun's mind, when at this time, he heard the sound of intense air currents whistling behind him. This sound became increasingly close and increasingly loud. What? Old Man Sun swiveled around to see Lin Ming, soaked in blood from head to toe, grasping that red long spear and shooting towards him at over twice his own speed. How can he be so quick? Did he already kill Hall Master Situ and Lien Xiu? Old Man Sun was frightened to the point where he felt his soul fly out from him. Only several dozen breaths of time had passed. The 4 Destiny Decree Masters that had been at the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division were also divided into the strong and weak. The strongest had been Lien Xiu, followed by Old Man Yen. Hall Master Situ and himself had been the weakest of the bunch. Old Man Sun was well aware that if Lin Ming could kill Lien Xiu in such a short period of time, then killing him would be as easy as tearing apart a piece of paper. Lin Ming's terrifying extreme speed caused Old Man Sun to completely abandon all thoughts of escaping. Now, with the meridians of his right hand burnt away, he could only use his left hand. With only 60 to 70% of his combat strength left, the chances of defeating Lin Ming were less than 0. Lin Lonjian, don't kill me. I can give you 70% of all the wealth I've accumulated in my sect. Just die. Lin Ming didn't bother with this old man's son's nonsense. He swept the spear in his hand straight towards old man's son's throat. Old man's son released a miserable scream and desperately cut out his sword at Lin Ming. However, he only had his left hand holding this sword. How could he possibly contend with Lin Ming's spear? Bang! With an explosion, old man's son was sent flying backwards in a rain of blood. Lin Ming chased close behind. Penetrating rainbow. Chila! Old man's son dropped his sword. His entire left arm was covered in blood. With a twist of his spear, Lin Ming's spear cut through old man's son's protective true essence and pierced straight towards his dantian. True essence erupted. His battle spirit sundered old man's son's revolving core crystal nucleus. Lin Ming grabbed old man's son's spatial ring and then continued on his way to kill the last destiny decree master. Lin Ming had already left battle spirit marks on everyone. Normally, a martial artist would only comprehend their own battle spirit at the Divine Sea realm. Although these four old men were all Destiny Decree ranked masters, their potential wasn't too great and none of them had managed to form their own battle spirit. Thus, it was impossible to undo the battle spirit mark. In just several dozen breaths of time, Lin Ming returned to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. At this time, the entire area was in chaos and all the low-level martial artists had already fled away as fast and far as they could have. Bang! Lin Ming swept his spear across the front of the Great Hall. The walls collapsed, revealing a pale-faced and empty-eyed old man Yen. Lin Ming was about to kill him with his spear, when a sudden alarming premonition flashed through his mind. His body shot backwards in a conditioned reflex. Puff! A wisp of spear light thrust into the ground where Lin Ming had been standing. The rock shattered like glass and an immeasurably deep hole was formed in the ground. Who? Lin Ming waved his long spear, his entire mind on full alert. 3,500 miles out from the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, a black heaven-step spirit boat was rapidly flying through the air. Sitting within the boat were three middle-aged men sitting in meditation. They were the Azura Divine Kingdom's three demon envoys. Just a while ago, the three of them had chased Lin Ming at full speed for over 8,000 miles, causing themselves to consume a massive amount of energy. Now, after an hour had passed, the three had already fully recovered. At this time, the third demon envoy suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. I've already recovered more or less, and the rest of you are the same. We're less than 4,000 miles away, so I suggest that we put the spirit boat away and fly back at full speed in order to avoid any trouble. Demon 3 is right. It's better to be safe than sorry. Come, let's go. The second demon envoy stood up, an adamant light in his cold eyes. Small bolts of lightning seemed to cut through his dark pupils. The fully recovered second demon envoy was an extremely terrifying existence. This was the strength of a top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Master. Our failure during this mission is our life's greatest shame. We haven't just shamed ourselves, but we have also shamed the glory of the Azura Divine Kingdom as well. When we return, we will definitely be punished. And all of this is owed to that damned Lin Longjien. As the second demon envoy bitterly spoke of this, he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles began to crackle. He wished he could skin Lin Ming alive and make him suffer beyond death. Demon 2 is right, but although we didn't have any harvest, at least we still managed to use the Azura Divine Kingdom's secret technique to capture Lin Longjian's energy signature. The next time we run into him, we'll definitely recognize him. Moreover, we've also learned that Lin Longjian's trump card is that freakish speed of his. In terms of speed, he's at least equal to a top 70 ranked Destiny Decree Master. Humph! This Lin Longjian must relied on some sort of flight treasure or movement technique inheritance in order to be so arrogant. Sooner or later, he will fall into our hands. No matter how fast he is, as long as we've captured his energy signature, then we can lay an array formation in advance and wait for him to step into our net. Right? When we go back this time, we'll plead mercy to the Divine Emperor and redeem ourselves with our future merits. We will rid ourselves of this disgrace. The three demon envoys spoke in a calm, angry tone. The more they talked, the icier their voices became, as more killing intent rolled off their bodies. At this moment, in the dim light within the boat, 3 to 4 flames suddenly lit up in front of them, rapidly exploding like a group of fireworks. These were the lights of sound-transmitting talismans. The three demon envoys' minds stirred and closed their eyes to respectfully receive the messages. They thought that news of Lin Ming stealing 300,000 spirit essence stones might have reached the Azura Divine Kingdom headquarters, and that the Divine Emperor had decided to express his displeasure. However, the Divine Emperor's sound-transmitting talisman should be a purple-gold light, not yellow. Moreover, it was unreasonable to pass 3 or 4 sound-transmitting talisman at once, and the Demon Emperor's voice wouldn't sound so messy or frantic. What was the message? As the three demon envoys listened on, their originally calm faces that had just a hint of anger suddenly became incomparably gloomy. After the second demon envoy heard the message of the sound-transmitting talisman, both of his eyes turned blood red. He clenched his fists together, and the blood vessels in his arms popped out like worms. The contents of the sound-transmitting talisman were: Lin Lonjian has killed his way into the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, washing the entire land in blood. Hall Master Situ has died in battle. The God-transforming pill was stolen. Over half of our disciples have died, and the 3 great elders have also perished. The 3 large sects that arrived have all suffered countless casualties. Ah! The second demon envoy crumpled the sound-transmitting talisman's flame in his hands and looked upwards, releasing a tremendous roar. Bang! All of the tables and chairs within the spirit boat shattered apart, as if they were glass struck by a hammer. Killing his way into the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, slaying Hall Master Situ and the 3 great elders. How could this be possible? Demon 3 was so angry that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was impossible for this news to be fake. Lin Lonjian, I swear that I will never rest until I personally end you. Demon 2 felt as if his own heart was twisting apart. Lin Lonjian had led him out in a circle like a dog. After that, Lin Lonjian had turned back around and washed the entire jagged slope mountain branch with blood, while also looting the God-transforming pill. Thus, the bounty reward that they were going to present to anyone that could capture Lin Lonjian had actually fallen into his hands. What sort of ironic joke was that? Moreover, just a quarter hour ago, he had even haughtily claimed to Demon 3 that Lin Lonjian would not have the strength remaining to return to Jagged Slope Mountain and launch a sneak attack. Even if he had enough energy remaining, that still wouldn't be enough. Now it seemed as if he had been made a fool of. This was his life's greatest, most dishonorable shame. If he never cleared away this shame by killing Lin Lonjian, then this disgrace would forever remain in his heart as a heart demon. He was a top master that had a chance of reaching the Divine Sea realm in the future. However, if he attempted to break through to the Divine Sea, then this heart demon would cause his thoughts to go into chaos, possibly making him face defeat in the attempt. Pong! Demon 2 shot out of the spirit boat, and launching himself forwards as he desperately flew towards the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. Oh! At this time in the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division's Great Hall, Lin Ming stood atop a pile of broken bricks and tiles. In front of him, Old Man Yen was standing there with listless eyes, as if he had lost his soul. Blood pooled underneath his body, and he had suffered serious losses to his life force. As Lin Ming looked at Old Man Yen, whose spiritual sea seemed to be shattered, and then at the unfathomable deep hole caused by a sneak attack, he firmly believed that this was not an attack sent out by Old Man Yen. Come out! Lin Ming pointed his spear towards somewhere in the void. Suddenly, an insidious old voice sounded out from all directions. This voice was hoarse and hideous, as if it were the eclectic sound of a mix of the wails of many haunted souls. You are Lin Lonjian. Good. Very good. In front of Old Man Yen, a faint black light suddenly gathered together, accompanied by a rising black fog. This fog condensed, revealing a black-robed old man floating in the air. His face was wizened like bark, and nearly all of his hair had fallen off his head. From top to bottom, This person exuded a thick, deathly energy, as if he had just climbed out of a coffin. Despite the fact that this old man resembled a flickering candle flame in the wind without many years of life remaining, Lin Ming was actually supremely shocked. This old man's body seemed close to the point of decay, but his eyes were as profound as the endlessly starry night. Just looking into them made it feel as if they could suck you in. This was a top master, disregarding his time at the king-level smelting trial in time-worn Phoenix City. This old man absolutely the greatest powerhouse that Lin Ming had yet to lay his eyes on. This was a divine sea powerhouse? Lin Ming felt the hairs rise all over his body. He was about to turn around and flee as quickly as he could. But just as he moved his feet, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Although this old man's body seemed solid, after exploring it with his perception, he actually discovered that it was as intangible as a spirit. Moreover, it was continuously exuding the majesty of a battle spirit. This wasn't the black-robed old man's true body, but rather a wisp of his battle spirit. It was highly likely that this black-robed old man left some sort of special item at the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. This item probably had a wisp of his battle spirit attached onto it, allowing him to instantly create a projection of his will here. The old man looked at Lin Ming and his lips cracked up in a smile, revealing yellow and cruel-looking teeth. While Lin Ming was outwardly disgusted and repulsed, at the sight of this old man that barely had any hair left, his mind stayed vigilant. This person was likely one of the old monsters of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This meant that today's matter of him washing the entire Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division with blood had already been made known to the high-level individuals of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This was also reasonable. Although Lin Ming had used the chain of stars to cut down most of the martial artists attempting to send out messages, some of them had still managed to evade his grasp and continued transmitting the news. "Who are you?" Lin Ming flourished his long spear, pointing it right toward the eyes of this dying old man's phantom. After realizing that this old man was nothing more than a wisp of a battle spirit, he calmed down. Of those that had come today to the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, the large sects like the Misty Stream Sect, Snowcap Sect, and the others were all 5th grade sects. While the sect's top martial artists might have been Destiny Decree Masters, it was still impossible for them to have a Divine Sea Master. Thus, this old man facing him could only come from the Azura Divine Kingdom. Normally, a Divine Sea Powerhouse would have over 5,000 years of life. A late Divine Sea Powerhouse might even live up to 10,000 years. Since this old man already had such a revolting appearance, could he have already lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years? Jajage, this old man is Situ Bonin, the Emperor Uncle of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Lin Lanjian, you have truly surprised me. Although I have no idea what method you used to lure away those 3 imbecilic demon envoys to then wash this Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division with blood, your destiny ends here. You were far too arrogant. A tree that leaves the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If you had escaped earlier, then you would never have fallen into my hands. Situ Bonin, the Azura Divine Kingdom Emperor Uncle. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The Azura Divine Kingdom's current Divine Emperor was already a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. Therefore, if this Situ Bonin was truly the Emperor Uncle, then he was from an older generation than the Azura Divine Emperor. He was undoubtedly a true Divine Sea Master. No wonder he was old enough to appear like this. Generally, once a martial artist reached the middle of their life, the fires of their life would begin to slowly weaken, and their body would also start deteriorating. On the verge of death, their strength might not even be half of what it was during their peak state. Even so, Lin Ming didn't dare to show the slightest bit of contempt for this Situ Bonin. This was because for a supreme elder that was nearing the end of their life like this, because they had repeatedly failed to make further breakthroughs in their cultivation, their personalities would often become much more strange, cruel, erratic, and unpredictable. Lien Lanjian, I have no idea where you obtained the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. It also seems as if your own inheritance comes from a different vein than my Azura Divine Kingdoms. However, my Azura Divine Kingdom are the only descendants of the Demon Emperor, and all of the Demon Emperor's legacies belong to us. No matter which corner of the Sky Spill continent it was dug out from, All of it belongs to my Azura divine kingdom. If you had originally been willing to hand over the Demon Emperor's inheritance and the Demon Emperor's armor, and had been willing to choose either, allowing us to wipe away your memories of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, or joining our Azura divine kingdom after having a soul spell placed within you, then I wouldn't have minded giving you a few benefits. Now, however, I will erase your very existence. Wipe away my memory or plant a soul spell. Lin Ming angrily laughed out loud. Even a soul force master would damage a martial artist's soul if they tried to wipe away a portion of their memories. Situ Bonin, I once heard others say that the lowliest humans are invincible. Today, I have learnt that from head to toe, you are nothing but pathetic. After being mocked by Lin Ming, Situ Bonin's lips curved up in a fierce smile. I don't remember just how long it's been since someone dared to talk me like that. How funny, for a mere small revolving core martial artist like you to speak up. Even if you are an eternally rare talent, you are nothing but a firefly in front of the brilliant moon that is my divine kingdom. You aren't even worth mentioning at all. For me to kill you, that is no different than slaughtering a rabid dog. As Situ Bonin spoke, his body suddenly distorted, turning into a black smoke that sunk into Old Man Yan's body. Old Man Yan's eyes were lifeless. As he faced the black smoke that was Situ Bonin, his expression remained as dull and blank as before. The black smoke was like an evil ghostly spirit that plunged into Old Man Yan's body, completely submerging into him. Old Man Yan's body twitched several times and then was still again, as if he were completely unaware of the black smoke. After several more breaths of time, his eyeballs turned in his head and a strange smile appeared on his face as he suddenly soared into the sky. On his chest there was still a massive hole there. His ribs had shattered and one could see his organs within. An aura that belonged to Situ Bonin began to emanate from Old Man Yan's body. His body had already become completely controlled by Situ Bonin's battle spirit. In fact, even before Lin Ming had returned to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, Old Man Yan's spiritual sea had already been split apart and destroyed by Situ Bonin's will. He had completely lost his mind, becoming no different from a zombie. To use a battle spirit to control a body in battle. So a battle spirit can also be used like this. A battle spirit was the condensed will of a martial artist. It could control all objects and could even be attached to a virtual energy field, increasing its strength. If so, then controlling a person's body shouldn't be impossible either. After Situ Bonin completely controlled Old Man Yan's body, he flicked his fingers and a needle-looking treasure appeared in his palm, spinning around. As this needle spun around, it rapidly became larger. In an instant it turned into a jade-green long spear. As Lin Ming saw this long spear, his eyebrows shot up. This was a peak medium-grade heaven-step treasure. Old Man Yan used a sword, so the spear obviously weren't his. It was likely that this peak medium-grade heaven-step spear was the treasure that Situ Bonin had attached his battle spirit to. After Situ Bonin received news that the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division was being massacred by Lin Ming, he had temporarily projected his will through this jade-green long spear. When this jade-green long spear appeared in Situ Bonin's hands, his aura suddenly shifted. He became more demonic, more vile. Several blood-drinking seals shot out from the long spear, rapidly revolving around it. There were a total of 3 blood-drinking seals. These blood-drinking seals were all around half a foot wide and were a dark blood red. It seemed as if they had been soaked in blood and tempered in flesh, incomparably sharp. Situ Bonin only had a wisp of his battle spirit arrive here, so it was impossible for him to bring blood-drinking seals with him. Then, without a doubt, these blood-drinking seals had already been attached to the jade-green long spear ahead of time. Lin Lonjian, let me show you today the power that only a divine sea powerhouse can possess. With your current level, it's impossible for you to even injure a hair of mine. As Situ Bonin spoke, he lifted the spear with both hands and smashed it down at Lin Ming. Turbulent black energy rolled up into a storm. The 3 blood-drinking seals roared as they spun around, directly cutting towards Lin Ming's head. The 3 blood-drinking seals that Situ Bonin had formed were powerful, but a mere 3 was far from enough. Lin Ming's spiritual concentration reached the extreme. He poured the concepts of thunder and fire into the spear, aiming at Situ Bonin's already broken chest as he fiercely thrust forwards. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! The blood drink seals collapsed and were sent flying away. Even with the buffer of the elastic spear, Lin Ming still felt the arc of his palm shake as if he had struck a mountain. Break! Lin Ming roared out, and the power of thunderfire on his spear violently detonated. The burning star flame flung into the sky, forming hundreds of flaming birds that plunged towards Situ Bonin. Situ Bonin wasn't able to dodge in time. With a sizzling sound, half of his body was scorched black. However, within the flames, Situ Bonin still had a crazy and diabolical smile on his face. He ignored his injuries and continued to thrust the spear towards Lin Ming. Primeval spear strike. This spear only had a tiny amount of true essence attached to it, but the power of it was actually able to twist apart space. The jade-green long spear seemed to vanish, suddenly flickering as it appeared in front of Lin Ming. The spear aimed at Lin Ming's dantian and shot out, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. However, Situ Bonin's understanding into the concept of space was extremely profound, and a small dark wisp of energy still overtook Lin Ming, drilling into his body like a viper and recklessly destroying everything in its path. Lin Ming drew back hundreds of feet, his complexion pale. Looking from afar, Lin Ming saw that Situ Bonin's entire body had been scorched by the burning star flame. Even his limbs were charred black. His injuries appeared much worse than Lin Ming's, but a joking smile still hung on his face. It was obvious he didn't feel these injuries in the least. If his opponent was a normal martial artist, then Lin Ming's first strike would have severely wounded his opponent, making it impossible for them to gather potential for a second attack and wound Lin Ming. You stupid idiot. I have already said that someone of your level could never harm even a hair of mine. Situ Bonin cackled darkly. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't even seem the slightest bit panicked. Instead, he smiled. Yes, it seemed what he thought was true. In truth, from the very start of his attack, he had only been wanting to verify some matters. He wanted to know just how a battle spirit could control a body, and now he had already figured out everything he wanted to. By relying on only a battle spirit projection, the combat efficiency Situ Bonin could use was extremely limited. This was because he could not use his own true essence. He could only borrow the true essence within Old Man Yan's dantian. In other words, Situ Bonin was combining the experience and techniques of a divine sea powerhouse with the body and energy of a fifth-stage life-destruction martial artist. Because his will didn't match the body, there was problems in transferring energy around, inevitably leading to a loss in his combat strength. Thus, using a battle spirit to control a body was simply a weak and makeshift technique. It was only for when the main body momentarily couldn't appear. Against a martial artist of the same level, using it for true combat was useless. Situ Bonin frowned as he saw Lin Ming's smiling and assured face. Brat. You're about to die, so what are you smiling about? Old dog Situ. I am smiling because of your ignorance. What? Your so-called strength that only a divine sea powerhouse possesses is nothing but a battle spirit. A battle spirit is the condensation of one's ephemeral will. It is not something that can be destroyed by physical attacks. What I attacked just now was only Old Man Yan's corpse. Even if Old Man Yan's body was dismembered into pieces, you still wouldn't be injured. At that time you would only abandon his body and go find someone else to possess. Humph. I guess you're not too stupid. I have no need for the likes of you to judge whether or not I am stupid. But I have already deeply experienced just how stupid you are. Your battle spirit projection is simply too weak. By attaching it to that man's body, you are restrained from all angles. You simply can't do anything against me. Who cares if I can't harm you? You can't injure me either. As long as I follow you, then the Azura Divine Kingdom Masters will catch up in a quarter of an hour and you will be captured. When that time comes, I will pull out your soul and torture you until you beg for death. Jajaj! Situ Bonin recklessly smiled, as if he was already anticipating the scene of Lin Ming's capture and suffering. Lin Ming chuckled. That's why I said you were ignorant. Old dog Situ. Don't you know that I've already long since comprehended my own battle spirit? What? Situbonin was startled. At this time, there was a loud explosion as a sound like a thunderclap roared in Situbonin's ears. In the next moment, the scenery around him suddenly shifted and he had arrived within an endless desert. World of Will? Situbonin's eyes widened. To drag him into the world of will. This proved that Lin Ming had already formed his battle spirit. A late revolving core realm martial artist could detach his own elementary battle spirit? This damnable brat. Situbonin was greatly shocked. In a sense, a battle spirit was a power that only a divine sea powerhouse could possess. As for life-destruction powerhouses, even if they were top-ranked destiny decree masters, there was only the tiniest minority that could ever hope to form their own. As for comprehending a battle spirit as the revolving core realm, that could be said to have never occurred before. At least, he had never heard of this occurring in the last 1,000 years. Very good, Lin Lanjian. You continue to surprise me at every turn. After Situbonin's astonishment receded, a cunning smile still hung on his face as before. He didn't panic because Lin Ming had formed his own battle spirit. Since he had been identified as an eternally rare talent by the various intelligence networks, then comprehending a battle spirit at the revolving core realm wasn't too unexpected. But how had he formed his own battle spirit? Situbonin was already 6,000 years old. Since he reached 3,000 years of age, he hadn't been able to raise his cultivation by a single small realm. Instead, the fires of his life began diminishing and his cultivation also gradually dissipated. In this sort of situation, Situbonin had invested all of his energy and will into raising his battle spirit. After the repeated tempering of over 3,000 years, although his body was on the verge of collapse and could even be said to be decaying, his soul and will were still incomparably formidable. Situbonin had asserted that with Lin Ming's current level, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to injure him at all. And this didn't change even with the knowledge of Lin Ming's battle spirit, because even if Lin Ming possessed his own battle spirit, it was still far from a realm reaching his own. Brat, since you've comprehended a battle spirit, this will be perfect. I will use my powerful will to annihilate you, and show you the tip of a divine sea powerhouse's terrifying strength. I will let you know that an absolute disparity in cultivation cannot be made up for by some mere talent. Ho dash! Situbonin gave a loud shout and his battle spirit rushed out from the ruined corpse of Old Man Yen. His battle spirit shot into the sky, turning into a giant demon in the air. This giant demon was over 10 feet tall with thick, sinewy muscles wrapping its body. The giant demon grasped a jet-black halberd that shimmered with a cold light. This giant demon was conjured by Situbonin. It was the incarnation of his battle spirit's true body. Take my halberd! Explosive sounds emitted from Situbonin's body. He grasped the jet-black halberd and smashed it down at Lin Ming. Facing this strike, Lin Ming remained completely calm. As the halberd closed in on his head, suddenly a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The large success bronze battle spirit in his spiritual sea howled forth. Kacha! The void shattered. That originally chopstick-thin azure battle spirit in his spiritual sea flashed and instantly grew hundreds of millions of times larger. It turned into a titanic long spear hundreds of miles long, the spear point piercing through the great blue sky. Lin Ming wielded this gargantuan long spear. It came crashing down like a toppling pillar of heaven. What? Situbonin looked at the long spear that was hundreds of feet thick, and then he looked at the black halberd in his hands that was only 2 inches thick. An awkward and silly expression appeared on his face as his features twisted into a complex puzzle. This majestic metallic color. This was large success bronze battle spirit? Most martial artists that formed their own battle spirit did so once they reached the divine sea realm. And these divine sea powerhouses had all been emperor-level talents when they were young. Most of them had even been peak emperor-level talents. After all, the vast majority of emperor-level talents failed to reach the divine sea in the end for various reasons. As for those existences that could sustain their talent and luck until the end, they were truly extraordinary individuals. And of the chosen within these chosen prides of heaven, Only a tiny minority would ever comprehend their own battle spirit at the life-destruction realm. There were even some individuals that would only be able to slowly touch upon the threshold of a battle spirit after reaching the Divine Sea. They would rely on the long life granted by the Divine Sea realm and then slowly cultivate their battle spirit. Situbonin was originally a battle spirit genius. As soon as his battle spirit had taken shape, he had continuously tempered it for 3,000 years. From the elementary state to small success, he finally began to reluctantly trace the threshold of large success. As for reaching bronze perfection, he didn't even dare to think of that. That sort of battle spirit simply belonged in the domain of legends. But now, at such a young age, Lin Ming had already steadily achieved a large success battle spirit. His cultivation was only at the mere late revolving core realm. If Lin Ming managed to cross life destruction in the future and then step into the Divine Sea, Situbonin didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying that battle spirit would become. This is impossible. Situbonin couldn't believe this. He even suspected that Lin Ming's body might have been possessed by some strange old monstrous fellow. Seeing this mountain-like long spear crash down at him, Situbonin crazily shouted and stabbed out with his halberd. Roar! Roar! Awoo! With a deafening clamor, for giant vicious beasts poured out from the point of Situbonin's halberd. Two of them were huge black pythons that were as thick as a water barrel, their bodies hundreds of feet long. One was a three-headed hell dog with its entire body covered in blood-red fur and with claws and teeth as sharp as swords, and the last one was a massive red scorpion, its long red tail like a crimson lance. The four phantom vicious beasts plunged towards Lin Ming's together. Lin Mind completely disregarded them. His spear came smashing down as before. Pong! The four vicious beasts completely exploded. The long spear only slowed down for the briefest of moments before continuing to pound down at Situbonin's head. The gap between the force of their wills was simply far too great. Situbonin's battle spirit boundary was near large success of the bronze level. This was only a tiny bit lower than Lin Ming's. However, the Situbonin here was only a wisp of his battle spirit, a phantom projection that he had sent out. Compared to Lin Ming's main battle spirit here, the two were simply incomparable. Pong! Situbonin's giant demon form battle spirit was directly smashed into a pulp by Lin Ming's spear. Its body broke into countless pieces as it pounded deep into the ground. In the world of battle spirits, the one with the stronger will was king. You! Situbonin's twisted voice came out from the mash of flesh and blood. Old dog Situ, didn't you want to take out my soul and torture me? Now it seems that I am the one killing you. Although this wisp of battle spirit is only the projection of your will. If I kill it, then it will cause serious damage to your battle spirit. Bang! Lin Ming's spear came pounding down again. Situbonin's wrecked body of will became even more miserable. Lin Lanjian, I will remember the shame of today. Situbonin hysterically shouted as his will body attempted to reform again. Why would I care if you remember? Lin Ming jeered. He wielded the spear with one hand and smashed it down again. Old dog Situ, don't you understand the current situation? And you've still made such a laughable threat against me? The Azura Divine Kingdom's enmity against me can worsen no more than this. They will never rest until I am dead. Why would you think I care about further offending the Azura Divine Kingdom? One day in the future I will make sure to cut you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Situbonin's voice became deformed by the agonizing pain he was experiencing. He coldly cursed, Lin Lanjian, if you dare to destroy my will projection, then I will personally execute you in the future. I will take your soul, refine your marrow. I will find your clansmen, your wife, your children. I will use the men to create blood-drinking seals and ravage the women for my path of obscenity. Pong! Situbonin's body of will split up once more. Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Good. Very good. Then I shall wait for you. Pong! 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 Lin Ming repeatedly smashed the spear down with ruthless abandon. Situbonin's threat had touched upon his reverse scale, the point that could never be touched. Situbonin's flesh and blood scattered everywhere. His body was twisted as if it had been stuffed in a meat grinder. This was simply not a match but a brutal grinding. After being smashed several dozen times, Situbonin attempted to reform every time. But every time he attempted to do so, his body became more ephemeral and unreal than the last try. Old dog Situ, you really are tenacious. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Situbonin was already angry to the point that he was about to burn up. He simply didn't bother talking with Lin Ming. In front of Lin Ming's large success bronze battle spirit, his wisp battle spirit will projection had nowhere to escape. The desert in the world of will had a massive hole smashed in it. And in the sands above, pieces of meat was scattered everywhere, wriggling about like little meat insects. Burning star flame. Lin Ming followed his memories of the burning star flame and recreated its monstrous flames in this world of will. Pillars of fire dropped down from the heavens and raging infernos completely swallowed up Situbonin. The pieces of crushed meat were all burned to ashes. In the whistling flames, one could even make out Situbonin's final curse. I will find you someday. I will find your family, your wife, your children. I will use the men for blood-drinking seals and savage the women for my path of obscenity. Pong! The flames exploded. Situbonin had completely turned into ash, fading into the wind. Lin Ming withdrew from the world of will. Situbonin's final death curse echoed in his ears. With the hatred and poison in his voice, Lin Ming didn't doubt that Situbonin would abandon everything he had to fulfill that curse if he could. There are no devils in this world. It is only because humanity itself has resentment, hate, fear, greed, and evil thoughts. Only then do people create illusions in their minds, viewing others as monsters and demons. But what a pity that there are too few people that can make their way out of this cage and see everything for what it truly is. Demonshine, inform Ewer and the others and have them leave the South Sea, finding some other safe destination. Make sure that they keep their whereabouts strictly confidential. Lin Ming's eyebrows twitched. Although he used a fake name and also wore a wood spirit jade mask and there were countless lives and lands within the Skyspill continent, he would not underestimate the Azura Divine Kingdom's intelligence network. If there was ever a day that someone dug out his background, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there was also Li Yifeng. That man clearly knew of his origin and had likely guessed that he was the one known as Lin Longjian. No problem, Demonshine replied. When Demonshine left the South Horizon region with Lin Ming, he had split off a wisp of his soul to stay in the giant Leviathan. That wisp was responsible for controlling the giant Leviathan as well as conveying messages from him. The 4 divine kingdoms were truly too far from the South Horizon region. He had no sound transmitting talisman capable of passing through the millions of miles. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's go. Lin Ming didn't go to search for the wealth of the jagged slope mountain branch. He had already been delayed here for too long. The wealth of the jagged slope mountain branch division was likely protected by array formations that would take time to break through. Moreover, the jagged slope branch division wasn't too high ranking of an area. The wealth here was limited. It simply wasn't worth the risk. His soul force swept through the spatial ring that Hall Master Situ left behind and he clearly saw the god-transforming pill within. Then, Lin Ming no longer delayed. He grabbed the medium-grade Heavenstep long spear that Situbonin had left behind and also grabbed Old Man Yan's spatial ring before launching away with golden rock shattering the void, escaping at full speed. After flying 600 to 700 miles away, he discovered that there were some disciples of the Azura Divine Kingdom rushing in his direction as they flew straight to Jagged Slope Mountain. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. He quickly dropped down and twisted the space around him, completely disappearing from sight. With Lin Ming's current understanding into the concept of space, he hadn't reached the level of being able to rip apart space and hide in the space crack. Still, he could twist space and allowed the chaotic power of space to hide all of his energy, and even make light curve around him as to create a visual blind spot where martial artists couldn't see him. That's weird. It felt as if someone was just here, but now it's gone. A middle-aged, scholarly-looking martial artist appeared near the area where Lin Ming disappeared. He was surprisingly at the second stage of life destruction. He had brought a squad of martial artists, all of them at the revolving core. If just this squad was placed in the South Horizon region, then they would already be able to form a peak 4th grade sect. But in the 4 divine kingdoms, they were only a minor mission squad. Hall Master Jean? Could you have been mistaken? Several surrounding martial artists asked. Because of the great massacre at Jagged Slope Mountain, this squad had been temporarily transferred over. They had still been rushing over to the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division to receive further orders. Maybe. Hall Master Jean frowned. Although he wasn't too strong, he was especially talented in perception. Thus he had been named Hall Master of the Investigative Department. Normally, even life destruction powerhouses several stages higher than him couldn't hide in front of him. He investigated the area around himself once more. After not finding anything out of place, he fell into thought for a moment. At this time, Lin Ming was hiding only 30 feet away from Hall Master Jean. He curbed all of his energy and even stopped his breath and heartbeat. He traced his spatial ring, ready to attack at any given moment. With his strength, once he desired it, he could instantly kill this squad in front of him. But he was in a very dangerous area right now. It was possible that there was a supreme elder form, the Azura Divine Kingdom, on their way here. If they discovered him, it would be disastrous. Hall Master Jean still didn't issue the order to leave. It seemed as if he was ready to investigate this area even further. But at this moment, a beam of light cut through the horizon. One could vaguely make out that it was a spirit boat. And, on top of the spirit boat was the engraving of the Azura Divine Kingdom's giant demon symbol. It's the Great Demon Envoy. The Great Demon Envoy has arrived. Several revolving core disciples excitedly said. They had originally been frightened of the potential dangers here, but now that they saw the Great Demon Envoy arrive, all of them were immediately overjoyed. The Azura Divine Kingdom had a total of 6 demon envoys, of which the first was also the strongest. Compared to the other 5 demon envoys, he was on another level altogether. Rumors had said that the first Great Demon Envoy could block the combined attacks of the other 5. Let's hurry up and make our report. All right. As Hall Master Jean didn't find anything strange, he gathered his squad and left. After half an incense stick of time, space suddenly fluctuated like ripples in water. Once Lin Ming confirmed that everyone had left, it was only then that he appeared from the distorted space. Great Demon Envoy. Lin Ming recalled the terrifying atmosphere that he had just experienced. It was like he was facing a mountain that couldn't be scaled. That person was absolutely a top master. It looks like the destiny decree is much more terrifying than I imagined it to be, Lin Ming solemnly said. As he completely restrained his aura and energy, he quickly ran low to the ground and entered the vast forests of Jagged Slope Mountain. Flying was too dangerous right now. He prepared to conceal his energy and ran forwards into the forest. This way, he would be able to minimize the risk of being discovered. Without knowing just how strong his opponent was, rashly rushing into their base wasn't the wisest decision. In fact, as Lin Ming thought about it, he thought that maybe he had been a bit too crazy in his actions. Luckily for him, only the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th demon envoys had been guarding the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. If it had been the Great Demon Envoy, then Lin Ming suspected then that even the speed from the Gate of Wonder wouldn't be enough to flee from him. I underestimated the power of the 6th-stage life destruction masters. It's impossible for me to reign over the other life destruction powerhouses with my speed, even with the Gate of Wonder. It's a pity that my comprehension of the concept of wind is too shallow, since if my golden rock shattering the void were to advance another level, then combined with the Gate of Wonder, it might be able to allow my speed to reach the peak of life destruction. When Lin Ming first discovered that the heretical godseed could absorb thunder and fire, he had experimented with the other elements to see if they would respond in the same way. However, there hadn't been any response to those elements from the heretical godseed. Lin Ming arrived at a deeply secluded mountain valley an hour later. He found a river several feet wide and plunged into it as he completely withheld his energy, allowing himself to drift down the water. This sort of escape method was very safe, as the river would wash away any and all traces of his energy. He wouldn't even need to use true essence to travel, lowering the possibility of being discovered to the absolute minimum. As Lin Ming floated down the icy river waters, he remembered all of the sixth-stage life destruction masters he had encountered ever since coming to the four divine kingdoms. The first one was the ancient wood-spirit jade carving appraisal grandmaster that Li Yifeng had introduced him to, Guru Bluewei. However, Guru Bluewei had less than 100 years of life remaining, and his current strength was less than half of what it used to be at its peak. Moreover, he had invested all the energy of his later years into appraising wood-spirit jade carvings. He had cut off his heart of battle and started to cultivate a peaceful mind and soul, and was thus not too terrifying. Because of this, Lin Ming had never realized the horrifying strength of a sixth-stage life destruction powerhouse at their peak. As he thought about it, a sixth-stage life destruction powerhouse had a slim hope of breaking into the divine sea realm. While they were young, they were undoubtedly emperor-level talents, and certainly outstanding ones amongst at that. Once these sorts of individuals reached the sixth stage of life destruction, it was hard to imagine just how powerful they would be. I wonder what degree of strength a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree powerhouse would reach. What about a top 3 ranked master? As Lin Ming thought this, he felt that his future road was still unbelievably long. Today, by massacring the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, he had publicly slapped the Azura Divine Kingdom in front of all the major powers of the Central Sky Spill continent. The Azura Divine Kingdom would never let him go now. Lin Ming had also destroyed Situ Bonin's battle spirit projection, completely enraging that 5,000 to 6,000-year-old monster. If a top-ranked Destiny Decree martial artist was already so terrifying, then Lin Ming couldn't imagine just how strong Situ Bonin actually was in reality. It could be imagined that after this fiasco, the Azura Divine Kingdom would not hesitate to put forth any price to search for him. The Azura Divine Kingdom had a glorious and long inheritance. Not only were they powerful and influential, they had more masters than clouds in the skies. If they had over 10 Divine Sea Supreme Elders like Situ Bonin, then they were in existence nearing the level of a 6th-grade sect. Such a superpower was far from what Lin Ming could ever hope to contend with. His biggest priority right now was to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could only be at the mercy of others. If he couldn't increase his cultivation, then it didn't matter how talented he was, or any other advantages he had to make up for the cultivation gap between him and the others. That wasn't the orthodox method of doing things anyways. Demon Shine knew what Lin Ming was thinking. He thought for a moment and said, "Boy, you should make sure that you are mentally prepared. If you truly desire to break through to life destruction, then I fear it won't be so easy." I said. "If you want to break through into life destruction, then you will have to pay a price several times or even 10 times larger than other martial artists. The road ahead of you is filled with difficulties, but the corresponding rewards are also just as splendid. Of course, this all depends on if you can last until the very end." Oh, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and Lin Ming had finally slowly and safely made it out of the Jagged Slope mountain range. At this time, news of Lin Ming's massacre of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division and washing the entire grounds with blood had spread like wildfire over the 4 divine kingdoms. Prior to that, the Azura Divine Kingdom had already released news that Lin Ming had stolen their Azura Divine Kingdom's inheritance and had posted a sky-high bounty to capture Lin Ming. 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones, a peak medium-grade Heaven-Step treasure, and a God-transforming pill. This sky-high bounty had made even the top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Masters froth from the mouth in excitement. Many other martial artists had joined in groups just to search for Lin Ming. The Azura Divine Kingdom had used several large branch divisions as their bases of operations and gathered heroes from all around the world. They had planned to establish cooperative relations with the local 5th-grade sects and form a massive intelligence net with their help. In this sort of situation, with such a widespread and tight intelligence network searching for Lin Ming, everyone thought that Lin Ming would be like a meteor, experiencing a brief period of blazing glory before falling from the sky. However, 7 days after that announcement, an explosive situation that made everyone's eyes pop out had occurred. With just himself and his spear, Lin Ming had killed his way into the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. He had stolen away the bounty rewards that the Azura Divine Kingdom had prepared, played the 3 demon envoys like dogs, and then killed several hundred outstanding elite disciples of 3 great sects and the Azura Divine Kingdom. Even 4 Destiny Decree Masters hadn't been spared. All of them had been slaughtered. While the world hadn't known of Lin Ming's battle with Situ Bonin, just the killing of the 4 masters was enough to shock everyone. Of the 4 people, Hall Master Situ and Old Man Sun had been the weaker of the group, barely being able to rank on the Destiny Decree. However, the other 2, Old Man Yen and Lien Xiu, were true Destiny Decree Masters. Their rankings were no worse than corpsemancers. Even with the 4 of them joining forces, they had all been routed and slayed by Lin Ming without a single one escaping. Such a feat was bewildering. Lin Ming killing his way along into Jagged Slope Mountain and blatantly stealing the bounty reward. Such brazen audacity had left everyone dumbfounded. This was especially true for the surviving minority of young disciples that had escaped from Jagged Slope Mountain. To them, the mere mention of Lin Longian's name brought about bouts of nightmares. It could be said that the name of Lin Longian had already become a heart demon, infesting within their souls. If they couldn't rid themselves of this, then when they tried to cross life destruction in the future, it was highly likely they would suffer a backlash from this heart demon. The infamous name of Lin Longian only took a few days to become well known amongst everyone. This was a hero that only came once every several thousand years. Even the divine emperors of the 4 divine kingdoms wouldn't be able to stand side by side with Lin Longian when they were his age. This was because most of them only knew Lin Ming's approximate age. None of them knew just how far into his 20s he was. If they were to discover that Lin Ming was actually less than 22 years old when he washed the Jagged Slope Mountains with blood, and had even destroyed Situ Bonin's battle spirit will projection, then even the description of an eternally rare talent wouldn't be enough to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming's talent would even cause the major powers of the Sky Spill continent to feel unease. This was because according to this rate of growth, it was entirely possible that Lin Ming would become the #1 master of the Sky Spill continent in the future. He would then be able to influence all matters within the entire Sky Spill continent using just his strength. To such a future unrivaled powerhouse with unknown intentions, it was truly difficult for the major powers to decide how to process this matter. If Lin Ming grew, then it was possible that he would pose a threat to them. It was also possible that he could prove beneficial to them. Winning him over would be the best course of action to take. However, just because they wanted to, didn't mean they would be successful. If they couldn't win him over and decided to kill him, then it wouldn't be a matter if they did manage to kill him. If they failed to kill Lin Ming and made an enemy instead, however, then that would truly be a nightmare that would never end. They knew that for such a developing legend like Lin Ming, those sorts of characters often had an inestimably great destiny on their bodies. Wanting to kill someone like that would not be easy at all. Moreover, the other major forces weren't like the Azura Divine Kingdom. There were no entangled interests and enmities between them. Unless the ruling decision-makers had decided to go insane, no one would want to earn the hatred and become the enemy of a peerless talent with an infinite potential for growth. 10 days later, a new Destiny Decree was freshly printed. This was a revised Destiny Decree, undoubtedly published because of Lin Ming. If Lin Ming had managed to kill 4 Destiny Decree Masters at once, then that meant his strength had recently made enormous progress. What was strange, however, was that his cultivation hadn't grown by much. This caused Lin Ming to be shrouded in increasing layers of mystery. The several great information organizations were unable to give a reasonable explanation for this. They could only ambiguously speculate that Lin Ming had encountered some massive lucky chance or cultivated an extremely mighty arcane ability. That extreme, unparalleled speed that Lin Ming had shown when he set off a bloodbath in Jagged Slope Mountain was good proof of this. The new Destiny Decree was sold out at nearly the same moment it was released. Of those that opened the Destiny Decree, they had no interest at all in those masters whose positions hadn't moved for dozens of years. They turned the pages to search for Lin Ming. On the 280th page, in scarlet letters written with great flourish, was a name: Lin Longian. This red ink was meant for the hottest rising star of the moment. At this time, Lin Ming's name had already been written in red twice. Being on the 280th page meant that Lin Ming's strength was ranked between 280 to 290, and was also faintly considered to be the strongest of that group. Less than 30 years old, with a mere late revolving core cultivation, he had managed to climb to rank 280 on the destiny decree. This could be called unprecedented since ancient times. And at the lower right corner of the name Lin Longian, there were also a few small words written in jet black ink. This was title, Death God. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they saw these words. The several great intelligence organizations would only confer a title to specific masters. Every master on the destiny decree that was able to obtain a title was either extraordinarily strong or possessed unlimited potential. There were 360 individuals on the destiny decree, but only 30% of the martial artists there could obtain a title. These titles also had special declarations. For instance, Saint, Life, Heroic, Sage, and other variations. But God was the highest one. On the destiny decree, not counting Lin Ming, there were only 10 other martial artists that had earned the title of God. Of these 10, 7 were ranked in the top 10 of the destiny decree, while the other 3 were ranked in the top 20. Although these 3 weren't considered to have strength at the peak of life destruction, their potential was simply too great. Without accident, they would one day reach the divine sea. There had never been anyone that obtained the title of God below rank 50. Lin Ming had done so while ranked at 280. Moreover, he was still a revolving core martial artist. There were already a few major powers considering whether or not it was necessary and worthwhile to shield and protect Lin Ming, coming into conflict with the Azura Divine Kingdom, or perhaps even waging war with them. They only hated that Lin Ming wasn't their direct descendant or even one of their juniors. For such an extreme, never-before-seen talent, it was worth it, even if they had to take the entire world as their enemy. 38,000 miles northwest of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, there was a solitary small mountain range that extended for several hundred miles, named the Five Peak Mountains. Here, the heaven and earth origin energy couldn't be considered too rich, and the grade of spirit veins were barely classified as the 4th grade. They were slightly worse than the spirit veins of the 5-element region's 7 great sects. On Five Peak Mountains, there were 3 small sects scattered throughout, all of them 3rd grade sects. Although the 3 sects often had their own contradictions and battles, they were able to unite together to face a common enemy. Like this, they were able to protect their low 4th grade spirit vein from being captured by other sects. In the early morning, disciples had already taken out their brooms and were sweeping up leaves from the stone steps of the mountain. Some core disciples began their day of training. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. This area was outside of the 4 divine kingdoms and was also remote. Thus they often didn't interact with the wider world. The disciples here lived a very tranquil and languid life. Most disciples couldn't even imagine what the divine sea was. They would be more than satisfied by reaching the Xianxia realm. The 3 sects here each had revolving core highest elders guarding them. Generally speaking, the sovereigns and the inner court great elders had an extreme Xianxia cultivation. The head of the 3 sects was the White Art sect because their highest elder was at the middle revolving core realm. This highest elder's name was Whitewood Chun. For a 3rd grade sect to have a middle revolving core highest elder, that was already more than enough to rule over all other sects of the same rank. Today, Whitewood Chun was sitting in his chambers at the highest peak as per usual, deep in meditation. Suddenly he had a strange feeling in his heart. He opened his eyes to take a look, when at this moment he felt a burst of cool wind pass over him. His body went limp and he slumped over, not knowing anything of what had just happened. A blue-clothed youth appeared like ghosts and phantoms within the training chamber of the White Art sect's highest elder. He looked at the unconscious old man at his feet and shook his head, sighing. It seems that wanting to hide from a revolving core powerhouse and quietly open a cave mansion underneath his room is really difficult. This blue-clothed youth was Lin Ming. He had been quietly digging out his own cave underneath the White Art sect highest elder's chambers, using the power of space to cover up the noise and fluctuations of energy. However, the results were that he had been found out, so his only choice was to make him faint. Demon Shine grumpily said, "Do you think this old fellow is an idiot or deaf? If you're digging out a hole underneath his bed, then he would notice it even if he were weaker. Otherwise, he would be far too stupid. Lin Ming faintly smiled, thinking little of it. His mind stirred and his figure instantly vanished from the training chamber. His plan was to close up in seclusion for a few months or even half a year and officially try to reach the life-destruction realm. And if he chose an area without spirit veins, then he would need to consume a massive amount of spirit essence stones. Moreover, the key point was that although the heaven and earth origin energy in spirit essence stones was rich, it was slightly hot-tempered. In this aspect, it was inferior to the pure and natural heaven and earth origin of spiritual lands. If he only used spirit essence stones, then some problems would inevitably arise in the future. Thus, Lin Ming had to find a spirit land to use that had at least a 4th grade spirit vein or higher. But these sorts of places were all occupied by sections. To find an ownerless spirit vein was impossible. Lin Ming could only hide himself within another sect and secretly cut open his own cave mansion. To hide from the eyes of a great sect was obviously impossible. Thus, he looked around until he finally came to this 5-peak mountain. The chamber of the White Art sect's highest elder was naturally the area of the entire 5-peak mountain with the purest and richest origin energy. Thus, Lin Ming had chosen to carve his cave mansion here. After making Whitewood Chun faint, Lin Ming was free to do as he pleased. He quickly completed the cave mansion. Being cautious first and foremost, Lin Ming laid down a good number of array formations at the entrance of the cave mansion. There were defense arrays, concealing arrays, warning arrays, counterattack arrays, and all other arrays that could be imagined. After this was completed, Lin Ming sat down on the stone bed, feeling satisfied with the density of heaven and earth origin energy around him. Then, he took out a half-foot-long wood spirit jade box from his spatial ring. He unraveled the layers of seals on it, revealing the engraved giant demon design on the box. This was the God-transforming pill. Lin Ming, if you want to attack the life-destruction bottleneck, then using a mere God-transforming pill is far from enough, Demon Shine warned. When they had left Jagged Slope Mountain, Demon Shine had warned Lin Ming that for him to reach the life-destruction realm, the difficulty would be several times or even a dozen times harder than it would be for a normal martial artist. A God-transforming pill was greatly beneficial to a high-stage life-destruction powerhouse. It could even increase their chances of successfully becoming a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. But when put in front of Lin Ming, it wasn't even enough to have him successfully break through to life destruction. This truly made one feel as if they had been wronged. Demon Shine, can you explain in detail to me about my situation in crossing life destruction? Demon Shine jumped out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea, gathering into his pug form in front of him and said with an air of great importance, Lin Ming, this saint has once told you that even in the realm of the gods, there aren't many martial artists that dual cultivate body and law. There are countless, infinite geniuses in the realm of the gods, and everyone there is well aware that a dual body and law cultivating martial artist is stronger than other martial artists of the same level. Yet even so, there are very, very few martial artists that choose that path of dual cultivation. Do you know why that is? Demon Shine didn't speak directly of the difficulties of life destruction, instead first starting with body transformation. It was obvious that body transformation was closely linked with impacting the life destruction realm. This was already something that Lin Ming had anticipated. Crossing through life destruction was to be reborn, and body transformation was the process of tempering the body, washing the marrow and cleansing the flesh. Since both focused on the body, it was inevitable that they were related. Lin Ming didn't reply, instead continuing to listen to Demon Shine's explanation. Demon Shine said, there are 4 reasons why the geniuses within the realm of the gods rarely practice body transformation. The first reason is that dual cultivating body and law takes energy. Humans have a limited amount of energy they can spend. Even if body transformation is a bit easier to train in, it still requires a good deal of energy to practice. Just the essence gathering system is more than enough to occupy your time. And isn't saying that you'll reach the peak of martial arts easier said than done? Rather than wasting all your energy with a dual cultivation system, sometimes it might be better to take a single road and travel down it even further. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, in the memory of those realm of the gods' supreme elders, there was no concept such as the so-called martial arts peak. As for what end the ultimate limit of martial arts was, no one had ever been able to define it. Even the highest peak had a higher peak. Nobody would dare to ever say they reached the top. For a general martial artist, the essence gathering system alone was enough to occupy all of their time and energy. Secondly, practicing body transformation requires far too many resources. For essence gathering system martial artists, they can make breakthroughs by swallowing pills at their level. But a body transformation martial artist can eat a bunch of pills and still not feel full. Especially when you reach the later stages, the total amount of resources you'll need only becomes more and more terrifying. Even those great and respected family clans in the realm of the gods cannot withstand such a burden. Lin Ming agreed with this point even more. In the past, the heaven-opening pill was a medicine that low-level essence-gathering martial artists could only ever dream of. Even the calm and open-hearted Xianxia found it hard to maintain his concentration in the face of such temptation. But Lin Ming couldn't complete tempering marrow even if he gulped down heaven-opening pills like candy. Even the more precious shattered demon heart crystal hadn't been enough. In order to complete 100% tempering marrow, Lin Ming had to absorb a several 10,000-year nirvana dragon roots. That had been a heavenly material that even life-destruction martial artists would go crazy over. Third, while you can pile on pills and resources to pass the early stages of body transformation, once you approach the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, not only will you need a massive amount of resources, but you will also need to comprehend the source laws. The further you go in body transformation, the more and more difficult it will be to cultivate. There was once an unrivaled talent who had dual cultivated body and law to an extremely high boundary. But his body transformation system cultivation speed couldn't keep up with his essence gathering system speed, and he eventually turned into a useless weakling. And the fourth reason, which is the main point of what I wish to say today, is that it increases the difficulty of crossing life destruction. When an essence gathering system martial artist crosses life destruction, the first 3 stages are to reform the body. You will melt back into your embryonic form and be rebirthed from a mortal, reshaping your very flesh. As for the next 3 stages, that is to shatter your core and reform your dantian. As for the 7th stage and the 8th stage, that is to reform the soul. Many martial artists miss out on this boundary and decide to reach the divine sea at only the 6th stage of life destruction. Without having tempered their soul, these powerhouses are destined to mediocrity. As Demon Shine spoke here, he paused, letting Lin Ming mull over his words. Then he continued, "The following is the key point. As you cross through the first stage of life destruction, your very body will decompose into its most basic components before reforging itself. This means that the martial artist's physical body will become like their dantian, able to store and save true essence at will. Thus, this is similar to body transformation's tempering of the body, where the body becomes invincible like a treasure. But there is a fundamental difference. And this is the point. Through body transformation, the body becomes that much tougher and much more difficult to decompose. You must consume far more energy to do so, and the process of reforming your body is exceedingly dangerous. You have now opened the 3rd of the 8 inner hidden gates, and you have also tempered your body with the profound gold divine fruit. Your body is comparable to a high-grade earth-step treasure. If you wish to fully break down your body, then it will be difficult. Far too difficult." Demon Shine emphasized difficult twice in order to stress how dangerous and hard it would be for him to cross life destruction. Then he switched the tone and said, "Although crossing life destruction is impossibly difficult, if you can achieve this, then you will obtain an enormous advantage. That is that your body will be able to maintain the toughness of the body transformation system, being nearly invulnerable, while also being able to gain the spiritual body of the essence gathering system, freely absorbing true essence with your very flesh." Lin Ming was silent as he listened to Demon Shine's words. When he had first decided to officially step onto the road of dual body and law cultivation, Demon Shine had warned him that this road he would travel was extremely difficult. However, since Lin Ming had chosen so, he would unwaveringly walk down that road until he completely opened the 8 inner hidden gates and even the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In the memories of that realm of the God's Supreme Elder, He had heard that those martial artists who could open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace would gain infinite strength. Their fists could break through the endless blue skies and their steps could sunder the earth. And according to Demonshine, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace involved the source laws. Did this mean that all cultivation methods were connected to each other? Once he reached the limit of body transformation, would he reach the same origin as the essence gathering system? So, wasn't it even easier to touch upon the very source laws of this universe by dual cultivating in body and law? Lin Ming temporarily didn't think about such remote matters. He opened the wood spirit jade box, revealing a thumb-sized green pill. This was the God-transforming pill. This pill contained a heaven and earth origin energy that was compressed to a terrifying degree. The entire pill seemed as if it were a black hole of energy, not releasing even the slightest bit of origin energy. No matter how difficult it was to cross life destruction, he would walk down that road one step at a time. Lin Ming swallowed the God-transforming pill without hesitation. First, there was no reaction, and then slowly a flow of heat began to spread out into his meridians, passing into his limbs and bones. Because of the highly compressed true essence in the God-transforming pill, it was extremely difficult to refine. It could take 100 days to fully assimilate with him, perhaps even longer. But Lin Ming didn't worry. A bit at a time, he began to impact the life destruction realm. In a cave mansion deep under 5 Peak Mountain, silently and slowly, Lin Ming was peacefully refining the God-transforming pill. Like this, a day passed. It was only that evening when the White Art Sect's highest elder, Whitewood Chun, finally woke up from his coma. He immediately realized what had happened to him and his breath stopped in his throat. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. First he restrained his energy and then meditated as he listened to everything around him. After confirming nothing strange was amiss, he then released his perception. By all appearances, he had just had a bout of dizziness from old age and naturally fainted for a brief period of time. If Whitewood Chun had to be honest with himself, this was obviously impossible. He wiped the cold sweat streaming down his forehead. From before and now, he was certain that a supermaster had quietly knocked him out and then left. As for what goal this mysterious master had, he had no idea at all. If this sort of character ever gave birth to a dark thought, then they could kill him the same as pulling weeds from the ground. It wouldn't be difficult at all. Whitewood Chun really couldn't figure out what a mere third-grade sect like his had that could interest such a top master. He was nothing but surprised. He didn't spread the news of this happening. Towards this level of character, whatever they planned was something he didn't have the qualifications to speculate about. For several days, Whitewood Chun lived in seclusion, quietly meditating as he kept full vigilance of his surroundings. However, he never noticed anything strange underneath him. Like this, 2 months passed by. During his close-door seclusion, Lin Ming had turned 22 years old. Most of the God-transforming pill had been absorbed by him. Now, the only part left was the final core. The core was also the portion of the God-transforming pill that contained most of its essence. Over 60% of the God-transforming pill's total energy was centralized within. This was also the key part of refining the God-transforming pill. Lin Ming silently revolved his true essence, triggering the energy in the core. It was similar like adding a spark to a tank of oil. The entire God-transforming pill began to violently combust. Energy blazed with incomparable effervescence. Lin Ming could clearly feel a burning pain rush through his meridians. He could only stare on as the energy within his dantian suddenly soared up, as if his dantian would crack apart at any moment. When a martial artist went from the late revolving core realm to life destruction, this was when the accumulated true essence in their dantian reached the limit that could be contained. Then, it would naturally detonate and the energy would break out of the dantian, surging through all of the surrounding meridians. A martial artist's meridians had a far smaller ability to hold true essence than the dantian. As a result, the meridians would completely shatter and the massive amount of energy would rage out, destroying the body, dismantling the flesh, sending blood flying everywhere. The meridians and blood vessels would be first and then the flesh and organs. Finally, all that would be left over was the skeleton and brains. Common sense dictated that once a person became like this, they were already deader than dead. However, through the power of unknown laws that governed the universe, even though the body had completely disintegrated into a puddle of meat, their energy would be fused into this puddle and it would be imprisoned into a contained area. This would actually form a primordial life soup that sustained their soul, maintaining the fires of their life. This primordial life soup was just like the amniotic fluid within a mother's womb. Finally, heaven and earth origin would enter and create new life, a new body. And in such a new body, because of the energy reformed throughout, this would then condense into a spirit body. Because the entire process of life destruction involved having the body decompose into nothing but the brain and skeleton, this could be called suffering a pain beyond death. Moreover, a martial artist needed to maintain complete mental clarity throughout this entire process in order to use their energy to create a shield around them that sustained their life, making sure the fires of their life stayed vibrant and their soul didn't scatter. If a martial artist's mind wavered because of the pain and they lost their concentration, then the cage that confined their primordial life soup would give way. Once that confinement collapsed, then they were beyond dead. This was why crossing life destruction was known as the most dangerous boundary, especially to martial artists that didn't have a solid foundation. Even if one had the support of many heavenly materials that could increase the chances of success for crossing life destruction, it was still possible that an accident could occur, causing one to instantly die without any chance for redemption. Moreover, the higher stages of life destruction one progressed, the more difficult it would become. Stage after stage after stage, this truly left one in despair, and the divine sea realm was even farther away. This made life destruction martial artists feel as if a cold phantom saber was always hanging over their heads. Their lives were filled with constant fear and trepidation due to this. Many martial artists that didn't have a solid foundation and wouldn't even dare to cross just the first stage of life destruction, clinging to their current realm, wavering in their decision to go further. And time was the most precious commodity to a martial artist. If they wasted their time, they would have less and less life, the fires of their life would become increasingly weak and their chances of crossing further stages of life destruction would become even worse. This was the reason why Old Man Yen, Lien Xiu, and all those other wizened elders had gone crazy over the life-bestowing heaven pill. Life destruction realm martial artists only had two choices. They could choose when the fires of their life were at their most vibrant and undertake this trial of life or death, possibly gaining a stronger power and a longer life. Or they could condemn themselves to mediocrity, letting the fires of their life burn out until they became nothing but dirt. There was no choice to wait until their life reached its end and gamble on a final bet. This caused many life destruction martial artists to live in an abyss of endless mental anguish, making it so that their hope to reach the divine sea reached manic levels of craziness. Like this, several more days passed. The core of the God-transforming pill within Lin Ming's dantian continued to melt. Lin Ming had already become infinitely close to the peak of the late revolving core realm. Now that he absorbed this God-transforming pill that could even greatly increase the strength of a high-stage life destruction martial artist, the energy in his dantian had reached absolute saturation. Even his black hole revolving core couldn't hold any more. Waves of terrible pain emitted from Lin Ming's stomach. The energy capacity of his dantian had reached its limits. Lin Ming grit his teeth, persisting through the pain. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and blue veins rose like wriggling worms. When the energy reached the extreme, there was suddenly an explosive noise in his dantian. Lin Ming felt like a thunderclap had sounded out in his ears. The true essence within his dantian had finally detonated due to the high degree of compression. A raging, tyrannical flow of energy smashed into the barrier of his dantian, crashing into Lin Ming's tough body. Pong! A fierce collision occurred. The wall of meat tore apart and blood shot out. All of the meridians near the dantian were torn to pieces and the explosive energy was also weakened. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the rock in front of him. His body suddenly shook and he slumped to the ground. His face was deathly pale and he trembled all over. His lips were a deep, vibrant purple and blood constantly flowed out of his mouth. His belly and his clothes had been all torn up. He was covered with blood, but this was it. His body didn't continue to break down. His tough physical body had finally managed to cage the erupting true essence. Lin Ming's attempt to cross life destruction had completely failed. As Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his lips, he only felt a deep pain in his stomach. As he looking within himself, he discovered that the God-transforming pill's energy that had attacked his dantian had abruptly compressed into a solid form after being defeated. Because the black hole revolving core had reached its saturation point, that fog of melted energy hadn't been able to latch onto the surface of the black hole revolving core. So, it slowly condensed, compressing in on itself until it became a bean-sized crystal nucleus that slowly revolved around the spinning black hole revolving core. In other words, 2 revolving core crystal nuclei had appeared within Lin Ming's dantian. How could this be? Lin Ming was alarmed. This second crystal nucleus was smaller than the black hole crystal nucleus, and the energy contained within was also smaller. But this was a true second crystal nucleus. It was in no way inferior to an ordinary early revolving core martial artist's crystal nucleus. This sort of situation was simply unheard of. Demon Shine. This is, Demon Shine also stared blankly on, completely dumbfounded. Although he knew it was difficult for body transformation martial artists to cross life destruction, he actually didn't know just what degree of difficulty it was. As for what accidents could occur, he wasn't sure about that either. After all, there were far too few dual body and law cultivating martial artists in the realm of the gods. Boy, you've really done it this time. This saint has a feeling that if you really do cross through life destruction someday, that will truly be a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering event. Your dantian is the same as a powder keg now. There is far too much energy condensed within. That smaller second crystal nucleus will definitely explode when you cross life destruction, and it will certainly combine with the true essence already in your dantian, crushing and pulverizing your body until it can't disintegrate anymore. Lin Ming thought for a moment. What Demon Shine said was highly possible. Although this small crystal nucleus in his dantian could help increase the energy, it was still a dangerous ticking time bomb. If the explosive energies of both crystal nuclei combined together, then the terrifying power produced at that time would be hard to imagine. Demon Shine manifested outside of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. He scratched his doggy chin with his little paws, a look of total concentration on his face as he observed Lin Ming's dantian. After some pondering, he said, "The more thoroughly your body breaks down, the better the spirit body you can form afterwards. Perhaps you might even have a chance of crossing the 9th stage of life destruction. But the basis of this is that you can withstand the terrifying impact then. This is the price you will have to pay. If the energy is too potent and it blows you up to death, then, well, it's been fun knowing you. For the number 1 talent of the Sky Spill continent to die while crossing the 1st stage of life destruction, that would simply be the greatest joke of the heavens." Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He said, "Demon Shine, let's not consider whether or not I can withstand the impact of energy. What I want to know now is how could I successfully cross through life destruction? If swallowing a God-transforming pill doesn't work, should I go look for other heavenly materials and treasures again?" Even though Lin Ming had resolved himself to walk down the road of dual body and law cultivation, he was still left speechless. Not only did the body transformation system require a massive amount of heavenly treasures to advance, even the associated essence gathering system was affected. A God-transforming pill was enough to raise the cultivation of a high-stage life destruction martial artist, but it couldn't even allow him to cross the 1st stage of life destruction. Demon Shine raised up his paws in exasperation. This saint's knowledge of dual body and law cultivation is limited. But in short, what I do know is that staying here in seclusion definitely won't help you cross life destruction. You're just wasting time here. What you need to do is go out and find some lucky chance or spell of fortune or revelation somewhere. That might be of some help. A martial artist would often face bottlenecks during their cultivation. Once they bumped into this bottleneck, no amount of tortuous seclusion could solve this problem. All they could do was go out and adventure through the world, searching for some fortuitous event that could help them make a successful breakthrough. These fortuitous events came in all sorts of forms. Some were life and death battles, some were comprehending laws, Some were even inspired from the beauty of the world. Once one had a stroke of revelation, they could enlighten themselves and make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Before reaching life destruction, Lin Ming had never encountered a bottleneck before. Hotian, Xiantian, revolving core, he had broken through all of those realms in a single attempt. This was his first time facing a bottleneck. If this were usual times, then going out for some adventuring wouldn't be a problem. But now, the Azura Divine Kingdom wished that it could overturn the world to look for him. Going out anywhere at this time was a naturally dangerous affair. Just how can I successfully break through life destruction? Lin Ming frowned, his eyebrows wrinkling together. The body transformation technique had become an obstacle in his breakthroughs. But this was the price of seeking greater strength. There were gains and losses. In any case, he had to quickly break through life destruction. Otherwise, his situation would only become much more dangerous. West Imperial City was the third largest city of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, and also one of the 10 largest cities within the central region of the Sky Spill continent. There were 3 great aristocratic families here, as well as a specialized organization called Destiny Grasp. The mortals had a saying: stand upright at 30, be confused at 40, grasp your destiny at 50. The meaning behind this was that by the time a mortal was 50 years old, their lives were finally set in stone and they knew what their own destiny would be like. The organization Destiny Grasp's name also came from this. It was the greatest intelligence organization within the entire Sky Spill continent. Destiny Grasp was the one that had begun the Destiny Decree, jointly working with several other intelligence organizations to compile the information together for a list. Thousands of years ago, Destiny Grasp had only been ranked 4th or 5th amongst the various intelligence networks in the continent. Later, it had used a massive amount of energy and resources in order to compile the Destiny Decree and ensured that the rankings were essentially correct. After so many years, Destiny Grasp's fame and glory had continued to reach new heights until it gradually developed into its current scale. The building that housed Destiny Grasp seemed very square and ordinary. At the first level of the building, there were a few people sitting around drinking tea as they chatted. It looked like a very ordinary tea house. But if one carefully investigated, they would discover that this building was covered in powerful spells. Even a Destiny Decree ranked master could be severely wounded if they were caught up in these spells. This is Destiny Grasp, which compiles the Destiny Decree. Lin Ming looked up at the building and saw the name of the organization written in large characters on a signboard. Then he stepped inside. What rank of news would you like? Ordinary? Secret? Within Destiny Grasp, a gray-robed middle-aged man asked from a chair behind the counter. He began to size up Lin Ming. Lin Ming was wearing a wood spirit jade mask as before, except that he had switched for one with a new look. This one had been personally carved by him. In the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, when a martial artist attended an auction or went to a hidden city square, they would often wear a wood spirit jade mask for security purposes. When a martial artist went to an intelligence organization to inquire about news, many of them would also choose to wear a wood spirit mask to hide their identity. Thus, it was common to see a martial artist with Lin Ming's appearance at Destiny Grasp. What's the cost? 1 spirit essence stone per article of ordinary news. As for secret news, that is dependent on the value of the news itself. It starts at 50 spirit essence stones, and there is no cap to how far it can rise. You can also inquire about specific things, but that will cost additional fees in accordance with the question. There were many martial artists that came to Destiny Grasp to inquire about certain information. For instance, looking for specific objects or searching for specific people. The cost of asking such questions was often quite high. Depending on how precious the information was, it could cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of spirit essence stones. Ordinary news. About the 4 divine kingdoms, lucky chances, and mystic realms. I'll take 20. Lin Ming casually said. Ordinary news wasn't necessarily worthless. It was just already widespread and one didn't need to go through Destiny Grasp to find out. Thus why the price was set low. But Lin Ming had been in closed-door seclusion for the last 3 months. He didn't know anything about the 4 divine kingdoms' current movements, especially those of the Azura Divine Kingdom. It was best for him to have an approximate understanding so that he wouldn't be caught off guard later. The gray-robed, middle-aged man pulled out 20 cards and gave them to Lin Ming. 10 of them had information of the 4 divine kingdoms and the other 10 listed lucky chances and mystic realms. Lin Ming looked through them. The 9 Furnace Crown Prince Yang Yun has already decided to move against the great trading companies. If this can be ordinary news, then it seems that almost everyone knows about already. Lin Ming looked at the second card. It said that Yang Yun had already sealed up 2 of the 3 great trading companies, leaving the Heavencraft Trading Company alone for now. Complete and proper evidence had been presented and all of their property had been confiscated. Azura Divine Kingdom really has it out for me. The reward for my capture is 800,000 Spirit Essence Stones, 2 God-transforming pills, and even a life-bestowing pill. They've really laid down the capital this time. Lin Ming faintly smiled, not caring much. Something like robbing a reward could only occur once. It was nearly impossible to succeed the second time. Otherwise, the Azura Divine Kingdom would have perished long ago. The Azura Divine Kingdom's great demon envoy and an imperial scholar are both leading the operation to capture me. It seems that the second, third, and fourth demon envoy also wish to atone for their sins. That great demon envoy must be that fellow I saw that day. Lin Ming recalled the Destiny Decree Master he had sensed from afar as he was fleeing the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. His energy had been terrifying. If Lin Ming really did encounter him, then it would likely be difficult to escape. Lin Ming put aside the rest of the cards concerning the Divine Kingdoms and then looked at those describing mystic realms, lucky chances, and things like that. Although he didn't hold out on too much hope, there was still a slight possibility he would be able to find some stroke of fortune from these cards. The Northwest Great Desert has successfully collected all of the Jade Keys and can open the mystic realm left behind by the ancient Holy Lord, and they have invited the heroes of the world to join them in exploring, as long as they can pay a price that could move the Northwest Great Desert. As Lin Ming saw this news, his heart stirred. After he killed Wuxia, he had discovered one of these Jade Keys in his spatial ring. Because of that Jade Key, he had come into fierce conflict with the Northwest Great Desert's Wang Yichan. The two of them had clashed on the day of his grand wedding banquet. Afterwards, Lin Ming had exchanged the Jade Key for that mysterious young girl named Ju. She had come from the Forsaken God clan and was distantly related to the slumbering goddess in the eternal demon abyss. He didn't expect that the Northwest Great Desert had finally collected all of the mystic realm keys and were preparing to open up the ancient ruins of this holy lord. Inviting the world of the heroes of the world as long as they can pay a price that moves them? That sounds nice to hear, but this Northwest Great Desert is likely looking for some free scouts to search the way ahead of them and die to all those traps for them. Demon Shine's voice suddenly sounded out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. I can bet you that they will not invite martial artists that are too strong or are from the 4 divine kingdoms. They will likely only bring along martial artists that don't have strong backgrounds. Sounds about right. Even so, there will still be people that go in and gamble that they will stumble upon some great lucky chance there. You want to go? Demon Shine knew that Lin Ming had come to Destiny Grasp mostly to ask for lucky chances in the hope of seeking a turning point to break through life destruction. This Holy Lord Mystic Realm was actually quite the good opportunity. There was likely some extremely precious and valuable heavenly treasure within. Or, if he could experience special life or death tribulations within, he might gain the ability to break through to life destruction. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, not immediately responding. If he went to this Holy Lord Mystic Realm, then there would be layers upon layers of dangers. And most importantly, he couldn't expose his identity. Trying to conceal his status in front of a group of masters was easier said than done. Moreover, he had no understanding of this Holy Lord Mystic Realm. After he went in, he wouldn't have the slightest advantage of all. There was simply no way for him to struggle with a Holy Land level power like the Northwest Great Desert. Once his status was revealed, then Lin Ming absolutely believed that Wang Yichan, who had a grudge against him, would attempt to capture him alive and trade him in for the Azura Divine Kingdom's rewards. If he went to this Holy Lord Mystic Realm, then it could really be called walking into death's door. There were 9 chances to die and only 1 chance to live. Although Lin Ming didn't fear danger, he wouldn't easily try out this sort of hazardous adventure that he had absolutely no ability to control. And even if he did go, that didn't mean he would successfully cross life destruction afterwards. The date for the Mystic Realm's opening was 2 months away. He still had a month to decide before he would have to leave. Lin Ming didn't immediately make a decision. He didn't stay in the city for too long. During the evening, he left West Imperial City and slipped into the nighttime wilderness. His status was extremely sensitive at the moment. Although he wore a wood spirit jade mask, it was inevitable that there would be people eyeing him. After all, it was easy to form an association since he was a late revolving core martial artist who wore a wood spirit jade mask. Lin Ming found a random cave in the wild and laid down several defensive spells and warning spells nearby. He carefully concealed all traces he left behind and then began to meditate in silence. For safety's sake, Lin Ming had already decided to change location every night as long as he was within the borders of the 4 divine kingdoms. Like this, several hours passed. The moon hung high in the cloudy sky. Suddenly, as Lin Ming was in meditation, his eyes popped wide open and he went on high alert. He could feel a dangerous atmosphere approaching, and yet his warning spells hadn't been triggered. It was clear that this other party had purposefully avoided them. They were definitely not common individuals. Are they from the Azura Divine Kingdom? How did they find me? In the Sky Spill Continent's central region, even if there aren't 10,000 late revolving core martial artists wearing a wood spirit jade mask, there should still be at least 8,000. Moreover, this is still the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. It is impossible for the Azura Divine Kingdom to place too many of their spies and eyes here. So how could they find me so quickly? Could they have begun following every single late revolving core martial artist that wears a wood spirit jade mask? Or do they have some special method to break past a wood spirit jade mask's concealment? This thought flit through Lin Ming's mind before he denied it. If they had this method, then they would have likely detected him at the start. At this time, the uninvited guests outside finally stepped within range of a surveillance array he had set outside. From a battle array disc in the cave, Lin Ming finally saw the phantom images of these people. With a single glance, he immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th demon envoy were all here. And beyond that, they were respectfully following behind 3 others. It was obvious that these 3 had a much higher status than them. Those 3 at front were a middle-aged man, an old woman with a walking stick, and a soft and delicate little boy. This little boy appeared very cute and lovable, but Lin Ming could actually sense a terrifying energy exuding from his body. It was as if a demon was contained within that little boy's body. And that old woman with a walking stick was wreathed in evil, demonic energy. Her hair was twisted and bundled up like a group of pythons. She simply looked like an old witch. Out of the 3, the most normal-seeming was the black-clothed, middle-aged man. He was tall with broad shoulders and eyes as profound as the nighttime stars. He emitted a very familiar atmosphere. Great Demon Envoy? Lin Ming recognized this middle-aged man. Without doubt, he was the Great Demon Envoy that Lin Ming had spotted at the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. Even though he had been within a spirit boat at the time, the atmosphere he exuded had still startled Lin Ming. The other 2 were likely to be Imperial scholars of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Run! This was Lin Ming's first thought as well as his only thought. Not to mention those 3 horrifying existences in the front. Even the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th demon envoys. Any one of them was someone that Lin Ming couldn't contend with, and it was obvious that they had already locked onto the area he was at. It was impossible to slip away from here without notice. If this became a match of speed, could he really compare? Lin Ming didn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in this. Since they knew of his advantage in speed, it was impossible that they wouldn't be prepared in advance. With the Azura Divine Kingdom's deep heritage, how could they not have a means to greatly increase their own speed? This was a killing party that specifically targeted him. He should be nearby. Seal off this area and dig up this entire place. We have to find that damned brat. The 2nd demon envoy said, his voice thick with hate. The battle at Jagged Slope Mountain was his life's greatest shame. If he couldn't personally catch Lin Ming, then it would be near impossible to eliminate his heart demon. It would become a great impediment when he tried to break through to the divine sea. Demon 2, are you sure? The black-clothed old woman abruptly said, her voice hoarse and wretched, like two pieces of sandpaper grinding against each other. At least 70% positive. The second demon envoy took out a pair of jade slips from his spatial ring and compared them, gritting his teeth all the while. I hope you do not make the same mistake again, the black-clothed old woman said in an icy tone. Honored imperial scholar, I have already sworn that if I cannot find Lin Ming within the year, I shall cut off both my hands, the second demon envoy said. He pressed a black jade slip between his eyebrows and revealed a very pained expression. A black energy flowed out from between his eyebrows before being completely absorbed by that black jade slip. Then, the black jade slip began to shine with a brilliant light, shining its splendor on the other jade slip in his hands, as if there was some connection between them. This was a unique demonic path secret searching technique utilized by the Azura Divine Kingdom. It used a special method to search one's divine soul, recording all memories of appearance, size, energy, aura, and everything else onto a jade slip. Afterwards, these jade slips were copied and dispersed into all the branch divisions of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Then, their disciples would burn the information from the jade slip in their mind. When they encountered someone whose energy matched that of the jade slip, then those disciples would inform the great demon envoy and the Azura Divine Kingdom imperial scholar, having them rush here at the fastest speed possible. A wood spirit jade mask could conceal one's appearance, but it couldn't disguise one's energy signal. Of course, there was a massive flaw in this technique, and that was that the accuracy rate was extremely low. In these several months, many disciples had discovered martial artists that they believed were Lin Ming, but all of them had been wrong. However, the several demon envoys and the imperial scholars would not ignore any possibility. When someone notified them, they would rush over as soon as they could to confirm whether it was true or false. During this time in the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, they had done nothing else. This was because all of their time was spent chasing after Lin Ming. Seeing that the distribution of black light from the two jade slips was so similar, the second demon envoy became much more determined. Honored imperial scholar, I have at least a 90% assurance that I am correct. Good. Lay down an array formation and seal off this area. Be careful. This boy's understanding in array formations far surpasses ours. But it doesn't matter either way. As long as the array formation can delay him for just a bit of time, then we'll be able to capture him, the delicate and tiny little boy said. He was wearing small-fitting red clothes and his voice sounded extremely childish, but his eyes actually flashed with a thick killing intent, making everyone who looked into them feel ice-cold. The great demon envoy took out array flags from his spatial ring and was about to lay them down, when in front of them a sudden explosion occurred. Half of a mountain was instantly blown away. In the dark curtain of night, a flame shot into the heavens. A vague form rushed out from the chaos, flashing into the horizon like ghosts and gods, instantly disappearing. This speed simply couldn't be described with words. As the red-clothed little boy saw Lin Ming escape, he didn't panic at all. He cackled and then coldly said, "He's really here. Chase after him." The old woman with a walking stick took out a spirit boat from her spatial ring that shined with a golden light. She tossed it out and the spirit boat rapidly grew to a gigantic size. All 6 people leapt on it together. Brat, today you will not be able to ascend into heaven or descend into hell. This is my Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat. It was brought here to especially deal with you. I want to see just how you'll run away now. As the old woman spoke, her hands flicked the stone control disc in the center of the boat. Energy gathered and the control disc flashed with a dazzling light. In an instant, the spirit boat turned into a blue beam of light that rushed into the sky. This speed surpassed even Lin Ming's. Lin Ming stepped on the void. Every step he took brought him 5 or 6 miles further. In addition, with the extreme speed of the Gate of Wonder supporting him, it only took him several breaths of time to fly over 100 miles. As Lin Ming glanced behind him, he actually saw that the 6 people of the Azura Divine Kingdom had ridden a spirit boat and were chasing after him in hot pursuit. And their speed was fast to the point of narrowing the distance between them. Lin Ming could feel that a mark had locked onto him. This mark was sent out from the spirit boat. Like this mark would still lock onto him from thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. Lin Ming was stricken. He didn't know what method his enemies used to find him, but he knew that he had no way to prevent this method. He increased his speed even further. As he flushed through the clouds, he even equipped the bat wings from Corpsemancer. At this time, his speed and reached the extreme. The closer he came to reaching the limit of his speed, the more true essence he would consume. Even if Lin Ming had the recovery ability from the Gate of Healing supporting him, he still wouldn't be able to last too long. But his enemies were riding a spirit boat. Most of the energy there was supplied from spirit essence stones. It would naturally outlast Lin Ming by far. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was overtaken. At this moment, the second demon envoy's intermittent true essence sound transmission sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. His voice carried a wildly happy, vengeful tone. "Ha ha! Run away! Run away! I want to see just where you can run to. This is a hunt and you are the prey. You must run faster, otherwise this won't be entertaining at all. Oh, I should mention that the old ancestor Situbonin is also catching up to here. For him to leave seclusion just to deal with you, you should be honored." Situbonin. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Situbonin's life was nearing its end. Most of his time was spent in seclusion, trying to reduce the rate of the fading of his life force as much as possible. Unless it was a major matter, he normally wouldn't come out. When everyone had been searching for Lin Ming, because there was so much inaccurate intelligence out there, it was simply impossible for Situbonin to follow and confirm every suspicious person. Thus, this matter had been handed over to the great demon envoy and the two imperial scholars. Now that it had been determined that Lin Ming had truly been found, it was time for Situbonin to come himself. The last time, Lin Ming had washed Jagged Slope Mountain with blood. That had truly been a sky-shattering event. Not only had he killed the disciples of the Azura Divine Kingdom, but he had even severely wounded Situbonin, slapping the Azura Divine Kingdom so hard that everyone heard it. This was also the reason that the Azura Divine Kingdom was willing to send out 3 great masters to hunt for Lin Ming, and even send out a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. Lin Ming didn't think he had even the slightest chance of escaping from Situbonin once he arrived. When he had extinguished Situbonin's battle spirit will projection, that was all because his complete large success bronze battle spirit had been able to suppress Situbonin. A battle spirit projection didn't have any material striking power by itself. It could only attach itself to other objects to kill people. Thus, Lin Ming had been able to easily destroy it. If Situbonin's main form were to appear here, then Lin Ming feared that only 2 fingers were needed to pinch him to death. As Lin Ming became aware of all this, he realized he was now facing a very serious life or death crisis. Still, he didn't panic in the least. Throughout all these years after stepping onto the road of martial arts, he had faced multiple life or death situations. In the southern wilderness, he had faced Huagong. At Thundercrash Mountain, he had faced the Purple Flood Dragon. At the Demon God Imperial Palace, he had faced Life Destruction Supreme Elders. At the King's Cage, he had faced the Great Space Locking Array. And at Skysplit Tower, he had faced the Tower Master's Slave Seal. These were only some of the catastrophic situations he had been caught up in. Every time he had managed to maintain a level head. As he looked back at the spirit boat where the 2 Imperial Scholars and 4 demon envoys were, Lin Ming hardened his resolve and decided to take a gamble with his life. He changed direction, veering towards the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles was extremely similar to the Eternal Demon Abyss. It was known as the Sea of No Return and the Ocean of Endless Storms. The entire sea was pitch black, and all who entered would die. Not even Emperor powerhouses dared to cross it. Even if Lin Ming couldn't break through the life destruction bottleneck, he still wouldn't easily attempt to enter the Sea of Miracles. This area was known as the absolute life forbidden zone of the Sky Spill continent. It had swallowed up many divine sea supreme elders in the past, and it had inestimable horrors within. Although Lin Ming had a great destiny on his body, he still wouldn't risk his life and venture into such a danger zone. When Lin Ming had left the Eternal Demon Abyss 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, he had been able to do that because he had inherited the Demon Emperor's memories. The Demon Emperor had once stayed in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone for nearly 20 years. But the Demon Emperor had never come to the Sea of Miracles. Lin Ming couldn't rely on the possibility that inner regions of the Sea of Miracles were similar to the Eternal Demon Abyss. He wouldn't be able to borrow the Demon Emperor's experience to travel. But now, Lin Ming was being hunted down by 6 powerful masters, and he also had no idea when Situ Bonin would catch up to him. Since this was the case, he could only risk his life on this final gamble. If he ventured into the Sea of Miracles, then he had a faint thread of hope that he could live. But if he were captured by Situ Bonin and those 6 great masters, then he would undoubtedly die. This brat can actually persist for such a long time. As the demon envoy looked at Lin Ming, who was 100 miles away, he was filled with disbelief. This speed was nearly 50% faster than the speed he had showed at Jagged Slope Mountain. This meant that Lin Ming had been holding back during the chase at Jagged Slope Mountain. To think that a mere late revolving core martial artist only used 70% of his maximum speed to lead him in circles like a dog. The second demon envoy felt nothing but intense shame fill his heart. I must capture this brat, suck out his soul and refine his marrow. The second demon envoy clenched his fists. The spirit boat had already reached the limit of its speed. Compared to Lin Ming, it was just marginally faster. His direction seems to be the Sea of Miracles? The old woman with the walking stick suddenly said. In 20,000 more miles, they would arrive at the boundary of the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles was the Sky Spill Continent's #1 danger zone. He wants to fly into the Sea of Miracles to kill himself? Humph! What a dream! There is 20,000 miles left. There is no way he can fly that far. We can definitely overtake him before then. The red-clothed little boy grit his teeth as he spoke. They had already flown 10,000 miles, and yet Lin Ming still maintained a constant speed. According to all common sense, if he flew at his top speed for such a long distance, then most of his true essence should have been consumed by now. However, the red-clothed little boy didn't expect that as time marched on. Another 2 hours and 10,000 miles passed, and they still hadn't been able to catch up to Lin Ming by more than 20 miles. Every now and then they would seem to close in, but then Lin Ming would display an even higher extreme speed for a brief moment, putting distance between them once again. The speed limit of a spirit boat was set. It couldn't go any faster. But a martial artist could overdraw some of their potential or use other methods to momentarily increase their speed. Lin Ming's strange movements were similar to teleportation. Every step he took was 5 or 6 miles, and every dozen or so breaths he would cross 100 miles. How can this be? Is this boy a puppet of some sort? Does he not know the meaning of exhaustion? Such endurance is truly fearful. We must capture him now. Otherwise, the Azura Divine Kingdom will never experience peaceful days again. We're approaching the Sea of Miracles. If we fly much further, then we will have reached the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. To the likes of us, that is the same as a life-forbidden zone. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was in truth equivalent to the shores of the Sea of Miracles. Although it was slightly less risky than the Sea of Miracles, it was still a death trap to any life-destruction martial artist. And to those unlucky divine sea powerhouses, even they could perish there. Lin Ming's endurance was indeed extraordinary, but it wasn't infinite. Flying at maximum speed consumed a massive amount of true essence. If a normal martial artist flew at half their max speed, they could fly without trying, but when they flew at their speed limit, they wouldn't be able to make it far before falling down from exhaustion. Even though Lin Ming had support from the Gate of Healing, he still had to swallow down pills and absorb energy from spirit essence stones. Luckily, when he had massacred the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, he obtained a massive number of medium-grade spirit essence stones. With the support of these spirit essence stones, he was able to greatly extend his limits. Moreover, he now had a second revolving core in his dantian. Although he couldn't freely control it as he could his first revolving core, it wasn't a problem if he only used it as an energy reserve center. Lin Ming got closer and closer to the Sea of Miracles. The uneasy feeling in the back of his mind also grew. He just didn't know when Situbonin would finally catch up. Although the Azura Divine Kingdom was a far distance away from here, most of the journey could be crossed using transmission arrays. 2,000 miles, 1,500 miles, 1,000 miles, 500 miles, 300 miles. Lin Ming could already see the 8,000-mile black swamp ahead. It was an endlessly muddy beach, and above the beach were rolling black clouds that flashed with faint thunder light. Lin Longjien, up ahead of you is the 8,000 miles black swamp. For all those under the divine sea, anyone who enters will arrive at death's door. Even a divine sea powerhouse can fall within if their luck is poor. You have nowhere left to run. The great demon envoy's voice sounded out from the spirit boat, reaching Lin Ming's ears through a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming ignored the message. He accelerated once more, shooting toward the 8,000-mile black swamp. As the old woman leaning on her walking stick saw this, she frowned. If Lin Ming was lost in the Sea of Miracles, then it would be immeasurably difficult to find his corpse. When that time came, the Demon Emperor armor and the Demon Emperor's inheritance would also be lost forever. Lin Longjien, if you enter the Sea of Miracles, then you'll undoubtedly die. But if you go back with me and hand over the Demon Emperor's inheritance and allow us to plant a spell within you, I can guarantee your life. Lin Ming sneered as he heard this. You old witch, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child or something? I'll enter the Sea of Miracles and see whether or not you dare to follow me. As he spoke, he had already flown into the Black Swamp region. When he stepped in, he could suddenly feel an infinitely ancient and cold energy blow across him, filling him with awe and apprehension. There was endless black underneath his feet and great roiling black clouds above his head. It was absolutely dismal and disheartening. If he didn't use his perception to sense the road ahead, then he wouldn't have been able to see his 5 fingers even if he held them up in front of his face. Just what was in this Sea of Miracles? And how was it related to the eternal demon abyss? That brat really went in. The red-clothed little boy was anxious. Unconsciously, even the spirit boat slowed down. He didn't dare to recklessly rush his way in. Even a top-ranked Destiny Decree Master was likely to die if they entered the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. What should they do? Lin Ming's news had already reached Situbonin. He would arrive in another hour or so. If he were to discover that they lost track of Lin Ming because they feared the Black Swamp, then their fate would truly be miserable. This was because Situbonin's life was nearing its end and he became increasingly paranoid and erratic in his behavior. It wouldn't be strange if he decided to deliver unto them all a harsh punishment. They had left a true essence mark on Lin Ming, but he definitely wasn't a fool. After some more time passed, he would definitely be able to lift it on his own. Honored Imperial Scholar, Great Demon Envoy, I'm willing to go in, the second Demon Envoy requested on his own initiative. Lin Ming was the basis of his heart demon. If he didn't capture Lin Ming, he would never absolve himself of it. The great demon envoy didn't answer. He thought for a moment and then lit a sound-transmitting talisman for orders. After several breaths of time, a purple sound transmission talisman lit up in front of them. This was Situbonin's reply. By Ruyu, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Demon Envoy, all of you go together. As for everyone else, stand by and wait for further instructions. By Ruyu was the old woman with the walking stick. She paled upon hearing this order. Although she was the Imperial Scholar, she didn't have much lifespan remaining, and her hopes of breaking through to the Divine Sea were slim to none. Her value to the Azura Divine Kingdom was far lower than the great demon envoy and the red-clothed little boy. Thus, this nearly suicidal mission had fallen onto her. If it were possible, Bai Ruyu certainly didn't want to enter too deep into the Sea of Miracles. But she also knew what her fate would be if she disobeyed his orders. She would suffer a fate much worse than if she died within the Sea of Miracles. She poured all of the hate and resentment in her heart onto Lin Ming. She grit her teeth and looked at the direction where Lin Ming flew off to. You little bastard. Once I drain you of all your value, I'll turn you into a wax statue so that you can suffer day and night. The great demon envoy and the red-clothed little boy were left behind. In front of them, the spirit boat continued forward, turning into a beam of light that vanished into the endless black swamp. They're continuing the chase? Lin Ming glanced backwards. He was only using 30 to 40% of his max speed to fly as he tried to restore his strength. As for Bai Ruyu, she also reduced the speed of the spirit boat. Flying within the 8,000-mile black swamp at high speeds was suicidal behavior. The dark clouds above flashed with hints of thunder, but no bolts of lightning actually struck down. The Sea of Miracles was also known as the Ocean of Endless Storms. The sea was always covered with infinite amounts of lightning, and the nearby 8,000 miles black swamp also perennially flashed with thunder. With the support of the heretical godseed, Lin Ming didn't fear the power of thunder at all. In fact, he even hoped that the thunderstorms here would become even more violent. But the Sea of Miracles didn't have just lightning. It had other things, horrible, terrifying existences that dwelled there. Those were truly the fatal dangers. A fog is coming. Suddenly, the entire black swamp was covered in a thick fog. The fog had come shrouding down from all directions. From the first moment Lin Ming noticed it, it only took several breaths of time until it became extremely heavy. It was similar to a syrupy black soup, able to be cut apart with a saber. Seeing such a sudden scene occur, even though Lin Ming's mind was stable and composed, he still couldn't help but give birth to a feeling of unease. This fog can prevent perception and divine sense from penetrating outward. He quickly discovered this point. This was obviously not a common type of fog. In this fog, his original 100 feet perception was reduced to a mere 3 feet in front of him. If he flew in this fog, he would be nothing more than a headless fly. Chi chi chi. He heard his bodily true essence rapidly being torn away. As he gazed around him, he saw that the surrounding fog seemed to come alive, constantly seeping and infiltrating into his bodily protective true essence. The power of the Demon Emperor armor that melded with his true essence was rapidly melting away like metal being corroded by acid. What is this? Lin Ming was horrified. He no longer dared to move forward, instead stimulating all of his energy to offset the corrosive mist around him. However, even in this case, the speed at which he replenished his bodily true essence was slower than the speed at which it melted away. After an incense stick of time, he could hear a chi-chi-chi sound as the pair of bat wings on his back were swallowed up by the fog. That was a heaven-step flight treasure created by Corpsemancer. Still, it deteriorated until there were only the bones left and even the bones melted away. It was like countless years of decay had been compressed into just several breaths of time. This scene was truly fearful. If a normal heaven-step treasure didn't have true essence poured into it, it would immediately melt within this black fog. There was no need to imagine the result of an exposed human body being thrust into this fog. If this continued, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to last much longer. At this pivotal life or death moment, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. That was right. He still had the cosmic melting furnace. Whispering a few words, the golden cosmic melting furnace flew out from his dantian. It spun and spun, growing until it reached 30 feet in height. Lin Ming then dove inside. Although a heaven-step treasure would corrode, a quasi-saint artifact might not. Oh! While Lin Ming encountered such a situation, Bai Ruyu and the 3 demon envoys weren't off any better. They were also trapped in the black fog. The Godspeed boat violently trembled, as if it weren't able to withstand it for much longer. Bai Ruyu's complexion changed. If this continued, the Godspeed boat would be destroyed. Exit the boat. We're putting away the Godspeed boat and reinforcing our bodily true essence. Bai Ruyu and the 3 demon envoys were top masters. Especially Bai Ruyu. She was a top 50 ranked Destiny Decree Master. All of them were much more formidable than Lin Ming. If they concentrated on their bodily protective true essence, then even though it would still be melted away by this black fog, the speed of corrosion would be much slower than what had happened with Lin Ming. The 4 formed a circle, blending their energies together and making sure their bodily protective true essence was constantly replenished. However, good times never lasted. After several incense sticks of time, the black fog became increasingly strong, as if it had condensed into solid matter. Bai Ruyu and the 3 demon envoys felt an immense pressure growing against them. Their bodily protective true essence violently shook as if it could shatter at any moment. Seeing the intensely shaking protective true essence, the 3 demo envoys blanched. If their protective true essence completely melted away, their fates could be imagined. We have to persist longer. If we're already in such a poor state, Lin Longian must be even more wretched. He shouldn't have any spare energy to erase the tracing mark on him. As long as we can withstand this black fog, we can capture that Lin Longian and get out of this damned ghostly hellhole. As long as we can return, that'll definitely be a great merit. We will have top rewards given to us. As Bai Ruyu spoke, a faint hope ignited in the 3 demon envoys' hearts. As long as they could catch Lin Longian, all of this suffering would be worth it. This fog might even be the end for Lin Longian. If that was true, then this fog would have saved them a great deal of strength. Otherwise, if they had to face the abnormally fast Lin Longian, that would really be a headache. But the worst was still to come. The black fog became increasingly rich and thick, as if it came from an inexhaustible source. The more they insisted, the more difficult it became. The 4 of them all huddled tightly together, their faces white and blood vessels popping out from all over their body. At this rate, it was unknown just how much longer they could continue shouldering it. See, could Lin Longian have already? The second demon envoy found it difficult to even speak. No, otherwise the tracing mark would have disappeared. But it's strange. Just how can he have lasted for such a long time? Bai Ruyu asked, a bit blown away. But it was better if that Lin Longian didn't die. The value of a living Lin Longian was far higher than just his corpse. Although he hasn't died yet, he shouldn't be able to live for much longer. Once this black fog disappears, we'll catch him. I only hope that he can stick it out until that time. So he still has a life for me to torture. Bai Ruyu evilly cackled. While Bai Ruyu held onto her walking stick, she malevolently smiled as she licked her withered lips. Her face was pressed together. It was as wrinkly as a walnut. Thick black fog solidified in the void, turning everything between the heavens and earth into utter chaos. A gold alchemy furnace was suspended in the air, slowly rotating. Faint traces of flames flickered from its body, burning away all of the black fog that dared to encroach upon it. The cosmic melting furnace was a quasi-saint artifact, and was an astounding defensive treasure. Although it could only play a limited role when used against living, thinking enemies, it was actually the best life-saving card in this situation. Lin Ming. I know what this is. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, demon shines echoed out. The eternal demon abyss truly is greatly related to the Sea of Miracles. This isn't fog, but sea serpent gas. When the demon emperor was at the eternal demon abyss, he too encountered a sea serpent once. Sea serpent gas. Lin Ming was startled. As he looked through the demon emperor's memories about this sea serpent, he recalled that it was an ancient vicious beast similar to the great pythons and flood dragons. It lived in the sea, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, constantly releasing fog. Mortals would call the light that refracted off of the surface of the sea a sea serpent mirage. This was because they recognized it as the illusion formed from sea serpent gas. In other words, this black fog is released from a single sea serpent? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This overwhelming black fog that blotted out the skies was actually the released gas from a single sea serpent dragon. Then, just how big could it be? It might be several hundred miles or even 1,000 miles long. A sea serpent was not a god beast, but rather a saint beast. However, because different regions had different perspectives on things, the truth was that a saint beast was only a very general concept. The difference between a powerful saint beast and a weak saint beast was like the difference between the clouds and the earth below them. However, now was not the time to be awed by these matters. It was urgent for him to remove the tracing mark in his body. Otherwise his situation would become much more dangerous. The tracing mark had been left on him by the great demon envoy with the help of the Godspeed boat. It had very strange energy traces within it. Wanting to wipe it out would take some time. As Demon Shine saw Lin Ming fraught with anxiety over erasing the tracing mark, he said, "Don't worry, Lin Ming. This Sea of Miracles 8,000-mile black swamp is similar to the Eternal Demon Abyss's 1,000 miles forbidden zone. Both of them are areas closed off by a force field, and the inside and outside could be considered as separate world. Even if Situbonin were to catch up, he still wouldn't be able to sense you from outside of the 8,000-mile black swamp. You might as well take this time to refine some of this sea serpent gas. When the sea serpent dragon sucks in the essence of the sun and moon, it would then release this gas. It is something that surpasses even spirit essence stones in value. It will be greatly beneficial in helping you make a breakthrough. Lin Ming thought for a moment as he heard Demonshine say this. He said, I'll cancel this tracing mark first, as it shouldn't take too much time. After all, Situbonin is still a divine sea powerhouse. It's very difficult to predict just what methods he'll have available to him. Lin Ming wouldn't underestimate a divine sea supreme elder, even the weakest kind of divine sea master that had only broken through at the 5th stage of life destruction. After an incense stick of time had passed, Lin Ming finally managed to break through the tracing mark, using his soul force to completely erase it. Oh! The tracing mark that the great demon envoy left behind has vanished. Dozens of miles away, the second demon envoy sensed the sudden change and his heart sank. If the tracing mark disappeared, then that meant that Lin Ming had most likely died. It would be his life's greatest regret if he couldn't capture Lin Ming himself. It seems that boy has perished here. If even we have so much trouble withstanding to this point, then it's already a miracle that he could last up to this point. Bai Ruyu's were gloomy as she found this fact hard to reconcile with. Humph, it's already benefiting him. Otherwise, if I got him in my hands, then he could only beg for death. Bai Ruyu grit her teeth. And at this time, a flow of gray energy smashed into the three of them, severely slamming into their bodily true essence protection. Bang! With another loud ringing noise, the barrier of energy fiercely shook, nearly bursting apart. The third and fourth demon envoy coughed up blood at the same time, their faces pale and yellow. Bai Ruyu found herself short of breath. Her chicken claw-like fingers tightly grasped onto her walking stick. Bang! 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 The violent flow of energy became increasingly intense. Every single smash of energy made their barrier of energy tremble like a flickering candle in the wind. Bai Ruyu's expression changed. Just what was this black fog? Pong! All of the blood vessels on the third demon envoy's right hand suddenly ruptured. The protective true essence barrier in that area suddenly lost part of its support, a crack appearing on its surface. Black fog began seeping within. Ah! The third demon envoy miserably cried out. As his right arm was touched by the black fog, it instantly melted away, becoming nothing but sharp white bones. Damn it all! Bai Ruyu was so angry that her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Not caring about how much true essence she lost, she raised her skinny claw-like hands and pounded her withered chest. It was only after forcefully spitting out her blood essence on the barrier of energy did she manage to forcefully stabilize it. As for that black fog that seeped within the barrier, it was cleared away by her blood essence. I've consumed 70% of my true essence. The second demon envoy's forehead was thick with beads of sweat. The third and fourth demon envoys had obviously reached their limit. Particularly the third demon envoy, as his arm had become nothing but bones, and he had nearly fallen unconscious. Take out your blood essence, Bai Ruyu crazily said. At this time, she could not care about losing blood essence. Surviving through this black fog was the highest priority. To pull up more and more blood essence as true essence nearly all depleted, this would directly wound one's life force. However, she couldn't care about things like that at this moment. Dang dang dang. Lin Ming watched with alarm as the flame walls of the cosmic melting furnace began to melt away with the energy flows of the sea serpent gas smashing into it. This sea serpent gas was so strong that it was even able to somewhat hollow out the flame walls. However, the cosmic melting furnace was extremely tough and had a high regenerative capability. Even the depressed flame walls quickly restored themselves to their previous state. This sort of situation only occurred because Lin Ming's cultivation was too low, and he wasn't able to pour in enough true essence into the cosmic melting furnace. Otherwise, if a true powerhouse were to control a quasi-saint artifact-ranked treasure, then this certainly wouldn't have happened. At this time, Lin Ming was completely dependent on the cosmic melting furnace to resist this sea serpent gas. This is only a sea serpent dragon from the very edge of the Sea of Miracles, and yet the gas that it unintentionally spewed out is already enough to make me suffer to this degree. Just what sort of scene will play out deep within the Sea of Miracles? Lin Ming sighed with emotion. It was highly likely that there existed a god-beast within both the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. A god-beast was in itself an incomparably rare and unimaginable existence in the realm of the gods. So why would they appear on such insignificant lands like the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent? There was also the fact that the great emperor's heart had never stopped beating for over 100,000 years, which was truly shocking. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer bothering with such distant matters. He carefully allowed some sea serpent gas to enter in. He began refine it according to Demonshine's method until only 3 shiny black crystals were left. These were sea serpent crystals. In this time, the black fog energy that had previously attacked the cosmic melting furnace without pause began to weaken. The sea serpent gas had finally begun to disperse. Oh! We've finally made it through! The sea serpent gas left just as quickly as it came. From the point that the sea serpent gas began to fade away, it only took several breaths of time before completely disappearing. Bai Ruyu's entire body was soaked with sweat. She had continuously overdrawn her true essence, causing herself to rapidly age. By her side, the second demon envoy was also in dire straits. He had spat out blood essence twice, causing his mind to fall to an anguished state, and his face to become jaundiced. The one worst off was the third demon envoy. He had lost his right hand and was already unconscious. Bai Ruyu looked up to the sky and saw that the dark clouds floating up there were even heavier, as if they had become much richer with much more thunder light flashing within them. According to the time that passed, it should have been approximately dawn at this time. However, the 8,000-mile black swamp didn't have the least bit of sunlight. If it weren't for the intermittent lightning flashing in the skies, then she wouldn't have been able to see even her own fingers in front of her. In such a place, even the fires of one's life were suppressed. Damn this place! Bai Ruyu became ugly to the extreme. She originally had 400 to 500 years of life left, but after being tossed about today, she feared that she could only live for 300 more. But, if she could bring back the Demon Emperor armor and the Demon Emperor's inheritance, then she should be able to obtain a life-extending pill that was even more precious than the life-bestowing heaven pill. At that time, she would be able to instantly make up for all her losses. As Bai Ruyu thought this, she said, "I'm guessing that there aren't even ashes of that brat left over. We shall take the Demon Emperor armor back. That is a holy relic, and shouldn't have been melted by the black fog. I don't know if that great desolate halberd art jade slip is on that brat's body, but the jade slip that such a cultivation method is engraved on should be an extraordinary treasure. It should still be in good condition if it's there." Bai Ruyu swallowed a true essence recovery pill. The second demon envoy also swallowed down some pills and grabbed the third demon envoy. With the fourth demon envoy, all of them shot towards the last location of the tracing mark. They were already very close to Lin Ming. At this time, the fog had also dissipated a bit, and they could make out 7 to 8 miles in front of them. At the very end of their vision, they could see the black-clothed Lin Ming floating in air, perfectly fine. Beside him, a small golden furnace was gently rotating in midair. For a while, they were stunned, shocked, aghast, horrified, and all sorts of other emotions that quickly flashed across their faces. Lin Ming was in front of them, without even a single wound on his body. Not only had he not used up any true essence, he even seemed to have nearly restored himself to the peak condition from when they had just started chasing him. Just what was going on here? As the 4 people saw Lin Ming also saw them. He instantly put away the cosmic melting furnace that was still refining the sea serpent gas. At such a far distance, and with such a quick glimpse, Lin Ming wasn't worried that they would recognize just what rank of treasure the cosmic melting furnace was. "So you fellows are alive. The top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Masters truly have extraordinary strength." In the sea serpent gas, even the cosmic melting furnace had developed a few holes in its defenses. Yet, these people were able to live through it. "Get him!" Ryu gravely cried out. At this time, she couldn't wonder about why Lin Ming hadn't died. What mattered was capturing him. It was possible that Lin Ming had some sort of protective treasure on him that far exceeded their imaginations. It seemed as if there were endless valuable treasures on his body. This only caused Ryu to want to capture Lin Ming alive even more, so she could torture all the secrets out of him. Netherworld bone claws. Ryu gave a loud shout and stretched her claws out at Lin Ming, her energy gathering to the limit. A deep purple light burst out from her entire body as a ghostly phantom appeared above her withered right hand. The ghostly phantom opened its mouth, revealing her claws. Although Ryu had consumed a great deal of energy and had even injured the source of her life, she was still a top 50 ranked Destiny Decree Master. As this claw thrust out, it formed a strong suction force in space, causing all the nearby energy to spin into a vortex. It seemed as if it would devour everything in its path. Bang! Ryu's claw smashed into the black swamp's muddy ground, causing a massive amount of the slush to splash into the air. Purple flames burned the earth and countless mourning ghosts seemed to cry out in the flames, their souls seeming to be turned into fuel for the purple flames to burn even brighter. Ryu's hair was split apart and her eyes were ferocious. She looked up to see that Lin Ming had flash-stepped 1,000 feet away. Her strike had completely missed. Lin Ming looked at the purple flames still burning on the ground, his expression slightly changing. He simply wasn't able to directly contend with Ryu at this moment. The disparity in their strength was far too great. He had opened the Gate of Wonder and used Golden Rock shattering the void to dodge Ryu's attack. At this time, his extreme speed was the greatest advantage he could rely on. "Brat, don't think that your speed is invincible within life destruction. I will show you the power of a true top life destruction master." Ryu screeched, her voice ugly and horrifying like a tortured ghost. She suddenly bit down on her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood before swallowing her tongue into her belly. In the next moment, her shriveled body emitted crackling sounds as her clothes broke apart and her hair went wildly flying into the air. Ryu's body began to grow, becoming larger and taller. His claws became longer and her two hands nearly stooped down to the ground. Her elbows developed sharp spurs. Her body became increasingly bent and a layer of fine fur covered her body. She looked just like the fabled corpse-eating ghost ghouls of hell. This cultivation method. Lin Ming's mind chilled. There was a myriad of demonic path cultivations with countless effects. Ryu had used a body-altering cultivation method similar to Corpsemancer's puppet technique. It was a strange cultivation method that changed the body with use of external forces. Lin Ming would never despise such a technique that desired strength regardless of what cost had to be paid. When Corpsemancer had become ranked on the Destiny Decree, he had only been at the 4th stage of life destruction, and that was all because of the strangeness of this cultivation method. And now this Ryu in front of him didn't have much of her lifespan left, yet she was still able to rank in the top 50 masters of the Destiny Decree. She certainly had to have her extraordinary aspects. When Ryu's body changed, the second demon envoy also moved. He preferred that Lin Ming hadn't died. He wanted to personally defeat Lin Ming and capture him. With a loud shout, the second demon envoy's body seemed to blaze like an inferno as dozens of blood-drinking seals started to revolve around his body. His surname was Situ, and as a branch descendant of the Azura Divine Kingdom's royal family Situ, what he practiced was the true great desolate halberd art. Ra! Ryu let out an earth-shaking roar as her body turned into a black line and shot towards Lin Ming. Her speed was no slower than Lin Ming's extreme speed, and from behind, the second demon envoy was closely following her. He grasped a long lance in his hand, the black lance light seeming to cut a hole through the void. Great desolate halberd art. Slaughter path. Lin Ming's pupils contracted as he saw two people attacking him at the same time. He had no intention of fighting with Ryu and the second demon envoy, that was akin to suicide. At the same time, escaping from here wasn't an option either. Ryu's current speed was no slower than his. It would be impossible to ditch her in a short period of time. Because Bai Ruyu was using this special technique to power up, she had simply lost all reasoning. In this 8,000-mile black swamp that was filled with dangers and more dangers, engaging this mad woman in an extreme speed chase was tantamount to suicide. If they managed to annoy a divine dragon-rank existence in this sea of miracles like that sea serpent, then a single breath would be able to kill all of them without leaving even a skeleton. Lin Ming didn't wish to perish here together with this crazy old lady. He made a split-second judgment. He opened the gate of wonder and stepped onto golden rock, shattering the void, rushing away at full speed. In the skies, the dark clouds hung high in the air like titanic black mountains, completely obscuring the sun. Only the faintly dazzling thunder light illuminated the world. As for how thick these dark clouds were, only the heavens would know. Lin Ming was fast. In just several blinks of the eye he had rushed out over a dozen miles. Here, strong heavenly winds roared about like killer razor blades, blowing and slicing away at Lin Ming's protective true essence, as if it would break his defenses apart at any moment. If a lower-level martial artist were to enter here, then just this strong heavenly wind would be enough to slice them into pieces. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. He opened the heretical god force and revolved his energy to the limit. Go! Lin Ming became one with his spear. He became a stream of light that directly pierced into the heavens. Bai Ruyu and the second demon envoy followed right after. At this time, Bai Ruyu had already gone mad, and the second demon envoy was also desperately wishing to capture Lin Ming. He had a feeling in his heart. If he could capture Lin Ming and obtain the Divine Kingdom's rewards, then he would be able to eliminate this heart demon and have high hopes of impacting the Divine Sea in the future. The Divine Sea realm was the ultimate temptation to any life-destruction powerhouse. Even though he had to brave the perilous 8,000-mile black swamp, he had still come. Pong! Lin Ming placed his spear before him and pierced through the dark clouds. A powerful impact force twisted apart all of the clouds nearby for miles. For a time, lightning tumbled and loud thunderclaps rang through the world. Lin Ming was inundated by this infinite heavenly lightning. Above the Sea of Miracles was the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion. This was an area with endless thunder. If a general martial artist were to enter, they would immediately turn into ash. Damn it! The second demon envoy was still sane and logical. As he saw Lin Ming submerge into the Thunder Dominion, his heart tightened. When Lin Ming had made it through the black fog without even the slightest of wounds, that had made him feel as if Lin Ming was as tough as a cockroach. Even this lightning might not be able to kill him. When the black fog covered the world, I didn't manage to see how you lived through it. But now that you're in front of me, let me see just what methods you have. I don't believe that with my rank 83 destiny decrease strength, I would still be inferior to a mere revolving core child only ranked 280th. The second demon envoy grit his teeth. He galvanized his protective true essence to the limit and chased after Lin Ming. He didn't believe Lin Ming had a higher resistance to the black fog than them. He must have used some crafty method in order to survive. Kakaka. Thunder twisted into long whips that violently cracked against the second demon envoy's protective true essence. His protective true essence began to rapidly melt, and the remaining power of thunder drilled into his body like a viper. The energy spread through him, manically rushing through his meridians and flash. He had no choice but to revolve his true essence further to suppress it, making him slow down and his blood tumble. As he looked up, he saw that Lin Ming didn't even slow in the least. He had already pierced over a dozen miles into the Thunder Dominion. This boy! The second demon envoy's pupils shrank. Was his body made from iron? He didn't even need to slow down upon entering the Thunder Dominion? Or was he forcefully withstanding the numbing feeling from the thunder in order to maintain his maximum speed to escape? The second demon envoy's speed continued to fall. But in front of him, Bai Ruyu didn't seem to care at all about this surrounding thunder. She was like a psychotic mad woman as she rushed forwards, not even caring if the torrents of thunder that fell upon her wounded her body. As the chase continued, Bai Ruyu and Lin Ming quickly cast away the second demon envoy. The second demon envoy stared with wide eyes. He looked in the direction that Bai Ruyu and Lin Ming vanished off to. There was no need to explain how Bai Ruyu had accomplished this. She was amazingly strong to begin with, and her strange cultivation method allowed her to become stronger in exchange for her current freakish appearance. This strong defensive power that came from necrosis of the nerves gave Bai Ruyu enormous resistance to this thunder. But what method did Lin Ming use? The second demon envoy stopped, crestfallen. Continuing any further would surpass the limit of his body. 20 miles. 25 miles. 30 miles. Lin Ming constantly flew deeper in. The thunder began to change color. It went from blue-white and faded into purple-white. The power of thunder became even more violent and feverish. The arcs of lightning became as thick as an arm, and the thunder light became increasingly savage. Even with the heretical god seed suppressing the power of thunder within him, Lin Ming still felt bursts of paralysis. The thunder here was too terrifying. The power of thunder that Lin Ming could contain within his body was reaching the limit. His skin was beginning to char and sizzle, his entire body releasing crackling chi-chi-chi sounds. He glanced back to see that Bai Ruyu was still closely chasing him in hot pursuit. This damned old hag is still chasing after me. My cultivation is too low. Besides my dantian, there is nowhere else in my body that I can store energy. Compared to a life-destruction powerhouse, my losses are far too great. Even with the heaven-defying heretical god seed, there isn't enough time to refine this power of thunder. If I continue to gather the power of thunder into my body, then my meridians will explode. Lin Ming grit his teeth and continued to flee forwards, deeper into the thunder dominion. At this point, the thunder had become a deep purple. Lightning roared. If the arcs of lightning were like thick whips at the start, they had now become dragons of thunder. This was a true hell of thunder. Not only did the thunder attack Lin Ming's body, but also his soul. In the skies above his spiritual sea, thunder swam about like flood dragons, wanting to tear Lin Ming's spiritual sea apart. The samsara martial intent and battle spirit began to revolve, sharing in this great pressure. The power of thunder was easily able to harm one's spiritual sea. If one didn't have a firm will and the power of thunder attacked them, then they would easily fall unconscious. A strong, numbing feeling flooded Lin Ming's entire body. Lin Ming desperately pushed his true essence past its limit. The heretical god seed violently trembled as it forcefully absorbed the massive amounts of the power of thunder. Still, there was far too much left over that brutally broke into Lin Ming's meridians. His speed began to fall. But as his soul force locked onto Bai Ruyu, he was thankful that she was obviously reaching her limits. Her speed had fallen by a great deal. At this time, her hair was split apart and countless areas of her body were scorched black. From time to time, currents of electricity arced on her body, emitting crackling sounds. Her eyes were like ghosts. There was no pupil in them, only pure purple sclera, burst out with a fearful light that made one shiver. Danger! Lin Ming's heart gave birth to a sense of immense crisis. At the same time, Bai Ruyu moved. She screamed and her body suddenly accelerated. Her right hand turned into a claw, reaching out towards Lin Ming. As her speed surged, her skin and flesh also cracked. On her right arm, a white-robed ghost suddenly appeared, howling towards Lin Ming. As this ghost appeared, most of it was immediately melted away by the endless power of thunder. However, the excess energy still made Lin Ming's scalp tingle. There was absolutely no way he could contend with this. Lin Ming ignored all possible dangers of the Thunder Dominion. He decisively opened the gate of wonder to the limit and brought about its highest speed. Golden rock shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Ming twisted the void. A single step brought him 10 miles ahead. A massive explosive sound blasted out from behind Lin Ming. He had dodged Bai Ruyu's fatal attack. But as he slowed down, his complexion suddenly changed. At the position he was in, the arcs of lightning around him had already turned golden. The arcs of golden lightning were only the width of a finger, but they contained a horrifying, annihilating energy as they crazily swelled up towards Lin Ming. Bang! The golden thunder formed a massive thunderstorm. Lin Ming was simply unable to dodge at all. The sound of thunder filled his ears, causing his senses to shake. He could only watch helplessly as the golden thunder merged into his body with irresistible force. The might of this golden thunder far surpassed any divine thunder that Lin Ming had ever seen. Its brilliance was dazzling, glorious. Lin Ming was struck by this golden thunder, and his protective true essence rapidly melted like snow on a hot summer day. The golden thunder violently flowed into his body. Lin Ming's entire body was paralyzed. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Great sections of his body charred black. In the sound of this raucous, roaring thunder, an immense pressure from the sky pressed down on his body, making him feel as if he were just a mortal facing the endless heavens. Thunder was the power that the heavens used to punish others. Since ancient times, when monsters wished to cross breakthroughs in their cultivation, they would have to withstand the sundering thunder tribulation of the heavens. Compared to burning heat, freezing cold, or any of the 5 elements, the power of thunder was far more mysterious and wild. It symbolized destruction, and it symbolized the heavens. Lin Ming was as pale as paper. As he looked within him, he could see that the heretical god seed was completely wrapped in this golden lightning. It had reached its saturation point, unable to contain any more energy. In the end, Lin Ming still hadn't formed his spirit body. He was only able to store true essence in his body. Although his body was physically tough, it didn't have the ability to store true essence throughout. This meant that all of the energy within him could only be suppressed by the heretical god seed. If Lin Ming could quickly draw out the power of thunder from the heretical god seed, then this wouldn't have happened. And, with Lin Ming's low comprehension of the concept of thunder added in, this made it difficult for him to control the golden thunder within his body. Boy! Hurry up and get out of here or you'll die. In this thunder dominion, metal defensive treasures can only play a minor role. If you resort to using the cosmic melting furnace, you will only be able to rely on its energy field to weaken the power of thunder by a little bit. But if you hide inside of it, you will have lost all ability to do anything. That means you can only wait around to die. Demon Shine's nervous voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. In his soul form, he was immensely restrained facing the power of thunder. There was simply no help he could offer Lin Ming here. Zzz. Lin Ming's entire body sparkled with the arcs of lightning with golden light shining around him. Because his protective true essence had been broken, all of his clothes had been burnt to ashes by the thunder, revealing the jet-black demon emperor armor underneath. A metal treasure armor's most formidable use lay in its ability to defend against physical attacks. In regards to energy attacks such as fire or ice, the defensive role it could play was limited, and even more so for the power of thunder. There were even metal armors that had the side effect of gathering the power of thunder, making it so that the injuries a martial artist suffered were even worse. Lin Ming was certainly well aware of all this, but his entire body was numbed and it was extremely difficult to move at all. A moment ago, Bai Ruyu must have sent out that final all-out attack because she couldn't continue withstanding the power of thunder. Lin Ming grit his teeth, enduring the dual pain to both his body and divine soul, and flew to the outer layer of the Thunder Dominion. Damn it! The power of space here is in complete chaos. Because the force field here is distorted by the crazy energy here, it has already created a closed field. Lin Ming had planned on flying upwards and leaving, but as he was exiting he found that he was completely unable to determine which direction he needed to go in. With Lin Ming's current situation, wanting to analyze the chaotic space laws here would be far too difficult. If these were normal times, then Lin Ming could slowly resolve the issue. At most, it would only take him the time to eat a meal to thoroughly comprehend the strange space laws. But now, in these 100,000 feet of thunder, Lin Ming would only need to stay for a dozen more breaths of time before he would no longer be able to withstand the power of thunder. His meridians would be scorched away permanently, and even his ash would be destroyed. This is bad. Lin Ming bit his lips until they bled. In this sort of life-or-death situation, the need to remain calm was even greater. There's not enough time to work out the chaotic power of space here. Lin Ming grimaced. His pupils contracted and the gears of his mind rapidly turned as he shifted through the possible ways he could live through this. At this time, Demon Shine suddenly cried out in alarm. Be careful! Ha! Lin Ming suddenly looked up to see that several hundred feet away, there was a pale golden fog flying towards him, as quiet and fast as ghosts and gods. In that instant, Lin Ming could feel a terrifying power over 10 times that of the golden thunder. Thunder Soul? In this 9 heavens thunder dominion that was flooded with endless thunder, it was normal to encounter a thunder soul. Moreover, the grade of this thunder soul was absolutely above a medium-grade heaven step 1. Normally, Lin Ming would have been beyond excited to encounter such a thunder soul. He would use everything within his means to capture it and then absorb it. But now, as he saw that thunder soul, it was no different than seeing a grim reaper approaching him. In this situation, if he were to even think of absorbing a thunder soul, then he would explode apart on the spot and die. When the human body exploded, that was a similar process to crossing life destruction. But Lin Ming didn't even dare to imagine crossing life destruction here. In a normal case, he would already be charred to ashes, and then if he were to disintegrate into the primordial life soup, he wouldn't even have bones left. Sweat dripped down Lin Ming's forehead. As this sweat appeared, it was instantly evaporated by the lightning. He forcefully held back the numbness in his body and began to revolve his movement technique, hoping to avoid this heaven-step thunder soul. At this time, he could no longer care about how much longer he could persist in this thunder zone. If he couldn't avoid the thunder soul, then he would immediately perish. It seemed that the only road left in front of him led to hell. But Lin Ming didn't give up. As long as there was even the slimmest thread of survival, then he would grasp it. He would wait for a chance to escape this thunder hell. Chi chi chi. The thunder soul issued a light crackling sound. Its atomized body slowly twisted, stretching out and forming a golden python from that thick golden fog. Although its body was ephemeral, it had truly manifested into a material being. As Lin Ming saw this, his heart stopped. For a thunder soul to manifest in reality, this proved that the grade of this thunder soul far surpassed that of the burning star flame. In other words, it was a high-grade heaven-step thunder soul. In the skies above the Sea of Miracles, just at the edge of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, there actually existed a high-grade heaven-step thunder soul here. Moreover, this wasn't even the deepest area of the 9 heavens thunder dominion. Deep in the thunder dominion, there absolutely had to be an existence that surpassed a thunder soul. If this was just the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, then what would the highest skies of the Sea of Miracles be like? Lin Ming felt this was extremely shocking. He laughed at his own hubris for thinking he could fly into the skies of the Sea of Miracles if there was only thunder. Now, it seemed as if his current boundary was far from being sufficient. Even a late divine Sea Supreme Elder wouldn't be able to return from there, much less him. Although he had the support of the heretical God Seed, it still wasn't able to make up for the difference in cultivation. At this moment, that snake-shaped thunder soul turned its eyes on Lin Ming. It issued out 2 golden lights that shot towards Lin Ming. Within the thunder soul's eyes, a wisp of surprise and greed flashed through it. For a thunder soul to substantialize, that meant that it already had its own intelligence. As this thunder soul looked at the spent Lin Ming, it didn't know why, but it felt something deep within it that made it feel immeasurable awe. It was as if this was an inherited memory from before its birth, something that originated from the very source of all thunder. This strange reverential feeling made it feel fear, but it also made it feel excited. This was because this feeling meant that the little human boy in front of it contained an incomparably pure energy within his body. After this thunder soul was born, it had devoured endless thunder essence in order to slowly grow to its current boundary. But compared to this human in front of it, all of the power of thunder it had ever absorbed was simply insignificant. Even if all of it was added together, it wouldn't even be 1/10 of what this human had within him. This came from an incomparably pure power of thunder. It brought with it a vast grandeur and exaltation, making the thunder soul tremble. If it could swallow this human, then it could obtain a greater strength. When the thunder soul suddenly produced this thought, it occupied its entire being. Swallow him, swallow him, swallow him. This call reverberated endlessly within the thunder soul, making it go manic with desire, crazy with greed. As it looked towards Lin Ming, its eyes became more and more brutal, more and more avaricious. its golden vision condensed into swords that seemed as if they could pierce through the void. Lin Ming remained motionless. He had tried pulling out every last ounce of strength from his body to take out the red spear in his spatial ring. He had to suppress the pain of overdrawing his soul force while suppressing the tyrannical power of thunder within his body and facing this formidable high-grade or possibly even top-grade heaven-step thunder soul in front of him. At this time, Lin Ming knew he could no longer avoid this battle. A thunder soul excelled at speed to begin with, and within the nine heavens' thunder dominion it could draw upon the endless power of thunder here as support. Its speed was countless times quicker than Lin Ming's in his current numbed state. Since he couldn't avoid this battle, he could only make a final stand with his life on the line. Facing this life or death crisis, Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly cold. He poured his complete will into the long spear. The long spear seemed as if it could feel its master's fighting spirit, and it began to issue out a keening cry. Roar! The ancient thunder soul let loose an earth-shaking roar. That roar seemed as if it came from the thunder of ancient times, when there was only nihility in the world. It seemed as if it had passed through endless years to echo within the nine heavens' thunder domain, penetrating through all the clouds and cracking apart any stone. With this roar, all of the lightning within 10 miles of this thunder zone began to rewind back towards the thunder soul. The golden thunder was already extremely powerful. If the countless amount of golden thunder in a 10-mile range were to be sucked in, then its power could be imagined. At that time, all of the power of thunder around Lin Ming suddenly disappeared. The numbness in his body and divine soul weakened by a great deal. But this situation only caused him to be even more alarmed. This was because he had realized that he underestimated the colossal power of a peak high-grade thunder soul. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. With near infinite thunderclaps ringing out, the thunder soul's golden snake body twisted with countless arcs of golden lightning. Its body grew to several tens of thousands of feet. With a roar, it rushed forwards, wishing to swallow Lin Ming whole. At that moment, the thunderclaps in this area of the thunder dominion began billowing outwards. A huge wave of golden thunder rolled up into a storm, causing large cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Facing this top-grade heaven-step thunder soul that was several tens of thousands of feet long, in this critical life or death moment, Lin Ming burst out with a roar, erupting with his greatest strength. The heretical god force was open to the limit. All of the endless power of thunder that was stored in the heretical god seed and his dantian was forcefully drawn out, completely fusing into his medium-grade heaven-step long spear. At that moment, because he had overdrawn his soul force in order to control the power of thunder, monstrous waves were suddenly stirred up within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Even with the suppression of the samsara martial intent, a great cleft still appeared in his spiritual sea. But this was still far from enough. His complete martial arts will broke out from his spiritual sea. The azure spear-shaped battle spirit howled out, merging together with his red spear. Ho! Lin Ming issued a final cry. The heretical god seed's burning star flame also howled out, gathering into that endless power of thunder, creating the most violent, most potent explosion possible. Bang! It was like a purple-red sun had risen within the thunder dominion, embezzling the world in shining glory. The concept of space, the concept of fire, the concept of thunder, three concepts fused into one, detonating with a flash of myriad flaming brilliance that made it seem as if a galaxy was crashing into the world. In that instant, all sound was swallowed up and time slowed to a crawl. The tens of thousands of feet-long golden pythons smashed into the purple-red sun. With all of the golden lightning in a 10-mile area gathered together and added onto the formidable strength, a top-grade heaven-step thunder soul. Its power was monstrously enormous. During this terrifying collision, the countless lightning shot out like 10,000 10-foot-long golden swords. The heretical god seed within Lin Ming violently trembled, as if it alone bore the endless might of the world. All of the infinite power of thunder in a 10-mile radius as well as the top-grade heaven-step thunder soul was completely withstood by the heretical god seed alone. Thunder was known as the punishing power of heaven. This was the same as defying fate, standing against the very will of the heavens. Lin Ming's physical body had to withstand the remaining power of thunder. This was how things were. Even though Lin Ming's body had been tempered again and again, he was still washed in the vast wave of energy until his body broke. His blood vessels ruptured, and his meridians tore to pieces. He was caught in a hurricane of his own blood. However, none of this caused Lin Ming to panic. He grit his teeth, relying on just his stubborn will to forcefully withstand all of this. But at this moment, a scene occurred that frightened Lin Ming. With a crackling ka-ka-ka sound, on the surface of the heretical god seed that had withstood the endless might of the heavens, a crack clearly emerged. Lin Ming's eyes popped wide open. The heretical god seed cracked? How could this be possible? For these last 7 years, the mysterious effects of the heretical god seed had already engraved themselves in Lin Ming's mind. This was a cultivation method that came from the ancient ruins of an evil god. In Lin Ming's mind, this evil god cultivation method was a heaven-defying divine treasure only surpassed by the magic cube. And the seed produced from such an arcane technique actually cracked? How could this be? Lin Ming could only stare blankly on at the crack on the heretical god seed. It was so clear, so hideous, so ferocious that it seemed like the maw of a vicious beast, slowly opening wide. Lin Ming could feel that the complete power of the top-grade Heaven-Step Thunder Soul, as well as the golden thunder in a 10-mile radius, had all entered the heretical god seed. This was what had caused the heretical god seed to suddenly crack. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of cracking continued, falling into Lin Ming's ears like a thunderclap. The crack continued to expand until the entire heretical god seed had been split in 2 halves. Then, a stunning scene took place. A purple and red bud gradually shot up from the ruins of the broken seed, slowly working hard to grow upwards. It had a faint misty glow, and small flames and arcs of lightning twined around it. It was like a newborn divine plant god. The heretical god seed sprouted? The heretical god force was an arcane technique left behind by an ancient evil god. It had been the greatest stroke of luck for the realm of the god's supreme elder who found this cultivation method, but he had died before having the time to fully comprehend it. Actually, as for what secrets the heretical god force had and just what would happen once he practiced it to higher levels, he actually had no idea where to even begin finding out. He could only blaze his way forwards and find out by practicing it. He didn't think that after withstanding the impact of a top-grade Heaven-Step Thunder Soul, as well as the near-infinite amount of golden thunder in a 10-mile radius, the heretical god seed would actually sprout. The heretical god seed was in truth a theoretical object condensed from energy. It was not a real seed. Lin Ming had never imagined that the heretical god seed would develop like a real seed and actually bud. After being flooded with energy for so long, had it finally obtained true life? It was said that if a martial artist poured enough of their will and energy into a weapon, that weapon would slowly obtain its own life, giving birth to sword spirits or spear souls. This wasn't unusual at all. As Lin Ming was having all sorts of thoughts, at this moment, the heretical god seed let out a resonant cry. 2 golden lights appeared on the surface of the seed. They were the eyes of that golden python. The golden python fiercely struggled as it tried to break free from the heretical god seed. However, it was covered by an invisible barrier of energy. No matter how intensely it endeavored, it still couldn't break free from the shackles of the heretical god seed. Following its movements, the thunder origin energy in the surrounding area began to move restlessly once again, becoming increasingly manic. The golden thunder that had been sucked dry was appearing once again. This was because of the top-grade thunder soul. Lin Ming looked within at the heretical god seed. The newly sprouted heretical god seed was waging a fierce battle with the uninvited top-grade Heaven-Step Thunder Soul. The top-grade Thunder Soul wished to swallow the heretical god seed, but the heretical god seed desired to absorb the Thunder Soul. ZZZ. The endless gold electric light in the surrounding area was attracted by both of them, everything flowing into Lin Ming's body. At this time, Lin Ming didn't even have the slightest bit of strength left. That last strike had completely overdrawn every last bit of energy he had left. Seeing the endless golden thunder rushing towards him, Lin Ming bit his teeth and closed his eyes. At this point, he could only entrust his fate to the heretical god seed. Bang! Lightning baptized Lin Ming's body. Every pore, every length of his meridians, every inch of flesh underwent a baptism of golden thunder. Lin Ming's entire body was flooded in a raging sea of thunder, yet he actually didn't feel much pain. Although he was still numb like before, this sort of feeling was quite comfortable. This surprised Lin Ming. It was as if his body had completely transformed into the body of the Thunder Soul. The energy became increasingly powerful. The golden thunder howled and thunderclaps billowed in the winds. A normal martial artist would have long since turned to ashes in this situation. Even a powerhouse like Bai Ruyu, who had deformed her body for greater strength and also had a stronger resistance to the power of thunder, still wouldn't be able to withstand this. Is this the effect of the heretical god seed sprouting? My affinity with thunder and perhaps even my affinity with fire has greatly increased. Lin Ming was euphoric over such a change. Since the golden thunder wasn't injuring him, he continued to pour the energy into the heretical god seed, helping it to subdue the top-grade heaven-step Thunder Soul. However, Lin Ming quickly discovered that, in truth, the growing heretical god seed didn't need his help. Of all of the surrounding golden thunder that was ruthlessly and violently surging into Lin Ming's body, over 95% of it was being absorbed by the heretical god seed. After germinating, the heretical god seed had become ravenous. It ate as much thunder energy as it could. On top of the heretical god seed's bud, a layer of brilliant purple light completely enveloped it. This purple light formed floating iridescent rings, all of them circling the heretical god seed and emitting a marvelous light. In such a magnificent and glorious light, the heretical god seed slowly grew. With great difficulty, but steadily, the power of thunder continuously rolled up around Lin Ming, forming a massive golden vortex. A titanic amount of energy converged into the heretical god seed, completely vanishing without hope of return. The growing heretical god seed was like a bottomless abyss. The top-grade heaven-step Thunder Soul was completely suppressed by the heretical god seed. At this time it was nothing more than a tiny snake underneath the claw of a great eagle. It simply wasn't able to resist. Nearly all of the gathering golden power was absorbed by the heretical god seed. Even the energy essence within the Thunder Soul was being stolen away by the heretical god seed. The top-grade heaven-step Thunder Soul twisted in panic, its face full of fear and horror. But no matter how much it struggled or how violent it became, it could not escape the imprisonment of the heretical god seed. Slowly, the heretical god seed's bud grew an inch and two tender young stems stretched outwards. On top of these two stems, two leaves curled upwards. One leaf was red and the other was gold. These leaves slowly began to grow. Not only were their colors different, but they were also different shapes. The red leaf was shaped like a heart and the gold leaf was long and narrow, as if it were forming a small sword. As Lin Ming looked at these two leaves, his heart shook. On top of that succulent red leaf, there was a golden red totem mark. That was the flame totem seal that Lin Ming had comprehended at time-worn Phoenix City, which had then engraved itself onto the surface of the heretical god seed. Now, that engraving had appeared on top of this red leaf. That mark symbolized the law of fire, intertwined with the concept of fire and its principles. Soon after, a tiny mass of fiery red lights appeared upon that luscious red leaf. That was the burning star flame essence. The entire leaf began to blaze with a brilliant fire. However, that tender leaf didn't seem afraid of the fire at all. Instead, it became increasingly vibrant. As time passed, the heretical god seed's bud became longer and larger. But in comparison, the heaven-step Thunder Soul was becoming increasingly weak. The golden python had shrunk to a tiny size and it seemed entirely crestfallen. Its eyes revealed a pleading light as it surrendered. The Thunder Soul realized that it was simply impossible for it to contend with the power of the heretical god seed. After another dozen breaths of time, that top-grade heaven-step Thunder Soul crawled onto the heretical god seed's other leaf on its own initiative. It turned into an arc of thunder that surrounded the leaf, turning the entire leaf a vivid gold. sparkling with faint electric sparks. Thus, the heretical god sprout already had two different kinds of heaven-step energies within it. The first was the burning star flame, and the other was the tiny golden thunder snake. At this time, there was a stabbing pain in his mind. Demon Shine let out a horrified scream. Lin Ming was alarmed. He looked towards his spiritual sea and saw that because he had overdrawn his soul and will and forcefully transferred a massive power of thunder from his body, it had caused scars to appear there. This led to a portion of the golden thunder leaking in. It raged within his spiritual sea, causing lightning to flash in the skies of his spiritual sea. And the area where Demon Shine was hiding had been struck by a bolt of thunder, causing the hair on his tail to light up. Phantasmal existences like ghosts and divine souls especially feared the power of thunder. In particular, this strange golden thunder. Demon Shine was frightened as he saw it. He jumped up and down, shouting out, "Lin Ming, hurry up and suppress this lightning. This saint is about to get shocked to death." Lin Ming quickly transferred energy within his body to suppress the lightning. As he looked at the scar in his spiritual sea, he discovered that it was regenerating as it bathed in endless lightning. Lin Ming's final strike had forced the heretical god seed to take the last step towards evolution. Otherwise, his body would have been swallowed up by the thunder soul and the heretical god seed would have become a rootless plant. Even though it had the mysterious laws twined into it, it still wouldn't have been able to exist any longer, much less bud. Lin Ming had withstood a tremendous pressure in that last strike. Even though his will far surpassed other martial artists, moving around so much energy had caused him to seriously overdraw his soul force. It was a very difficult process to heal a divine soul scar. Wanting to completely regenerate it would take a very long time. However, what was strange was that even though such a formidable power of thunder had seeped into his spiritual sea, he didn't feel discomfort at all. He only felt a slight tingling feeling as before. Instead, as this scar was soaked in lightning, it seemed like it was absorbing the power of thunder to aid in its own regeneration, as if it were ordinary for there to be thunder flashing in the skies above his spiritual sea. Lin Ming swallowed down a soul recovery pill and began meditating, no longer paying attention to the wound in his divine soul. Wanting to completely cure it would take an extremely long time and also require top heavenly materials. This was obviously impossible here. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then looked upwards towards the heavens. The skies were still pitch black, with endless arcs of lightning flashing throughout. If there was this sort of golden thunder after entering just 50 miles into the Thunder Dominion, then what would it be like if he went deeper in? The golden thunder was no longer a threat to Lin Ming. As it poured into his body, the tingling was actually sort of comfortable, and there was even a certain extent of having his divine soul revitalized. Without a doubt, these were the aftereffects of the heretical god seed sprouting. If he were to go further and try absorbing an even stronger power of thunder with the heretical god seed, would it make it stronger? Could he capture an even more powerful thunder soul? As Lin Ming thought of this, his eyes flashed with excitement. He directly shot forwards, deeper into the Thunder Dominion. Oh! Outside the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, under the endless black clouds, Bai Ruyu had already reverted to her true form. She pulled out a black robe from her spatial ring and quickly wrapped it around herself. Her hair was ruined, her body seemed more bent, her eyes were muddy and yellow, her teeth had become loose and hollow, and her black hair had turned white. Through that brief body transformation just now it seemed as if her appearance had aged by 10 years. She trembled as she took out a small green bottle from her spatial ring. As she opened it, a pale green flame flushed out before being greedily swallowed down by her. This pale green flame had been refined through the life fires of dozens of young girls. If she didn't have it, then every time she used that body-altering cultivation method she would age by dozens of years. It wouldn't be long before she turned into nothing but a pile of bones. After swallowing down this green flame, she recovered by a great deal. Her eyes became clear again and her hair darkened to its original black. It was only that she couldn't conceal her old age. The wrinkles on her face piled up together, bringing with it a faint flavor of the dying. After overdrawing her physical strength in that chase, and afterwards having to consume a great deal of energy in order to forcefully escape the distorted space within the Thunder Dominion. This had placed an immeasurable burden on the fires of her life which had already been flickering about like a fading candle in the wind. Every tiny bit of life force she lost was extremely difficult to restore through the use of medicines. That damned brat. I will definitely pull out his soul and refine it into a pill. Bairuyu gnashed her teeth. But at this moment, she suddenly paused, stunned. She looked at the scene underneath her. What is going on here? Bairuyu floated high in the air, her dry and withered body wrapped in an overly large black robe. As her clothes blew in the wind, she looked like a skeleton. Underneath her, the third and fourth demon envoys that had stayed behind because they were recuperating from their wounds had disappeared. The only one left over was the second demon envoy. He was kneeling on the ground and his two calves had been nailed to the ground with foot-long black nails. After the two nails passed through the second demon envoy's calves, they thrust into the ground. Muscle was twisted around them as blood flowed out. It was a mess of flesh and blood. As Bairuyu saw this strange scene, she felt her heart shrink. That pair of nails was the second demon envoy's own heaven-step mystic tools. They could be thrown out to kill others and were called the 9 nether iron needles. Why would the second demon envoy use the 9 nether iron needles to nail himself to the ground? Or had someone snatched them away and then turned them against him, turning him into this appearance? But if so, why didn't they kill him? Bairuyu suddenly felt a chill in the air. Although the second demon envoy was weaker than her, he wasn't a common martial artist of his generation. If this other party could easily play with him, then they might prove a grave threat to herself. Demon 2. Bairuyu's voice resounded like a thunderclap in the second demon envoy's ears. The second demon envoy violently shook and he blankly looked up from the ground. His eyes had already lost their color. There was nothing reflected in them but white. Bairuyu was a cruel and ruthless individual who practiced wicked devil arts. But as she saw this strange scene before her, even she felt the hairs stand up all over her body. In this 8,000-mile black swamp, even an unlucky Divine Sea Supreme Elder could perish. And anyone below the Divine Sea realm faced near certain peril entering this damned land. Bairuyu maintained full vigilance, completely releasing her perception to the limit. At this moment, she was wavering about whether she should turn and flee. But then, she heard the sound of surging water behind her. As she turned around to look, what she saw struck her like a lightning bolt from the sky. Behind her in the thick fog, there was a blurry river rapidly rolling forwards. This great river was over 1,000 feet wide and the waves were vast and endless, carrying with them a deathly pale yellow color. The tumbling dirt waves made one feel an inexplicable sense of sorrow and anguish, demoralizing to the extreme. Countless bones floated atop the waters of the river like weeds in the water. But these bones had no root and no sources. It was unknown just where they were floating to. There were bones of humans, vicious beasts, and even members of unknown races that had wings and tails, seeming as if they were ancient races from times long gone. This torrential river seemed to originate from a boundless, archaic time, flowing towards a mystical graveyard. If Lin Ming were here, he would immediately recognize what this was. This was the Yellow Springs River. When Lin Ming adventured into the Eternal Demon Abyss, he too had seen this river. The Demon Emperor had once gazed upon the Yellow Springs River, and it had left an unfathomable deep impression on him. He had arrived at the banks of the Yellow Springs River, thinking to study that pale yellow river water, but had nearly died as a result. The Yellow Springs River. Anyone who touched its waters would die. Their body would disintegrate, their dantian would collapse, their soul would melt away, and there would be nothing left of them but stark white bones that floated in the river forever. Although Bairuyu didn't know what the Yellow Springs River was, she knew that a deep fear was suddenly birthed within her. Despite not discovering anything dangerous, she still instantly turned around and fled without a second thought. As she passed by the second demon envoy, she took out her whip and snapped it around his waist, forcefully ripping him away from the 2 9 nether iron needles. Puff! Puff! Blood splashed out. The second demon envoy had actually used his own 9 nether iron needles on himself. Now that he was forcefully torn away, his 2 legs had nearly ripped off and there was nothing but a thin thread of flesh connecting them. Bai Ruyu rushed 7 or 8 miles out in a single breath before stopping to collect herself from the shock. It wasn't that she didn't want to run further away, but that she was afraid she would run into something else that was dangerous. In this incomparably strange 8,000-mile black swamp, every step one took was an additional chance to die without a burial. What happened? Bai Ruyu threw the second demon envoy to the ground. The reason she had rescued him just now was mainly to understand just what had happened to him. She didn't want to run around in confusion with so many life-threatening dangers around. And now, with the third and fourth demon envoy having disappeared, chances were that they had also succumbed to the dangers here. If she was alone in this strange place, then it would inevitably be more dangerous. With the second demon envoy accompanying her, at least she would have a shield during a critical moment. The second demon envoy still had blank, listless eyes. Bai Ruyu put down the idea of forcibly searching his soul, and then took out an extremely precious soul recovery pill from her spatial ring and force-fed it to him. A moment later, the second demon envoy hacked up in loud coughs. Every time he coughed he spat out pure black blood. He collapsed to the ground, limp, as his eyes finally began to slowly restore themselves. A deep fear and dread flashed across his face, but he reined his emotions in. "Honored Imperial Scholar, are you the one who saved me? What happened to you? Where are Demon 3 and Demon 4? Bai Ruyu breathlessly asked. "They died. They all died." A pained expression crossed the second demon envoy's face. "After I flew down from the Thunder Dominion, I waited with the 2 of them. Then, I don't know when, but a greenish-yellow river suddenly appeared beside us. When the severely wounded Demon 3 saw this river, his eyes turned dull and his face stiffened before he began walking towards the river like he had lost his soul. Demon 4 felt that something was wrong and wanted to pull him back, but he actually suffered the same fate. They had both become walking corpses, unable to be awakened. There is something strange within that river water. As they walked into the river, whatever the water ran over turned into bone, swallowing up all their flesh and blood. I hesitated for just a moment, but I also came under the influence of the water. There seems to be an unbelievable magical summoning power in that river. I couldn't even control my own legs and prevent them from stepping forwards. So I took out my 9 nether iron needles and pierced them through my legs to nail myself to the ground. This was the only way I managed to maintain my life until now." As the second demon envoy spoke, his complexion became paper white. That incomparably strange scene just now had left a horrifying shadow in his heart. To evil and cruel-hearted individuals like him, dying in battle wasn't something they feared. What they feared were unknown, deviant forces like this that could kill them without them knowing what had even happened. As Bai Ruyu listened to the second demon envoy's story, her face whitened. The 8,000-mile black swamp was a land where anyone below a divine sea powerhouse would have 9 chances to die and only 1 to live. Now it seemed as if this description wasn't even enough to describe this place. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. She also feared this strange mystical strength. But now, she was simply unwilling to withdraw. She didn't even know if she could live while trying to leave the 8,000-mile black swamp. But even if she made it out alive, she would still receive Situ Bonan's punishment. And the key point was that after all the struggling and danger, she only had 100 to 200 years of life left. Even if she made it out of this land alive, what meaning was there? She might as well place her life on the line and try to capture Lin Ming and obtain a 10,000-year peach pith, a treasure far more valuable than a life-bestowing heaven pill. This was a heavenly material that could even extend the life of a divine sea supreme elder. Bai Ruyu knew that Situ Bonan had already absorbed a 10,000-year peach pith. This sort of life-extending treasure didn't have much effect when used multiple times. Thus it was possible that she would be rewarded with one. She looked at the second demon envoy and coldly said, "We will stay here and wait for Lin Lonjian." The second demon envoy's mind trembled with fear. Lin Lonjian has already penetrated deeper into the Thunder Dominion than even you, Imperial Scholar. Wouldn't he have died by now? Bai Ruyu grit her teeth and said, That boy is tougher than a cockroach. My last strike didn't hit him, but I was still able to leave a tiny trace of my netherworld energy in his body. I can use that to faintly sense his current position. He still hasn't died yet. Even if living here is playing at death's door, I will wait until that boy comes back so I can pull out his soul and refine his marrow. Bai Ruyu knew that even if Lin Ming didn't die in the Thunder Dominion, he wouldn't be able to stay in there much longer. As long as she could capture him when he left, then everything would have been worth it. The second demon envoy's lips twitched. He grit his teeth and finally said, "Then I will follow honored imperial scholar." He also had no other path left to take. With his current strength, wanting to leave this 8,000-mile black swamp alone was next to impossible. It would be much safer to stay here with Bai Ruyu and wait for Lin Ming. Moreover, Lin Ming was his heart demon. With his martial talent, he didn't have much hope of breaking through to the Divine Sea to begin with. And with this heart demon added onto it, he was certain to never break into the Divine Sea in the future. Good. Then we will join forces. At least we'll be able to watch each other's backs. You sit down and meditate to restore your strength first. Restore your leg injuries and then we'll decide what to do. That Lin Lonjian should come out soon enough. He shouldn't be able to last in there for much longer. Bai Ruyu reached an agreement with the second demon envoy and began to nervously wait. The second demon envoy sat in meditation as he began to heal himself. With his 6th-stage life destruction cultivation and his soul body having been reformed 3 times, he could fully recover his limbs as long as they weren't completely destroyed. Bai Ruyu had originally thought that Lin Ming would at most be able to persist in the Thunder Dominion for half an incense stick of time. But she quickly discovered that she had been wrong. Not only had she been mistaken, but mistaken to a ridiculous degree. After half an incense stick of time, the skies remained dark and cloudy with faint lightning flashing through without change. After an incense stick of time, the lightning still flashed as before. Bai Ruyu could feel the extremely faint wisp of netherworld energy in Lin Ming's body. He was deep in the Thunder Dominion, and it was even possible that he was going even deeper. How is this possible? Bai Ruyu was breathless with anger. She realized that Lin Ming might have been trapped inside the Thunder Dominion's closed-off force field. After all, even with her own strength, she had to consume a massive amount of energy to break through the distorted space and forcibly leave that space. Lin Ming's cultivation was limited. After his body and divine soul were ruined with the manic power of thunder, he would likely not have the ability to break through that closed force field. But the problem was, if he couldn't break through the force field, then he should have died in the Thunder Dominion. It was impossible for him to stay in there alive for such a long time. As Bai Ruyu thought about the black fog from before and how Lin Ming had emerged without a single injury, she had a crazy premonition. It was extremely likely that he had a quasi-saint artifact on him, or even a true defensive saint artifact treasure. Even if you have a saint artifact, you won't be able to last inside forever. After I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Bai Ruyu thought, her mind nearing madness. However, a quarter hour, 2 quarter hours, 3 quarter hours, 1 hour. After nearly 2 hours passed, Lin Ming still hadn't come out. And at this time, she suddenly heard a bass roar around her. As she looked ahead, her complexion completely changed, becoming as pale as paper. She stared blankly on as not too far in front of her was a humanoid vicious beast covered with red scales. Its red eyes glowed like ghostly fire, sending a chill down the backs of whoever looked into them. Lin Ming had no idea how deep the Thunder Dominion was. As he flew from 50 miles to 80 miles, the color of the thunder changed 2 times. From a red gold to blue gold, and then from a blue gold to a purple gold. The power of this purple gold thunder made Lin Ming's heartbeat inexplicably quicken. Every arc of purple gold thunder was like a vicious beast, ready to bite down on anyone nearby. Even if Lin Ming had the heretical god Sprout to protect himself, he still didn't dare to willfully absorb it. Instead, he searched for the smallest wisps of purple gold thunder and slowly and carefully introduced them into his body, letting it gather into the heretical god Sprout. Purple gold thunder flowed through Lin Ming's meridians like magma. Wherever it went, Lin Ming could feel a severe pain emanate from his meridians, as if his flesh and blood were igniting into a blaze. However, in these past 7 years, Lin Ming had already experienced bouts of agonizing pain far worse than this. Thus, he was able to withstand the ache and completely concentrate on gathering the power of thunder into the heretical god sprout. Chi chi chi. The purple gold thunder wrapped around the heretical god sprout. The heretical god sprout that had stopped growing at the 50 to 60 mile zone began to grow once more. The 2 leaves stretched out and veins became even clearer. The heretical god sprout lengthened at an extremely slow speed. This growth continued for several quarter hours before finally stopping. It seemed it wouldn't grow anymore, no matter how much power of purple gold thunder it absorbed. The extra power of the purple gold thunder was stored within the heretical god sprout. This power couldn't be transformed into energy for the heretical god sprout to grow, nor could it be refined by Lin Ming. As soon as Lin Ming discovered that the heretical god sprout could store the excess power of thunder, his mind suddenly stirred. Demonshine, do you think there is a chance that when I'm trying to cross life destruction, I can detonate the saved-up power of thunder from within the heretical god sprout? If I add in the energy from heavenly materials and completely disintegrate my body, would that be enough for me to smoothly cross life destruction? Demonshine was stunned for a moment as he heard Lin Ming's question. It was an extremely risky process to cross life destruction. A martial artist would be above and beyond careful for fear that there would be any problems during the breakthrough. Yet Lin Ming had suggested a crazy idea. Demonshine thought for some time and then began to slowly say, "About that, I can't say I really know. All I know is that I've heard that realm of the gods martial artists who dual cultivated in body and law had to depend upon the massive amount of energy inherent in heavenly materials to decompose their bodies and cross life destruction. That could be considered a type of external force. If you store the power of thunder within you and detonate it, the principle should also be the same. My only worry is that if you attempt this, you might lose control over the power of thunder at that time." Lin Ming shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I have belief in myself." Lin Ming looked at the heretical god sprout within him. The sprout was already 2 inches high. This thunder would become his greatest dependence in crossing life destruction. In order to make it even more dependable, Lin Ming decided to rush even deeper into the thunder dominion. Although the purple gold thunder in the 80-mile range was powerful, it had only allowed the heretical god sprout to grow by a little bit. It hadn't yet reached the limits of the heretical god sprout. As Lin Ming continued his way deeper within, he flew at a very slow speed. Even Demonshine felt his heart rapidly beating in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. After all, Demonshine only had his divine soul form. If Lin Ming had an accident, then he would also be burnt to ashes. "Boy, you best be careful and not let any more thunder enter your spiritual sea. My tiny body won't be able to handle it." "I got it." Lin Ming fully focused his mind, his speed becoming increasingly slow. 85 miles, 88 miles, 90 miles. After reaching this depth, not only did the color of thunder change, but even the shape changed. Before 80 miles, the thunder within the thunder dominion still had the shape of arcs, with both thick and thin. But after reaching 90 miles deep, the thunder had turned into fantastical dreamlike ephemeral light. This surreal light appeared mostly purple-white, but occasionally there were flashes of deep purple and golden red. It was like a sunset had lit up the world, glorious and majestic. As he listened carefully, he discovered that this lightning did not release any sound. It seemed incomparably quiet and peaceful, as if this area wasn't the Thunder Dominion but a purple fairyland of immortals and dreams. However, Lin Ming could feel that lying beneath this tranquil and fascinating exterior, there was actually an incomparably terrifying power of thunder hiding beneath it all. It was impossible for anyone below the divine sea to survive here. Even though Lin Ming had the heretical god sprout protecting him, in the face of such lightning, he was still aghast and alarmed. "I'm at the very edge of the 90-mile Thunder Dominion zone. If I go any further, I won't be able to withstand the might of the thunder anymore." Lin Ming decided to temper the heretical god sprout at the edge of this lightning zone by occasionally catching the wisps of lightning that drifted toward him. If he were to directly bathe in that purple, white, and golden red lightning, he feared he would immediately be vaporized to ash. A wisp of purple-white lightning deviated from the 90-mile range of the Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly moved. He wrapped his hands with true essence and directly grabbed that approaching lightning wisp. Chi! There was a faint sizzling sound as Lin Ming felt as if he had caught a red-hot iron with bare hands. His hands were in severe pain as a stream of burning gas wafted upwards. His hands had been scorched black. Lin Ming ate the pain, not releasing his hands. He transferred true essence to protect all the meridians in his body and then forcefully absorbed this wisp of lightning. This was only a tiny wisp of lightning, but as it entered Lin Ming's body it seemed as if it turned to countless knives that cut into him, desiring to tear apart his body from within. A tremendous pain tore through his body. Lin Ming was frightened but happy at the same time. He felt more and more that this power of thunder could really guarantee his chances of crossing life destruction. Not just any sort of devastatingly destructive energy could help a martial artist cross life destruction. The premise to use this sort of energy was that the martial artist himself was able to control it, otherwise they would truly be eradicated by the energy, without even ashes left. But dangerously destructive energy wasn't easy to control. In addition, when a martial artist was in the process of crossing life destruction, their body would disintegrate and their strength would drop to the lowest point. At this time, for a martial artist to wish to control the tyrannical energy flooding their body was easier said than done. Lin Ming carefully circulated the lightning through his meridians. Wherever it visited it brought with it a nearly unbearable pain. The heretical god Sprout seemed to sense this brutal power of thunder and began to issue cries of excitement. The lightning flowed even faster. After several breaths of time, the lightning was swallowed up by the heretical god Sprout. The delicate leaves of the sprout became even more crystal clear and luscious. Just a wisp of lighting wouldn't be too useful. Lin Ming attempted to approach the 90-mile Thunder Dominion zone again to absorb more lightning. However, he was careful to avoid the deep purple and golden red lightning that occasionally appeared. Lin Ming could feel an even more fearful strength exuding from these two types of lightning. He didn't want to take such an unnecessary and great risk. More lightning converged into his meridians. Without a doubt, this was even more painful. But in order to save time, this was all that Lin Ming could do. He didn't want to stay in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp for too long. There had been far too many masters that had perished here and Lin Ming's strength could only be placed in the middle of those fallen masters. Hiss! With every revolution of energy, the heretical god Sprout grew taller and its young leaves became that much more crystalline and succulent. Throughout the process, Lin Ming was constantly bruised and damaged. He had no choice but to stop periodically and swallow healing pills. Fortunately, Lin Ming's body had been tempered for a long time and had become extremely tough. If a normal essence gathering system martial artist were to try this, then they would be fired into cinders even with the support of the heretical god Sprout. After an hour passed, Lin Ming introduced more and more purple-white lightning into his body. There were even times where he would bring several wisps of deep purple lightning in, but he still didn't show any signs that he was nearing his limit of resistance. This originally agonizing pain slowly transformed into a sense of numbness. And after that, even that sense of numbness made one feel a tinge of elation. Lin Ming's mind stirred. His eyes locked onto a wisp of golden red lightning. His feet moved, stepping onto golden rock, shattering the void as he reached out and grabbed it within his hands. Chila! Lin Ming's hands were scorched, but he stubbornly forced that lightning into his body and forcefully suppressed it with the heretical god force and shoving it into the heretical god Sprout. As the heretical god Sprout absorbed this golden red lightning, it grew increasingly vivacious. It was as if this wisp of golden red lightning was more effective than several dozen wisps of purple-white lightning. This change surprised Lin Ming. It seems that since my body was baptized by thunder several times, I've gradually adapted to the power of thunder. Lin Ming thought out loud. At this time Demonshine spoke up, saying, "You're about half right. There's another reason, and that is that after your body is tempered by lightning it has become increasingly pure and tough. This is like those ghostly martial artists that cross thunder tribulation. It is difficult to cross the thunder tribulation, but once one does, it can actually temper their body, making them that much more formidable. This is a rare chance. Oh! Lin Ming was alarmed before immediately feeling relieved. Indeed, this was true. Thunder was not only the power of destruction but also the power of creation. In the legends, during the most ancient times, infinitely far back, when universe was still chaos and the heavens and mountains were forming, at that time there was no life in the world. There was only primordial air, sea, magma, and endless amounts of thunder. In this lifeless environment, lightning had struck the ocean, causing changes in the composition of air and giving birth to the most primitive forms of life. This was a miracle belonging to lightning. Lightning was not just vital in the creation of life, but it was important even now. Even in the human body, it was an essential force. In all the infinitesimally small cells of the human body, there were always countless arcs of electricity flowing through. The existences of lightning and life were closely linked. If one could master lightning, then that was similar to mastering the power of life. This would make their bodies far more powerful. However, even if Lin Ming occasionally introduced golden red lightning into his body, the heretical god sprout stopped growing, as if it had reached a bottleneck in its growth. It was unable to depend on absorbing this power of thunder to make another breakthrough in its growth. The heretical god sprout still absorbed the power of thunder in the 90-mile zone and stored it. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then flew several miles deeper in the Thunder Dominion until he saw the 100-mile zone border. In the 100-mile Thunder Dominion zone, the appearance of the lightning changed once again. At this time, even though Lin Ming had just tempered his body with thunder, he was also very clear that he could no longer move forwards anymore. At the 100-mile Thunder Dominion zone, the thunder was completely still, having condensed into individual thunderballs that quietly floated in the air. It looked tranquil, but upon closer observation, Lin Ming actually discovered that these thunderballs all formed a closed-off force field around themselves, sealing the entire thunderball within. This was because the energy of the thunder was far too strong. It tore apart space, thus forming this phenomenon. For the power of thunder to twist apart space, it was hard to imagine just how powerful it actually was. But what Lin Ming could imagine was his fate if he were to touch any of these thunderballs. Lin Ming didn't dare to step into the 100-mile range of the Thunder Dominion. He only released a wisp of his perception to investigate the area. He discovered that the closed-off force field in the 100-mile range was already twisted to the point of tearing, with large and small invisible space cracks flooding the entire area. If a general life destruction martial artist were to come here, then forget about those quietly terrifying thunderballs, but just those space cracks would prove fatal. Lin Ming carefully manipulated his perception to bypass every thunderball, giving them all a wide berth. If his wisp of perception were to accidentally touch them, then it would be burnt to absolutely nothing. As his perception made its way deeper, a shocking matter occurred. He discovered that 100 miles high in the skies of the Thunder Dominion, there were actually islands floating in the air. These islands were only several miles wide, but they looked like immortal paradises pulled out from fairy tales. There were floating islands above the Thunder Dominion? How were they even floating in the air? Lin Ming was awed. The operation of laws here already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Then, as he used his perception to investigate the islands, he discovered something else alarming. On top of these islands there were actually trees. These divine trees were scarce. It was hard to find even a single tree on a floating island. But they existed safely within the floating thunderballs, even absorbing the power of the thunderballs. There were spirit trees growing 100 miles into the Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming gulped. He had once collected violet electricity spirit bamboo from Thundercrash Mountain. But when that was compared to these spirit trees, the difference couldn't even be described with clouds and mud. Just how many years had these spirit trees existed for? If he cut one of these down and returned, just what rank of heavenly material would it be? Lin Ming. Those look to be magnetic god trees. Hey, don't look at me, I'm just making a guess. Where would I have the chance to see something like that? I've only heard of some descriptions. Within the realm of the gods, only the large sects would have something like this. I really have no idea why they would grow in the Sea of Miracles Thunder Dominion. Demon Shine was puzzled. The Sea of Miracles was a mystic realm that simply shouldn't exist in the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming suppressed his thoughts of rushing up and trying to cut down a few trees. Not to mention those floating thunderballs. But even these magnetic god trees themselves were strangely dangerous. They contained an immeasurably horrifying power of thunder within them. If his cultivation was lacking, then he feared that just by approaching these trees, he would be vaporized to ash just by a few rays of magnetic god light they would casually release. Moreover, even if this magnetic god tree that was rare even in the realm of the gods just nicely lay there and let him chop at it, he still might not be able to cut it down. When I reach the Divine Sea, I'll come and see if I have a chance. If even the Divine Sea isn't enough, then I will wait until my cultivation rises even further after ascending into the realm of the gods, and then come back to investigate again. In any case, this Thunder Dominion mystic realm would not disappear. Lin Ming believed that the Divine Sea Supreme Elders of the Sky Spill continent would never come up here. Disregarding those spirit islands that contained an alarming amount of energy, there might not even be anyone capable of standing anywhere nearby like how he was right now. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a loud scream as if a wild animal was roaring. Is that a living being? Lin Ming was greatly surprised. Anything that could survive in the 90-mile zone of the Thunder Dominion had to be an absolutely terrifying existence. The only reason he was able to stand here was because he relied on the heretical god Sprout. If this other party were to be standing here by virtue of their strength alone, then it was highly likely they were a divine sea-level being. Lin Ming was shocked. He traced his spatial ring and restrained all the energy within his body, keeping complete vigilance of his surroundings. That's not right. That isn't a living creature. That is a thunder soul? Lin Ming felt his heart grip in dread. 1,000 feet far away, he could see a small purple lion only several feet long. He could clearly feel a pure power of thunder exuding from its body. Moreover, besides the power of thunder, there were no signs of any other energy. This was a clear indicating sign that only thunder souls had. But looking at this small lion's appearance, it seemed incomparably real. Every hair and line was clear and solid, as if it had absolutely no distinction from an ordinary lion. How was this like a thunder soul? It was clearly a living lion. This is Lin Ming. That is a thunder source. Demon Shine's voice burst out, his tone tinged with panic and fear. So it was. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Above a flame essence was a flame elemental, and above a thunder soul was a thunder source. Thunder source, an origin of thunder. Even the worst thunder source was at least 10 times more terrifying than any existing thunder soul. Currently, the heretical god Sprout within Lin Ming's body could resist the might of a top-grade heaven-step thunder soul. But facing a thunder source, it simply had no ability to resist. A top-grade heaven-step was already intelligent, and a thunder source was naturally more so. Moreover, this was the 90-mile zone of the Thunder Dominion. This thunder source could draw upon the infinite power of thunder here. Lin Ming didn't even believe he had the slightest chance of victory. Lin Ming's mind was completely focused on the heretical god Sprout as he slightly traced his spatial ring. In front of this beautiful spectral lion, he was in an absolutely dangerous situation. Once this thunder source gave birth to the thought of eating him, then he could only engage in a last-ditch death struggle. Rah! The purple lion issued a bass roar, its amber eyes flashing with fear. Lin Ming was startled. Was this purple lion afraid of the heretical god Sprout? No. Lin Ming discovered that further off in the Thunder Dominion, just several hundred feet away from the purple lion, there was also a mass of purple that was exuding incomparably pure energy. As he looked more carefully, he could see that it was actually a sword. A 4-foot-long sword, its blade shining with a cold light. Arcs of electricity wound around its body, and the sword issued endless whistling cries. How could there be a sword 90 miles deep in the Thunder Dominion? Although the sword was far away and also masked behind an amazing power of thunder, Lin Ming could still judge that the grade of the sword was unbelievably high. It might even be a saint rank artifact. Lin Ming felt this was more and more mind-boggling. This sort of divine sword would never be randomly abandoned in the Thunder Dominion. Was it possible that some divine Sea Supreme Elder entered the Thunder Dominion and died here, leaving behind his sword? As Lin Ming was dreaming up all these thoughts, his perception swept over that divine sword's hilt. Then he became shocked. On top of the sword hilt was clearly engraved an ancient and mysterious design, as if it were a bird totem. And this mysterious totem was completely identical to the goddess jade pendant from the eternal demon abyss, as well as the young girl from the Forsaken God clan. Was this a sword left behind by the goddess? No. Lin Ming shook his head. The goddess had been sleeping deep within the entral demon abyss. She was entombed billions of miles far from here. Not just that, but she had also been buried along with her weapon, a long spear. It was only a pity that the spear had been damaged and broken so that it had lost all of its energy. Because of the sharp contrast formed by that incomparably soft and beautiful young woman as well as the tower spear, it had left a deep impression upon Lin Ming. Since the goddess weapon was a spear, this sword was unlikely to be hers. As his eyes moved down, Lin Ming found that there were also 2 words inscribed onto the sword hilt. These words were actually written in the language of the realm of the gods. Argent white. Argent white sword? Lin Ming knew that this sword was likely a saint artifact. Although he couldn't clearly identify its rank, he could tell that its value was no less than the cosmic melting furnaces. Lin Ming watched on at the confrontation between the argent white sword and the purple lion. It was better said that the two had been in a showdown to begin with, and he had stumbled his way in, becoming an uninvited guest to their party. As he remembered the fear in the purple lion's roars, was it possible that it feared this masterless sword? For a sword to be able to threaten a thunder source, that was an incomparably bizarre matter. A human body could be burnt by the power of thunder, but a sword could not. However, if a sword were to gain intelligence, then it would either have to have a sword soul or a battle spirit attached to it. But these things could be erased by a thunder source. This argent white sword clearly had intelligence, but the thunder source obviously wasn't able to do anything against the sword. After this confrontation continued for half an incense stick of time, the purple lion finally flinched first and began to withdraw. It turned to Lin Ming and deeply stared at him before flying away. It was a bad idea to confront 2 enemies at once, and Lin Ming also had a peculiar energy around his body that the purple lion feared. The argent white sword didn't chase, and Lin Ming naturally wouldn't chase either. Although he did wish to subdue this thunder source for his own use, he knew that with his current strength it was impossible to contend with even the weakest thunder source. Thus, Lin Ming and the argent white sword were left together, distantly facing each other. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before cautiously approaching this argent white sword. This sword began emitting a keening howl, overflowing with killing intent as it sent obvious warnings towards Lin Ming. This sort of response was within Lin Ming's expectations. He took out an azure jade pendant and wore it. This was the goddess's jade pendant. The sword had a mind of its own. It immediately recognized the energy from this jade pendant. It trembled for a moment, then suddenly reversed, shooting in the opposite direction. Lin Ming followed without hesitation. In that brief contact just now, he could feel that there was terrifying martial arts will attached to the sword blade. This martial arts will had fused together with the sword's soul, enabling it to touch upon the concept of immortality, as if it would never rust or weaken with the passage of time. The sword instantly flew a dozen miles away, passing through endless lightning. Lin Ming tread on golden rock, shattering the void, not daring to fall a single step behind. Luckily, he had just completed tempering his body with lightning. Otherwise, if he were to try flying this fast in the 90-mile Thunder Dominion and ran into any bit of lightning, he would instantly vaporize without even ash remaining. After a dozen breaths of time, a floating island appeared in front of Lin Ming. It was completely similar to the islands with the magnetic god trees that he had seen before, except that it was floating in the 90-mile region of the Thunder Dominion and not the 100-mile region. The island was covered with a distorted force field, like a thin eggshell was protecting the entire island. There was a 1,000-foot-high hill at the end of the island. The argent-white sword easily broke through the force field and flew into a cave in the hillside. Lin Ming followed close behind. He gripped his red spear and poured the power of thunderfire into it. His spear pierced through the force field and he flew towards the cave. As Lin Ming approached the cave, he could feel a vast and lofty atmosphere blowing out from within, as if an unrivaled emperor dwelled there. Is this the cave mansion of a peerless powerhouse? This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. With great respect in his heart, he slowly stepped into the cave. The cave was filled with the taste of endless years, as if it had already passed through a very long time. Just several steps in, Lin Ming discovered that there was a stone tablet standing up from the ground. The letters carved upon it were in the language of the realm of the gods. The exquisite curving silver letters lingered with a sharp sword intent, making the heart palpitate. With sword in hand, I defy the universe, I defy samsara. If fate will not accommodate my clan, then I shall break the shackles of fate. If the heavens will not accommodate my clan, then I shall go against heaven's will and cut down all immortals. This short phrase, just a few dozen words, was overflowing with an unyielding will. If fate will not accommodate my clan, then I shall break the shackles of fate. If the heavens will not accommodate my clan, then I shall go against heaven's will and cut down the immortals. This was indeed the curse of the so-called Forsaken God clan. When Lin Ming rescued the young girl from the Forsaken God clan, Ju, he had heard her recount the curse that her clan had shouldered since time immemorial. As a cursed family clan, they had no surname nor did they have an origin. The legends said that the ancestors of their clan had angered the gods, and the punishment meted out to them was that their clansmen would have to withstand a bloodline curse for all their future generations. The tattoo seal on their faces was a symbol of that bloodline curse. Once the descendants of the Forsaken God clan were born, after a certain period of time they would have to endure an excruciatingly agonizing pain, an ache that burrowed into their very marrow. As they grew up, the gap between these outbreaks of pain would become shorter and the duration of them would become longer. This would continue until the cursed person died from the pain or they committed suicide to escape it. Only by cultivating martial arts would they develop the strength and will to momentarily suppress and delay this pain. However, what was sad was that even if the juniors of the Forsaken God clan had talent that far exceeded a normal martial artist's, it was still impossible for them to disobey their destiny. No matter how far they reached on their road of martial arts, they would inevitably succumb to the bloodline curse. The master of this cave mansion had left behind these words, clearly expressing his will and determination as he struggled with the fate of his curse. These words contained an unyielding will between them, but also exuded a solemn and tragic feeling. Looking at this stone tablet only made one feel that the heavens were unfair. Towards this sort of extraordinary heir who came from such a tragic and mysterious family, Lin Ming harbored nothing but deep respect. He left the stone tablet and continued moving forwards. The cave wasn't too deep. Lin Ming only needed to walk 1,000 feet to reach the end, where there was a small stone room. As Lin Ming entered this stone room, he immediately felt a vast pressure push down on him. It was like a pure and dominant thunderstorm swept over him, nearly flinging him back outside. Lin Ming was startled. He revolved the heretical god force and pushed his way through this thunderstorm to enter the chamber. The chamber was only a few dozen feet wide. There was a stone bed in the center as well as a stone table and several stone chairs. The stone table and chairs were all carved from magnetic core stone. This magnetic core stone had existed in the Thunder Dominion for countless years. After being baptized in this thunder energy for such a long time, the magnetic core stone had already become as valuable as heavenly treasures. On top of the magnetic core stone table was a purple crystal. It seemed as if that ephemeral thunderstorm was emitted by this purple crystal just now. Lying on the stone bed was a peaceful skeleton. This skeleton glistened, as if it had been carved from translucent crystal. This skeleton had lain down here for countless years already. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to see the skeleton here. The master of this cave must have died a natural death. Otherwise they wouldn't have allowed the sword to fly out to meet enemies. As he glanced beside the skeleton, That argent-white sword had already returned to its sheath, without the least bit of edge to its aura. It was hard to imagine that this sword had just faced off against a thunder source, an existence 10 times more terrifying than even the strongest thunder soul. These are the remains of an ancient emperor powerhouse. Lin Ming released a long sigh. It was obvious this was no ordinary emperor powerhouse. No ordinary emperor powerhouse would ever be able to construct their own cave mansion here. This person might even be a character of the same rank as the demon emperor. But what a pity, no matter how glorious or peerless this person was. They could not withstand the wearing down of the years, nor could they escape the suffering of their samsara. Lin Ming respectfully and quietly bowed. It was only then did he discover that there was a spatial ring on this emperor powerhouse's finger. Lin Ming hesitated. Since the argent white sword had brought him to this cave mansion, didn't that mean that it had consented to him searching the spatial ring? And at this moment, Demon Shine suddenly cried out in alarm. Lin Ming was frightened for a moment. He quickly searched in his spiritual sea, thinking that something had happened to Demon Shine. He saw that the dog fellow was in perfectly fine condition, as if nothing had happened at all. "What are you doing? You surprised me for a moment there," Lin Ming said, a bit disgruntled. "Boy, look at what's on that stone table." Lin Ming followed the direction of Demon Shine's voice. On the stone table was the fist-sized purple crystal, and beside the purple crystal were smaller finger-sized pieces of broken purple crystal. It was apparent that smaller amethyst-colored pieces had been broken off from the larger one. Lin Ming had seen these purple crystals as soon as he entered this room. They contained an extremely pure thunder energy. It was clear they were some sort of thunder attribute heavenly treasure. But what Lin Ming had first investigated was the skeleton of the Emperor Powerhouse. Thus he had put aside those purple crystals for the time being. He released his perception and examined it, yet couldn't find any related memory in his mind. After all, the memories he inherited from the realm of the God's Supreme Elders had only been ruined fragments. "What is that?" Lin Ming asked. Demon Shine sounded as if he was hyperventilating with excitement. If this wasn't the Thunder Dominion and he didn't dare to appear in the open with his soul form, then he would have already rushed out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. If this saint isn't wrong, then that is the twin-life thunder crystal that the thunder source is born from. This is a heavenly treasure that can temper a battle spirit. Even in the realm of the gods, this sort of divine treasure can only be stumbled upon through pure luck. It simply can't be found. Temper a battle spirit? Lin Ming's heart moved. There was a phrase in the realm of the gods' martial arts world. The mortal body is easy to train, but the battle spirit is difficult to complete. Although there were very few body transformation martial artists in the realm of the gods, the pure total number of martial artists in the realm of the gods was simply too terrifying. It could only be tallied in trillions. For a body transformation martial artist, the resources they had to consume were at least 100 times that of an essence gathering system martial artist. Still, it was always a good idea to temper the mortal body. As long as one was willing to sacrifice an unbelievable amount of resources, they could always open the 8 inner gates. But a battle spirit was different. It was far harder to cultivate than the mortal body. Before a battle spirit was officially formed, it could only be tempered with the leftover will of other powerhouses. For instance, the blood demon bone that Lin Ming had found before was this sort of treasure. But after forming a battle spirit, especially after reaching bronze small success or bronze large success, there were far too few heavenly materials that could temper a battle spirit. This was because a battle spirit was formed from a martial artist's will. A martial artist's will depended on their heart and conscience. It had minimal influence from outside forces. Thus, this was why it was said that the mortal body was easy to train, but a battle spirit was difficult to complete. After a martial artist's battle spirit was formed, it could nearly only rely on itself to grow. Thus, the earlier one comprehended their own battle spirit, the more space there would be for growth. To a martial artist, whether or not they comprehended a battle spirit early or late in their cultivation would become greatly significant to their strength. Lin Ming never imagined that these purple crystals in front of him were a top heavenly treasure capable of tempering a battle spirit. What is a twin-life thunder crystal? Demon Shine said, "A thunder source is bred after thunder origin energy passes through a near-endless amount of time. When it is first born, it is wrapped in a wondrous stone. Later, the thunder source slowly breaks open this wondrous stone, and its power will also seep into it. After accumulating for a long time, the very composition of this stone will change, finally forming the twin-life thunder crystal. After most thunder sources are born, they will have a twin-life thunder crystal. But a thunder source is born through periods of hundreds of millions or even billions of years. Once a thunder source is born, it basically cannot be destroyed. After 1,000,000,000,000 years in the realm of the gods, there are a vast number of thunder sources that have accumulated. But twin-life thunder crystals are different. Once one is used, it disappears forever. In 10,000 years of the realm of the gods, how many thunder sources will be born? This is why there are far too few twin-life thunder crystals. Thus, they are beyond precious. I am also guessing that the thunder source we saw before only confronted the Argent White Sword because it wished to retake its twin-life thunder crystal. Demon Shine's explanation caused an epiphany in Lin Ming's heart. Such a lucky chance could only be encountered through serendipity. He glanced at the Argent White Sword. The sword was still in its scabbard and had no reaction, as if it were allowing Lin Ming to freely take the twin-life thunder crystal. Lin Ming first faced the crystalline skeleton and then deeply bowed in respect. Then, he carefully placed the twin-life thunder crystal in his spatial ring. At this time, the Argent White Sword faintly trembled. A wisp of sword light issued out from the hilt, wrapping around the crystal skeleton's spatial ring and slowly lifting it up before floating it towards Lin Ming. This left Lin Ming nonplussed. The sword wished to give him this spatial ring? He already felt a bit guilty for taking the twin-life thunder crystal, and now the Argent White Sword wished to give him its master's spatial ring? Although it could be said that anything in that spatial ring would have been useless to a sword, they had only met by chance. The sword shouldn't be giving him such a generous gift. Was it because it had sensed the goddess Jade pendant and had regarded him as a descendant of the Forsaken God clan? As Lin Ming was imagining all sorts of scenarios, a jade slip appeared from the spatial ring, wrapped in energy, and slowly floated into Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming's mind stirred as he sensed what this was. He caught the jade slip in his hand and swept his divine sense through it. This was not a rare cultivation method manual, but rather a letter that recorded the cave master's life experiences. And now Lin Ming knew the name of this cave master, Emperor Argent. His name was Argent, and Emperor represented his realm. He had no surname, the same as Ju. Besides Emperor Argent, he also had a title, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. Eightfall, so it's also Eightfall. Any martial artist who can enjoy such a title must be a powerhouse who has crossed life destruction 8 times. Since ancient times, the Sky Spill continent can count the number of Eightfall Emperor powerhouses on a single hand. Even the Demon Emperor was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. Lin Ming continued to read through the jade slip letter. The more he read, the more admiration and reverence he had for the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. When the Eightfall Thunder Emperor was a child, his martial talent wasn't considered too outstanding, especially in the Forsaken God clan that was bursting with geniuses. His talent was only ordinary. However, his will was tough and he trained extremely diligently, to the very limits possible. In order to sharpen himself, he took on any battle. In order to seek out his own lucky chances, he traveled the world, repeatedly running into all sorts of life or death situations. He stepped into revolving core and later broke through life destruction. Because his willpower was incomparably tough, he comprehended a battle spirit at the middle revolving core realm and even 3 kinds of martial intents. One of the martial intents he comprehended was an extremely rare force field martial intent, the Thunder Force Field. This was also the fundamental reason that Emperor Argent had such amazing achievements in the future. He could form a force field of thunder energy around his body. If a normal martial artist were to step into his range, then in the best case they would experience numbness all over their body, and in the worst case they would be burnt to coke. This was where Emperor Argent's title of Thunder Emperor had come from. Because of this thunder force field, he had been able to enter into the thunder dominion of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Here, he tempered his body and rid it of impurities, laying down an incomparably firm foundation that allowed him to cross life destruction 8 times and be titled the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. After successfully crossing 8 stages of life destruction and then breaking through to the Divine Sea, Emperor Argent was able to instantly kill Divine Sea powerhouses at the same level. In the next 1,000 years, his strength was unrivaled within the world. Here, he stood alone at the peak of the Sky Spill continent. Unfortunately, the Forsaken God clan's cursed blood was a demonic curse that could not be broken. No matter how astonishing the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's talent was, he still didn't have the strength to rid himself of his curse. Finally, he had come to the Thunder Dominion, entering into closed-door seclusion and finally perishing here. This hero was truly too unfortunate. Lin Ming sighed with deep emotion. To actually close up within the Thunder Dominion in the skies of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, just what sort of courage was that? And even after his death, his martial arts will had fused with his sword, enabling it to contend with the Thunder Source. Luckily, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's martial arts will was itself of the Thunder attribute. Even his divine soul had no need to fear the Thunder Source. In this aspect, it was something that Demonshine's own divine soul simply couldn't compare with. The second half of Emperor Argent's letter recorded what he experienced in the last 1,000 years of his life. He had recorded all sorts of shocking details in his attempts to overcome his cursed fate with his strength. Without a doubt, this would be extremely valuable information to the God-forsaken clan. The last portion of this letter only contained a few sentences. Year 31,200 of the Sky Spill calendar. In battle with Emperor Evil, I received severe wounds. The 8th bloodline curse calamity approaches. I will go to the Thunder Dominion to attempt my last crossing in seclusion. As Lin Ming read this, he was stunned. Who was Emperor Evil? After the Eightfall Thunder Emperor reached the Divine Sea, his strength far surpassed everyone else in the world. He had been a true peerless powerhouse for that time. From when he first started recording on this jade slip, his cultivation must have taken another step upwards. And yet this Emperor Evil was actually able to severely wound him? Why was there no record about him in the history of the Sky Spill continent? Could it be that this Emperor Evil didn't even come from the Sky Spill continent's planet? After the battle with the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, did this Emperor Evil die or live? Lin Ming's mind was filled with all sorts of confused questions. It was too bad that there were no follow-ups to Emperor Argent's letter. Without doubt, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor must have perished here after entering into closed-door seclusion. While being severely wounded, he also had to deal with the 8th calamity of his bloodline curse. The danger of closed-door seclusion at this time could be imagined. Lin Ming continued to search Emperor Argent's spatial ring for other relics. Although this spatial ring had passed through tens of thousands of years, the spirit mark on it was still incomparably clear, as well as carrying with it a grand thunder attribute. This caused Lin Ming to sigh yet again. With Emperor Argent's unbelievable strength of will, it was likely he had achieved a silver battle spirit. A silver battle spirit that also had the thunder attribute. After staying in the Thunder Dominion for tens of thousands of years, not only had his will not weakened, but it was instead nourished in the power of thunder. I find it a bit strange. Since the Eightfall Thunder Emperor already obtained this twin-life thunder crystal, why didn't he use it to temper his battle spirit? Wouldn't he want to bring his battle spirit to an even higher level? Lin Ming mumbled to himself. Then, Demonshine said, "If I'm not wrong, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had originally caught the purple lion thunder source and imprisoned it in his cave mansion. He wanted to absorb it, but his cultivation was lacking at the time, so he temporarily sealed it here. And the twin-life thunder crystal, as a heavenly treasure that was born together with the purple lion thunder source, was naturally the best vessel to seal the thunder source within. Unfortunately, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor perished before he reached a high enough boundary to absorb the purple lion thunder source. After his death, the power of the seal weakened every year until the purple lion thunder source was finally able to escape. Afterwards, the purple lion thunder source wanted to retake its twin-life thunder crystal that was held in this cave. But the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's sword has continued to fight it up until the present." Lin Ming nodded. What Demonshine said was most likely true. The argent-white sword was in itself a metal saint artifact. It simply had no need to fear any thunder. And the sword soul had fused together with the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's thunder attribute, so it had no need to fear thunder-based attacks. Because of this, the Purple Lion Thunder Source had nothing it could do. Lin Ming looked further in the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's spatial ring, finding some bottles of pills, jade slips, treasures, as well as several thousand spirit essence stones. The Eightfall Thunder Emperor wasn't as wealthy as Lin Ming imagined he would be. It could even be said that he was dirt poor. Besides the Saint Artifact level sword and the Twin Life Thunder Crystal, there unexpectedly weren't any other priceless treasures. This was too inconsistent with his status as highest under the heavens. The top pills were likely used up by the Eightfall Thunder Emperor in his final battle. As for the jade slips, they are inherited cultivation methods of the Forsaken God clan, as well as some records of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's own experiences in training. These would actually be very important to the Forsaken God clan. But to me it would only serve as an ordinary reference. This is a detailed explanation of the concept of thunder. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he looked over a purple jade slip. At this moment, he was extremely lacking in his comprehension of the concept of thunder. Although he had a very high compatibility with thunder origin energy, that wasn't too helpful in comprehending the concept of thunder. However, this jade slip would be of great help to him. With the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's boundary, his understanding of the concept of thunder must have been surpassingly profound. Lin Ming finished organizing the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's relics and then inadvertently glanced at some descriptions of where the Forsaken God clan lived. And what incomparably surprised Lin Ming was that the Forsaken God clan lived in a sealed-off dimensional realm. The Forsaken God clan lives in a dimensional realm? Lin Ming was amazed. There were very few dimensional realms attached to the Sky Spill continent. This was because a dimensional realm was much more stable than a minor dimension. The laws there were not much different than those of the boundless universe, and it was also easy to defend. Thus, many powerful influences were willing to fight for these types of lands, especially for those dimensional realms that had spiritual veins. For the Forsaken God clan to be able to occupy their own dimensional realm, this meant that their strength far surpassed what Lin Ming had originally thought it to be. But this was strange. If the Forsaken God clan was so powerful, how come Zhu had been captured by the Northwest Great Desert? The entrance to the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm is located 300,000 miles southwest of the Seven-Star Divine Kingdom. I should go there and return some of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's relics to his Forsaken God clan. Lin Ming took the concept jade slip as well as the most precious Twin Life Thunder Crystal that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had left behind. As for everything else, especially the recorded experiences of the Forsaken God clan's cultivation methods and the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's attempts to resist the curse, these sorts of things were far too valuable to the Forsaken God clan. Lin Ming thought that returning all of this was natural. The Eightfall Thunder Emperor's skeleton and sword should also be returned to his homeland. Even if Lin Ming did all these things, it was far from being able to repay the debt of gratitude. The value of the Twin Life Thunder Crystal was simply immeasurable. Lin Ming estimated the time. He had already been inside the Thunder Dominion for over 2 hours. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp had a sealed force field, and the power of space here was bizarre. Anyone who entered would find it very difficult to leave. But even so, Lin Ming didn't dare to stay in the Thunder Dominion for too long. Who knew whether or not the Azura Divine Kingdom would turn crazy and decide to send 7 or 8 Divine Sea Supreme Elders after him? If that happened, when those Divine Sea Supreme Elders joined forces, and in addition to the Azura Divine Kingdom's accumulated inheritance after all these years, they might be able to find him through some means. Even hiding away in the Thunder Dominion wouldn't be safe. Lin Ming resisted his desire to stay here and practice his concept of thunder, and also temper his battle spirit with the Twin Life Thunder Crystal. He gathered everything up and prepared to leave. As he saw the Eightfall Thunder Emperor skeleton, he bowed once again before receiving it into his spatial ring. Then, he hesitated for a moment and picked up the argent-white sword. The long sword was intelligent, but it didn't resist. It allowed Lin Ming to place it in his spatial ring. Lin Ming displayed his movement technique and launched himself out of the Thunder Emperor's cave mansion. Lin Ming wasn't in too great a hurry to run out of the Thunder Dominion. he still had a very important task to matter to do, and this was to allow the heretical god Sprout to swallow up all the thunder energy it could so that he could use it to cross life destruction in the future. The heretical god Sprout had already absorbed a massive amount of purple gold thunder in the 80-mile region of the Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming didn't want this low-level thunder, and released all of it, deciding to trade it for the more powerful golden red lightning. Even though Lin Ming's body had been tempered with lightning, it was still hard for him to withstand this sort of lightning. He grit his teeth and persisted, slowly filling the heretical god Sprout until it was full of golden red lightning. After a quarter-hour passed, Lin Ming's entire body was dripping with sweat, but the heretical god seed had finally absorbed enough lightning. At this time, the entire sprout was shining with a golden red light. All right, Lin Ming let out a long breath. It was impossible for most Divine Sea Supreme Elders to arrive at the 90-mile region of the Thunder Dominion. Although the lightning he took from here was only an insignificant drop in an endless ocean, it was still the highest golden red lightning that he could absorb. There should be enough for him to cross life destruction. Once everything was ready, Lin Ming took out the red spear from his spatial ring. The concept of thunder and fire flooded into it as he thrust it out. Pong! Space trembled. Lin Ming broke through the distorted force field of the Thunder Dominion's 90-mile region and flew straight to the 80-mile region. Break again! With a second spear thrust, Lin Ming smoothly arrived at the 70-mile region. Again and again, Lin Ming was unstoppable as he pierced through all the distorted force fields. Then, after several dozen breaths of time, Lin Ming had finally reached the outermost layer of the Thunder Dominion. I wonder if that old witch hag is still waiting for me outside. It's fine if she died to those existences in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, but if she didn't, that's even better. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a brilliant fighting spirit. As he thought about being chased down by Ruyu and the demon envoys like some rabbit to be hunted, and also of the extreme dangers he had to stumble through in order to escape, a vengeful fire had already lit inside his heart. And now that he had encountered a fortuitous turn of events in the Thunder Dominion, it would only be unfair to himself if he didn't find Ruyu and demand her to pay back the interest for his suffering in blood. Moreover, Lin Ming was not afraid of fighting Ruyu at all. The Thunder Dominion was his ultimate base camp. He could freely flit in and out, but Ruyu was limited to the 50-mile region. Bang! Lin Ming grasped his red spear and flushed out of the Thunder Dominion. He didn't see Ruyu or the other demon envoys at all. Still, he kept on full alert of his surroundings, always keeping within 100 feet of the Thunder Dominion's clouds to ensure that he could withdraw at any time. Have they left? Or did they stay? Well, if that's the case, then I'll leave the 8,000-mile Black Swamp first. Although Lin Ming wished to fight Ruyu, if she wasn't here, then he wouldn't be so crazy as to seek her out. That was the same as using his own life as a joke. Moreover, if time dragged on, then the Azura Divine Kingdom's Divine Sea Supreme Elders might be able to use some extraordinary method to find him. Lin Ming was just about to rush out of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, when at this time a brilliant red light flashed out. With a harsh scream, a large red net covered the clouds even as it fell down on him, completely enveloping him from above. You little beast! I have already waited for you for a long time here. I want to see just where you'll escape to now. Ruyu's maniacal voice sounded out. She had used a secret technique to conceal her whereabouts, all in order to set this trap for Lin Ming. At this time, her hair was disheveled, her clothes were tattered, and her withered face was wet with blood. She was missing her right eye, leaving nothing there but a gaping deep eye socket. Her shoulder had also been bitten by something. The flesh there was mangled and dripped with blood. It was obvious that Ruyu had experienced a perilous and wretched battle just now. She looked like a demon that was crawling up from the abyss of hell. A normal woman martial artist would consume some of their cultivation after reaching life destruction in order to maintain their youthful appearance. Even if the fires of their life were fading away, they would still be like Mu Fengxian, aging rapidly but gracefully. But for a martial artist like Ruyu who practiced arcane body transformation techniques, that would only intensify the aging process, making it seem as if they were a dried corpse that crawled out of a coffin. In order to wait for your return, I have become like this. Today I must flay your skin and pull out your tendons. In the 2 or 3 hours that Lin Ming had been in the Thunder Dominion 4, Bai Ruyu had experienced the Yellow Springs River, as well as encountered a desolate, ancient, vicious beast that roamed the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. A fierce battle had begun between her and the ancient, desolate beast, and she had to use the body transformation cultivation method that harmed the fires of her life yet again. Only by desperately risking her life against that ancient, desolate beast had she been able to emerge victorious. All of the vitality-restoring medicines in her spatial ring had been used up. Now she looked haggard and worn out beyond belief. She didn't even have the energy to restore the horrible wounds that covered her body. At this point, Bai Ruyu had already fallen into madness. The only thought in her mind was to rip apart Lin Ming, steal away all his treasure, pull out his soul and refine his marrow and search him for every single secret he held. As Lin Ming watched the maniacal Bai Ruyu rush towards him, he sneered and said, "You abominable witch, you still haven't died? I was just thinking about searching for you. But since you've decided to knock on my door, then let me send you on your way. You little beast. Keep on being arrogant. Wait until I catch you. I will rip open your mouth and hang your corpse by your tongue. I will refine your divine soul." Bai Ruyu coldly shouted out. Her body emitted crackling ka-ka-ka sounds as it changed once more. Lin Ming was startled as he saw this. This Bai Ruyu in front of him had just experienced constantly frigid battle and had consumed most of her true essence. Her entire body was covered with wounds and she didn't have much lifespan remaining. The fires of her life had already dropped to an extremely feeble point. Even so, she was still able to maintain such a strong combat strength and use this arcane body transformation ability. The will and strength of a top 50-ranked Destiny Decree Master truly made one's heart tremble. "I'll tear off your mouth." Bai Ruyu slashed out with her claws and a dangerous black light gathered into a line, shooting towards him with incredible speed and strength. Even though Bai Ruyu was wounded to this point, her claw attack still had an immense inherent world-shaking power. Even a 30,000-foot cliffside would shatter into pieces under her claws. Lin Ming's expression turned solemn. To this point, this was the strongest enemy he had faced in direct combat. A top 50-ranked Destiny Decree martial artist, a master with a 6-stage life destruction cultivation, Bai Ruyu truly symbolized the first-class strength of the Sky Spill Continent's life destruction powerhouses. The 8 inner hidden gates opened and the power of the heretical god force was unleashed. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. On top of the spear shaft, dual concepts of thunder and fire intertwined. The burning star flame mixed with the top-grade Heaven-Step Thunder Soul. Penetrating rainbow. Whoosh! Spear light cut through the horizon, converging into a purple-red line. From afar, it looked like the horizon line that divided the skies and seas. It was vast and mysterious, with a terrifying strength that made one shiver with despair. Before now, whenever Lin Ming had used Penetrating Rainbow, the power of thunder had always been inferior to the power of fire, causing him to be unable to display the peak power of Penetrating Rainbow. But now, although Lin Ming's concept of thunder was still at the lowest level, far inferior to his comprehension of the concept of fire, the purple gold thunder soul was a small grade and a half higher than the burning star flame. This was enough to make up for the disparity in concepts. When Lin Ming now poured the balanced power of Thunderfire into his spear, he was able to display Penetrating Rainbow's greatest killing strength. Bang! The claw shadow and Penetrating Rainbow's spear light collided into each other, forming a fierce explosion and creating shockwaves that rolled up into the skies. Lin Ming felt a strong force pass through his body as his spear light collapsed. The black claw shadow was unstoppable as it tore through Penetrating Rainbow's spear light. It rushed towards him, weakened by just the smallest amount. Too strong. A trace of surprise appeared on Lin Ming's face. That spear strike just now could be considered one of his strongest strikes in his current state, yet it had been completely suppressed by Bai Ruyu. This was the disparity of absolute strength. Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and Flash stepped 5 miles away. He watched as the claw shadow struck the ground just 2 miles away. With a corrosive chi-chi-chi sound, 3 immeasurably deep holes had been formed in the ground. Lin Ming rapidly heaved heavy breaths. After being scratched by that claw shadow just now, it had caused the blood vitality in his body to tumble, nearly severely injuring him. You little beast, you can actually melt away a bit of my netherworld claw. You truly aren't so simple. But this makes me just that much more excited. I can personally destroy a future king. I'm just too happy. Ha 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 ha. Ryu crazily cackled. That spear strike just now had been alarming. It wasn't strength that a revolving core powerhouse should have. If you must hate something, then hate your destiny for dooming you to perish under my hands. Take my strongest attack, Dark Crimson Hell. Ryu's body fiercely twitched and her right arm turned a deep blood red. The blood vessels on her arm suddenly bulged out as if they would burst apart at any time. Although she knew perfectly well that she could suppress Lin Ming and capture him sooner or later, she didn't want to delay any longer. Her fires of life were exceedingly damaged right now and she didn't even have 40% of her true essence remaining. If she were to encounter any of the other monsters in this black swamp, then she would die without a grave. Hiss! A red ghost appeared on Ryu's right arm. It grasped a several dozen-foot-long scythe, a long scarlet tongue lolling from its mouth as it shot towards Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming was exceptionally calm. He took a step back and set his red spear horizontally. He linked his true essence to the heretical god sprout, quickening the golden red lightning saved up within. Go! With a loud shout, Lin Ming transferred the complete strength of his divine soul, only then forcing out a thin wisp of golden red lightning as thick as a newborn's finger. It shot out from the heretical god sprout. Chi! With a nearly inaudible sound, the twisted force field around the arc of lightning was torn apart. This was golden red lightning from the 90-mile region of the Thunder Dominion. If a vast amount of this golden lightning gathered together, it could even char a divine sea supreme elder to cinders. Even though the tiny wisp of lightning that Lin Ming took out was a paltry amount, it still wasn't something that Ryu could ever hope of blocking. The slender arc of lightning was unexpectedly considerably heavy. With Lin Ming's soul force driving it, it simply couldn't fly too quickly. This was because this amount of energy had exceeded the limits of his control. However, the current Ryu had fallen into madness and was less than 100 feet from Lin Ming. Although she saw this tiny wisp of lightning shooting towards her, she only assumed that it was some arcane technique that Lin Ming sent out. The lightning energy was far too compressed. If one didn't carefully investigate it, then they would never discover just how terrifying it truly was. Brat, you are already at the edge of death, in front of absolute power. Any move you try is just a useless last-ditch struggle. Break for me. The crazy Ryu stretched out her blood-red right hand, clawing down at the golden red lightning. She wanted to break apart that lightning and tear apart Lin Ming at the same time. In her opinion, such a slender wisp of lightning emitted by Lin Ming could never be strong. She would be able to crush it to pieces like a fallen branch. Puff! The red claw and golden red lightning struck each other. The lightning didn't even seem as if it had been blocked by anything. It instantly penetrated through Ryu's claw shadow and continued forwards. In that instant, Ryu only felt her right hand heat up and her bodily true essence explode like fireworks. Her right hand was like a bag of blood that was lashed by a whip. It directly exploded, burnt black blood. Fragments of bone and pieces of flesh sprayed onto Ryu's face. In that instant, Ryu's eye had gone completely blank as she completely forget about the searing pain in her right arm. That lightning? Just what was that? This thin wisp of lightning appeared very insignificant. Yet, just by gently touching it, Ryu had suffered such a fate. The raging power of thunder not only destroyed Ryu's entire arm, but the massive tyrannical power of thunder also took the opportunity to plunge into her body. This was a terrifying energy that even a divine sea supreme elder would find difficult to resolve. Ryu was completely paralyzed and the right half of her body was nearly scorched black. Lin Ming didn't give Ryu any chance to recover. His mind touched upon the heretical god sprout and forcefully pulled out a second wisp of golden red lightning. He poured his wisp of lightning into his spear and stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void. flitting through the void and flickering in front of Bai Ruyu. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a frenzied light. He lifted the spear in both hands and smashed it downwards. His large success bronze battle spirit flooded into the spear, mixing with the golden red power of thunder and fusing together. The entire spear looked like a golden red magnificent sun, a golden light directly impacting into the heavens. Ah! Bai Ruyu issued out a soulless wail. In this critical life or death moment, she bit off the remaining half of her tongue, spouting out a mouthful of blood as she regained her senses with the intense pain. Bai Ruyu's eyeball bulged as if it were about to burst open at any time. It was too late for her to avoid Lin Ming's attack, nor could she block that golden red spear light. At this crucial moment, she decided to give up any thought of defending. She formed a claw with her left hand and thrust it towards Lin Ming's dantian. Lin Ming simply ignored Bai Ruyu's final desperate attack. His spear came pounding down decisively. If he missed this chance, then he would lose. Lin Ming's spear smashed into Bai Ruyu's head. With the support of the golden red lightning, Lin Ming's spear potential had reached a terrifying degree. Pong! Bai Ruyu's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white brain fluid sprayed Lin Ming's face. At the same time, Bai Ruyu's claw had deeply thrust into Lin Ming's stomach. His protective true essence was torn apart like paper, and Bai Ruyu's sharp black claws mercilessly wrenched at the Demon Emperor armor. With a resonant kacha sound, Lin Ming's body shook like an earthquake and he flew backwards, a massive amount of dangerous and perverse energy breaking into him. Lin Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. He crashed into the ground, feeling as if all his organs had been moved. Bai Ruyu's attack was too terrifying. Even when she was a dried-up oil lamp, and even with the Demon Emperor armor weakening the energy and protecting Lin Ming, that final attack had still wounded him and caused him to cough up blood. In that strike, Lin Ming's meridians had nearly twisted together. His organs had been damaged and his dantian had been wounded from the shock. The disparity between their absolute strength was simply too great. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ming's body was as tough as a high-grade Earth-step treasure and all of his meridians and organs had been tempered multiple times, this attack would have ripped apart his dantian, killing him here. This golden red lightning was truly terrifying. If a life destruction master were to be struck by a large arc of this golden red lightning, then they would have simply died, no matter how highly ranked they were on the destiny decree. What a pity! If my divine soul was powerful enough, then I could move more golden red lightning. If I were able to freely use it, then I would have no need to fear anyone under the divine sea. After this incident, Lin Ming became increasingly aware of just how powerful the soul was. Although soul force couldn't be said to directly correlate with strength, it definitely marked the limit of a martial artist's cultivation. If one couldn't enhance their soul, then their cultivation would forever stagnate. At this moment, a feeling of crisis rose in Lin Ming's mind. Without thinking about it, he stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, his body exploding forwards. Bang! A black spear light struck the ground where Lin Ming had been standing, causing a massive explosion. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. He swiveled around and saw that the one who had sneak attacked him was the second demon envoy. Both of the second demon envoy's legs had been torn off. He floated in the air, carrying his long spear. Blood-stained bones stuck out of the remains his legs. It was like he had been bitten by some giant wild beast and had his legs ripped off. The second demon envoy and Bai Ruyu had been keeping guard over two separate areas, waiting for Lin Ming to appear. When the second demon envoy arrived, the result was completely different from what he expected. In just several breaths of time, Lin Ming had killed Bai Ruyu. Just what was that golden red lightning? The second demon envoy became crazy with jealousy as he thought about the lucky chances Lin Ming must have experienced in the Thunder Dominion. How could this brat not have died after venturing deep into the Thunder Dominion? As for himself, he had both his legs chomped off by an ancient desolate beast in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. The second demon envoy's current situation was extremely poor. Both of his legs were ruined and his strength wasn't even 30% of his normal peak state. But Lin Ming's situation wasn't much better. After being struck and wounded by Ruyu's final desperate attack, his dantian had been injured. Without the time to regenerate, his strength was less than half of its peak state too. If Lin Ming was at his prime, then he could contend with the severely wounded second demon envoy in a battle. However, the chances of victory now were very slim. The second demon envoy had likely seen the golden red lightning, and it couldn't be used as a sneak attack anymore. The second demon envoy was also terrified of Lin Ming. Lin Ming was simply an unkillable cockroach. Ever since the Azura Divine Kingdom had discovered that the Demon Emperor's inheritance was held by Lin Ming, they had tried to capture him, even sending out 2 great imperial scholars and 4 demon envoys. Even after finding him after a wide search that spanned several months, no one had been able to harm him. And then, even when he was forced into such an alarming danger zone, he had still managed to emerge in perfect condition and use some strange method to kill Bai Ruyu instead. How could the second demon envoy not be dismayed by this? As the second demon envoy of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he had all the power and authority he wanted in the palm of his hands. And yet, that faith in his own strength and consistent belief in his superiority had been eroded by Lin Ming. Only by defeating Lin Ming could he recover the faith he held in himself. And the self-confidence of a martial artist often influenced the limits of their future achievements. Lin Ming had already become a heart demon that the second demon envoy had to overcome. Otherwise, his thoughts would never be peaceful again, and he would never rid himself of his heart demons. The second demon envoy took out a red pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it down. For a time, a strange flush crept up his face as if he were a drunk mortal. Lin Ming immediately recognized this for what it was. This was a sort of medicine similar to the scarlet blood pill. After taking it, one's strength would rapidly rise for a short period of time. But the side effects were extremely dangerous. For the second demon envoy to swallow down this sort of pill in his severely wounded condition, it would cause an enormous loss of his lifespan. But at this time, the second demon envoy was prepared to disregard everything in order to kill Lin Ming. Whoosh! Several hundred blood-drinking seals burst out from the second demon envoy's body. His eyes turned blood red, and without a single word he took a step forwards. By practicing the great desolate halberd art for so many years, the second demon envoy had a high comprehension of the concept of space. Although it didn't reach Lin Ming's level, it was still enough for his attacks to seem ghostly and elusive. With a single step forwards, he arrived 100 feet in front of Lin Ming. All of the second demon envoy's potential poured into his spear. Slaughter! Blood-drinking seals howled out. Lin Ming trod on golden rock, shattering the void, and quickly drew back. At the same time, he retrieved a cold and shining 4-foot-long sword from his spatial ring. Lightning lingered on the sword blade. This was the argent-white sword. Lin Ming grasped the argent-white sword, and all of his muscles suddenly burst out. He completely opened all 3 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates, exhausting the totality of his strength to throw it towards the second demon envoy. After completing 100% tempering marrow, Lin Ming's physical body strength already exceeded 200,000 jin. After opening the Gate of Wonder, his physical strength surpassed 1,000,000 jin. It was only because Lin Ming often fought with energy, settling battles with sword light and spear light, that he didn't have a chance to display the peak physical strength granted to his body by the 8 inner hidden gates. Now, with his over 1,000,000 jin of strength, he heaved the argent-white sword forwards. The sword cut through the sky like a blazing white meteor, its speed reaching a nearly unbelievable degree. A keen Saint artifact-level sword, it also had the 8-fall Thunder Emperor's thunder will fused into it. Now, with it being thrown with over 1,000,000 jin of strength, its power had reached impossible degrees. Even a 100,000-foot-high mountain would shatter to powder in front of it. See, the sharp sword pierced through the air, bringing with it countless arcs of purple lighting and directly ripping apart the second demon envoy's spear light. One sword, with irresistible force, continued shooting towards the second demon envoy. What sword is this? The second demon envoy was horrified. The sword that Lin Ming had thrown out was a masterless sword. He had done so with just his physical strength. There was no true essence poured into this sword, and yet its might and radiance had reached such an incredible degree. Saint Artifact? The second demon envoy held a high post in the Azura Divine Kingdom. With his deep background, he naturally had high insight. He had once seen the demon god Heartguard mirror before, but even that artifact simply wasn't able to compare with this purple long sword shooting towards him. Perhaps only the unified and complete version of the Demon Emperor armor could compare with it. The second demon envoy did not dare to be careless. He drew back and shot out 100 spear lights at the same time, bombarding the Argent White Sword. The Argent White Sword was a masterless weapon, and Lin Ming hadn't poured any true essence into it. Even though it was hurled out with 1,000,000 gene of strength, the force still couldn't compare to the energy attack sent out by a 6-stage life destruction essence gathering system martial artist. As the rays of energy smashed into the Argent White Sword, explosions filled the sky like fireworks. The sword gradually slowed down before finally stopping in midair. It really is a masterless sword. The second demon envoy found himself short of breath. Without a doubt, this saint-level sword was found by that little beast in the Thunder Dominion. With that little beast's cultivation and soul force, it was simply impossible for him to leave his own spirit mark within it. And without a spirit mark, it was impossible for him to pour his true essence into it. This must have been the reason why he threw out this divine sword like a dart to slay his enemy. This was simply a wasteful ruining of heaven's gifts. If he could obtain this divine sword, the second demon envoy's heart began pulsating. Even if he didn't use the sword, he could still give it to the Azura Divine Kingdom. That would be a colossal achievement, and the resources he would receive as a reward would be limitless. There were several sword-wielding Divine Sea Supreme Elders within the Azura Divine Kingdom, yet all of them suffered because they had no suitable swords to match them. If they were to know about this sword, then they would definitely not hesitate in paying any price to obtain it. "You little beast, your sword is mine now." This thought flashed through the second demon envoy's mind. He quickly formed a black seal and threw it at the Argent White Sword. He wanted to grab the Argent White Sword first. Otherwise, if Lin Ming recovered it and then decided to not fight with him and escape instead, there was no way he could chase after Lin Ming in his current condition. The energy of the black seal became increasingly strong, soon enveloping all the nearby space. The second demon envoy was clearly aware of just how mighty this saint artifact-level divine sword's energy was. Wanting to place his own spirit mark on it was easier said than done, especially since he was in a life-or-death battle with Lin Ming at the moment. If he separated a spirit mark to control this divine sword and a problem occurred, then it was likely Lin Ming would take the chance to end his life instead. The safest method was to first seal away this divine sword and then place it into his spatial ring. He would be able to slowly deal with it in the future. In front of such an unbelievably rare treasure, there were far too few people that could restrain their greedy nature. Pointing his spear, the black seal whistled towards the Argent White Sword, placing a heavy layer of pressure on it. At the moment the seal touched the sword blade, gong! A resounding sword cry impacted into the endless skies, as if a deeply slumbering azure dragon had been awakened. A vast purple energy rushed out from the sword and instantly crushed the black seal to nothing. The black seal was connected to the second demon envoy's soul force. The second demon envoy only felt as if someone had taken a 10,000 gene sledgehammer and smashed it into his head. His spiritual sea violently shook, nearly collapsing in on itself. Blood began leaking from the corners of the second demon envoy's eyes, running down his ears and dripping from his nose. The Argent White Sword was marked with the martial arts will of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had been the highest man under the heavens, and he was particularly extraordinary in the aspect of martial arts will. At the middle revolving core realm he had formed his own battle spirit, and by the time he reached the Divine Sea his battle spirit had reached the silver boundary and even fused together with the thunder attribute because of his thunder force field. This martial arts will was supremely formidable to begin with, and after being tempered in the Thunder Dominion for tens of thousands of years, how could a martial artist on the level of the second demon envoy even hope of violating it? This was the fury of the divine sword. This was the rage of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's martial arts will. At the moment when the second demon envoy's soul suffered a backlash, Lin Ming had already been patiently waiting for this chance. He grasped his red spear and burst forwards. Space shrank underneath his feet. Lin Ming appeared in front of the second demon envoy in just the blink of an eye. His soul force touched upon the heretical god sprout, forcefully pulling out a thin wisp of golden red lighting. He poured this lightning into his red spear and smashed down at the second demon envoy's head. Ah! The second demon envoy was so angered that his eyes nearly popped out. He utilized the concept of space, distorting space to break and avoid this fatal spear. However, just as the second demon envoy's figure blinked several hundred feet away, he suddenly paled upon reappearing. This was because Lin Ming had also appeared in front of him, the cold spear in his hands just 3 feet from his head. In terms of understanding the concept of space, Lin Ming had experienced several fortuitous encounters in his adventures and had even cultivated golden rock shattering the void. Thus he was far superior to the second demon envoy. How could Lin Ming give the second demon envoy a chance to dodge? You! The second demon envoy hurriedly lifted his spear to meet the strike. This time Lin Ming didn't decide to engage the second demon envoy in a suicidal strike, trading a severe wound for his life. After all, Lin Ming was in an extremely poor condition right now. He didn't want to sustain another serious injury. This 8,000-mile black swamp was simply too dangerous for him in that state. He slightly changed the trajectory of his spear and smashed it into the area where the demon envoy's spear shaft connected with the spearhead. This was the weakest point of a spear. Kacha! The two spears slammed into each other. Although Lin Ming had taken the initiative and suppressed the second demon envoy's spear, he still wasn't able to injure him. This was the disparity brought about by the difference in their absolute strengths. But at this moment, the golden red lightning hiding in the spear suddenly erupted outwards. It was like a sun rising in the deep night skies. Ah! With a pitiful cry, the second demon envoy's hands that he used to grasp his spear were charred to cinders. Now both his arms and both his legs had been completely ruined. Lin Ming didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. His soul force touched on the heretical god sprout again, drawing out a second wisp of golden red lightning. Although this lightning wasn't too fast, the distance between him and the second demon envoy was small, and the second demon envoy's entire body was also paralyzed. The arc of lightning penetrated through the second demon envoy's dantian. Chi! The second demon envoy's lower stomach was turned to ash. A giant burnt black hole tunneled through his body. Lin Lonjian. Bitter hatred flashed through the second demon envoy's eyes. He spat a mouthful of blood onto Lin Ming and grabbed his spear, a trace of malicious pleasure touching his lips. Death Reaper curse. I curse you. In 100 days, you will die. As the second demon envoy spoke these last words, his body suddenly ignited with a blazing black flame. Lin Ming felt a sudden pain in his chest, a deep burning sensation as if someone had pressed a heated iron there. He looked down at his chest to see that the area where the second demon envoy's blood had splashed had left a black curse seal. The curse seal burned like hot iron, causing the surrounding skin to twist and turn black and red. This is... Demon Shine suddenly spoke up. This is the Death Reaper curse. It is an extremely sinister and malevolent demonic path curse, and the curse method is also similarly dire. Before the point of death, completely burn away your life force, including your soul and blood essence, taking all of that as a sacrifice to the Death Reaper, and beseeching the Death Reaper to slay your enemy. This curse. If you can't undo this curse with your own strength, then you will surely die in 100 days. This, Lin Ming's mind turned cold. Humans certainly had a soul, but, after humans died, it was still a riddle whether or not they would be reincarnated. When a martial artist died, their soul returned to the boundless universe. They always held a hope that they would reincarnate in a new life, but if their soul was destroyed after their death, then that was truly the most miserable way to die. Only some demonic path martial artists like Bai Ruyu would study such macabre cultivation methods that involved pulling someone's soul and refining it, making a martial artist experience pain worse than death. And now, in order to curse him, the second demon envoy had burnt away even his soul, turning into nothing but nihility. This was truly a depraved obsession. The stronger a martial artist's will was, the stronger their obsessions were. And, The second demon envoy's greatest obsession before he died was to kill Lin Ming. "Can you break this curse?" Lin Ming asked Demon Shine. Demon Shine helplessly spread out his paws. "I'm just a wisp of a remnant soul. I don't even have a flesh and blood body or any true essence. The only energy I can move now is my soul force. When you were at the Xianxia realm I could still help you, but now, I'm a bit powerless." Demon Shine poignantly said. Lin Ming's growth was simply too fast. He could mostly only impart some of his experiences and knowledge to help Lin Ming now. Lin Ming also felt sympathetic towards Demon Shine. Demon Shine had once been a three-headed divine demon hound, but all that was left over was a single head. Moreover, his divine soul had been seriously injured to begin with, and he still wasn't even close to fully recovering. All Lin Ming could do was wait until he was strong enough and then help Demon Shine reform his divine soul and physical body. "Then how can I break the curse?" Lin Ming said with a calm tone. He didn't really think that he would die under this Death Reaper curse. "Easy. As long as you are strong enough, a lot stronger than the one who cursed you, then you can break it." "Got it." The Death Reaper curse seemed mysterious, but in the end it was simply an energy-based final killing move. In order to break it, all he would need was an even stronger energy. 100 days. I should be able to break through life destruction before then. As long as I can successfully cross life destruction, undoing this curse seal shouldn't be a problem. During this adventure in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, Lin Ming had made a significant harvest. With the support of the golden red lightning, he was confident he would be able to cross life destruction within 100 days. Azura Divine Palace. A dark gray corridor was lit up with the flickering flames of burning crimson torches. At the end of this corridor was a vast chamber with a ferocious demon statue. A red-clothed little boy and a middle-aged man respectfully stood in front of this statue. Beside the little boy was a black-clothed deacon. This deacon was holding a tray in his hands, and on the tray were placed 4 life soul jade slips, 3 of which had cracked and the last one was completely crushed to pieces. All of the high-level personnel of the Azura Divine Kingdom were required to leave behind a life soul jade slip within the Divine Palace. The Azura Divine Kingdom created the life soul jade slips with a special arcane skill, making it so that the martial artist only suffered the slightest amount of damage from it. "They've died." A commanding and elusive voice echoed out within the chamber. The red-clothed little boy and the middle-aged man hung their heads low, with even a bit of fear and awe in their hearts. This subordinate is incompetent. Even as Destiny Decree ranked masters, they felt a tremendous pressure in front of a true divine Sea Supreme Elder. The tray in the black-clothed deacon's hands flew up and the 4 jade slips floated up under the force of energy. A black light shot forth from the demon statue, firing towards the most broken of the 4 life soul jade slips, completely covering the ruined pieces. A faint trace of energy dissipated from the life soul jade slip. The soul is completely burned, blood essence depleted, the body turned to ash. "This is the Death Reaper curse?" A formless voice thought out loud. Before the second demon envoy died, he had used the Death Reaper curse. This was very surprising. Just who had killed him that he didn't hesitate to use this Death Reaper curse that eliminated all chances of him entering the reincarnation cycle of samsara. The Death Reaper curse was useless against anyone far stronger than oneself. It could only be used by those with equivalent strength or just a tad stronger. Just who was this curse placed on? Lin Lanjian? By all reasoning, Lin Lanjian simply shouldn't have the strength to kill the second demon envoy. But in the complex and dangerous environment of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, events that occurred within there couldn't be speculated with by common sense. Oh! The jade slip fragments vanished. The black statue gently trembled and the divine sea powerhouse had already left. In the next moment he appeared in front of a dark mountain peak. There were deep valleys dotting this mountain. In some of the valleys, there was an incomparably rich heaven and earth origin energy. Spirit flowers and spirit grass grew everywhere in full bloom. Royal Princess, the owner of the voice, appeared. He was an exceptionally tall middle-aged man. His eyes each had 2 pupils and his eyebrows swooped up like swords. He exuded the aura of a king from head to toe. He was the Azura Divine Kingdom's divine emperor, Situ Haoyan. The royal princess was his older sister, Situ Yaoshi. Situ Yaoshi had reached the divine sea 1,000 years ago after reaching the 6th stage of life destruction. Now, she remained at the early divine sea realm. Although her strength wasn't too outstanding, she was extremely talented in the aspect of soul force. The reason Situ Haoyan came this time was to have Situ Yaoshi examine the shattered jade slip with her divine soul, so she could reconstruct the events of the second demon envoy's death. Oh! Oh! A flame burnt in the air. The life-soul jade slip melted away and several wisps of a fragmented soul flew into the air, forming all sorts of phantoms. I cannot reconstruct the scene from his death. Situ Yaoshi shook her head. The second demon envoy had imploded his own soul, and not even the slightest bit of information had returned. Even though Situ Yaoshi had a deep understanding of soul force, she was also helpless in this situation. At most I can estimate the cultivation of who was cursed and their general position. As Situ Yaoshi spoke, she grasped the several wisps of fragmented soul in her hand and sealed them in a red crystal. Good. Situ Haoyan nodded. It was already enough to know the approximate cultivation of the cursed person. Situ Yaoshi took out a black skull from her spatial ring and poured a thread of her true essence into it. The skull immediately ignited with a pale green flame, as if it were a will-o'-the-wisp. She crushed the crystal in her hands. The fist-sized crystal turned into powder that burst into smoke as it flew into the pale green flame. The powder also contained the fragmented soul. All of it was refined by the fire. A distorted face appeared above the flame. This was the face of the second demon envoy. The face was fuzzy and elusive, composed of countless perplexing scenes. Besides Situ Yaoshi, no one was able to understand what they meant. This eerie ceremony continued for 2 hours. The flame gradually extinguished. What is the result? Situ Haoyan asked. Situ Yaoshi hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, the cursed person's cultivation should be at the late revolving core realm to the 1st stage of life destruction. Their current position is around 100,000 miles southwest of the 7-star divine kingdom. Also, he is continuing to move southwest at a high speed. Late revolving core realm to the 1st stage of life destruction. So it really is that little beast. Situ Haoyan didn't have any expression on his face, but his calmness was terrifying. For a late revolving core to 1st stage life destruction martial artist to kill the second envoy and also force him to use the Death Reaper curse, that person could only be Lin Longjin. However, regardless the situation, it was impossible for Lin Longjin to kill the second demon envoy with his strength. He must have borrowed the strange power that existed within the 8,000-mile Black Swamp in order to do so. But as to how he borrowed this power and why he didn't perish alongside it, Situ Haoyan found this hard to imagine. This little beast has too many secrets on his body. He is simply a treasure trove. There must be more treasures on him besides the Demon Emperor armor and the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Everything he has must be greatly beneficial to divine sea powerhouses. Once others find out about this, then it's not only us, but also other divine sea powerhouses that'll begin to move. Then your meaning is, you want to leak out this information, so there's nowhere for Lin Longjin to hide? Of course not. He's just a little chick that hasn't matured yet. We have suffered a small loss, but that doesn't mean we can't deal with him. This time I'll personally go and capture him. Situ Haoyan's voice was indifferent, carrying with it the domineering and solemn aura of a divine emperor. For him to personally move against a late revolving core junior, that was simply unthinkable. You really don't care about your status. The royal princess gently smiled. Even a tiger uses all their strength to catch a rabbit. I thought that my Azura Divine Kingdom sending out 2 great imperial scholars and 4 demon envoys was more than enough, but even they fell under Lin Longjin's hands. Such a peerless talent will usually have a great destiny on their body. They are simply dragons in human form that will have the life of a future emperor. To deal with him, we must put out our greatest strength and quickly destroy him. Otherwise, if we always put out strength comparable to his, then the only result will be us helping him grow. He'll gradually defeat our forces and grow strong enough to annihilate our Azura Divine Kingdom. So, this time you'll follow me along and assist in divining Lin Longyan's position. As Situ Haoyan spoke, his double pupil eyes burst out with a star-like light, making one's heart palpitate. Destroy our Azura divine kingdom? That's too exaggerated. There's no one on this continent capable of destroying one of the 4 divine kingdoms by themselves. Just because there hasn't been anyone in the past doesn't mean there won't be anyone in the future. I have a feeling Lin Longyan will become such an existence. Sooner or later he'll cause a panic among all the great powers. He doesn't seem to be a genius that should be able to exist in this world. Situ Haoyan licked his lips. If he destroyed such a genius and dug out all the secrets from their body, then there was a possibility that he could inherit their luck and destiny, reaching inconceivable heights in the future. Just 15 minutes later, a massive Godspeed boat that was several hundred feet long flew out into the skies above the Azura Divine Palace. Under the control of Situ Haoyan, this boat flew towards Lin Ming's position at an incredible speed. On this Godspeed boat, there were not only the 2 divine sea powerhouses Situ Haoyan and Royal Princess Situ Yaoshi, but also 2 imperial scholars, Situ Haoyan's great disciple, 2 Azura Divine Kingdom princes, a number of high successors, and even Situ Chuan and Situ Feng, who Lin Ming had defeated at the 9 Flowers banquet. Situ Chuan could not be any more happy to be given this chance to accompany the Divine Emperor and hunt down Lin Ming. He would never be able to forget the shame of the 9 Flowers banquet. Lin Longyan, just you wait. Now that my father Emperor is coming, I want to see just where you'll run to. Situ Chuan stood at the bow of the boat, feeling the strong winds blowing across him. His long hair recklessly blew in the air as he smiled in high spirits. At this time, southwest of the 7-star Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming was riding the Godspeed boat and flying forwards at full speed. This Godspeed boat was indeed worthy to be called a top-flight treasure. After placing spirit essence stones within and pouring a bit of his true essence, the boat's speed was not any slower than Lin Ming's peak speed. There was a limit to how long Lin Ming could maintain his peak velocity before he became exhausted, but this Godspeed boat could actually fly without end as long as he had enough spirit essence stones. In front of him was the dimensional realm where the Forsaken God clan lived. To arrive here, Lin Ming was also filled with overwhelming emotion. Back in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, while he didn't fear the Thunder Dominion and he also had the Golden Red Lightning, Argent White Sword, and Cosmic Melting Furnace as his hidden cards, it had still been an extremely dangerous journey here. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was filled with numerous ancient vicious beasts. These vicious beasts were all threatening existences. Out of every 10, at least 8 of them were stronger than he was. He had no choice but to depend on the cards in his hands in order to contend with these enemies. At the most dangerous time, Lin Ming had to hide inside the Cosmic Melting Furnace. The Cosmic Melting Furnace had been savagely slapped by a giant ape-like beast. Hiding within the Cosmic Melting Furnace, Lin Ming had been violently shaken, bleeding from the head and nearly dying in the process. Luckily, he had taken advantage of the period when he had been slapped away and found a chance to catch his breath. He escaped from the Cosmic Melting Furnace, put it away, and revolved his true essence to the limit. He opened the Gate of Wonder and tread on golden rock, shattering the void at full speed to escape into the Thunder Dominion. But the Thunder Dominion wasn't safe either. There were also ancient vicious beasts that were able to survive there. The Thunder Dominion could be said to be the area with the richest and purest thunder origin energy throughout the entire Sky Spill continent. There were many ancient thunder attribute vicious beasts that lived there. Although the vicious beasts of the Thunder Dominion were far more sparse than those at the Black Swamp, each one of them were incomparably formidable existences. Fortunately, Li Ming had the Argent White Sword to protect himself. By relying on the Thunder Battle Spirit attached to the sword blade, he had barely managed to protect himself. In this way, Lin Ming sometimes escaped into the Thunder Dominion and sometimes flew closer to the Black Swamp. He carefully made his way through, and after living through several dangerous situations, he finally managed to reach the outer edge of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. After reaching the boundary of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, he finally broke through the distorted force field after a great deal of effort. It was no wonder that anyone underneath a divine sea powerhouse had such slim chances of survival after entering this area. According to the letter left behind by the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, this mountain peak is where the entrance to the Forsaken God clan is. Lin Ming thought out loud, looking at the massive mountain peak in front of him that looked like an ox head. A dimensional realm was different from a minor dimension. A dimensional realm could be dozens, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of miles in length. The power of space within was also very stable. Once a dimensional realm was born, then it could exist for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years without collapsing. The broken world the demon god Imperial Palace was in could be considered a small dimensional realm. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent simply didn't have the ability to split apart the void and create their own dimensional realm. These worlds were all formed naturally due to a variety of reasons. Because a dimensional realm was located in a hidden world, it was easy to defend from attacks. Every discovery of a new dimensional realm would cause intense struggle amongst all the major powers. The four divine kingdoms each had their own dimensional realms. For a sect to be able to lay down a base in a dimensional realm, that was in itself a manifestation and representation of their strength. The oxhead-like mountain peak was covered in a light fog. The mountain peak was 70,000 feet high and had smooth cliffs that sloped down, as if they had been hewn by a giant axe. Lin Ming raised his true essence and shot up like a rocket. A height of 70,000 feet already entered into the primal chaos heavens. Here, the heaven and earth origin energy was in chaos. The mountain peak was covered by 10,000 years of powder white snow and ice. Looking at it from afar, it was truly a magnificent sight to behold. Who goes there, halt! As Lin Ming approached the entrance to the dimensional realm, he was blocked by a squad of guards. These guards all had mystical tattoo seals on their faces, as if it were a tribal totem of their clan. Although these guards' cultivation was only at the Xianxia realm, there was a sharp edge to them. None of them gave way or showed weakness to Lin Ming and his late revolving core realm cultivation. Lin Ming knew that the tattoo seal on these guards' faces was the symbol of the Forsaken God clan's bloodline curse. This was an extremely mysterious family clan. Because the truth was buried in the endless river of time, no one in the clan knew why they were born with such a vicious curse. But they didn't feel depressed, they did not give up, and they did not curse the heavens for being unfair. They stoically withstood the pain of the curse, continuing to live on with their own strength for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, there were even lofty and imperious existences like the Eightfall Thunder Emperor that was born within their ranks. An outstanding and close-knit family clan would often carry the mark and spirit of their clan in their bones. The Forsaken God clan, their innermost feelings were that of defiance. They continued to tread forwards, never giving up a battle, fighting the heavens, fighting their fate. Lin Ming could only harbor respect for this once glorious clan that withstood generations of immense pain. In particular that goddess that had died 100,000 years ago and that great emperor's heart that still beat within her chest after 100,000 years. All of this shocked Lin Ming to his core. It was highly likely that the Forsaken God clan was the descendant of these two great powerhouses. Through inheriting the bloodline of these unrivaled powerhouses, even if their family clan's history was lost to time and even if their glorious days had passed, that lofty, unyielding, and proud character was still engraved in the bones of the Forsaken God clan. It continued to stubbornly continue, following their bloodline curse and growing endlessly. The reason Lin Ming would take the risk of returning to the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's relics was because he respected the achievements of the Thunder Emperor, and he respected the spirit of the Forsaken God clan as well as their ancestors. He cupped his fists together and said, "I have found a senior's relics from an ancient ruin. These relics are very important to his people. I believe that the final wish of this senior would be for me to return these relics to his people." "Senior? Which senior?" the guard captain asked. "The Eightfall Thunder Emperor, Senior Emperor Argent." "Ancestor Emperor Argent?" The guard captain suddenly trembled as he heard Lin Ming's words. Emperor Argent was one of the greatest talents of his Forsaken God clan. At 21 years of age, he had broken through to the Xianxia realm and then stepped into the revolving core at 28 years of age. This speed could be considered very slow amongst the heroic young elites, and it would be very difficult to become an emperor-level powerhouse at this rate of development. But Emperor Argent relied on his powerful will and perseverance. He slowly tread on his own road of martial arts, comprehending a battle spirit as well as 3 martial intents, managing to form his own thunder force field in the meantime. After he crossed life destruction, he became invincible within his realm. After he crossed the 8th stage of life destruction and reached the Divine Sea, he showed disdain for all rivals and heroes. After 1,000 years of being undefeated, he gained the title of highest under the heavens. Unfortunately, even such a gallant and mighty genius had fallen like a meteor. He finally died in the Sea of Miracles, and not even his bones were recovered. The only reason people knew of his death was because of his life-soul jade slip. As for the reason why he died, no one knew. The 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's death added another layer of terror to the Sea of Miracles. Young hero, do you have any evidence of this? The guard captain unsuccessfully tried to restrain the growing excitement in his heart. The relics of the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor were far too meaningful to the Forsaken God clan. If what this youth said was true, then this was truly an accidental massive lucky chance for the Forsaken God clan. Although the guard captain was thrilled, that didn't mean he would blindly believe anything Lin Ming said. To allow someone into the home of his clan, especially someone that wore a wood spirit jade mask, it was possible that there was some problem with this person. This is a token Senior Emperor Argent once used. As Lin Ming spoke, he fished out Emperor Argent's token from his spatial ring. This was a plain bronze token, and on the back of it was a bird totem similar to the jade pendant. The front of the token was engraved with the word Argent. Although it was old, and the clan elder tokens had undergone several changes in style, the guard captain was still able to confirm that this was undoubtedly the token the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor used in the past. This ancient atmosphere that carried the flavor of years, as well as the will of thunder contained within the token, this was truly impossible to fake. Young hero, please follow. I shall take you to see our elder. The guard captain's tone became increasingly respectful. The 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's relics were priceless. For this youth to not keep them all for himself after finding them and even return them to the Forsaken God clan, this alone was worthy of respect. With the guard captain guiding the way, Lin Ming followed behind him. They passed through a space entrance that shimmered like mercury. As they entered into this dimensional realm where the Forsaken God clan resided, they flew high in the sky. Along the way they passed various marvelous-looking trees and flowers that dotted the land. Although these couldn't be regarded as top heavenly treasures, it was still enough to make a 3rd-grade or 4th-grade sect go mad with jealousy. What a rich heaven and earth origin energy here. The grade of the spirit vein should be less than 6, but not too far off. Lin Ming was more and more surprised. For the Forsaken God clan to occupy such prosperous land, their legacy must be far more formidable than he had imagined. But if this were true, how could Zhu have ended up with such a miserable fate? Not only is the spiritual aura here rich and pure, but there are a multitude of unimaginably powerful grand array formations laid down in this dimensional realm. Even if someone manages to break through the entrance and invade this realm, they would have to pay a great price in order to pass these array formations. As Lin Ming slowly moved forwards, he secretly assessed his surroundings. This Forsaken God clan was truly low-key. If he hadn't managed to meet Zhu by chance, then he would never have imagined that such a family clan would be hidden away at the edge of the 4 divine kingdoms. In front of us is the Elder's Palace. I shall lead young hero to see our patriarch. The guard captain quickly lit a sound-transmitting talisman and relayed the entire series of events. He soon received a summon. Young hero, please come with me. The guard captain flew into the Elder's Palace, passing through corridors without touching the ground until they arrived at a great hall. This great hall was shaped like a square and was over 300 feet wide. There were several statues arranged at the entrance to this hall, and every statue was built to real size. There were men as well as women, and all of them looked lifelike, as if they were people frozen in time. Looking carefully, one could even see the curse seals on the statues' faces. These were undoubtedly ancestors of the Forsaken God clan. At the center of the great hall, 3 people were already waiting. 2 men and a woman. They didn't seem too old. The middle-aged man that seemed to be leading them was the same as Lin Ming, both of them wearing a mask. The man and woman behind him were both wearing long red robes, and also had the unique curse seal of the Forsaken God clan on their faces. The 2 of them were impressively at the 6th stage of life destruction. 6th stage of life destruction, Destiny Decree Masters. Lin Ming could feel that the foundations of these 2 individuals were extremely solid. Their comprehensive strength most likely far surpassed the Azura Divine Kingdom's 2nd demon envoy. Such people should be ranked around the top 50 to 80 of the Destiny Decree. However, as Lin Ming recalled the name of the masters listed on the Destiny Decree, he realized there was no record of any of the Forsaken God clan's masters. Obviously, such a mysterious and hidden family clan wouldn't be included in the Destiny Decree. Destiny Grasp had a formidable intelligence-gathering network, but that doesn't mean they would be able to probe the situation of the Forsaken God clan that was hidden away in their own dimensional realm. Lin Ming's eyes turned to the middle-aged man in front. This person's aura was as deep as the sea. It was impossible to see his cultivation. When this person locked his eyes on him, Lin Ming could feel a deep sense of awe and trepidation growing in him, as if this person were an unreachable mountain peak. Was this a divine sea powerhouse? Lin Ming didn't dare to confirm this, but for the Forsaken God clan to be able to occupy such a magnificent treasure trove of a realm, it stood to reason that there must be a divine sea powerhouse here. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was his first time facing a true divine sea powerhouse. Although he could feel a great pressure, he still remained as calm as before. After all, when he had been in time-worn Phoenix City, he had encountered fairy foam, someone whose boundary was impossible to guess. She already far surpassed the divine sea realm. So it's you. Are you the one that found Ancestor Emperor Argent's relics? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed like thunder. He didn't wait for Lin Ming to speak before suddenly appearing in front of Lin Ming. He swept his eyes past Lin Ming's dantian and was able to feel that Lin Ming's foundation already reached the peak of solidity. This caused him to be exceptionally surprised. For this young boy to cultivate to this point, he certainly wasn't some nameless nobody. Yes, he had already decided to hand over Emperor Argent's relics. Lin Ming didn't bother with small talk. He pulled out a spatial ring he had prepared in advance and passed it to the middle-aged man, only leaving behind the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's recorded Thunder Concept Jade Slip as well as the Twin-Life Thunder Crystal that could temper one's will. Both of those treasure were placed into the cosmic melting furnace and then back into his dantian where no one could find them. But as for the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's recorded experiences about the Forsaken God clan's inherited cultivation methods, as well as his experiences about how to resist the curse, all of that was returned to the Forsaken God clan. Even the Argent White Sword was returned to them. Although the Argent White Sword was a Saint artifact weapon, it didn't suit the spear-wielding Lin Ming. Moreover, it was impossible for him to be recognized as the master of the Argent White Sword, so the might of the weapon would be greatly reduced in his hands. As it was, the weapon itself could only be considered as an unexpected surprise card in his hands. Lin Ming had confidence he would be able to cross life destruction in the future, and would then have no need to rely on this card. It was better to simply return it to the Forsaken God clan. As Lin Ming entered the Elder's Palace, outside of the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm, another Godspeed boat arrived. This Godspeed boat was several times larger than Lin Ming's own Godspeed boat. It's here. The Azura Divine Emperor looked at the ox-head-shaped mountain peak and frowned. Are you positive he's within the Forsaken God clan? Yes, Situ Yaoshi nodded. He should have entered into the Forsaken God clan's territory no more than an hour ago. He actually entered the Forsaken God clan. The Azura Divine Emperor was thoughtful for a moment. If it wasn't for the fact that Sichuan had seen Lin Ming's true face at the Nine Flowers banquet, and that he was able to confirm that there was no bloodline curse seal on his face, then the Azura Divine Emperor would have believed that Lin Ming had originated from the Forsaken God clan. The Forsaken God clan had an extremely mystical background, and it was highly possible that they could raise a heroic young elite like Lin Ming who defied all common sense. The Forsaken God clan had existed for countless years and had produced far too many top talents. At this moment, a guard of the Forsaken God clan greeted them. "Who are you?" "We are from the Azura Divine Kingdom, here to visit the Forsaken God clan patriarch. Have him come meet us quickly." There was no need for the Azura Divine Emperor to speak, as P21 had already taken the initiative to reply. With his status as an Azura prince, he was simply disinclined to bother with these lowly Xianxia realm guards. He began emitting the aura of a life-destruction powerhouse. The Forsaken God clan guard was only a Xianxia martial artist, so he felt tremendous pressure in the face of this overwhelming aura. Azura Divine Kingdom? The Azura Divine Kingdom was one of the 4 great powers. Even a Holy Land-level power wouldn't dare to be rash in front of them. Against the oppressive momentum of the Azura Divine Kingdom, it was impossible to say that the Xianxia-level guards weren't pressured. However, they didn't seem weakened either. The deputy commander who was temporarily leading the guard squad said, "The Patriarch is meeting with a guest right now. Please wait for a moment." The Forsake God clan was hidden within its own dimensional realm throughout the years. It simply didn't know much of the current events happening in the outside world, much less of the matter where the Azura Divine Kingdom chased down Lin Ming. Even if they did know, they wouldn't know that this matter had even brought these high-level characters of the Azura Divine Kingdom knocking on their door. "Guest!" The Azura Divine Emperor's eyebrows shot up as he glanced at Situ Yaoshi. It was likely that this guest was Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming entered this dimensional realm, then he was no different than a dead pigeon. It would be impossible for Lin Ming to escape from his palm. The masked, middle-aged man held onto the spatial ring that Lin Ming had passed to him, scanning it with his soul force. Suddenly, he felt a vast and ancient will press down onto him. This was... The middle-aged man's heart shook. This blazing purple lightning, this chilling sword edge. This was Emperor Argent's saber, the Argent White Sword that was recorded down in the annals of their clan. The Argent White Sword was the holy sword handed down within their Forsaken God clan. It was a saint-level artifact weapon passed down from their ancestors. This sword had a history of over 100,000 years, and was a testament to the Forsaken God clan's immeasurable history. It was the symbol of their family clan's glory and pride. This sword blade contained an immortal sword intent that would never weaken, even after 10,000 years. This was the ultimate pursuit of a swordsman. 40,000 years ago, the Forsaken God clan's greatest ancestor had achieved the title of the highest under the heavens, and was then granted this divine sword. Because of this sword, he changed his name to Argent. Since he was also renowned as an emperor, he was called Emperor Argent from then on. The Argent White Sword had been infused with the will of ancestor Emperor Argent, and had also been tempered within the 9 heavens thunder dominion. Could be called the transcendent sword of this world. When it had been lost in the Sea of Miracles, this had caused countless jealous supreme elders, who had been frothing with desire over this sword, to ignore any danger and rush into the Sea of Miracles to search for its whereabouts. Not only was the sword powerful, but the sword intent contained within could inspire a swordsman, allowing their swordsmanship to reach even higher levels. But the Argent White Sword seemed as if it had vanished from the world. No matter how those sword-wielding supreme elders searched for it, none of them could even find a trace of its whereabouts. Instead, they all perished from the skies, with over 90% of them dying on their fruitless quest. The masked middle-aged man never thought for a moment that one day, this divine sword would be returned to their Forsaken God clan. His body shivered with joy. As he held the spatial ring in his hands, he felt as if it were a 10,000 gene weight, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall onto the floor. Patriarch! As the woman behind the masked middle-aged man saw his excited expression, she couldn't help but comment, "I'm fine." This masked middle-aged man was the Patriarch of the Forsaken God clan. The Patriarch took off his mask, revealing his true appearance and causing Lin Ming to be very surprised. How could this be? The masked middle-aged man had been tall and exuded a noble aura. Therefore, his face should also be similarly dignified. However, as Lin Ming looked at his face, It seemed as if he were staring at him through a pale, translucent cloth. All of the middle-aged man's features were completely blurred underneath. It was as if his face was gradually disappearing, leaving behind only a pair of eyes that seemed as peaceful and bright as the stars in the night sky. The curse seal on his face was over 3 times larger than that of an ordinary Forsaken God clan member. It nearly covered his entire face. The patriarch of the Forsaken God clan walked towards the entrance of the grand hall where the row of statues was lined up. He knelt on both knees, his hands shivering as he held the spatial ring and drew out the argent white sword. The 4-foot purple treasure sword was as straight as a ruler, shining with an upright and earnest brilliance. The sword blade was still exuding the firm and unbending martial arts will. This was the battle spirit that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had left in the sword blade. The argent white sword has finally returned to my people. I have not shamed my ancestors any further. As the patriarch of the Forsaken God clan knelt on the floor, the man and woman behind him also knelt to the floor. This sword was not merely a weapon to the Forsaken God clan. It was the symbol of the glory and magnificent history of their Forsaken God clan, and held an incomparably deep significance to them. It had to be known Forsaken God clan had already lost their ancient history to the endlessly winding river of time. If they also lost the argent white sword that had been passed down from their ancestors, generation through generation, then they truly didn't have any inheritance. Little brother, I am the 39th patriarch of the Forsaken God clan. My name is Shirbai, and this graciousness will be carved onto my heart, and onto the hearts of the entire Forsaken God clan. Although Shirbai had a strange appearance that could even be called ferocious, his eyes now showed a sincere gratitude and gratefulness. The Forsaken God clan had once promised generous rewards to anyone who could recover the argent white sword, and then had even sent out their own clansmen into the Sea of Miracles. However, none of them had ever returned. The Forsaken God clan had paid an immense price for the argent white sword. Although they never gave up their search for countless generations, their quests had always been futile, and they would be forced to give up halfway. Now that Lin Ming had brought back this sword to their clan, this graciousness was as heavy as a mountain to the Forsaken God clan. Sir Patriarch is too serious. At that time, I had mistakenly entered into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and luckily obtained a great deal of help from the martial arts will left behind by Senior Emperor Argent. Otherwise, I fear I might have never managed to make my way here. Lin Ming had repeatedly encountered dangerous situations in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, and the argent white sword had greatly helped him during these times. Not to mention the other times, but solely based on the time he encountered the Purple Lion Thunder Source in the 90-mile region of the Thunder Dominion. If it weren't for the argent white sword protecting him, then he probably would have been eaten up by that thunder source. Little brother, there is no need to speak anymore. My Forsaken God clan will remember this graciousness. If little brother has any requests, please speak freely. Shirbai decisively said. The graciousness of a divine sea powerhouse and the Holy Land behind him was undoubtedly precious. Lin Ming didn't continue to decline. For his current self, having the protection of great power was ideal. Shirbai carefully put away the argent white sword and looked at the other items in the spatial ring. These were the personal jade slips that Emperor Argent had left behind. As Shirbai held these jade slips in his hands and sifted through them, he found it more and more difficult to maintain his calm. On each of these jade slips were various experiences and notes on the Forsaken God clan's heritage. Most importantly, there were even recorded experiences from Emperor Argent when he tried to break through the curse seal, and his process in doing so. To the Forsaken God clan, this was extremely valuable information. This spatial ring that Lin Ming had brought back to the Forsaken God clan was simply a priceless treasure. Shirbai took a few breaths to calm himself. Then, as he quietly put away the jade slips and was about to speak to Lin Ming, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. Sir Patriarch, there are guests here to visit. Who are they? Have them wait outside. Shirbai casually waved his hands. At this time, there was no guest as important as Lin Ming. They are people from the Azura Divine Kingdom. The guards have already informed them to wait, but they did not wish to do so. The guards were unable to stop their advance. Azura Divine Kingdom? Shirbai twisted his eyebrows together. The Forsaken God clan didn't cross paths with the four divine kingdoms. Because they lived a secluded life in their own dimensional realm, they had very few visitors. Normally, only the nearby hidden family clans would occasionally come to visit them. While Shirbai had some suspicions, Lin Ming actually felt as if an earthquake had passed through him. The Azura Divine Kingdom? Damn! How did they know he was here? He didn't think that it was a mere coincidence for the Azura Divine Kingdom to come visit the Forsaken God clan. They must have used some unknown method to track his location. As a top master, Shirbai was naturally sensitive to the chances around him. He noticed Lin Ming's shocked expression and said, "Little brother, do you have enmity with the Azura Divine Kingdom?" Lin Ming let out a long breath. At this time, there was nothing more he could conceal from Shirbai. After their last defeat, the Azura Divine Kingdom had surely sent out a stronger lineup of people. Additionally, they also had some unknown tracking method that he had no knowledge of. There was just no way for him to hide from them anymore. After thinking about it, Lin Ming realized he only had one choice left, which was to believe in the Forsaken God clan and believe that they would protect him. After coming here, the Forsaken God clan's background had far surpassed his imagination. At this point, he could only hope that they would honor their commitment and repay the graciousness they owed. Facing Shirbai's question, Lin Ming wryly smiled and said, "I won't hide the truth from Senior. The reason that I risked my life and entered the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was because I was being chased down by the Azura Divine Kingdom's troops." Shirbai had thought it was strange that Lin Ming, with his mere late revolving core cultivation, would actually enter the Sea of Miracles and discover Ancestor Emperor Argent's relics. Now, it appeared that he had been forced to do so by others. However, for him to come out alive, that was because of skills and a destiny that Shirbai found hard to understand. Shirbai said, "You became enemies with the Azura Divine Kingdom, and were forced into the Sea of Miracles. Even so, you managed to find the Ancestor Emperor Argent's relics, which countless masters had failed to seek out. With your late revolving core cultivation, you managed to leave that land safely too. This in itself is proof that an unbelievably great destiny lies on your shoulders, and that you and my clan were fated to meet. Come with me, and I shall help you absolve the hatred between you and the Azura Divine Kingdom." Shirbai didn't think that Lin Ming, a late revolving core realm martial artist, would be able to form any enmity with the Azura Divine Kingdom that could not be resolved. His Forsaken God clan had its own considerable background, and it shouldn't be too hard for them to mollify the enmity that the Azura Divine Kingdom had with a late revolving core martial artist. Even if Lin Ming killed an Azura Divine Kingdom prince, that would still be manageable. With the position of absolute strength here as the foundation, and in addition to paying a high enough price, this matter could be considered finished. However, with Lin Ming's cultivation, it would be rather difficult for him to kill an Azura prince. Moreover, there were several hundred Azura Divine Kingdom princes, and with the sons of the High Prince added along, that meant there were even more. As for the stronger demon envoys, imperial scholars, and divine sea powerhouses, Shirbai didn't believe that Lin Ming would have the qualifications to even offend them. Lin Ming forced out a smile as he heard Shirbai say these words. "This hatred, it might not be able to be resolved. I may have directly or indirectly killed 3 demon envoys of the Azura Divine Kingdom, as well as an imperial scholar. In addition, I massacred a branch division of the Azura Divine Kingdom." Thus, Lin Ming helplessly said. In front of him, Shirbai was left open-mouthed and dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe what he had heard. What did you say? 3 demon envoys, 1 imperial scholar, and you also massacred a branch division. This was all done by you? Shirbai found this hard to imagine. This youth in front of him only had a late revolving core cultivation. How could he possibly kill people like the demon envoys who were all highly ranked on the destiny decree? If Shirbai didn't know that Lin Ming lying at this point would only make matters worse, then he would have found it incredulous. "They didn't directly die under my hands. In the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, they had already been severely injured. I borrowed the power of some special abilities, including the Argent White Sword, and was only then able to kill them. So it's like this." Shibai found this a bit more reasonable after listening to Lin Ming's explanation. Still, this was far too shocking. The dangers that existed in the 8,000 Black Swamp should also affect Lin Ming. Lin Ming was only at the late revolving core realm, yet he had managed to avoid these dangers, instead borrowing their strength to kill 4 highly ranked Destiny Decree Masters. Anyone would find this situation hard to believe. But, besides killing these people, there is also another matter. Lin Ming hesitated before deciding to reveal everything that happened. Since the Azura Divine Kingdom had come here to look for him, he could only depend on the support of the Forsaken God Clan to resist them. He naturally had to reveal all the pertinent facts and remove any contradictions so that Shibai was mentally prepared. Otherwise, if the Azura Divine Kingdom denounced him and Shibai was completely unaware of all this, then that wouldn't be good. What? There's something else. Shibai gasped, speechless. It's like this. When I massacred the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, there were also 3 superior 5th grade sects present. Because of some conflicts during that time, I killed the man in charge of the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division as well as 3 sovereigns and highest elders of the 3 great 5th grade sects, for a total of 4 famous elders. But this isn't the key point. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, Shibai was already completely dumbfounded. That still wasn't the key point? 3 great superior 5th grade sects, their famed elders must be at the 5th or 6th stage of life destruction. It was even possible that they were Destiny Decree Masters. Lin Ming was only at the late revolving core realm, and yet he had managed to kill 4 of these people? How had he done this? The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division was not near the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, so there was no potential for him to borrow from. And there were even the various array formations of the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. In a situation where there was the support of array formations and also numerous disciples and subordinates, such a powerful strength had been completely butchered by Lin Ming? Shibai didn't think that the 4 famed elders were killed one at a time by Lin Ming. They must have fought against him together. For against one, and yet they had died instead? Was that even possible? If they couldn't fight, couldn't they still run? And even if their speed was inferior to Lin Ming's, could they have been idiots? Why didn't they run away separately? You said that you killed 4 famed elders in an Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division? Shibai sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though he knew that Lin Ming wouldn't do something so insane such as boasting about this sort of matter at this time, he still found this unbelievable. Yes, just me. Lin Ming admitted. Shibai ruefully smiled. Good, you said that this wasn't the key point. Then what is the key point? Don't tell me that you killed one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's top 10 ranked Destiny Decree Masters. Shibai didn't know what expression to have at this time. He really didn't think that Lin Ming could kill a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree Master. He was only saying this because he felt this whole situation was too ridiculous, so he also asked a ridiculous question. The meaning behind this was that Lin Ming couldn't possibly say anything more absurd. No, the truth is, there was a divine sea powerhouse who called himself the Azura Divine Kingdom's Emperor Uncle. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, Shibai nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Luckily, Lin Ming promptly followed that up. He was just a wisp of will attached to a spear. He used a battle spirit projection to appear and then possessed the body of one of those dying famed elders. He wanted to kill me, but the result was, he was instead exterminated by me. Lin Ming described the whole process in simple terms, but Shibai felt his throat spasming the entire time. Lin Ming took out an aquamarine green hairpin-like treasure from his spatial ring. Although this treasure looked like this, it was in truth a long spear. As long as one poured true essence into it, it would reform into its true form. This was the weapon that Situbonin had used. The wishful green spear. Shibai's eyes widened until they were mostly white. Situbonin? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. Shibai was floored. Situbonin's life was coming to an end. For the last few millennia he had been constantly tempering his will. It was said that his battle spirit had reached a very high level. Even if it were just a battle spirit projection, that was still a terrifying opponent. And that terrifying battle spirit projection was actually completely destroyed by Lin Ming? He desired to kill me, but he was instead annihilated by me. Shibai didn't know whether to laugh or cry with these few words. Just who was this boy? At this time, as Shibai looked at Lin Ming, his vision was the same as if he were looking at a monster. Lin Ming was also in a hapless state. If it wasn't for the Azura Divine Kingdom coming here and forcing his hand, he certainly wouldn't speak of these matters. Every time he revealed something strange about himself, it made his situation a bit more dangerous. After a while, Shibai thoroughly digested all of this information. This wasn't the time to ask Lin Ming just how he had managed to accomplish all this. The Azura Divine Kingdom had already rushed their way in. He needed to understand the original reason for their enmity with Lin Ming. Why did they form such a powerful lineup of individuals to deal with you? Shibai couldn't help but ask. 3 demon envoys and an imperial scholar. All of them were people with extremely high status in the Azura Divine Kingdom, and the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was known as the greatest life forbidden zone in the Sky Spill continent. Anyone below a divine sea powerhouse would only find near certain death within. Even so, they had still taken the massive risk and entered. It could be said that the Azura Divine Kingdom had spared no price in order to hunt down Lin Ming. To chase after a late revolving core boy in such a ruthless and reckless fashion, that was simply defying all common sense. The reason that they are hunting me down is, I once entered into the ruins of an ancient great emperor at the edge of the mainland. But the Azura Divine Kingdom doesn't know about this. Lin Ming stated the reason for the Azura Divine Kingdom's hatred with him from beginning to end. The struggle for the Demon Emperor's legacy had begun with the South Sea Demon region. Originally, the South Sea Demon region could be said to be a legacy remnant of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Compared to the Demon Emperor of 60,000 to 70,000 years ago that had founded the 6th grade Holy Land Demon God Imperial Palace with his own hands, and whose strength was known to be unrivaled in the world, the Netherworld Great Emperor that had died 3,000 years ago and had only created a 5th grade Holy Land was in truth not much to speak of at all. The Netherworld Great Emperor could at most be considered a fierce divine emperor-like character. The Netherworld devil arts that he created was not worth any jealousy from the Azura Divine Kingdom. The 4 divine kingdoms had far too many cultivations methods of that level. Moreover, when Silent Demon Emperor City was destroyed, most of the truly priceless treasures had already been stolen away by the 4 divine kingdoms, leaving only a few dregs behind. The Netherworld Great Emperor's underlings had run away like miserable dogs to the South Sea, where they founded the South Sea Demon region. In the eyes of the 4 divine kingdoms, the South Sea Demon region was only a tiny fish that simply wasn't worth wasting time on. Afterwards, Xianxia had accidentally obtained the personal letter of the Demon Emperor. Within this letter, he had discovered information pertaining to the Demon God Imperial Palace. With this jade slip letter in his hand, he had resorted to every means possible to start a war throughout the entire South Sea, using that as a blood sacrifice to break open the seal of the ancient battlefield and open the pathway to the broken world of the Demon God Imperial Palace. And until this secret Demon God Imperial Palace was opened, only Xianxia and a minority of the South Sea Demon region's high-level figures were aware of it. Finally, Xianxuji's perfectly laid-out plan failed, and nearly all of the benefits fell into Lin Ming's hands. The Demon God Imperial Palace was a dimensional realm that had lost its pillar of support and had also been sealed up afterwards. It was hidden and isolated from the outer world, and was only accessible from the surrounding several fragmented microrealms around it. After Lin Ming had left, there wasn't any more value in exploring it. I see. I understand now. I will go and negotiate with those from the Azura Divine Kingdom. Follow me along. Shibai finally calmed down, restoring his previous confidence. Follow him? Lin Ming paused. But in truth, following or not didn't matter at all. If the Azura Divine Kingdom managed to track him here all the way from the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, then they certainly had some method to deduce his position. There was no longer any meaning in hiding. Shibai placed his mask back on and lit 2 sound-transmitting talismans before walking towards the end of the Elder's Palace. Lin Ming followed, his mood soon returning to normal. As things stood, worrying wouldn't help him. Shibai could feel Lin Ming's calm aura. He couldn't help but glance back at him. This young man simply appeared as if nothing had happened at all. Just who was he? For a late revolving core martial artist to be surprised in this matter was truly unimaginable. Shibai led Lin Ming into a temple that was paved all over with black. This temple was only 300 feet high. It looked simple and ordinary, but as Lin Ming walked inside, he could feel abnormal fluctuations of energy. This great hall is... Can you feel it? Shibai looked at Lin Ming with an appreciative glance. This temple was built within the heart of this dimensional realm. Every dimensional realm has a world heart that supports the entire world. This is the cornerstone of the world. The degree of its toughness is singular and unthinkable. Even if the top powerhouse of the Sky Spill continent were to come here, they could give up any thoughts of destroying it. Shibai said with absolute confidence in his voice. This black temple was the area within the entire Forsaken God clan with the greatest power. Not only was this temple built atop the heart of this world, but there were also unimaginably powerful and immense array formations laid down here. Once they were opened and guided by someone's hands, the might of them was hard to imagine. Lin Ming followed Shibai into the main hall. It was only that he discovered there was an old man wearing a silver mask waiting here. This gray-haired old man was only casually standing there, but it was impossible to feel anything from him. And what puzzled Lin Ming was that even though his eyes clearly saw this old man, if he investigated with his perception, the area that the old man was standing in was actually empty. This mysterious masked old man and Shibai are both the same. They are unfathomable individuals. I have no way of seeing through his cultivation. It wasn't that this old man was hiding his cultivation, but that Lin Ming simply wasn't able to understand his boundary. Without a doubt, this old man was also a divine sea powerhouse. The Forsaken God clan unexpectedly had 2 divine sea powerhouses. Such a force, disregarding the 4 divine kingdoms, could be considered a first-class holy land. As Lin Ming entered, the masked old man nodded his head towards him, a faint smile and recognition in his eyes. It was obvious that he had learnt about Lin Ming's situation from the sound-transmitting talisman. The Forsaken God clan had suddenly gathered 2 divine sea powerhouses and also chose the heart of this dimensional realm as the meeting point. This was undoubtedly to demonstrate their might to the Azura Divine Kingdom. Realm Heart Great Hall? The Azura Divine Emperor Situ Haoyan frowned as he noticed where the meeting place was. The heart of a dimensional realm was the cornerstone of that entire world. It was indestructible. An array formation was engraved in the Realm Heart Great Hall. The array heart was fused as one with the realm heart. If one wished to forcefully break the array, they would have to destroy the realm heart. But this was simply impossible. If this array formation was driven by a divine sea supreme elder, then its power could be imagined. In other words, once they entered into this great hall in front of them, they would immediately be at a disadvantage. If a fight were to start, then they would be in a perilous situation. Please. The leading guard gestured an invitation, a trace of a smile on his face. If they entered the Realm Heart Great Hall, then they would have lost the initiative. But if they didn't, then they would weaken their momentum. How would they then be able to force out Lin Ming? Situ Haoyan sneered and lifted his foot to walk inside. Your Majesty, you cannot. As the great demon envoy saw Situ Haoyan about to enter the Realm Heart Great Hall, he immediately cried out to stop him. Situ Haoyan coldly snorted. I am the noble Azura Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor. How can I not enter a mere great hall? My Azura Divine Kingdom is close to a 6th grade Holy Land. Why should I fear a mere 5th grade Holy Land like the Forsaken God clan? A 5th grade sect and a 6th grade sect were separated by a massive gulf. A 6th grade sect took Divine Sea Supreme Elders as their ordinary elders and the highest man under the heavens as their sect master. Besides ancient powers like the Demon God Imperial Palace and a few other great powers that had fallen throughout history, there hadn't yet been another 6th grade sect that appeared. Even the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom could only be considered a quasi-6th grade sect. But a 5th grade sect took life-destruction martial artists as elders. There were far too many of this type of sect, and there were massive differences in total strength between them. For instance, the South Sea Demon region took first-stage life destruction martial artists as their elders and an ordinary third or fourth-stage life destruction martial artist as their sect master. This was comparable to the lowest of fifth-grade sects. Above this, there were sects that had one or two Destiny Decree Masters as their sect master. These could be considered superior fifth-grade sects. If a sect could have an Emperor Powerhouse as their sect leader, then that was a peak fifth-grade sect, also called a Holy Land. The Forsaken God clan could be considered a slightly formidable Holy Land, but compared to the Azura Divine Kingdom that had over a dozen Divine Sea powerhouses guarding it, there was still a very large disparity between them. Situ Haoyan strode into the Realm Heart Great Hall. At this time, in the Great Hall, Shirbai was all smiles as he sat in the head seat. There were 7 or 8 people beside him. As Shirbai saw Situ Haoyan come in, he quickly welcomed him. Divine Emperor Haoyan, it's been a long time. Although he looked genteel and delighted on the outside, his true innermost feelings were that of utter bewilderment. Even though he knew that Lin Ming had provoked a calamity on himself, he still didn't think that the Azura Divine Kingdom would send out 2 Divine Sea powerhouses, including even the Azura Divine Emperor. For 2 Divine Sea powerhouses to come after a little revolving core realm youth, this was simply unprecedented since ancient times. He doubted there would be another scene like this in the future too. Situ Haoyan laughed. Patriarch Shirbai, it's been 1,000 years since our last meeting. Although the Forsaken God clan was mysterious, they still did occasionally interact with the outside world. Situ Haoyan's eyes were as sharp as a flash of lightning. He glanced over everyone before instantly locking onto a black-clothed youth wearing a wood spirit jade mask. This youth was Lin Lanjian. He was actually sitting out here in the open. It wasn't just Situ Haoyan, but the other Azura Divine Kingdom powerhouses had also discovered Lin Ming. You little beast, you actually dare to appear here? Situ Yaoshi glared daggers at Lin Ming. She had originally been thinking of negotiating with the Forsaken God clan patriarch. With sufficient threat of force as well as enough benefits, they would be able to force Shirbai to hand Lin Ming over to them. But she never imagined Lin Ming would simply be standing there, appearing calm as if he didn't even care about what was happening. If she wasn't able to recognize the curse energy coming from his body, she simply wouldn't believe that he was Lin Ming. This was simply too audacious. Did he think their Azura Divine Kingdom was empty air? He didn't even bother avoiding them? As Situ Yaoshi spoke, the Azura Divine Kingdom's martial artists all looked towards Lin Ming. The 2 that were defeated at the 9-flower banquet, Situ Chuan and Situ Feng, also glared at him, their eyes red with hatred. Auntie, quickly capture that little beast. Situ Chuan glowered at Lin Ming with naked resentment in his eyes, but also some greed. He wanted to immediately grab Lin Ming and perform a complete soul search on him, taking everything that he had for himself. He wanted to steal away his destiny and become the #1 Divine Sea Master in the future. Humph! Shirbai coldly coughed. The sound echoed like a loud thunderclap in Situ Chuan's ears. Situ Chuan's body shook and his blood and energy tumbled within him, nearly causing him to vomit blood. You! Situ Chuan angrily looked over at Shirbai. Insolence! Hearing another cold shout, Situ Chuan's complexion became even uglier. The one who spoke was actually Situ Haoyan. His voice was full of anger and energy, exploding throughout the entire meeting hall. Although he was outwardly speaking to Situ Chuan, this also secretly included Shirbai and Lin Ming. His Azura Divine Kingdom was on a completely different level of strength from the Forsaken God clan. How could he allow such an insult? Father, After being scolded by Situ Haoyan, Situ Chuan felt very wronged. Sit down. It is not your turn to speak, Situ Haoyan icily said. Yes. Situ Chuan's heart itched with bitter loathing. He sat down and continued to glare at Lin Ming with open hostility. Situ Haoyan's eyes burned as he sized up Lin Ming. Then he suddenly smiled and said, Good, good, very good. Heroes have always come from the young. I never imagined that you would dare to appear and face me directly. How brave of you! These words contained an invisible momentum. Although he didn't deliberately summon his aura, The unintentionally released imposing aura of a strong divine sea supreme elder was still enough to cause an ordinary life destruction powerhouse to ooze with a cold sweat. Lin Ming's expression remained calm. He faintly smiled and replied, "If I didn't appear here, would your majesty the divine emperor know that I am not hiding in the Forsaken God clan? If so, then I wouldn't freely appear in front of your majesty as if I loathed living for too long." Lin Ming's tone of voice was respectful but contained an inherent edge and dauntless courage. Situ Haoyan's eyebrows shot up. For a revolving core powerhouse to be able to remain calm even under just a little bit of the pressure he released, this was startling. This was truly worthy of the title of #1 eternally rare talent in the Sky Spill continent. If this youth had only been his son, then that would have been wonderful indeed. Unfortunately, as things stood, the more powerful Lin Ming became, the more he must try to destroy him. This was because the conflicts of interest and enmity between them had already become irreconcilable. Situ Haoyan glanced over at Shirbai as well as the ordinary-looking masked old man in the corner of the hall. The old man was clearly sitting under the lights, but he gave off a very hazy and vague feeling, as if it were extremely easy to ignore and forget him. Shirbai, Zushan, two of the Forsaken God clan's divine sea masters. That old man Zushan looks inconspicuous, but he is actually stronger than Shirbai. In the Forsaken God clan, where the youths tend to die young because of their curse, he has lived through the pain for 2,000 years. This itself is extremely terrifying. And besides these two, the Forsaken God clan should also have a third divine sea powerhouse. Since he hasn't appeared then, he must be secretly controlling the Realm Heart Array. Situ Haoyan silently calculated in his mind. Once a fight started here, then they would undoubtedly die. But if he and the royal princess used all of their hidden cards from the very start, then they would be able to escape this Realm Heart Great Hall. For them to die here was actually not possible. The three divine sea masters of the Forsaken God clan could also be considered chump change to the Azura Divine Kingdom's higher number of divine sea masters. If the Azura Divine Kingdom was willing to disregard all costs and wage war with the Forsaken God clan, then they would inevitably massacre them, even if they were hidden inside this highly defensible dimensional realm. But, as long as the Forsaken God clan didn't go crazy, they would never engage in such suicidal behavior. As Situ Haoyan thought of this, he slyly smiled, his eyes gradually filling with a cold light. "Patriarch Shirbai, I wonder if you know of the grudge between my Azura Divine Kingdom and Lin Longjian? He stole away the inheritance of my Azura Divine Kingdom, as well as the main piece of the Demon Emperor armor. Not just that, but he caused a bloodbath in one of my Azura Divine Kingdom branch divisions, killing the leader there as well as 3 famed elders from 5th grade sects. Afterwards, he conspired and killed my Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 demon envoys and an imperial scholar. Now that Patriarch Shirbai has come forward with Lan Longjian, could this mean that you wish to shelter him in the future?" Shirbai looked at Situ Haoyan. He smiled and said, "Divine Emperor Haoyan, Lin Longjian here only has a cultivation at the late revolving core. You said that he stole away your Azura Divine Kingdom's inheritances and also the main piece of the Demon Emperor armor? How could he have possibly done something like that?" "Humph, Patriarch Shirbai, let us stop beating around the bush. Everyone knows that my Azura Divine Kingdom is the true successor to the great Demon Emperor. As for the Demon Emperor armor being lost 10,000 years ago, that is a matter well known throughout the entire martial world. My Azura Divine Kingdom has the Demon God Heartguard mirror left behind by the Demon Emperor. Certainly Lin Longjian didn't steal these things, but this was through the actions of his ancestors. These things should originally belong to my clan to begin with. In consideration of his ignorance, I was willing to forgive him as long as he handed over what belonged to us. But not only did he refuse to return our legacies, but he also repeatedly killed the powerhouses of my Azura Divine Kingdom, plotting against the officials of my court." As Situ Haoyan spoke to hear, Lin Ming actually sneered and said, "The Demon Emperor was originally a giant demon and you are a human. You don't have the least bit relationship with the giant demon race, and yet you said that the Azura Divine Kingdom is the chosen successor of all the Demon Emperor's inheritances? Don't make me laugh. The inheritances that the Demon Emperor left behind all have no master. It is up to fate whether or not one can obtain them. I can also say that your demon god Heartguard mirror is something that was stolen from me. Arrogance. Situ Haotian's eyes suddenly became sharp as all of his aura erupted at once. This was different from that slight momentum he had been releasing before. This aura was being driven with all of Situ Haotian's strength. An overwhelming aura that belonged to a divine sea powerhouse came crashing down on Lin Ming. If a normal life destruction powerhouse were to be covered in this aura, they would explode to death. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He had already been prepared for this. He opened the heretical god force to the limit as well as simultaneously utilizing the strength of the 8 inner hidden gates. The Azura force field and the death god force field opened together. The samsara martial intent protected his spiritual sea. True essence poured into his battle spirit, causing it to rapidly spin around. Pong! The chair that Lin Ming sat on was immediately blasted to pieces. His body shook and he used a hand to support himself on the table before him. In the instant that Lin Ming's palm touched the obsidian table, even though the table was reinforced by an array formation, cracks still began to appear on its surface. Dust and smoke began to waft out from the table, but Lin Ming still stood tall and upright, only looking slightly paler. Bang! The moment that Lin Ming let go of the table, it immediately scattered into broken pieces and dust. Situ Haotian. Shirbai stood up, his right hand already tracing his spatial ring. He looked at Lin Ming with surprise. A martial artist's aura was a similar type of energy to a force field or domain. Once it erupted, it could instantly reach out. Even he didn't have enough time to prevent Lin Ming from being harmed. He thought Lin Ming would be injured, but never expected that he would simply resist this aura. This was truly worthy of a peerless monstrous talent that had managed to provoke the Azura Divine Kingdom to this degree. There wasn't even a table in the hall anymore. Nearly all of the martial artists stood up at once. The young martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom stared at Lin Ming, their throats twitching. Even the great demon envoy and Situ Haotian's great disciple had strange expressions on their faces. This Lin Ming was simply too freakish. A late revolving core realm martial artist had actually been able to withstand the might of a divine emperor. The truth was they didn't know that Situ Bonin's battle spirit projection had been destroyed by Lin Ming. Situ Bonin definitely wouldn't make such a disgraceful and embarrassing matter public to the juniors. If they had known about this, then they certainly wouldn't be surprised by what just happened now. Patriarch Shirbai, do you really want to? Situ Haotian stood up and Situ Yaoshi followed after. At this time, the masked old man sitting in the corner also stood up. As he rose to his feet, countless vague and indistinct array symbols began to fill the entire great hall. A vast and potent energy exuded from these array symbols, as if the entire great hall had come alive. This was a sign that the Realm Heart array formation would soon activate. Situ Haotian was normally assertive and dominant in his actions, but even he knew that fighting now was the worst decision to make. He and Situ Yaoshi wouldn't have any problems. At most they would lose some blood and energy. But as for the juniors behind him, the high successors, the princes, as well as his elder disciple, great demon envoy, and 2 imperial scholars, all of them would die here. This was not a loss that the Azura Divine Kingdom was able to afford. Before now, Situ Haotian never imagined such a situation to be possible. Otherwise he wouldn't have led these juniors here. Shirbai, do you really plan on waging war with my Azura Divine Kingdom over Lin Lonjian? Situ Haotian spoke with a true essence sound transmission. To the best of my knowledge, he isn't a member of your Forsaken God clan. Do you even know the price of starting a war? Of course I do, Shirbai calmly replied, as if the Forsaken God clan didn't care whatsoever. Hand over Lin Lonjian to me, and my Azura Divine Kingdom will promise you 1 million Spirit Essence Stones, as well as 2 10,000-year peach piths. A 10,000-year peach pith was a life-extending heavenly treasure even more valuable than the life-bestowing heaven pill. The life-bestowing heaven pill was only useful for life-destruction powerhouses, but the 10,000-year peach pith was actually effective for divine sea powerhouses. This was the greatest heavenly treasure the Azura Divine Kingdom could provide that would move the hearts of divine sea powerhouses. However, Situ Haoyan never thought that Shibai would only faintly smile and say, "I'm sorry, but because of the bloodline curse within my Forsaken God clan, it's already enough to burn some expensive incense if we can manage to live out our natural lifespans. Thus, a 10,000-year peach pith is useless to us." "Then what do you want?" Situ Haoyan demanded, his complexion growing ugly. Shibai pondered it for a moment. He said, "If you willingly hand me the throne of the Azura Divine Kingdom, as well as 1 or 2 dozen million spirit essence stones, I think I may be able to consider it." "You are courting death. Do you want to fight?" Shibai said without fear. "You!" Situ Haoyan raged with anger. This entire time he had been under the assumption that the Forsaken God clan would never dare to wage war with the Azura Divine Kingdom. If blood were truly to be spilled, then while the Azura Divine Kingdom was able to wipe out the Forsaken God clan, the price they would have to pay for this was far too great. This dimensional realm was covered with layers upon layers of array formations and was also easily defensible. If they wished to attack it, then they would probably need to pay twice the price. To lose 4 or 5 divine sea powerhouses in exchange for annihilating the Forsaken God clan, that simply wasn't worth it. The Azura Divine Kingdom's national strength was far from being comparable with the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom and the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. If they lost half of their strength, then the Azura Divine Kingdom's position in the world would become much less steady. After all, there was a massive amount of resources held within their borders. They had a valuable dimensional realm with spirit jade and all sorts of ores and treasures. Although their resources were inferior to the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom and the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdoms, they still had rare heavenly materials like the 10,000-year peach pith. It would be impossible to defend such abundant resources over such a broad territory if they couldn't steady themselves with a position of absolute strength. "Shibai, I cannot understand why you would form such hatred with my Azura Divine Kingdom for a mere outsider." Situ Haoyan's tone softened a bit. Still, letting Lin Ming go here was impossible. "Haha. This is because I very much appreciate little brother Lin's talent here. I want to help train him. Isn't that reason enough?" Shibai didn't mention the matters concerning Emperor Argent. Otherwise, if the Argent White Sword were added onto all the other secrets on Lin Ming's body, then that really would cause several great powers to join forces and attack the Forsaken God clan. Even with the Forsaken God clan's background, they absolutely would not be able to withstand that. However, just the sole reason of appreciating Lin Ming's talent wasn't a lie either. Shibai truly did see the potential within Lin Ming. If he could help in raising such a powerhouse, then it would be of unimaginable benefit to the Forsaken God clan. The tense atmosphere in the hall had reached a deadlock. Neither side wished to start a fight, but Situ Haoyan couldn't give up here either. "Haoyan, we cannot allow this little beast to freely grow here. This little beast is cunning. If he could kill our Azura Divine Kingdom's Imperial Scholar as well as 3 demon envoys, then just what would happen if he reached life destruction?" Situ Yaoshi reminded as she saw Situ Haoyan begin to retreat. Indeed, disregarding the secrets and treasures that Lin Ming possessed, just the potential that he carried within him was enough for the Azura Divine Kingdom to come after him. If they didn't grasp the chance to destroy him before he grew, then there would be no end to their troubles in the future. "You keep on saying that I am guilty of killing that old woman called Bairuyu, but if it wasn't for them chasing me down, why would I have killed them? Moreover, the 3rd and 4th demon envoy both died in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Their deaths had nothing to do with me. As for Bairuyu and the 2nd demon envoy, I directly killed them myself, so how could you say I schemed to bring about their deaths?" "Ha ha ha ha. Just by yourself, you think you could manage to kill the Imperial Scholar and 2nd demon envoy without any traps? Don't make me laugh." The one who spoke was the Imperial Scholar that looked like a little boy. He had chased after Lin Ming with Bairuyu. His lips were red and his teeth were white. With his little red clothes and the pigtails hanging down his face, he simply looked like a 7- or 8-year-old child. Demonic path martial artists usually studied peculiar cultivation methods, and there were some like Bairuyu, this red-clothed little boy, or corpsemancer that would have their bodies be influenced by them. They might look too old, too young, or even inhuman. "You little beast, if you have the guts, then come and fight me in a fair match." My destiny decree ranking is similar to Imperial Scholar by Ruyu's. If you can block 10 of my moves without running, then I'll believe you. The red-clothed little boy's words were full of provocation. As he saw that the current situation wasn't too good, he decided to stir up Lin Ming and challenge him in a fair match. That way, even Shibai couldn't meddle. He was well aware that Lin Ming's strength was at most ranked 250-280th on the Destiny Decree. Let alone 10 moves, he probably wouldn't even be able to fend off 3 moves. Lin Ming looked at this red-clothed little boy and disregarded his words. Instead, he smiled and said, "Cute little child, what is your name?" "You." The red-clothed little boy glared at Lin Ming. He had fallen into depravity while cultivating his samsara devil arts, and the more he practiced it, the younger his appearance became. Now he had come to look like this. Once he had consumed a bit of his cultivation to reverse his appearance, but it wasn't even a few dozen years before he reverted again. Now he could only remain like this. What he loathed the most was others mocking his appearance. Shibai laughed out loud. "Little brother Lin, you joke too much. This little red-dressed chubby child is already over 1,500 years old." As Shibai said the words "little red-dressed chubby child," the red-clothed little boy's expression turned blue. He didn't dare to mock someone like Shibai. Instead, he could only ruthlessly glare at Lin Ming and grit his teeth, saying, "Lin Lonjian, do you dare to fight with me? I'll consider you as having won if you can receive 10 of my moves." "Fight with you? Don't you think you're being a bit too shameless here? You're already over 1,500 years old, and your cultivation is at the 6th stage of life destruction. Compared to you, my age isn't even considered chump change. And yet you actually want to challenge me to a match? You really are turning more and more into a child. If you have the ability, suppress your boundary to the revolving core realm and then fight with me. I will accompany you. If you can receive even a single one of my moves, then I'll consider you as having won." Lin Ming was simply disinclined to bother about him. During his battle with Bai Ruyu, he had won, but that was against a severely wounded Bai Ruyu who was at the end of her tether, and he had even borrowed the support of the golden red lightning in order to do so, using the element of surprise to barely overcome her. That was how things were. Lin Ming had even been grievously wounded himself to the point of vomiting blood and his organs being damaged. Luckily, he had a tenacious life force. His body was as tough as a high-grade heaven-step treasure, and he even had the Demon Emperor armor protecting him. If he were to fight with this red-clothed little boy, forget about blocking 10 moves, he wouldn't even be able to escape. A top 50 ranked Destiny Decree Master wasn't a joke. Cultivation is also a part of strength. "Why should I suppress my boundary?" the red-clothed little boy said. Suppressing his boundary to fight with Lin Ming? Ridiculous. Lin Ming was a monstrous talent that had used his late revolving core cultivation to enter the top 300 ranks of the Destiny Decree. Let alone suppressing everyone within the revolving core realm, he could even suppress all 2nd and 3rd stage life destruction masters. To fight him with a revolving core cultivation was simply suicide. The red-clothed little boy certainly wouldn't do something so stupid. Lin Ming said, "Since you don't want to suppress your boundary, then wait for me to break into life destruction and we'll fight again. When that time comes, all of your Azura Divine Kingdom's life destruction martial artists can come. No matter what their boundary or ranking is, however many come, I'll take that many." "What?" Lin Ming's words shocked everyone around him. No matter what boundary or ranking they were, however many came, he would take that many. In particular, the Azura Divine Kingdom's 2 Imperial Scholars, Great Demon Envoy, and even Situ Haotian's elder disciple. All of them were 6th-stage life destruction martial artists. That was the rank that Lin Ming was speaking of with utter disdain. This was just too contemptuous. "You said that as long as they are my Azura Divine Kingdom's life destruction powerhouses, no matter what their cultivation is, they can challenge you? No matter what their Destiny Decree ranking is or how many martial artists challenge you, or even if they engage you in a continuous battle." Situ Haotian's elder disciple suddenly stepped forwards, his eyes blazing as he stared at Lin Ming. "Yes," Lin Ming frankly said, completely fearless. It appeared that he had made this promise impulsively, but he didn't have another choice. He could see that even though Shibai was strong, the truth was that he was under considerable pressure. The Azura Divine Kingdom would never let him go. He was already far too dangerous a threat to them. If they were to release him, they would have no end of troubles in the future. If they really fought to the end, then the Azura Divine Kingdom would use all sorts of methods. They might offer a sky-high reward or even make up a rumor that he had some sort of heaven-shaking secret on him, and use these methods to find several allies before finally attacking the Forsaken God clan together. The Forsaken God clan was hidden away in their secluded world all year round. They had no allies and could only fight by themselves. Lin Ming didn't have much help on his side either. He didn't expect a playboy prince like Li Yifeng to be able to convince the 7-star Divine Kingdom to fight by his side. If this continued, then the Forsaken God clan would be ruined because of him. Lin Ming didn't wish to see this happen. Thus, he could only shift the pressure and give the Azura Divine Kingdom a direction to aim for him instead of acting out of desperation. This would also give him a buffer of time. You really have no concept of death or danger. Do you really think you are invincible as long as you can cross life destruction? How ridiculous! The one who spoke was Situ Haoyan's elder disciple, Situ Bai. Situ Bai was not a genuine martial artist of the Situ family clan, but was a top talent adopted as a child and bestowed the last name Situ while also being received as Situ Haoyan's elder disciple. His destiny decree ranking was even higher than the great demon envoys. I don't need anyone else. After you reach life destruction, I, Situ Bai, will be more than enough to handle you. Good. Then I'll wait for you. Lin Ming fervently said. Brother Hao, don't be so hasty. The great demon envoy hurriedly said with a true essence sound transmission. Situ Bai didn't understand Lin Ming, but the great demon envoy did. He had suffered a great loss under Lin Ming and was well aware of the fate of those that underestimated him. Situ Bai wanted to speak further, but at this time Situ Haoyan coldly shouted, Step back! Master! I said step back. Yes. Even if Situ Bai appeared unwilling to accept this, he could only withdraw. Situ Haoyan stepped forwards, his eyes shining as he stared at Lin Ming. You want to challenge all of the life destruction powerhouses of my Azura Divine Kingdom by yourself? Yes. Lin Ming decisively replied as he faced Situ Haoyan's pressure. Little brother Lin, you? Shibai was bewildered. Lin Ming was simply too wild in his actions. How could a first-stage life destruction martial artist challenge all of the Destiny Decree Masters that were under the Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming took a deep breath. He said with a true essence sound transmission, Patriarch Shibai, I thank you for all that you've done for me, but I cannot allow the Forsaken God clan to withstand all of the enmity aimed at me. The consequences are too serious. As Shibai recognized the strong sense of conviction in Lin Ming's voice, he said, Do you really believe in yourself? Do you understand the top masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom? I only understand a small part, Lin Ming truthfully said. He had naturally looked over and remembered the Destiny Decree himself and understood the life destruction powerhouses on there that were subordinate to the Azura Divine Kingdom. But the Destiny Decree was by no means an omniscient list. Lin Ming was sure that there were some Destiny Decree level masters that were hidden away deep within the Azura Divine Kingdom that no one was aware of. To make this crazy promise, Lin Ming also had to take an enormous risk, but he had to do so. In this swords-drawn atmosphere, if Situ Haoyan was pressured, how could Lin Ming not be pressured? This was a gamble he made with his life on the line. The sword was already drawn, but no one was willing to make concessions. If all this resulted in a stalemate, then the likely end of this would be total war. This was a war between two superpowers. Once they fought, there would inevitably be a great loss of life as rivers of blood flowed through the land. Neither Situ Haoyan, Shibai, nor Lin Ming could afford such a loss. Taking a step back, they could avoid a total war that Divine Sea powerhouses would participate in, and instead limit it to the stage of life destruction level martial artists. This was a solution built from compromise. Situ Haoyan held his hands behind himself. His eyes narrowed a bit, but his vision seemed even sharper than before, as if he could see through Lin Ming. He didn't immediately agree to this challenge, nor did he refuse it. In his mind, he was rapidly analyzing just how strong Lin Ming was. 100 days ago, Lin Ming had been evaluated at rank 280 on the Destiny Decree. At the time, Lin Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the late revolving core realm. Now, his cultivation hadn't risen, so it was impossible for him to have made a substantial breakthrough in his strength. Even if he was a heaven-gifted talent and had also obtained a number of hidden cards in these last 100 days, his strength still shouldn't surpass rank 250 to 260 on the Destiny Decree. This in itself was already an extremely high evaluation. A ranked 250 to 260 Destiny Decree Master wasn't much at all. The Destiny Decree had several great levels within its rankings. 200, 150, 30, 10, all of these were completely different stages. Even if Lin Ming were to cross the great boundary of life destruction and his strength were to soar astronomically, he still shouldn't rise too much. However, Lin Ming was a monster amongst monstrous talents. He was not someone that could be judged by common sense. The truth was that it wasn't just Sito Haoyan that couldn't estimate Lin Ming's strength, but even Lin Ming couldn't understand his own strength. Demon Shine also hadn't been able to give any worthwhile advice. After all, a dual body and law cultivator like Lin Ming was extremely rare to begin with. If he were to use the power of thunder to cross life destruction, then in addition to his battle spirit, heretical god force, and all sorts of skills that were unique and great even in the realm of the gods, all of these factors made it so that his power levels were thrown into confusion. To estimate Lin Ming's strength after life destruction and arrange him on the Destiny Decree, this was simply an impossible matter. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't know whether or not the Azura Divine Kingdom had any hidden supermasters. This fight was truly a gamble. You want to use this battle to resolve the war that could erupt between two holy lands? Situ Haoyan said with a coldly indifferent tone. That's right. How about it? Is such a great divine kingdom actually unable to fight a young junior like myself? Lin Ming was tranquil as he faced Situ Haoyan's dreadful aura. And in this calm, Situ Haoyan was able to sense the mockery behind Lin Ming's words. This was simply despising him, and despising his Azura Divine Kingdom. At the age of the Azura Divine Emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to be goaded into action by words. But currently, he had to admit that Lin Ming's proposal was truly a well-thought-out compromise. Otherwise, even if he did stir up the other great divine kingdoms to join forces and attack the Forsaken God clan with him, these so-called allies would still demand a sky-high price for showing up. Added to all the losses they would suffer in the war, the gains just weren't worth the losses. As the Azura Divine Emperor thought of this, he brought his hands in front of him. A faintly chilling killing intent exuded from his body. Is this a life or death battle? These words meant that Situ Haoyan had already agreed to this battle. Yes, those martial artists that can enter the stage are limited to the life-destruction martial artists of your Azura Divine Kingdom. Good. Then it shall be as you say. The Azura Divine Emperor agreed. Although this type of revolving battle of attrition wasn't honorable, he wouldn't send out invitations for heroes to challenge Lin Ming. This battle concerned the national destiny of the entire Azura Divine Kingdom. Winning meant to recover the complete inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Losing meant that they would help establish a great enemy with limitless potential for the Azura Divine Kingdom. The difference in these results was massive. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists, his eyes shining as he stared at the Azura Divine Emperor. He had really agreed. Lin Ming didn't know whether he could win or what his true strength would be like after crossing life destruction. This gamble was filled with unknown risks. Even so, Lin Ming could feel his blood boiling over with fighting spirit, seething with excitement. He wanted this battle. He wanted a battle where he could slaughter his enemies and see their warm blood hit the floor. Agreeing to this sort of gamble was mainly to reduce the pressure on the Forsaken God clan. But at the same time, it was also because he wanted to use this pressure to force himself past his limits. Lin Ming looked at the Azura Divine Emperor and said, "Since this is a life or death battle, my chips are all the inheritances on my body, as well as the Demon Emperor armor. And what about you? What stake are you placing in this bet?" This was originally an unfair battle to begin with. Lin Ming would face countless enemies alone, and losing meant he would be at the Azura Divine Kingdom's mercy. But even if he won, there wouldn't be any benefits for him. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't agree to this sort of matter. What do you want? The Azura Divine Emperor wasn't surprised. His tone of voice became increasingly calm, making others unable to guess just what he was thinking at this time. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. He first thought of the Demon God Heartguard mirror. As long as he could obtain it, then he could complete the Demon Emperor armor. It would become a treasure that was in no way inferior to the cosmic melting furnace. However, Lin Ming quickly decided against this. The complete Demon Emperor armor wouldn't increase Lin Ming's strength too much. It was only armor after all. It wouldn't be good for him to rely on it too much. If so, then it would be better for him to demand heavenly materials that could increase his cultivation. Moreover, the most important point was that the Demon God Heartguard mirror was the honor and pride of the Azura Divine Kingdom. It was the symbol that they were the true successors to the Demon Emperor's legacy. If the Azura Divine Kingdom were to lose such a thing, then they would become the absolute laughingstock of the entire martial world. The Azura Divine Kingdom had announced that Lin Longian's ancestors had stolen their inheritance along with the Demon Emperor armor, causing a massive manhunt to capture him. And if the result was that not only did they not recapture their inheritance, but they even lost the Demon God Heartguard mirror, then wouldn't they become the biggest joke in the world? At that time, the Azura Divine Emperor might go mad with rage and disregard all shame to abandon his promise in front of everyone, instead choosing to suffer the losses and wage war with the Forsaken God clan. This would not be a good result. As Lin Ming thought of this, he came to a decision. He recorded everything he wanted onto a jade slip. 10 gene of million year with spirit jade, 10,000 year peach pith, dawn mist flower, frostfly stone, alder tree spirit water. Lin Ming recorded down 15 different types of materials. These past years, Lin Ming had been thoroughly studying alchemy in detail as well as researching the native plants of the Sky Spill continent. All of these materials he listed could be found on the Sky Spill continent but were extremely rare and precious. With these materials he would be able to refine 2 miracle pills. The first pill was a blue drop heart-melting pill. It would greatly reduce the time it would take to go from the first stage of life destruction to the second stage of life destruction. The second pill was a violet electricity heaven ice pill. It would be helpful in opening the 4th of the 8 inner hidden gates. As for completely opening the 4th of the 8 inner hidden gates, it was still lacking some. The body transformation path was simply far too costly in terms of resources. Even in the realm of the gods, wishing to collect all of the necessary materials was neither cheap nor easy. Shwa! A white light flashed and the jade slip flew into the Azura Divine Emperor's hand. As the Azura Divine Emperor looked over the items Lin Ming wanted, he nearly crushed the jade slip in his hands. He thought that Lin Ming would want the Demon God Heartguard mirror, but he never expected that Lin Ming would choose heavenly materials instead. These things were more precious than the last. If all of them were added together, it would require 7 to 8 million spirit essence stones. Moreover, many of these materials couldn't be bought. Searching for them would also consume a massive amount of resources. The total value might be no less than 10 million spirit essence stones. This Lin Ming was simply a greedy lion opening his jaws wide. But in all fairness, if this were compared to losing the Demon God Heartguard mirror, he would rather choose Lin Ming's demand instead. He looked at Lin Ming and grit his teeth. You are quite smart. You know to avoid touching this Emperor's reverse scale while aiming for the greatest benefit for yourself. Good. I agree then. As Situ Haoyan finished speaking, he suddenly turned to leave. The other martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom hurried to keep up with him. In this tense atmosphere, all of them were aware of just how on the edge Situ Haoyan was. With his strength and power, today he had actually been forced by the Forsaken God clan and a mere late revolving core boy to agree to a battle that he didn't want to agree to. Everyone could imagine just how volatile his mood was at this time. As he was walking out of the Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall, Situ Haoyan suddenly stopped. He swiveled around and coldly looked at everyone behind him. All of you are required to participate in this battle. Victory means endless rewards. Defeat means death. Little brother Lin, you were too impulsive, Shibai helplessly said to Lin Ming after the martial artists from the Azura Divine Kingdom left. But even though he said this, he knew that the Forsaken God clan by themselves were unable to shield Lin Ming from the wrath of the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Forsaken God clan would need to have at least half the strength of the 7-star Divine Kingdom before they and the Azura Divine Kingdom could tear into each other. Lin Ming also didn't know just what his chances of victory were. He looked at Shibai and said, "As far as I know, the Azura Divine Kingdom doesn't have many top 20 ranked Destiny Decree Masters, right?" "Yes," Shibai nodded. "But that is only on the surface. No one knows exactly what the truth is. Being in the top 20 of the Destiny Decree means you have an extremely high chance of reaching the Divine Sea. A top 20 Destiny Decree Master might possibly become a future Divine Sea Supreme Elder, bringing their Divine Kingdom a massive increase in their national war strength. If the status of this type of person were to be exposed, then it is possible that they would meet all sorts of hostile plots and traps while out adventuring for their own lucky chances. They might even be killed by assassins sent from the Divine Kingdoms. Because of this, only the high-level figures of the Azura Divine Kingdom would know just how many top life destruction powerhouses they truly have. Situ Haoyan is a cunning old fox and fastidious in his nature. He is a lion that will use his full strength to capture even a rabbit. Don't think that he's afraid because he reluctantly agreed to your gamble. The truth is that he would never do that unless he had grasped an over 90% chance of winning. He would rarely gamble on anything, much less a fight so important to the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Kingdom's background might be beyond your imagination, but Situ Haoyan will not reveal this. He will wait until the point that his enemy shows their weakness and reveals all of their hidden cards before he finally strikes out with lightning speed and defeats his opponent. I understand. Lin Ming gripped his fists. He could already foresee how difficult this battle would be. The only reason that Situ Haoyan had been so reluctant in agreeing was because regardless of whether it was victory or defeat, both endings would result in exposing some of the Azura Divine Kingdom's hidden powerhouses. All of these powerhouses were of enormous value to the Azura Divine Kingdom. It would be difficult to withstand the loss if any of them died. You can cross life destruction in peace. My Forsaken God clan will lend you a helping hand. Also, I've noticed that you have a wound in your spiritual sea that hasn't recovered yet. My Forsaken God clan has a master skilled in curing wounds to the soul. The Forsaken God clan were a people that countless talents had come from. Their clansmen had a bloodline seal, the support sphere, that could form a force field in a certain area and use this force field to enhance a martial artist's strength. This included endurance, recovery ability, speed, defense, and striking power. It was even possible to increase the power of one's will, soul force, perception, and so on. As Lin Ming thought of this support sphere, he remembered Zhu. Patriarch Shibai, I have a matter to speak to you about. Shibai turned around. Lin Ming recounted Zhu's story to Shibai. As Shibai listened to this, he was startled. He obviously knew of a fellow clansman named Zhu, but he didn't know that she had been kidnapped. As Lin Ming saw Shibai's response, he had some questions that he couldn't help but ask. Patriarch Shibai, I don't understand why the Forsaken God clan hides away in this world. Moreover, since your Forsaken God clan's background far surpasses the majority of the Sky Spill continent's holy lands, how come the Northwest Great Desert would still dare to kidnap Zhu? Don't they fear that this matter would be discovered by you, and that you would take revenge against them? Shibai bitterly sighed upon hearing Lin Ming's question. He said, It's not that we want to hide in this world, but that we find it difficult to leave. Our Forsaken God clan has to bear a bloodline curse. In this dimensional realm, there are array formations that have been laid down by our people throughout the generations, capable of weakening the power of the curse. But these array formations do not exist outside. For our clansmen, the higher their cultivation is, the stronger the curse's effects are on them. Only Xiantian realm martial artists and below can leave. As for revolving core and above, it is simply far too dangerous for them. They can at most leave for a few days before having to return. The exception is if you are like Ancestor Emperor Argent, a super powerhouse with a formidable will and a body tempered through lightning. They would be able to rely on their own powerful strength and resist the curse outside. This is also the reason why the notes he left behind are so precious to my clan. So it's like that, Lin Ming realized. No wonder the Forsaken God clan hid in their own world and the other powers didn't seem to fear them either. It was because they had no way to leave this dimensional realm. Oh. 3 days later, 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom, West Imperial City, at the headquarters of Destiny Grasp. I want 3 different articles of news related to the movements of the 4 Divine Kingdoms. A martial artist wearing a bamboo hat put a bag of spirit essence stones on the counter of Destiny Grasp. A middle-aged man behind the counter lazily passed the bamboo hat man 3 cards. As the man flipped through them, he was dazed as he read through the second card. The 280th Destiny Decree, ranked Lin Lanjian, has closed up to attack life destruction, and will challenge all life destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This was shocking news. The Forsaken God clan, Lin Lanjian, crossing life destruction. Lin Lanjian was known as the highest eternally rare talent underneath the heavens. With his late revolving core cultivation, he had managed to rank on the Destiny Decree. If he were to cross life destruction, just what level would his combat strength rise to? The bamboo hat man sucked in a deep breath. I can't miss an awesome event like this. This news quickly passed through every information channel. At the start, it was a secret. Then it became ordinary news, and finally it became common knowledge known by almost everyone. The battle would take place in 3 months. 3 months from now, regardless of whether Lin Lanjian could break through life destruction, the fight would begin. Moreover, this was a cutthroat life-or-death struggle. Lin Lanjian has finally declared war on the Azura Divine Kingdom. He was being hunted all this time, but now he has actually launched a counterattack. I think this is a bit strange. Why would the Azura Divine Kingdom agree to Lin Lanjian's demands? With their ability, couldn't they just directly kill Lin Lanjian? Destiny Grasp's information didn't mention the Forsaken God clan protecting Lin Ming. This caused many martial artists to be puzzled. There have to be reasons we're not aware of. But don't you think it's impossible for Lin Lanjian to win this battle? Such an unfair match. Could it have been suggested by the Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Lanjian must have been forced to agree. Even though there's no hope, he wouldn't give up. Think about it. Even though he is known as the #1 extraordinary talent of the Sky Spill continent, the Azura Divine Kingdom's background is still too deep. There wasn't a limit of opponents placed on this match. Even though Lin Lanjian is strong, it's impossible for him to fight a continuous battle of attrition. Indeed, how could anyone win if there's no limit to the number of opponents? The uproar became increasingly loud, like a coming storm, a rising tide. Not only did the 4 divine kingdoms hear of this, but even the surrounding holy lands, sects, and smaller countries also heard this news. The #1 rare talent of the Sky Spill continent had challenged all the life destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This grand event captured the attention of the entire continent. Many martial artists crossed the hundreds of thousands of miles to come to the dimensional realm where the Forsaken God clan lived. And at this time, the normally closed-off Forsaken God clan had opened their doors wide to the world, allowing all martial artists who came to enter. In Shirbai's mind, this battle naturally needed as many witnesses as possible and needed to be known of throughout the entire continent. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming won, the stronger Azura Divine Kingdom might renege on their promises. From the time the gauntlet had been laid down to the start of the battle, there was around 3 months. Lin Ming wasn't anxious. Normally, a martial artist would need around half a month of time to cross the first stage of life destruction. Lin Ming estimated that 40 days would be enough. As for the first month and a half of time, that was mainly used to restore the wound in his soul as well as ease his mind, adjusting his mental state in addition to meditating on the concept of Thunder Jade Slip that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had left behind. Breaking through the first stage of life destruction was an extremely dangerous event for Lin Ming. He would need to be in his top condition for that. As time passed, more and more martial artists began arriving at the dimensional realm, and the Forsaken God clan welcomed them all with open arms. Every martial artist at the Hotian realm or higher would only need to provide a valid form of identification before being allowed inside. But later, even though the dimensional realm that the Forsaken God clan inhabited was vast, it still became a bit crowded, requiring a few restrictions to be placed on the entry requirements. That area is where the Azura Divine Kingdom's martial artists are staying. Within the dimensional realm, several martial artists pointed at a large black tower that floated in the skies. This over 200-foot-tall pagoda was suspended high in the air with black light shimmering all around it, releasing a formidable field of energy. A weaker martial artist felt a tremendous pressure when they approached. This caused the true essence in their bodies to run amok, forcing them to step back. The Azura Divine Kingdom is really sending a message that they want to eat up Lin Longian. They actually set up their base just 10 miles away from the Elder's Palace. That black tower in itself is a type of dwelling-type treasure. It can be stored in a spatial ring, and once taken out it can grow by hundreds of feet. It is extremely convenient. As everyone was speaking, a team of black-clothed martial artists suddenly flew into the skies, silent like a pack of black ghosts. The man at the head was wearing black robes, and as he stepped on the air barefoot, his handsome and elegant appearance combined with his long black hair that fluttered in the wind unexpectedly gave him a somewhat ethereal flavor. His aura was immeasurably deep, like a vast ocean. All of the martial artists present weren't able to guess his cultivation. Who is that? He's too horrifying. Just by looking at him I feel as if I've seen a mountain peak that I can never reach. A middle revolving core martial artist said with a tinge of fear. Generally speaking, a middle revolving core martial artist could see the cultivation of a high-stage life destruction martial artist, as long as they didn't use some secret method to conceal it. But that handsome man that flew up just now obviously wasn't covering up his dantian. Still, no one could see just what realm he had reached. Is that a Divine Sea powerhouse? The Azura Divine Kingdom has actually sent over a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. He is not at the Divine Sea. Definitely not. A late revolving core martial artist shook his head. I can vaguely make out that man's cultivation. He is still at life destruction. If I'm not wrong, then he is one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's ascetics. It's highly likely his is the one ranked number 12 on the Destiny Decree. Situ Luo Sha. Situ Luo Sha. As the martial artists heard this guess, there was a collective gasp. In the Azura Divine Kingdom, besides masters like the demon envoys and imperial scholars, there were also ascetics. These talents were the top masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Demon envoys and imperial scholars usually had to perform a variety of tasks issued forth by the Azura Divine Kingdom. They were responsible for managing the country, and this would inevitably cause them to waste some of their energy, making it so that they couldn't wholeheartedly devote their time to their cultivation. Thus, imperial scholars and demon envoys usually never ranked past the top 30 on the Destiny Decree. There were even many of them, such as by Ruyu or the red-clothed little boy, that were already 1,000 to 2,000 years old and had simply no chance of breaking through to the Divine Sea realm. If these people died, the Azura Divine Kingdom wouldn't miss them too much. But an ascetic was different. They were extraordinary talents amongst extraordinary talents. Their only mission in life was to cultivate well and to break through to the Divine Sea. The Azura Divine Kingdom had invested a massive amount of resources into every one of these individuals. Losing one would be a backbreaking loss, but losing 6 or 7 of them was the same as losing a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. An ascetic strength could be said to be immeasurably deep. For instance, the current Situ Luosha was ranked 12th on the Destiny Decree. But the truth was that this was only a ranking formed from the estimation of Destiny Grasp. Situ Luosha had not fought for over 10 years, and his last match had also been a Destiny Decree Master. Moreover, their ranking hadn't been low either. But that person had still died to a single palm strike from Situ Luosha, as if they were nothing more than an ant. After such a long lapse of time, rumors spread that Situ Luosha was nearing the Divine Sea boundary. There was even a 30 to 40% chance he would make a breakthrough in the next 20 years. At that time, Situ Luosha would be a little over 100 years old. Those powerhouses that truly broke through to the Divine Sea mostly broke through at around 100 years of age. As for those that broke through at several hundred or even 1,000 years of age, that was usually completely dependent on whether or not they found any lucky chances. And the strength of the people who made a breakthrough this way would often be far inferior to those divine sea powerhouses who made a breakthrough with their own strength. Thus, it could be imagined just how terrifying Situ Luosha actually was. Situ Luosha has arrived, and they haven't even bothered to conceal his whereabouts. Perhaps this might mean that the Azura Divine Kingdom has not only Situ Luosha, but even some other unknown ascetic that's been hidden away. That person would be the Azura Divine Kingdom's true hidden card. If they are even bringing out their ascetics, the Azura Divine Kingdom is really placing everything they have in this battle. I feel that Lin Longian's chances aren't looking too good. Not even that. I feel that the martial artist paused, looking towards the area where the Forsaken God clan was with a bit of fear in his eyes. Consider this conversation over. Anything else we say is just absurd nonsense without meaning. This situation has already surpassed the scope of our understanding. For praying mantises to talk about whether a tiger or lion is more powerful, there simply isn't any significance to that at all. That's right, the disparity is just too great. The martial artist sighed with emotion. Everyone here was a martial artist, yet how could the disparity be so great? Oh! At this time, on the highest level of the Black Tower, a handsome, ethereal man was kneeling on the floor, respectfully greeting Sita Haoyan. He said with a magnetic voice, "Divine Emperor, Your Majesty, Luosha has arrived to carry out your orders. Well done. You should already know the general situation. Your match right now is only a single first-stage life-destruction martial artist named Lin Longian. Do not underestimate him because of his lower cultivation. His life is tough and he is extremely strong. This battle against him may be difficult for you, but it will also be the best tool to sharpen yourself." Situ Haoyan sat at the head seat, the atmosphere around him commanding and domineering. When he said that Lin Ming's life was tough, he didn't mean that his defensive abilities were high, but rather that he saw Lin Ming as having the life and destiny of a peerless emperor. This sort of person was extremely difficult to kill. They would often survive even the direst of death traps set for them, giving those that wanted to kill them nothing but headaches. Everything shall be as your majesty desires. Luosha will not look down on any enemy. The black-robed man's expression was calm, his eyes shining like black gems in the night. From his gaze, Situ Haoyan could see a solemn and earnest light. This made him very satisfied. This battle greatly concerns your destiny and the momentum you've accumulated throughout your entire life. If you can win, then you will reach the Divine Sea within 10 years. But if you lose, this will cause a tremendous setback in your road of reaching the Divine Sea. Whether or not you can overcome this challenge will all depend on you. Luosha understands. Good. You may leave now. Situ Haoyan waved his hand and took a deep breath. His tranquil expression contained a sharp energy to it, as if it were the calm before a storm. Haoyan, you even called out Luosha. Aren't you being too careful about this? He was even in the crucial stage of his closing up period. After Luosha left, a slightly older woman walked out from a side room, her voice tinted with dissatisfaction. Situ Haoyan looked at his own elder sister and lightly humphed. Luosha must come, otherwise who will fight Lin Longian? Not only will I call Luosha, but I will even summon Yaoyue. You even want to bring Yaoyue here? Are you joking with me? Not only is she closing up right now, but her status in itself is a great secret. Do you want everyone on this continent to know of her? Do you want her to stay in the Azura Divine Kingdom, never going out for adventuring or experience before she reaches the Divine Sea? And for what? Dealing with a boy that would just have broken through to the first stage of life destruction? Don't forget that this is a war of attrition with endless opponents. We can simply grind and grind and grind him to death. Yaoshi, my Azura Divine Kingdom has already suffered 2 great losses under this Lin Longian. And what progress have we made? I have already said that Lin Longian has the destiny of a peerless emperor. Even if you think you've laid down a flawless killing trap, he can still escape safely as before. To deal with this sort of person you must put out a power several times his total strength and kill him with absolute, overwhelming speed and power. Otherwise there will be no end to our troubles in the future. This battle is too important to the future of my Azura divine kingdom. We cannot afford to lose, nor can we lose. If Lin Longian dares to accept this revolving battle of attrition, then he certainly has a special method to deal with it. We must guarantee not only the quantity of powerhouses we send out, but also the quality. This is all in order to make it so that victory is guaranteed. If it wasn't for the fact that the Forsaken God clan's background is too deep, I would rather launch a national war. Situ Haoyin's tone revealed a firm and decisive feeling to it. You would rather start a national war? You are mad, Situ Yaoshi said with a completely unbelievable expression. She simply didn't agree with Situ Haoyin's opinion. Who cares about the life of some peerless emperor? Just because you suffered 2 losses, you have become frightened all of a sudden? No matter what, you are still the divine emperor and all decisions are made by you. But let me give you a warning. Yaoyue is the most magnificent talent that our bloodline has seen for the last 1,000 years. Her future potential is limitless. Not only will she reach the divine sea, but she will also become an extraordinary individual among all divine sea powerhouses. She even has a chance of inheriting your throne in the future. Since you must interrupt her seclusion, then you must pay her back with enough resources. Humph, if Yaoyue can win this battle, it is a good fortune for her. To defeat someone with the life of peerless emperor will help accumulate her own momentum and carve the confidence and destiny she needs into her bones. This is not something that mere closed-door seclusion can ever compare with. As Situ Haoyin spoke to hear, he stood up, no longer wanting to speak nonsense with his elder sister. He walked to the window and looked towards the starry skies. In this dimensional realm, the laws approached that of the boundless universe. The stars here could also produce light, and the falling rays didn't diminish either. As he looked up at the dazzling stars above him, Situ Haoyin began speaking to himself. Lin Longian, you might be the most splendid star that the Sky Spill continent has ever seen. If I knew earlier that you would be able to obtain the protection of the Forsaken God clan, then I would rather have given up the Demon Emperor's inheritances than form enmity with you. But what a pity! Swords have already left their sheaths, and there is no longer a path of retreat for any of us. And now I must destroy you. Oh! 10 days later, the dimensional realm of the Forsaken God clan could be called a gathering of heroes. Divine kingdom princes, high successors, as well as 5th-grade sects and holy lands with their direct disciples and elders and more had arrived. This was a sort of battle that had never appeared in the history of the Sky Spill continent. A youth with a mere first-stage life destruction cultivation had challenged all the life destruction powerhouses of a divine kingdom. This was simply an unrivaled, never-before-seen talent. Brother Lin, are you feeling some pressure? In a nearby restaurant, a handsome and sharp-eared young man said with a pleasant smile. Lin Ming was stunned as he looked at the 3 heroic young elites that had appeared in front of him. They were actually Lan Xian, Fengshen, and Duanmu Kun. It's really you guys. I never thought that it would be a year before we'd meet again, Lin Ming said with some feeling in his voice. He glanced at Duanmu Kun and the others' cultivations. Duanmu Kun had reached the peak of a 3-star Fey King, and was just a step away from becoming a 4-star Fey King. Because the Fey practiced different cultivation systems from humans, a 4-star Fey King was equal to a 2nd-stage life destruction martial artist. As for Lan Xian and Fengshen, they had smoothly stepped into the 3-star Fey King realm. This cultivation was considered stronger than the late revolving core but just a tad weaker than the first stage of life destruction. All 3 of them were emperor-level talents and they were much older than Lin Ming. From the point they met until now, none of them lost to Lin Ming in terms of cultivation. It was just that their total comprehensive combat strength was inferior. That's right. It's nice to see you again too. This last year we've been exploring all sorts of danger zones in the 4 divine kingdoms. Although we haven't obtained much, we have still experienced a number of life or death crises as well as having dueled with many heroic young elites of the Sky Spill continent. We've lost some and also won some and managed to gain some insights. Brother Lin, Do you plan on returning to the Holy Demon Continent in the next few years? Duanmu-kun spoke these words with a true essence sound transmission. When he heard of Lin Longian, he had a premonition that this youth was likely to be Lin Ming. Now that he was able to confirm his guess, he was naturally aware that Lin Ming's status was sensitive, and the Holy Demon Continent was also a secret that couldn't be easily revealed to others. Otherwise, if others knew that Lin Ming had a method to reach another continent, that would cause unnecessary trouble for him. Holy Demon Continent. Indeed, I would like to go back some time. Lin Ming had always remembered the Road of Emperor. That was a place he wanted to return to, but his strength was simply too lacking at the moment. I plan on returning in a few years. You can stay near the Forsaken God clan. If I plan on returning, then I will leave behind a message in the Forsaken God clan. The Sky Spill Continent's central region was an extremely vast area. Even if one had special sound transmitting talismans, it was still impossible to send a message millions of miles away, not to mention that the central region was over a dozen million miles wide. Wanting to find someone with a sound transmitting talisman wouldn't be easy at all. So leaving behind a sound transmission mark really wasn't too meaningful. Good, we also wanted to take that time and return in a few years. We've made a great deal of harvests during this adventure in the Sky Spill Continent. Lon Xian said with a bright smile. Broadening one's horizon was extremely important to the growth of a martial artist, even if she didn't have many lucky chances in the meantime. Brother Lin, I would like to know how confident you are in this battle. I heard that the Azura Divine Kingdom has already called over ascetics as well as some hidden talents. The previously silent Fengshen suddenly said. In this past year, he had gained a much deeper understanding of the martial artists in the Sky Spill Continent's central region, as well as just how terrifying the deep background of the Azura Divine Kingdom was. Even though he was well aware of just how strong Lin Ming was, Fengshen couldn't help but feel some worry for his friend. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He shook his head and said, I have no way to estimate my chances after breaking through life destruction, or just what degree my strength will reach. I also don't know how powerful the Azura Divine Kingdom's masters will be. I can't say that I'm not feeling pressured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the chance to come to this restaurant to relax. This is a gamble where I don't even know the cards in my own hands. Of course, the Azura Divine Kingdom is also the same. No one will know just who the winner will be until the last moment. As the several of them were speaking, a burst of heavenly music sounded out in the air. As they looked outside the window, they could see that a golden divine carriage was slowly flying in the air, being pulled by two majestic vicious beasts. One side of this divine carriage was engraved with a two-handled furnace, and the other side was carved with the character Yun in flourishing writing. The appearance of this divine carriage quickly caught everyone's attention. That's the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's divine carriage. The Yun character. That should be the Nine-Furnace Crown Prince, Yang Yun. Even Yang Yun has come. That's understandable. I've heard the rumors that Yang Yun has taken a liking towards Lin Longian and appreciates his talents very much. For the likes of a battle that has never been recorded in the ancient texts, he would certainly want to come experience it. Yang Yun had an unshakable status in the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. He hadn't fought in over 10 years, and his cultivation was also hidden. No one knew just what sort of boundary he had reached. Some rumors said that Yang Yun had been stuck at a bottleneck and his cultivation hadn't improved in a long time. However, some other rumors said that Yang Yun's strength was fathomless, and that he was deliberately concealing it. As for what the truth was, no one knew. Yang Yun. Duanmu-kun's eyebrows shot up. He said with a true essence sound transmission. I have seen this person before. He is quite a fearful person, and I don't wish to see him again for now. Brother Lin, we shall be on our way first. After Duanmu-kun, Fengshen, and Lon Xian decided a method to contact each other. They bid their farewells. The divine carriage shined with a golden light. A young man with a gentle temperament surrounded himself in true essence as he floated down from the skies. I didn't expect that even Crown Prince Your Highness would also personally make a visit. I am truly honored. Lin Ming went out to greet Yang Yun, secretly observing him in the meantime. Yang Yun hadn't changed at all. His dantian was still covered by a layer of mist, and it was impossible to discern his cultivation. Even though Lin Ming had a formidable divine sense, he still couldn't see just how deep Yang Yun's cultivation was. According to popular rumors, Yang Yun had been born to a beautiful concubine in the nine-furnace divine emperor's harem. That woman's martial talent had been ordinary, and Yang Yun had also showed an ordinary martial arts talent, nothing special at all. But at 12 years of age, his martial arts potential suddenly skyrocketed in a stunning style, and at that point his ascension became unstoppable. In the martial arts world, this sort of situation was relatively minor, but it wasn't too rare. For instance, someone like the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had both ups and downs in his life and had managed to reach great heights in his future. Haha, Brother Lin, there is no need to be polite. I really didn't expect for Brother Lin to show such bravery and challenge all the life destruction powerhouses of a divine kingdom at just the first stage of life destruction. Lin Ming said, I was forced into a dead end. My only choice was to walk into the jaws of death and hope to be reborn from there. The Azura divine kingdom is quite determined. If Brother Lin can truly win this unrivaled battle, then I can guarantee that the Azura divine kingdom will no longer look to trouble Brother Lin anymore. Yang Yun solemnly promised. Lin Ming laughed and said, Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Yang. If Lin Ming could win this battle and cross another 2 to 3 stages of life destruction under the shelter of the Forsaken God clan, then at that time, even if he revealed some other secrets he had, such as the cosmic melting furnace, burning star flame, or 9 heavens thunder soul, those old divine sea fellows would no longer covet his treasures. This was the status and deterrence brought by strength. Now there were already many powers thinking to win over Lin Ming. Yang Yun deeply glanced at Lin Ming's dantian and changed the topic. But before then, if Brother Lin wishes to cross life destruction, it might not be as easy as you think. Actually, I've prepared a small gift for Brother Lin. Yang Yun took out a wood spirit jade box. After opening it, Lin Ming was bewildered as he saw what was inside. Inside this wood spirit jade box were 2 God-transforming pills. A God-transforming pill was extremely precious. It could increase the chances for a life-destruction powerhouse to enter the Divine Sea. The Azura Divine Kingdom had once offered a single God-transforming pill as the reward for capturing Lin Ming. This sort of pill was simply wasted as a gift for a revolving core martial artist to break into life destruction. Lin Ming didn't think that Yang Yun would gift him a God-transforming pill. Moreover, he had even given him 2. Did he know that the difficulty of his attempt to cross life destruction was different from a normal martial artist? Otherwise, why would he gift him 2 God-transforming pills that only high-stage life destruction powerhouses would use? Lin Ming couldn't help but think this. Yang Yun didn't seem affected. He faintly smiled and said, A minor gift. I hope this can help Brother Lin safely cross life destruction. Please, accept it. 2 God-transforming pills would truly help Lin Ming be much more confident in crossing life destruction. But as he saw Yang Yun's expression, he couldn't help but feel something strange in his heart. Brother Yang's gift is too heavy. I can't accept this. Even in an alchemy holy land like the 9-furnace divine kingdom, it would still take at least 100,000 spirit essence stones to produce a single God-transforming pill. If it were released into the public, it would sell for at least 300,000 spirit essence stones. Otherwise, why would the Azura Divine Kingdom use this as a reward? Even so, the 9-furnace divine kingdom placed strict limits on the sale of the God-transforming pill. No one wanted to help train the masters of enemies. 2 God-transforming pills was enough to cause any high-stage life destruction martial artist on the destiny decree to go mad with jealousy. Lin Ming didn't wish to owe such a favor to Yang Yun. Yang Yun seemed to have seen through Lin Ming's thoughts. He slightly chuckled and said, Brother, there is no need to refuse. I already know that you will need this. When a martial artist crosses life destruction, it is just like a vicious beast crossing heavenly tribulation. The more powerful the vicious beast, the more difficult their tribulation will become, because the heavens simply don't wish to accommodate them. If Brother Lin crosses life destruction, it is the same as a divine flood dragon turning into a true dragon. Once you cross the dragon gate and soar into the skies, you will certainly soar through the world unhindered. As Yang Yun spoke, Lin Ming's suspicions grew even heavier. He maintained his calm and said, "Humans are different from vicious beasts. Vicious beasts must undergo divine tribulation because their cultivation defies the heavens, and thus the heavens will not accommodate them. A more powerful vicious beast will naturally find their tribulation harder to cross. But a martial artist's life destruction is to disintegrate the mortal body and reform it from the beginning. Rather, the more solid of a foundation a martial artist has, the easier it will be for them to cross life destruction." "Haha, I know. But sometimes there are people that are similar to vicious beasts," Yang Yun said with a laugh as if he were speaking randomly. Lin Ming's eyebrows knit together. He always felt that Yang Yun had some other intent. "Brother Lin, this is only 2 God-transforming pills. It's not much of a favor at all. If you feel guilty in your heart, then consider me having lent you them. After you win your battle, you will surely obtain a great harvest. At that time, you can easily repay me 400,000 spirit essence stones." Yang Yun's manner was very easy and carefree. Lin Ming could only put away the suspicious feeling he had and accept the God-transforming pills. These were truly something that he needed at this time. To him, crossing life destruction was a tremendous challenge. Failure was equal to a death sentence. Thus, even if these 2 God-transforming pills could only increase his chances by a few %, he was still willing to buy them with a credit of 400,000 spirit essence stones. It was only that he felt that Yang Yun was increasingly mysterious. After Yang Yun, more heroic young elites arrived, including even the 7-star Divine Kingdom's Li Yifeng. "Haha! This place is so lively. I really came at the right time. I was confined for such a long time that I felt I was going to suffocate to death. To be able to participate in such a never-before-seen event." Li Yifeng rubbed his hands, even more excited than before, because he had stirred up so much trouble as he was out adventuring, and also did so much mischief. He had been reported by his fiancée and was then punished with confinement again. This time, he had used the excuse of wishing to learn by observation, and managed to sneak his way out. Naturally, he was very happy. "I have no idea who this Lin Longjian is or where he came from, but he's even crazier than me," Li Feng loudly said. Even though he was also at the peak of the late revolving core, he could only barely contend with a life destruction powerhouse. "He is a destiny decree master. Of course he's crazier than you," the young maid by his side mercilessly said. Although she thought highly of Li Yifeng in her heart, she knew the disparity between an ordinary life destruction powerhouse and a destiny decree master. The two of them didn't realize that Lin Longjian was Lin Ming. The main reason for this was that they had been punished with confinement and didn't hear much news from the outside. But after learning that such a mystical fight was about to erupt that was unprecedented since ancient times, both of them couldn't wait to watch it. They had no further information about Lin Longjian, such as his cultivation method or weapons he used. Otherwise, they would have discovered similarities with Lin Ming and naturally formed an association. "I apologize, but Sir Lin Longjian has already closed up to attack life destruction. He is not taking any guests." In front of the Elder's palace, 2 guards icily responded to Li Yifeng and the young maid. Li Yifeng loved to meet heroes of the world, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on Lin Longjian. However, he had been a step too late. "He's already closed up?" Li Yifeng's eyes lit up. If this were true, then after gathering energy for 2 or 3 days, Lin Longjian would detonate all of the energy within him and officially attack life destruction. That would truly be a grand event. Shirbai had opened wide the gates to the Forsaken God clan, allowing the heroes of the world to observe this battle. This was so they could all be witnesses to avoid a situation where the Azura Divine Kingdom began to desperately lash out once they lost. But now, more and more heroes from the entire continent arrived in piling droves. Many of these were the famed elders of large sects and the heroic young elites known throughout the Divine Kingdoms. Every single one of these characters was a talent of their era. So many people gathered together wasn't necessarily beneficial for Lin Ming to break through to life destruction. When a martial artist was crossing life destruction, that was an extremely dangerous point when they were at their most vulnerable. This was why they needed to maintain their top mental state throughout. If there was too much external influence, then it could possibly create a negative pressure on the martial artist instead. These days, Shibai could faintly feel that Lin Ming's process of crossing life destruction wouldn't be as easy as he thought it would be. Otherwise, why would he accept 2 god-transforming pills from Yang Yun and use more than 10 days to recover his soul wound and adjust his state? No matter what it was, everything would become clear in these next 3 days. Shibai looked at the sky and then walked towards where Lin Ming was closed up. This was the best seclusion spot in the entire Forsaken God clan. It was built in an extremely firm and defensible great tower. This tower was located at the very center of the dimensional realm's spirit veins, and the heaven and earth origin energy was incomparably pure and rich here. Not just that, but there were layers upon layers of protective array formations surrounding this seclusion spot. There was a very long history behind these arrays. 100,000 years ago, an ancestor of the Forsaken God clan had laid it down. It was called the Skylock Array. Once it was activated, it would have ghostly and immeasurable functions. If a peerless powerhouse were to manage it, then it could even trap gods and seal immortals. Although the current power of the array wasn't as glorious as it used to be, with the divine sea powerhouses of the Forsaken God clan managing it, it could resist the joint attack of 6 or 7 divine sea powerhouses. It was hard to defend against the thoughts and desires of others. Shibai had activated the Skylock Array in order to guarantee that Lin Ming would have absolute safety when he crossed life destruction. Unfortunately, arranging this array formation required specific array flags, and the method of producing these array flags had already been lost to time. The entire Forsaken God clan only had 4 of these array flags. Otherwise, if they could cover up the entire dimensional realm in the Skylock Array, Shibai wouldn't even fear waging war with the Azura Divine Kingdom. Patriarch. A guard immediately saluted as he saw Shibai. Shibai stepped straight into the seclusion chamber. There were a massive number of runes drawn into the ground here aimed at increasing the heaven and earth origin energy, as well as secret techniques that could increase the chances of one successfully crossing life destruction. Lin Ming sat at the center of these runes. 2 old men stood on the left and right of him, acting as his protectors. These 2 people were both proficient in support spheres. One could increase a martial artist's physical strength, and the other could enhance a martial artist's soul force and will. These 2 people were carefully selected by Shibai to serve as Lin Ming's help when crossing life destruction. There were thousands of spirit essence stones set around Lin Ming, as well as 5 jade boxes of various sizes. One of these boxes contained the 2 god-transforming pills lent by Yang Yun. Lin Ming was saving his final strength. Patriarch Shibai. Lin Ming felt Shibai arrive and began rising to greet him. No need to stand up. Shibai saw Lin Ming's solemn expression and was able to confirm his own guess. It seemed that Lin Ming's crossing of life destruction would not be easy at all. He didn't ask why it would be so difficult for Lin Ming to cross life destruction, but instead waved his hand and then took out an ordinary-looking wooden box from his spatial ring. Upon opening it, a translucent crystal gem was revealed, around the size of half a pinky finger. But as this crystal gem appeared, it actually bloomed with a brilliant radiance, as if the laws of the world were changing around it. Top-grade Spirit Essence Stone? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He was only able to vaguely confirm this. There were 3 ranks of Spirit Essence Stones: ordinary, superior, and top-grade. Superior Spirit Essence Stones were already rare. A superior Spirit Essence Stone was equivalent to 300 ordinary Spirit Essence Stones, and top-grade Spirit Essence Stones were far, far rarer. A top-grade Spirit Essence Stone was the source of a Spirit Essence Stone mine. They had basically all but vanished from the world. It was already amazing if an entire Spirit Essence Stone mine could produce a single top-grade Spirit Essence Stone. This was a treasure that even a Divine Sea Supreme Elder would turn berserk with greed for. It was enormously beneficial to help a martial artist make a breakthrough. Shibai said, "It's only a small piece. It's around equal to 1/6 of a standard top-grade Spirit Essence Stone." Patriarch Shibai, this is... Little brother Lin, don't be pressured. I already feel that your aura isn't too stable. This isn't like you at all. Shibai gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder. As Lin Ming approached his breakthrough, It would be a blatant lie to say that he wasn't feeling the pressure around him. The heretical god Sprout had stored the power of thunder from the golden red lightning 90 miles deep into the Thunder Dominion. The reason that Emperor Argent's relics hadn't been discovered for tens of thousands of years at that 90-mile Thunder Dominion region was not because those divine sea supreme elders couldn't find them, but rather that they didn't have a method to investigate the 90-mile Thunder Dominion area. From this, it could be seen just how horrifyingly powerful the golden red lightning was. If enough of this lightning was gathered, then it could slay even a divine sea supreme elder. If Lin Ming were to detonate this energy within him to disintegrate his body and be reborn into his spirit body, then the risks could be imagined. Moreover, he had never heard of this situation in the realm of the gods before. There was no previous path taken to guide him. The martial artists in the realm of the gods that dual cultivated body and law crossed life destruction by having enough heavenly materials with them. They weren't like Lin Ming, relying on controlling a devastating and ruinous power. In this situation, how could Lin Ming not be earnest? This is for you, to ensure that you are absolutely successful, Shibai said as he passed the wooden box into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming held onto the box with both hands and looked at the top-grade spirit essence stone within. The surface of this crystal gem seemed to be covered entirely in a mysterious pattern. It had a faint hint of the charm that the Chaos Stone in time-worn Phoenix City had. Although it was far inferior to the exquisite and profound nature of the Chaos Stone, it still proved just how extraordinary this top-grade Spirit Essence Stone was. Just 1/6 of a top-grade Spirit Essence Stone had such an effect. No wonder it could cause even Divine Sea Supreme Elders to fight for it. Before Lin Ming could speak, Shibai interrupted him and said, "Don't decline. The value of the argent white sword you returned is far more than the value of this stone. Moreover, I have a selfish reason for helping you. Your current status could be called mighty to the point of being unapproachable. Once you pass this trial, you will surely cross into the divine sea. When that time comes, I fear you may quickly become the highest under the heavens. But as for me, I am doomed to a much shorter life, while you will live for 10,000 years. I only hope that perhaps you could look after my Forsaken God clan in the future." As Shibai spoke, there was neither sadness nor sorrow in his eyes. In his entire life, he had always calmly and confidently faced his Forsaken God clan's bloodline curse. Outside of the Forsaken God clan, when martial artists arrived at old age and neared the end of their life, they would go frantic in searching for medicines to extend their lifespan, not hesitating to pay any sky-high price. But the martial artists of the Forsaken God clan did not have this necessity. There were extremely few of their clansmen who could ever live out their natural lifespan. Lin Ming sighed over the unjust destiny that the Forsaken God clan had to bear. He had already firmed his resolve that, in the future, when he had the strength, he would truly enter the eternal demon abyss and sea of miracles. Not the 1,000-mile forbidden zone or the 8,000-mile black swamp, but the true eternal demon abyss and the true sea of miracles. He would explore and find out just what secrets the absolute life forbidden zones of the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent held. The goddess that slumbered, the heart of the great emperor that remained beating for 100,000 years, the god-beast-like existence that spanned thousands of miles. Lin Ming wanted to explore all of these mysteries. If possible, he even wished to unravel the bloodline curse of the Forsaken God clan. "Thank you." Lin Ming said these two words and decisively accepted the small top-grade Spirit Essence Stone. If favors were owed, they could be returned, but if he lost his life, then he would have nothing at all. At this time, there was no need to be hypocritical. Lin Ming took in a deep breath, opening the jade boxes in front of him one at a time. Among these were 2 god-transforming pills, a dozen or so sea serpent crystals that he had refined in the 8,000-mile black swamp, as well as the Heaven-Step Demon God Bone that Lin Ming had obtained from the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the Eternal Demon Abyss. In addition, with the golden red lightning contained in the heretical God Sprout, this was Lin Ming's complete capital for attacking life destruction. As Shibai looked at all the various heavenly treasures in front of Lin Ming, he was alarmed. These items were... He deeply looked at Lin Ming. He had thought that the 2 god-transforming pills Yang Yun had given Lin Ming were already precious enough. But now it seemed as if the treasures Lin Ming brought out were even above the god-transforming pills. in particular that pigeon egg-sized green glass bead. The energy contained within that glass bead was actually several times that of the top-grade spirit essence stone he had gifted Lin Ming. It was basically equal to a complete top-grade spirit stone, with much more to spare. By the heavens! Just what sort of treasure was this? Shibai searched through his memories but couldn't think of any treasure like this. As a martial artist of the Sky Spill continent, Shibai only knew of wood spirit jade. He had never seen a demon god bone before. Shibai looked at Lin Ming and then at the items in front of him. These were only from 4 jade boxes. The last jade box wasn't yet opened. Perhaps the treasure contained within that last jade box was the most valuable of all. Heavens! Was he really attacking the life-destruction realm and not the divine sea boundary? No, even someone breaking through to the divine sea wouldn't need such a massive army of resources. He looked at Lin Ming, his eyes filled with shock. He only felt that this youth in front of him had countless secrets on his body. Thinking further about it, for a late revolving core martial artist to reach rank 280 on the Destiny Decree, a completely unprecedented achievement since the ancient era, then if he didn't have something special about him, how could he possibly have such achievements? As he thought about this and then the heavenly treasures in front of Lin Ming that were emitting a terrifying amount of energy, Shibai felt relieved. He sat down opposite Lin Ming and said, "Little brother Lin, I shall personally be your protector." Ho dash! Energy revolved. Shibai opened his support sphere. This was the bloodline seal of the Forsaken God clan, an ability exclusive to their people. With Shibai's cultivation, his support sphere naturally far outstripped that of the other 2 old men. After Shibai's energy field was released, Lin Ming felt a warm power flood through his entire body. Every cell in his body began to independently breathe in heaven and earth origin energy. Lin Ming raised his hand and all the ordinary spirit essence stones in the entire chamber began to float in the air. A furious amount of energy manically dissipated into the air. Soon after, these thousands of ordinary spirit essence stones completely turned into ash, releasing a massive flood of heaven and earth origin energy that filled the entire chamber, making this entire room a sea of energy. However, Lin Ming didn't even bother thinking about absorbing this energy. The purity was just too low. Even if Lin Ming absorbed this energy, it would not increase the energy in his dantian. Instead, the reason that he had released this energy was to provide a nourishing and protective barrier for himself. Lin Ming quietly lifted the 2 god transforming pills that Yang Yun had given him. He activated the ethereal martial intent and soon entered into a completely focused state. Time slowly passed. From morning to evening, from evening to morning. The palaces of the Forsaken God clan were bathed under a gentle light, resplendent in shining gold and jade. Underneath the spells that blanketed the land, all sorts of beautiful flowers and rare trees grew, bringing a peaceful atmosphere to the land. But this was only the outer appearance. In truth, all members of the Forsaken God clan were on high alert in order to prevent a possible accident from occurring. Especially the 2 great elders and Patriarch Shibai, they were completely concentrated on their task and were in no way more relaxed than Lin Ming. The 3 support spheres had continued for a day and a half already. Even though the 3 of them had a deep cultivation, they still needed to occasionally stop and supplement their energy. Pong! Pong! The 2 god transforming pills in Lin Ming's hand lost their lust, breaking into medicinal powder. Lin Ming didn't directly swallow up the god transforming pills, and instead used the acupoints of his hands to absorb them. Although this would waste a great deal of the god transforming pill's efficacy, the advantage of this was that Lin Ming wouldn't take in the pill toxins. At the critical period of life destruction, any impure energy he absorbed would be an unknown factor. Lin Ming wasn't greedy enough to take such a risk just for a little more power. After 40 hours, all of the 2 god transforming pills' energy was compressed into Lin Ming's dantian. Lin Ming's dantian was now full to an extent beyond imagination. Even the second revolving core within him had become the size of a walnut. Such a compressed energy would create an extremely high pressure. If a general revolving core martial artist held so much true essence within themselves, their dantian would have already exploded. but Lin Ming because he had opened 3 of the 8 inner hidden gates. His body was nearing that of a low-grade heaven-step treasure. Such a degree of energy was still far from enough. With a thought, that small piece of top-grade spirit essence stone flew up and affixed itself to Lin Ming's forehead. Pure energy of the endless world began to endlessly surge into Lin Ming. The various seals and patterns on the top-grade spirit essence stone began to constantly flow on its surface, as if it had come to life. This was an energy source that contained a trace of the world's laws. This was the most distilled essence of a spirit essence stone mine. It represented the strongest energy that could be naturally bred within the earth of the sky spill continent. Shirbai and the 2 great elders kept guard on the side, their hearts gripped as they saw this scene. This young fellow was the same as a monster. The dantian in his body was like an endless ocean, able to contain limitless amounts of energy. Shirbai looked at the 2 jade boxes in front of Lin Ming. One was opened wide, containing a pigeon egg-sized glass bead that held an energy even greater than a complete top-grade spirit essence stone. But the last jade box, because it was sealed, Shirbai didn't know just what was inside. But he had a feeling its contents were absolutely more valuable than the green glass bead. Shirbai sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Is this boy really human? The potential he needs for breaking into life destruction is greater than what I needed to break into the divine sea. Shirbai just couldn't imagine it. What would happen once Lin Ming's dantian was filled with the energy from those last 2 jade boxes? The night passed in peace. At the break of dawn, with a loud ka sound, the top-grade spirit essence stone at Lin Ming's forehead split in half. Oh! The sun rose from the east, followed by a faint purple glow that gathered above the vast mountain ranges. The sunlight shined through the light mist of the dimensional realm, illuminating the world. The laws of a dimensional realm were similar to those of the boundless universe. It didn't lack starlight or sunlight. Yang Yun looked at the purple sun rising in the east and muttered, "Purple air comes from the east. This is an auspicious omen from the heavens. Lin Lanjian has already reached the final stretch. Perhaps tonight, he will begin to disintegrate his mortal form and truly attack life destruction, forming his spirit body. I look forwards to just what the result of that will be." He stretched out his hand, and 2 flood dragons began pulling a golden divine carriage into the skies. Yang Yun slowly drifted upwards, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he stepped on the void, silently falling onto the divine carriage like an immortal descending from the heavens. I surely cannot miss such prosperous times. Meanwhile, at the highest level of the Azura Divine Kingdom's floating tower, the black-robed Azura Divine Emperor was standing at the window, his face contemplative as he looked towards the Elder's Palace and the auspicious purple light that hung above it, washing the entire land in endless sunlight. Standing not too far away from him was a purple-clothed girl. This girl was extremely tall, standing just a few inches lower than the towering Azura Divine Emperor. In particular, her legs. Both of them were straight and slender, nearly twice the length of her body. Her white ankles were exposed underneath the hem of her purple dress, making her seem filled with a sense of beauty and power. The Azura Divine Emperor stood here for a full half-hour. The purple-clothed girl was also quiet during this time. Her skin seemed condensed from the cream of pearls, and her nose and features were perfectly proportioned, giving her a near-flawless appearance. Her bright red lips had a flavor of wickedness to them, making it seem as if she were out of reach. At this point, the Azura Divine Emperor suddenly said, "Yaoyue, Lin Lanjian will begin forming his spirit body tonight. For you, he will be the first battle since you've been revealed, as well as the most important battle you have ever faced. It might be a bit premature for you, but that also means this is a great opportunity and challenge for you also." "Yes, Your Majesty Haotian." The purple-clothed girl's voice was faint and elusive, as if her voice was a clear melody from the distant horizon, bringing with it not even the least bit of emotion. She was Situ Yaoyue, the hidden genius of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Situ Yaoyue had been born with an extreme violet dantian. Her capacity to carry true essence was several times that of a normal martial artist, and it even had a special quality to it. This sort of dantian was also known as the Purple Sea. Because of its existence as well as Situ Yaoyue's background as a direct descendant of the Emperor's clan, this was an extremely rare combination of circumstances. The Azura Divine Emperor's clan had placed Situ Yaoyue in the highest order of importance. The events leading up to her birth were strictly protected, and afterwards it was even declared to the world that she had died in childbirth. Instead, they had secretly transferred her to the Azura mystic realm where she had been received as the last disciple of a high prince in that hidden world. After reaching the Xiantian realm, Situ Yaoyue had gone out adventuring. Although she had powerhouses trailing her in secret, she had been unaware of all of this. By passing through many dangers and trials, her strength and will now far surpass that of a martial artist at her same level. Situ Yaoyue was at the 7th stage of life destruction, and her cultivation was only rising. It had already been secretly decided that she would be the next candidate for the throne of the Divine Emperor. However, it was only that this news was kept secret, resulting in the many princes like Situ Chuan remaining in the dark, continuing their meaningless struggle to become the crown prince. None of them were aware that Situ Yaoyue had long ago nabbed the position of successor. You are the greatest talent that my Azura Divine Kingdom has seen in the last 1,000 years, as well as the only junior to have reached the 7th stage of life destruction. Unfortunately, after breaking through to the 7th stage of life destruction, I had to stop your seclusion early and pull you out before your cultivation could stabilize. This will likely delay you entering the Divine Sea by another year or two. But this doesn't matter. Lin Lonjian is in existence with a great destiny on his body. He is a true proud son of heaven. Defeat him, inherit his destiny, and this gain will be immeasurably greater than any losses you will ever have. Yes, your majesty, Situ Yaoyue succinctly said. She looked towards the direction of the elder's palace, calmly and firmly saying, I will win. Good. When I agreed to Lin Lonjian's battle, I had already decided to reveal you. Only your inborn extreme violet dantian will be able to restrain his destiny of an emperor. Not only must you win, but you must win with overwhelming power and grace so that you can pave your own road of a peerless emperor. The Azura Divine Emperor looked at Situ Yaoyue with a complex light in his eyes. Only through a baptism of blood and battle could one truly rule over the world. Time passed. More and more martial artists became aware that tonight would be when Lin Ming finally began forming his spirit body. Although the Forsaken God clan didn't wish to disclose this news, this type of matter couldn't be concealed either. This was because when a martial artist attacked life destruction, they would need to absorb a massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy. When that happened, all sorts of large and small heaven and earth origin energy vortexes would begin appearing in the skies above the Elder's palace. And while the Skylock array was both a defensive and offensive array, it still wouldn't stop pure heaven and earth origin energy from passing through. This matter would be known by everyone sooner or later. It was just that some masters discovered this much earlier than others. Quickly, news that Lin Ming would be forming his spirit body spread out like wildfire. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, more and more droves of heroes began gathering around the Elder's palace. From the skies, it appeared as if the entire Elder's palace was surrounded by a massive mob. I heard that the 9 Furnace Crown Prince also came to personally watch Lin Lonjian cross life destruction. I heard he even gifted him 2 god-transforming pills. I have no idea if that is true or not though. What nonsense, of course it's true. That matter isn't a secret anymore. It's 2 god-transforming pills. Isn't that just a waste of heaven's treasures? And it is just for attacking the first stage of life destruction. I wonder just what he will need to break through to the Divine Sea. A 5th grade sect life destruction martial artist said. A bit sour. He could be considered a key talent that was being raised in his 5th grade sect. But to him, a god-transforming pill was nothing but a legend. This sort of pill had a value over 300,000 spirit essence stones. To an ordinary life destruction powerhouse, that was a luxury forever out of their reach. Even a top 200 ranked Destiny Decree Master would find themselves pained to afford a god-transforming pill. Now Lin Ming had actually used 2 in order to attack life destruction. Of course, this martial artist was jealous. In his eyes, this was just wasteful. Maybe Lin Longyan's cultivation is lacking and he needs to depend on those god-transforming pills to forcefully increase the energy in his dantian until it is enough to disintegrate his body. Otherwise, no matter how rich Lin Longyan is, he still wouldn't waste such treasures. Of those top talents that naturally cultivated to the point of breaking into life destruction, which one of them didn't do so easily? As for using a god-transforming pill to forcefully do so when their cultivation isn't sufficient, that can only harm them, there simply aren't any benefits to it. If Lin Longyan has to use 2 god-transforming pills, there definitely has to be some other reason for him doing so. I also think it's strange. I remember that Longyan already stole away a god-transforming pill from the Azura Divine Kingdom but hasn't even used it yet, because his cultivation hasn't increased. I estimate that Lin Ming is being forced by the Azura Divine Kingdom, and since he doesn't believe in his chances too much, he will use 3 god-transforming pills altogether in order to forcefully break through life destruction. Don't forget that Lin Longyan isn't that old. He can't have reached late revolving core that long ago. Even a genius can't cross over from revolving core to life destruction so quickly. Impossible! If his cultivation is lacking and he wants to depend on external forces to attack life destruction, then not only is that extremely risky, but it will cause his foundation to be unstable. That is the greatest nightmare for a top talent. Having an unstable foundation is still better than losing his life. Otherwise, what capital will Lin Longyan have to fight against all the life destruction powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom? More people arrived throughout the day, none of them leaving. Underneath so many expectations, the pall of night finally fell. The night was destined to no longer be calm. The atmosphere of the entire dimensional realm was extremely contained. All around the Elder's Palace there were many heroes grouped, but very few of them were actually making a noise. One could even hear the gentle night wind whistling in the air. The Elder's Palace was still peaceful as before. Besides the occasional true essence vortex in the sky, there was no difference. A metal spirit boat cut through the sky. On the side of the spirit boat was carved a long sword. This was the symbol of the sublime smelting divine kingdom. A young man and woman in their 20s stood on the spirit boat, both of them looking down at the world with an extraordinary heroic spirit. That is the twin prince and princess of the sublime smelting divine kingdom, Wuxia Qingfeng and Wuxia Qingyun. This is truly an event that has captivated the world. Wuxia Qingfeng and Wuxia Qingyun are both astounding characters in the sublime smelting divine kingdom. For just Lin Longyan crossing life destruction, over 20 princes have already arrived. Besides Yang Yun, who had arrived earlier, all of the other princes had come at night, staying high in the skies where the other famed elders of the large sects were. Although there was plenty of room in the skies, the common martial artists simply didn't dare to stand side by side with these people. The pressure was simply too great. There are so many people watching. If Lin Longyan fails to cross life destruction, then that would truly be a joke. No one had thought that an eternally unrivaled talent like Lin Ming would have any problems crossing life destruction. But someone had heard about the matter of the god-transforming pills and had made a number of reasonable speculations from that. From that point on, some people began to suspect that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to successfully cross life destruction. I also feel that Lin Longyan is in a bit of a dangerous situation. If he tries to forcefully break through even though his cultivation isn't sufficient, then his body might be obliterated and he would die. Don't be an idiot. Lin Longyan is known as the #1 eternally rare talent of the Sky Spill continent. If he really perished while trying to break through the first stage of life destruction, then that would just be too ridiculous. But after breaking through life destruction, his foundation might be unstable. Using the god-transforming pills to forcefully enhance himself will definitely leave behind side effects. When a top talent crossed life destruction in a perfect manner, they simply wouldn't need to use medicines. Those who needed to borrow the power of these medicines to cross life destruction were normally ordinary powerhouses, such as Shen Wuji when he was crossing the 4th stage of life destruction. As some of the martial artists were whispering to each other, a 10,000-foot beam of divine light suddenly shot out from the Elder's Palace. It was like a keen sword that split the skies, causing the stars themselves to lose their luster. An incomparable blood vitality lingered in the skies above the Elder's palace, merging with the 10,000-foot beam of golden light. Its brilliance was eye-catching, and everyone who saw it was shocked. Could a mortal's blood vitality truly be rich to such a degree? Bang! 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 A faint rumbling sound came out from the Elder's palace. It was a low and bass sound, deep enough to shake the earth. Deep within the Elder's palace, it was like a true dragon was slowly waking up from a long sleep. That is, he's finally shattered his mortal form. Is he about to create his spirit body? What a terrifying aura. Who said that his cultivation was lacking and he needed 3 God-transforming pills to forcefully cross life destruction? Could someone with an insufficient cultivation really have such an aura, as if the laws of the world are being affected? Deep within the Elder's palace, Xianxia and the 2 great elders were dripping with sweat, their concentration completely focused. Lin Ming had finished the sea serpent crystals, and now the green heaven-step demon god bone was grasped in his hands. At this time, all of Lin Ming's meridians were bulging like balloons, the blood vessels sticking out from all over his body. His entire body was filled to the limit. He could detonate at any time. Even though Lin Ming had entered into the ethereal martial intense state, he could still feel an unbelievably agonizing pain from the energy tearing through his body. This still wasn't enough. Lin Ming grit his teeth and crumbled the heaven-step demon god bone in his hands. A vast energy erupted, stirring up a storm of true essence within the seclusion chamber. In such a terrifying storm of energy, the pressure within Lin Ming's dantian could be imagined. The first revolving core had already reached its limits, unable to change anymore. Only the second revolving core could change. From the size of a walnut, it compressed to the size of a quail egg and then the size of a fingertip before finally compressing to the size of a little yellow bean. The second revolving core became increasingly deep in color until it appeared inky black. The amount of compressed energy within it was not much worse than the black hole revolving cores. Lin Ming wasn't able to control the second revolving core very well, thus he couldn't compress it himself. But by relying on external forces, it had been forcefully squeezed into an existence near to that of a black hole revolving core. At this moment, Lin Ming controlled his first black hole revolving core and forced it to smash into the second revolving core. Bang! In that split second, Lin Ming's dantian finally exploded. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Near his dantian, all of his meridians began to rupture and blood rained out into the air, turning into a fog of blood within the incomparably pure sea of heaven and earth origin energy. Lin Ming's body finally began to crack. But detonating his dantian was still not enough to completely disintegrate his tough physical form. It blew up large chunks of flesh and blood, but was still unable to thoroughly decompose his body. With a decisive thought, Lin Ming then discharged the highly compressed golden red lightning within the heretical god sprout. In a flash, a golden sun seemed to rise within the seclusion chamber. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Before this, Lin Ming had already informed him that there was a power of thunder within him capable of turning even a divine sea supreme elder into ash. Once it detonated, everything around him and within the great array formation would be burnt to ash. We're withdrawing. Xianxia stretched out his hands to grab the 2 great elders, revolving his movement technique to the limit and then stormed away. Kacha! A golden divine thunder broke through the dome of the Elder's palace, directly impacting into the night sky. The deep night sky was lit up bright by this divine thunder as if it were morning. As everyone turned to look at this lightning, they felt a stabbing pain in their eyes as if they were turning blind. This was truly a world-shocking scene. The countless arcs of divine thunder in the air were like peerless immortal soldiers of a divine god. They blazed with an incandescent light, leaving a reflection in the eyes that turned into an eternal phantom, making it so that one would never forget. Is this really crossing life destruction? What a terrifying power of thunder. Even though it's so far away, it can still make me shiver with fear. All of the surrounding martial artists stared at the shining golden thunder in the sky with blank eyes, as if they were watching something from a dream. This fantastical and incredible power that could change even the heavens and earth, Perhaps this wouldn't even appear if someone else were to break through to the divine sea. Ka. Not too far away, a great palace shook and then began to collapse, raising a storm of dust. The palaces of the Forsaken God clan naturally had array formations supporting their internal structures. Even so, they were still being shattered by this terrifying energy. Yang Yun stood high above his divine carriage, looking on from a far distance, an unspeakable expression on his face. He gently traced his spatial ring and spoke to himself. A new golden era is coming. The seclusion chamber had already turned into a sea of golden energy, with thunder manically howling within. Submerged in this sea of energy, Lin Ming's body constantly exploded, again and again and again, from fist-sized lumps of flesh to egg-sized lumps of flesh and then to bean-sized lumps of flesh. They constantly decomposed until they were as small as dust. If it were other martial artists, even dual body and law geniuses from the realm of the gods, then without their bodies being tempered by thunder and without the heretical god sprout to control this power of thunder, if they were to be submerged in this sea of brutal and overbearing energy, then they would be turned into nothing but ash, instead of decomposing to their tiniest units like Lin Ming. Bang, bang, bang. The thunder did not end. Instead, it became increasingly fierce. It was like the 9 heavens thunder dominion of the Sea of Miracles had reappeared within the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm. Within the highest level of the Azura Divine Kingdom's tower, Situ Yaoyue was watching all of this from a distance. Her lips curved up, revealing beautiful white teeth. I never imagined that Lin Lanjian could contain such a terrifying power of thunder within his body, Situ Yaoyue muttered to herself. Her limpid eyes flashed with a clear fighting spirit, her mind undeterred by the phenomenon occurring in the skies. She had trained since childhood and had bitterly cultivated all this time. She had been through countless dangerous situations and had even broken through to the 7th stage of life destruction. Now, facing a mere first-stage life destruction martial artist, it was impossible for her to say that she didn't feel some contempt for him. After all, Lin Lanjian was a genius, but wasn't she a genius too? Yet now she finally began to find the meaning in all this. At least this wouldn't be a senseless fight that bored her. Lin Lanjian has the life of an emperor. He has most likely inherited some unrivaled lucky chance. Yaoyue, if you can kill him, everything he has will be yours. In the future you might even become the highest under the heavens. Situ Haoyan's voice suddenly resounded in her ears. The highest under the heavens was the title used to describe an unrivaled, undefeatable divine sea powerhouse. Ever since Emperor Sakya broke through his martial path and ascended, no one else had filled that position. These years, there were some extraordinary powerhouses that had come close to being the highest under the heavens, but they did not far surpass all martial artists of the world. They could only be called one of the top powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent. For instance, the highest divine emperor of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom, the imperial grand uncle of the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, or even the Netherworld Great Emperor from 300 years ago that had died in the South Sea. Although Situ Yaoyue was talented, she was far from becoming the highest under the heavens. Her only chance was if she could cross the 8th stage of life destruction. However, the 8th stage of life destruction was not simple to cross at all. Looking over the last 100,000 years of history in the Sky Spill continent, the number of divine emperors that had crossed 8 stages of life destruction could be counted on a single hand. The highest under the heavens? Yaoyue's slender eyes narrowed, her vision becoming increasingly firm. She gripped her fists. I will! With the raging destruction of energy, even the Skylock array began to tremble. 2 god-transforming pills, a heaven-step demon god bone, a top-quality spirit essence stone, all of their energy was released into the raging sea around Lin Ming. And as Lin Ming's body was submerged in this sea of energy, it decomposed into its most basic tiny units, fully absorbing the surrounding energy and undergoing a most fundamental change. The essence of life destruction was to use energy to transform the body and then reform into a spirit body that could hold true essence throughout. And during this process of transformation, not only did Lin Ming undergo a baptism of energy, but he was also being tempered by thunder. Every cell within Lin Ming's body twinkled with the glory of thunder. Under the control of the heretical god Sprout, the power of thunder penetrated deep into every single cell. Thunder was the power of destruction but also the power of life. When a vicious beast underwent their tribulation, their body would be tempered by thunder, making their physical form even more formidable. And now, Lin Ming was undergoing a similar transformation, having equally wonderful results from different methods. The transformation of the body continued for another hour. With a series of cracking sounds, the heaven-step demon god bone and the sea serpent crystal shattered into powder. All of the various energies twisted together, completely blowing up the tower that the seclusion chamber was located within. Dust and smoke rose from all over. When the flying stones finally settled, Lin Ming's seclusion chamber was completely revealed in plain sight of all the spectators, leaving behind only the skylock array around it. The entire sky was filled with endless thunder. And within the array formation, everything had turned into a sea of brilliant gold. All of the martial artists cast their eyes towards the skylock array. Most of them weren't able to see through the blazing light within. However, some martial artists with high cultivation were able to clearly see what was happening inside. All of them were left dumbfounded. What was going on? As these high cultivation martial artists' faces twisted with strange expressions, the other martial artists impatiently asked them, "What is it?" Lin Longjien has disappeared. What? This observation left all of the martial artists stricken. He disappeared. There is nothing left behind. No bones, no blood fog. In that array formation there is only some sort of golden energy. Normally, when a martial artist crossed life destruction, the first 3 stages were calamities of the body. Their body would disintegrate and then reform from its fundamental essence, creating a new flesh and blood spirit body of true essence. When the body decomposed, this didn't mean that everything would decompose. There were vital body parts that were left over. For instance, the brain, spine, skeleton, and for martial artists that had unstable foundations, even their heart, lungs, and several other major internal organs would remain. Without a doubt, the more one's body broke down, the more dangerous it would become, especially the brain and spine. Those were related to a martial artist's soul and where their spiritual sea was located. The structures and relations between these structures were incomparably complex. Once any one of them was damaged, it would be extremely difficult to repair. No matter how talented a martial artist was, when they crossed life destruction their brain would always be protected by energy so that they weren't affected by the explosion of energy. Otherwise, it would be very easy to damage one's spiritual sea, or it could even lead to instant death. Even when a body decomposed, it didn't disappear. Rather, it disintegrated into a rain of blood that fused with their own energy, imprisoning all of this in a small area. This energy would provide a formation outline for the soul, and a new being would be born within this primordial soup of life. This primordial soup of life was similar to the amniotic fluid within a mother's womb. From afar, it actually looked like a deep crimson blood fog. But in Lin Ming's seclusion chamber, his head and skeleton had all disappeared, leaving nothing but an endless golden energy. Everything else had vanished. If this situation were to happen to other martial artists, then that meant one thing. Something had gone awry in their process of life destruction and their body had completely disintegrated, leaving not even ashes behind. Lin Longjien died. A revolving core realm martial artist gulped, speculating that such a ridiculous turn of events had happened. It can't be. This is too big of a joke. Everyone made this conclusion in their minds. Even if they found this unbelievable, the facts were placed in front of them. The eternally rare number 1 talent Lin Longjien, who had reached rank 280 on the Destiny Decree with just a late revolving core cultivation and also obtained the title of Death God, had actually died while crossing the first stage of life destruction. This was the world's greatest farce. Since ancient times, even peak emperor-level talents have fallen from the skies. They can die in mystic realms, in life or death battles with others, or can even be assassinated by other major powers. But who has ever heard of this cause of death? Dying while crossing the first stage of life destruction. This is too bizarre. Did the Azura Divine Kingdom secretly plot something? Why would Lin Longjien fail life destruction? Don't be silly. The Forsaken God clan are not idiots. Do you see that great array above the Elder's palace? It is said that array is called the Skylock array, and it was passed down from ancient times. It could defend against the attack of even a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. Then again, do you think that the Azura Divine Kingdom really fears Lin Longjien? If they send out some of the masters they have hidden, then defeating Lin Longjien wouldn't be difficult at all. Most of the martial artists present simply felt this was incredulous. But they also couldn't find any other explanation for what was happening in front of them. Shibai had always been hiding around the edges to make sure that no one disturbed Lin Ming as he crossed life destruction. The energy within the Skylock array was simply too wild and tyrannical. Even though Shibai had broken through to the Divine Sea, he still couldn't stay within. After all, he wasn't the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. As Shibai looked at the golden sea of energy, his expression remained calm. This was because he could feel that Lin Ming's fires of life were still burning with an incomparable effervescence. Lin Ming didn't encounter a problem, nor did his body disappear. He had completely turned into a body of source energy, perfectly fusing with that golden lightning and becoming one. For an ordinary martial artist, their flesh and blood would turn into primordial soup of life. After being baptized by energy, they would then reform their body. During this, there would always be incomplete parts of their transformation. For instance, large pieces of flesh, body fluids that had clumped together, and so on. And there was no need to mention disintegrating their brain or spine. Those were completely untouched by the transformative energy. Thus, the so-called decomposing the body and reforming a spirit body was only a relative term. When one spoke of a spirit body, that was in truth only 70 to 80% of their body, leaving the rest as their mortal body. A relatively poor life destruction martial artist might have a 60% spirit body, whereas a peerless talent might have a 90% spirit body. That was already the highest peak. Once they reached a higher boundary, these mortal body portions would become constraints to a martial artist. When they fought, these parts of their body would become weaknesses. In the Sky Spill continent, there was no one able to do what Lin Ming could. With the support of the heretical god Sprout, he completely fused his body with the energy, even as he tempered every single cell with the power of thunder. Even his soul and will underwent a baptism of thunder. At this time, within the sea of golden energy, the battle spirit in Lin Ming's spiritual sea was also withstanding being tempered by thunder. Although Lin Ming's physical body had already melted away, his consciousness was acutely clear. He could precisely make out the movement of energy in the golden sea, as well as feel all of his cells exchanging energy with their surroundings. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he were standing on a higher realm above the world of mortals, aloof and haughty with the fate of all grasped in his hands. Indifferent, calm, and without the slightest hint of emotion. This was the perspective of a divine god. Does the life of an energy body come close to a divine god? Or is a divine god similar to an energy body type of existence? A thought inexplicably flashed through Lin Ming's mind. A so-called divine god should be an existence close to the peak of martial arts, or perhaps an unrivaled powerhouse that had already traced the peak. For instance, the evil god that had created the heretical god force. But as for what the peak of martial arts was like, he had no idea what sort of concept that would be. He could only guess what would possibly happen upon reaching that step. Would his body then be constituted completely of source energy? As Lin Ming was thinking of these things, he suddenly felt a burst of stabbing pain from the depths of his soul. The battle spirit violently trembled, as if something were trying to break free from within it. Could this be? The battle spirit is evolving? When a martial artist first comprehended their battle spirit, after successfully forming it, they could only let it grow on its own. The earlier one comprehended a battle spirit, the more potential for growth their battle spirit had. This was because every time a martial artist's cultivation increased, this would subtly manifest a change in their battle spirit. Now that Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, his battle spirit was about to take another step forwards. Lin Ming naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity. With a thought, the seals on the heavily protected fifth jade box began to unravel. As the seals were undone, the wood spirit jade box immediately disintegrated into nothing. What was left over was the contents of the box, an exceptionally clear and vibrant purple crystal the size of a fist, along with several smaller fragments around it. This was the twin life thunder crystal. As the vessel that a thunder source was bred within, a twin life thunder crystal only appeared once every several 100 million years or even billions of years. Even within the realm of the gods, such a treasure could only be found through a stroke of destiny. By concentrating the power of his will, the twin life thunder crystal floated in the air as it began to melt together with Lin Ming's spear-shaped battle spirit. Pong! The twin life thunder crystal completely shattered, turning into countless translucent purple crystal shards that shimmered with a bright luminescence. These shards evenly distributed themselves all over the spear-shaped battle spirit. In that instant, an energy beyond description suddenly erupted like a volcano. Above Lin Ming's spear-shaped battle spirit, countless purple Dao patterns began to appear. As these Dao patterns glowed and rippled, they seemed incomparably mystical, as if they contained the source laws and the charm of the great Dao. Compared to the Chaos Stone engravings, they had arrived at the same result from different paths. The reason that the twin life thunder crystal was able to temper the will was because it had existed for billions of years, bearing witness to the infinite changes through the endless years of the universe. Bit by bit, the thunder energy carved itself into the twin life thunder crystal, reflecting and manifesting the most essential changes in energy. And once these changes were engraved into the battle spirit, the source energy would fuse together with the battle spirit and temper the will. A soul-tearing pain caused Lin Ming's consciousness to suddenly tremble. The energy body containing his fires of life violently rocked as it was sealed in the array formation. In such a situation, as soon as Lin Ming lost consciousness, he would immediately lose control of his energy body and disperse. At that time, there really wouldn't be anything left of him. Pain of the soul was far more unbearable than pain of the flesh. But Lin Ming had practiced martial arts for many years by now, and especially with the experiences of absorbing the soul fragments of the magic cube, he had experienced agonizing pain of the soul several times already. Now, his determination and mental resiliency were already as hard as iron. He stubbornly defended his mind, pouring the endless energy essence surrounding him into the battle spirit, letting the purple Dao patterns freely wrap around it, and having it withstand a baptism of the great Dao's charm. The Dao patterns destroyed and created, washing through every single inch of Lin Ming's battle spirit. Slowly, the spear-shaped battle spirit lengthened and became increasingly dense. After a quarter hour, the bronze color began to fade away, revealing a touch of silver-white radiance. Although this radiance was weak, Lin Ming was astounded as soon as he saw it. Silver battle spirit. By crossing life destruction, and in addition to the baptism of the twin life thunder crystal, his battle spirit had unexpectedly crossed over bronze perfection and stepped directly into the silver level. A bronze battle spirit and a silver battle spirit were separated by a large boundary. Lin Ming had originally estimated he would need to cross another 3 or 4 stages of life destruction before being able to cross it. He never imagined that with the help of the twin life thunder crystal, he would be able to break through that barrier at just the first stage of life destruction. The battle spirit trembled. The silver brilliance was like the cold light of a moon that came falling to the earth. At that moment, the spear-shaped battle spirit seemed to fuse into the void, turning this part of the world into an everlasting and eternal existence. The evolution of a battle spirit wasn't instant, but a gradual process. The spear-shaped battle spirit slowly shed its original bronze color and changed into a brilliant silver. Time passed on. The purple Dao patterns constantly circled around that spear-shaped battle spirit, greedily absorbing all of the surrounding energy in that golden sea. This was the heaven and earth origin energy released from a top-grade spirit essence stone, a heaven-step demon god bone, sea serpent crystals, and other such heavenly treasures. The quality was exceedingly high. However, as this vast and terrifying energy flowed into the tiny purple Dao patterns, it actually only caused them to slightly brighten, without any change at all. After the energy was constantly consumed by Lin Ming, the sea of energy within the Skylock array also began to subside. The golden light in the skies faded, no longer being blinding to the eye. Even the golden divine thunder that flashed in the heavens began to dim down, hiding away deep within the clouds. A moment later, the energy finally stopped moving. The mighty and overwhelming supernatural power that had shocked everyone present had finally disappeared. Everyone could clearly make out the scene within the Skylock array. Lin Ming had truly vanished. His body hadn't even reformed. It's over. After discovering that Lin Ming's body had vanished, the surrounding martial artists waited for an entire hour. However, there wasn't any turnaround. It's been an hour. Did Lin Longjian really die here? Lin Longjian's cultivation might have really been insufficient. To use 3 god-transforming pills to force his way through a breakthrough, that is simply far too risky. We can only lament that this eternally rare talent was forced into a dead end by the Azura Divine Kingdom and had to make a final gamble. However, he still fell short in the end. A 5th-grade sex life destruction martial artist shook his head with regret. If Lin Longjian had been allowed to grow, then he would have inevitably blossomed into brilliance, becoming the greatest genius in the history of the Sky Spill continent. However, reality was reality. There were no ifs or buts. None of the martial artists left yet. Since the high-level figures didn't depart, the low-level martial artists blindly followed, milling about in the surroundings. Watching the serene Skylock array, a sect elder sighed and said to the disciples behind him, "Crossing life destruction is the riskiest step. You must wait until your cultivation is solid enough before you attempt this. Otherwise, even if you are an eternally rare talent, you still have a chance of dying. Yes, this disciple will remember your teachings." The old man nodded with satisfaction, no longer saying anything. At this moment, he heard a faint sound in the sky. What's that? Not only did this old man hear this, but the others also heard it. As the purple Dao patterns revolved around Lin Ming's spear-shaped battle spirit, they seemed to form an attractive force towards something in the distant night skies. The sound of the great Dao returned in bursts, like the whispers of a divine god, cold, calm, and without any emotion. As this thrumming sound entered the ear, it made them feel a sense of awe emerge from their hearts, even making them want to fall to the ground and lie prostrate in worship. The sound became increasingly clear. The Xiantian realm martial artists and below weren't able to withstand this pressure and fell to their knees, feeling a faint shiver in their souls. Everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw that changes were occurring in the violent thunder that was rampaging across the skies. The originally quiet divine thunder seemed to have come to life once again, condensing in the air, intensifying and becoming increasingly fierce and wild like a raging tide. The thunderclaps became increasingly loud until they were able to penetrate the clouds and crack apart stone, nearly breaking apart the eardrums of those who listened to it. What is happening? All of the martial artists' complexions changed, especially those with lower cultivations. Facing the glory of the world appearing in such a fashion, they inevitably felt the deepest part of their souls tremble. Arcs of lightning rolled in the sky, forming a net of purple thunder. The void fiercely trembled over and over again, as if it were a fragile layer of ice about to tear apart at any moment. Shirbai was floored. It's as if the dimensional realm's space barrier wants to. That's impossible. Even the combined force of several divine sea supreme elders cannot tear apart the stable dimensional realm space barrier. However, as if the heavens were answering Shirbai's doubts, the space barrier suddenly broke apart in the next moment. It didn't seem to be destroyed, but simply vanished. At that moment, the dimensional realm had fused with the boundless universe into one. Just what is this phenomenon? How could this be happening? Shirbai was incredulous. In the 100,000 years of the Sky Spill continent's recorded history, this sort of situation had never happened before. It wasn't just Shirbai who was shocked. Even the Azura Divine Emperor was surprised, with an uncertain expression on his face. Could this be? As the Azura Divine Emperor looked into the skies, purple lines began to appear in the air. These lines seemed as if they were faint tracings of a dragon, recklessly twisting and waving around. These purple lines corresponded with the lines appearing on Lin Ming's spear-shaped battle spirit. These were the mysteries of heaven, a phenomenon closest to the source laws of the universe. The space barrier of the dimensional realm simply wasn't able to stop it. These purple patterns began to fall downwards like a heavy mountain. The Elder's palace was unable to withstand such a great pressure and began to collapse like a sand castle. Retreat! Quickly retreat! All martial artists below life destruction weren't able to withstand this majesty of heaven. They all flew back over a dozen miles, shocked, speechless. Just what is happening? Are those flying things in the air dragons? Can someone tell me whether Lin Lonjian is dead or not? A young martial artist dazedly asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. You idiot, of course he hasn't died. Otherwise, how could this sort of scene occur? The young martial artist's master snappily replied. However, as he spoke these words, even he couldn't confirm them. Could Lin Lonjian really have made such a tremendous scene occur? Shibai also retreated a distance, a dignified look on his face. He used his soul force to observe Lin Ming's situation within the Skylock array. Before this, of the energy that Lin Ming had been using to reform himself, he had absorbed all of it, whether it was the energy from the heavenly treasures or the golden red lightning. But now, this golden purple lightning didn't seem as if it had come from Lin Ming. The net of thunder in the skies became increasingly dense, finally interweaving into a blanket without a single gap. It covered the entire dimensional realm, making it appear even brighter than daytime. Most people had difficulty simply opening their eyes. And at this time, from the far north of the dimensional realm, a blazing beam of light shot over. This purple gold beam of light was like a falling galaxy. Massive amounts of lightning light gathered together, forming a horrifying and tyrannical vicious beast. It stepped on a path of purple light that spread out beneath it, dashing over from the far horizon. Its baleful glare locked onto Lin Ming's position, its eyes filled with a frenzied rage. This vicious beast of thunder was the purple lion thunder source that had come from the 9 heavens thunder dominion above the 8,000-mile black swamp. It had felt its life's twin life thunder crystal suddenly shatter, and it felt a deep pain in its heart. It had rushed out from the sea of miracles, wanting to rip Lin Ming to pieces to give vent to this fiery anger. What is that? It's a lion. A purple lion. A manifestation of thunder. Is that a thunder soul? Heavens! Such a powerful energy, it must be at least a heaven-step thunder soul. It was attracted by the thunder here. Several high-stage thunder attribute life destruction martial artists revealed expressions of naked desire. Such an imposing aura, such majestic power. This was undoubtedly a heaven-step thunder soul. It might even be a medium-grade heaven-step or high-grade heaven-step thunder soul. Within the Sky Spill continent, no one knew of the existence of a thunder source. Even a low-grade heaven-step thunder soul was rarely seen once in a lifetime, so how could these martial artists possibly determine the level of this thunder source? This thunder soul came from the north, so it has nothing to do with Lin Lonjian. It must have come here for the vast power of thunder, a thunder attribute old man said. This was a masterless treasure, and also priceless. To a thunder attribute martial artist, the value of a low-grade heaven-step thunder soul was equal to a high-grade heaven-step treasure. It was even slightly comparable to a quasi-saint artifact. What an amazing thing! This is truly a marvelous accidental harvest. Let's work together. We can catch it. A heaven-step thunder soul was already powerful. Much less they didn't know what rank this supposed heaven-step thunder soul in front of them was. Even though the present thunder attribute martial artists had already reached high stages of life destruction, and 2 of them were ranked highly on the destiny decree, none of them dared to rashly do anything. Now was not the time to consider how to split this thunder soul. They first had to capture it. Let's attack together. A purple-clothed old man took the lead. He shouted out loud, his eyes filling with excitement. He was the 250-ranked master of the destiny decree. Currently, he only had a high-grade Earth-step thunder soul. If he could obtain this heaven-step thunder soul, then his strength would inevitably rise to another level. 5 thunder attribute martial artists displayed their supernatural abilities. Of them, the weakest was at the fourth stage of life destruction. Anyone at a lower boundary didn't help, because anything they tried would be useless anyway. It was impossible for them to subdue a heaven-step thunder soul. This level of power was not something they could encroach upon. The purple-clothed old man rushed to the front. He held a mace in his hands and smashed down at the heaven-step thunder soul. If he faced this heaven-step thunder soul alone, then he wouldn't have much confidence in himself. But with 4 people behind him, he had faith he could seal it with a single strike. Bang, bang, bang. The purple-clothed old man's treasure mace shined with blue-white lightning as he struck out with 100% of his strength. Ha! The purple-clothed old man roared out and smashed his mace down at the purple lion thunder source's head. Roar! The purple lion thunder source released an earth-shaking bellow. All of the surrounding life-destruction martial artists felt themselves go deaf for a moment. Those with weaker cultivations even had their eardrums burst apart. The purple-clothed old man bore the brunt of this shockwave. His body shook as the roar washed over him, causing him to bleed out from his head. The purple lion thunder source then formed a massive purple claw and swiped out at the purple-clothed old man. With a loud explosive sound, the purple-clothed old man was sent flying back like a ball. As he flew backwards, the purple-clothed old man's treasure armor was burnt by the power of thunder. His internal organs were completely shattered and he vomited a great mouthful of blood, his life quickly fading away. What? The 4 other thunder attribute martial artists instantly skidded to a halt. Luckily, they hadn't yet approached and had escaped this attack. As they saw the fate that the strongest purple-clothed old man had suffered, all of them were frightened to the point their souls nearly left them. They turned around to flee, but it was already too late. The purple lion thunder source was the very incarnation of thunder attribute laws. It was a proud and haughty existence. Because its twin-life thunder crystal had been shattered, it had been sent into a raving anger. And now, how could it possibly tolerate a bunch of ants daring to provoke it? It erupted with a great roar and then rushed towards the 4 thunder attribute martial artists. It was like a lion running into a flock of sheep. For a time, miserable cries filled the air and a rain of blood fell down from the skies. In just a few blinks of the eye, 4 thunder attribute martial artists were tossed away like broken sacks. One of their heads had exploded. He had obviously died. As for the other 3, their bodies had been charred black, their lives soon coming to an end. This sudden scene caused all of the surrounding martial artists to pale. Just where had this thing come from? Even a ranked 250 Destiny Decree Master wasn't a worthy opponent. This monster was far too strong. Could a heaven-step thunder soul be powerful to this degree? As the surrounding low-level martial artists saw the purple lion clawing and raving in the sky, they had already fled far away. They feared that they would be affected by this power of thunder and scorched into ash. A sovereign from a superior 5th-grade sect looked up at the purple lion thunder source in the sky, a pensive expression on his face. It came from the north. Did it come from the Sea of Miracles? What? The Sea of Miracles? As soon as these words were mentioned, many martial artists were shaken to the core. That was right. Looking at the entire sky spill continent, the area with the strongest thunder was only a single place. That was the Sea of Miracles, also known as the Ocean of Endless Storms. The skies above the Sea of Miracles were always covered in dark clouds with countless flashes of lightning illuminating them. There, it wouldn't be strange to find a heaven-step thunder soul at all. But in other areas, heaven-step thunder souls had nearly all vanished. Currently, this purple lion in front of them was obviously an extraordinary heaven-step thunder soul amongst its rank. There was a very high chance that it had been bred within the Sea of Miracles. Moreover, the direction it had come from had verified this. Why would a super heaven-step thunder soul come here from the Sea of Miracles? As the martial artists thought of this, all of them paled. To them, the Sea of Miracles was a land of demons and ghosts, all who entered who died without exception. Even a peerless genius, even the highest under the heavens, was the same. Any sort of existence that originated from that horrifying land would frighten everyone, no matter what it was. Had it come for Lin Lanjian? The Azura Divine Emperor looked at all of this from a distance, his lips curving in a smile. Although he didn't know why Lin Longian's crossing of life destruction would draw in an existence from the Sea of Miracles, there was something that was clear to him. That was that the purple lion spelled disaster for Lin Longian. Bang! Purple golden thunder violently raged as it fell from the skies, forming a massive wave of purple thunder. The Elder's palace was covered in endless purple lightning, instantly disintegrating it into ashes. After a brief moment, all that was left over in the area was the Skylock array that Lin Ming was within. The Skylock array trembled as it was covered in that thunderstorm. Although it didn't shatter, the rampaging power of thunder managed to penetrate the array formation and rush into that sea of golden energy. Chi. Lightning flashed in that sea of energy, a brilliant burst of light emanating from it once more, and Lin Ming was within this sea of thunder. With his being dispersed into a body of energy, he directly faced a baptism of this purple thunder. If it were an ordinary life-destruction martial artist, then they would have perished here. But Lin Ming's true form was unharmed. His fires of life still blazed as vigorously as before. Shirbai was startled, but he didn't take action. He was completely focused on maintaining the Skylock array. Without any emotion in his voice, he said, "Increase the energy input and stabilize the Skylock array." With 3 great divine sea powerhouses managing the Skylock array, Shirbai was fully confident in the firmness of the array protections. As for the lightning that the purple lion thunder source released, it hadn't harmed Lin Ming at all. Shirbai was able to clearly sense this through his contact with the array formation. This thunder soul from the Sea of Miracles must have some grudge with Lin Longian. This situation had gone beyond his imagination. But as he thought about it, it was also reasonable. When Lin Ming had entered the Sea of Miracles and obtained the legacy of Ancestor Emperor Argent, he didn't know why, but Lin Ming must have offended this purple lion thunder soul somehow. Roar! Before the first attack ended, the purple lion thunder source issued out another savage roar. This roar had just caused a rank 250 Destiny Decree Master to bleed from the head and be seriously wounded. However, through the protection of this large array, this roar became nothing but a gentle breeze, unable to cause any damage at all. The thunder became increasingly violent. The purple lion thunder source's expression became grim and fierce. Its body turned into countless bolts of lightning that assimilated into the dark clouds. It had turned its form to pure thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Everything between the heavens and earth was already bathed in a rich purple gold light. Lightning blazed beyond comparison, breaking through all. As for Lin Ming, he remained inside the Skylock array, withstanding this terrifying baptism alone. From afar, it was as if he stood alone, facing the world with just his power. The grandeur and potency of this power was terrifying. No one could imagine just what sort of calamity Lin Ming was experiencing within the Skylock array. This is too horrible. Even with the protection of the array formation, he still has to directly withstand the might of this thunder. Without the protection of his physical form, his soul and will are all exposed to this thunder. How can anyone possibly live in this kind of environment? A martial artist dozens of miles away gulped. From then until now, he still didn't understand one thing. Was Lin Ming dead or alive? At the start, it seemed as if he had died. Afterwards, with the beating sound that came from the heavens, it seemed that he was still alive. And now, with countless arcs of purple gold lightning crashing down on him, no one could say with confidence whether he was dead or alive. He absolutely must have perished here. Only a divine sea supreme elder could possibly withstand this sort of environment. And Lin Ming was at the most critical moment of crossing life destruction. He does not have true essence to protect himself, or even a physical form to withstand the might of thunder. If he can survive through this, then I will eat my own sword. A 5th grade sect genius lifted the sword in his hand as he swore this oath. However, just as he made this oath, a white-clothed youth turned his head and faintly smiled at him, causing him to feel faint. "What are you looking at me for?" The white-clothed youth snickered and said, "I'm seeing how tough your teeth look. You The fifth-grade sect genius became angry from shame. But at this time, there was a loud cracking sound as if the world was breaking. This resonant blast broke through the skies, as if a great dragon were roaring out loud, shattering mountains and rivers. At this time, a brilliant light burst out from the Skylock array. Then, a shocking scene occurred. From the Skylock array, a bolt of silver-white light shot upwards, like an unrivaled divine spear that split apart the endless sky. What is that? Everyone turned their eyes to the silver-white divine light that broke into the heavens. For a time, everyone thought that their minds had fallen into an illusion. That is a spear of will formed from a battle spirit. This silver-white majesty. Silver battle spirit? A bronze battle spirit was grayish-green in color and a silver battle spirit was silver-white in color. Then, this scene in front of them had to be the truth. Silver battle spirit? The martial artists present didn't have time to ask just what a so-called silver battle spirit meant, because at this moment, that unrivaled divine spear suddenly came chopping down from the skies. It was like a pillar of heaven that was being wielded by a giant. Kacha! The thick and dark thunderclouds in the sky were split in half. Roar! The purple lion thunder source issued a maniacal roar. It transformed back into its main body, plunging towards that silver-white divine light and smashing into it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 10,000 thunderclaps filled the air. The entire world was lit up with a boundless purple light. The stars and moon lost their color, and the void itself seemed to nearly shatter under the pressure. Awoo! The purple lion thunder source let out a miserable cry as it tumbled backwards like it was wounded. As an indestructible and immortal energy body, the purple lion thunder source did not fear any powerhouse that could not control the power of thunder, no matter how high their cultivation was. Even a divine sea supreme elder couldn't harm it. This was because if it dissipated into thunder, it would disappear without a trace, being simultaneously immune to both material and soul attacks. What it most feared were martial artists skilled in laws of thunder. Their cultivation did not necessarily need to be high. They only needed to use their understanding of the thunder laws to capture and imprison it. Before, the Argent White Sword had relied on the residual thunder will of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor in order to command the power of thunder. The Argent White Sword had been able to galvanize the power of laws to twist thunder, causing the purple lion thunder source to be injured. And now this had been repeated once more. Lin Ming had depended on his silver battle spirit that contained a will of thunder to stab into the purple lion thunder source. The purple lion thunder source let out a roar of anger and loathing. It began to attract all of the surrounding power of thunder, like a whale drawing in water, all of this energy entering into its body. At this time, the purple lion thunder source's body expanded to hundreds of feet in size. Its domineering aura rose to unprecedented height as it faced the silver-white battle spirit and rushed out at it once more. Pong, pong, pong. In the night skies, a purple lion was wildly struggling with a white dragon. Purple gold light and golden red lightning filled every inch of the world. The entire night sky was completely swallowed by thunder. This was a battle that made the heart race. The surrounding sect elders and princes were all dumbstruck. They had repeatedly confirmed that the silver-white spear of divine light was in truth a silver battle spirit. It really is a silver battle spirit. A silver battle spirit that even a divine sea supreme elder cannot comprehend. Just how did he do it? Within the Sky Spill continent, a silver battle spirit was simply a legendary existence. Of the current existing divine sea powerhouses, none of them had a silver battle spirit. Even a perfect bronze battle spirit was extremely rare. And Lin Ming somehow had a silver battle spirit? Above the sublime smelting divine kingdom's spirit boat, Wuxia Qingfeng sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He could faintly feel Lin Ming's fires of life that blazed like an inferno within the Skylock array, his control over the spear of will, as well as the exalted glory as if he were facing the world alone. The more violently the thunder came crashing down, the more exuberant Lin Ming's fires of life became. Although Wuxia Qingfeng was certainly a proud son of heaven in his generation, when he compared himself to Lin Ming, a feeling that he would never catch up to him was born in his heart. In the direction of the Azura Divine Kingdom, Situ Yaoyue was bathed in the bright lightning light, no color reflected in her inky black pupils. A body melted into an energy form, merging into one with the power of thunder. Not only did that purple lion's attack not harm him, but it instead tempered his body once more. Now his body has become thunder. With his battle spirit as his spear and fused with the concept of thunder, he is unstoppable. This is a fight that I am looking forwards to more and more. Situ Yaoyue stroked the shaft of her spear, her fighting spirit soaring high. Only the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's Yang Yun was calmly standing atop his golden divine carriage. He remained completely unmoved as he was before, without any hint of what he was thinking crossing his face. A woo! In the skies, the purple lion thunder source once again let out a miserable cry. Its body was actually stabbed through by Lin Ming's spear of will again. As an energy life form, there was no problem for the purple lion thunder source to have its body pierced. However, this time was different. Lin Ming's battle spirit contained the laws of thunder. After the spear pierced through the purple lion thunder source, the pure power of thunder within the purple lion broke out like a burst dam, flooding into the battle spirit spear and being continuously sucked into the Skylock array. The purple lion thunder source was shocked. It cried out in agony again and again. But within the Skylock array, after being flooded with the purple lion thunder source's energy, Lin Ming's disintegrated body finally began to slowly assemble itself. After the physical body was destroyed, reform the spirit body.